Chapter 1. A Discussion on Divorce. Yiming. The nurse's cold voice echoed throughout the ward. The tall, slender young man sprang up like a coiled spring upon hearing her call, hurriedly closing the door behind him and pulling the nurse to the left side of the entrance. "Nurse Jean, please," he implored, his eyes pleading. "Could you keep your voice down? My sister is in the room. We mustn't let her over here." The nurse scoffed, tossing him a bill. "Your sister is scheduled for surgery tomorrow. You need to pay an additional 150,000 yuan. If you can't come up with the funds, she'll have to be moved. The deadline is 6 o'clock tonight." With that, she turned on her heel and muttered to herself, "Uncultured country bumpkin, utterly incapable, yet he dares to meddle in the affairs of the chief of the ward Wade." Misfortune. Yiming, oblivious to her last remark, stared at the 150,000 yuan bill in his hand, his mind a swirling tumult of confusion. 150,000 yuan. Such a staggering sum. Where could he possibly procure such an amount? He was merely an ordinary rural youth, a fourth-year student at the traditional Chinese medicine college in Heiyuan province, supporting himself through diligent labor and frugality. Earlier this year, his sister had been diagnosed with lung cancer. During his internship at Heiyuan People's Hospital, renowned for its cancer specialization second only to major institutions like Kyoto Concord and Donghae, seized the opportunity to bring his sister, Yiming, in for treatment. Hospitals are notoriously expensive. The tens of thousands of yuan his sister had painstakingly saved were quickly depleted. In secret, he sold their ancestral home and 3 acres of land to cover medical expenses. But even that was only a drop in the bucket. He explored every online loan option available, all to no avail. His sister urged him to stop worrying. She was an incurable case, destined to leave this world, and there was no need to squander money unnecessarily. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, accompanied by persistent coughs. Yiming reassured her that she was his only family, and no matter what, he would ensure she received treatment, would not allow her to lose hope. In sheer desperation, Yiming dialed the number his grandfather had left before passing. When the call connected, the elderly voice on the other end expressed great joy upon learning that it was the grandson of Yiming. After a few exchanges, the old man offered to take Yiming into their family, willing to provide 500,000 yuan to assist with Yiming's treatment. With no other options, Yiming reluctantly accepted the conditions laid out by Elder Shui, securing the fund for medical expenses. Now, however, that 500,000 yuan was nearly exhausted, and he had less than 10 yuan to his name. From where could he possibly procure another 150,000 yuan to pay for the surgery? If he failed to pay, his sister would not be able to undergo the operation. He could not bear to watch her slip away. Clenching his fists, tears cascaded down his cheeks like a relentless stream. The weight of 150,000 yuan felt like a mountain pressing upon his heart. He longed to cry out in anguish, but feared alarming his sister. So he let the tears flow freely. He bought his sister breakfast: 2 eggs, a bun, and a bowl of millet porridge, leaving him with only 3 yuan. Clutching the meager amount, Yiming exited the hospital. Uncertain of where to turn, he scrolled through his phone's contact list, searching for someone who might lend him money. He dialed his aunt's number. "Hello, Aunt, it's Yiming." A cold voice responded from the other end. I know. What is it? Speak quickly, I'm busy." "Aunt, my sister needs 150,000 for her surgery. Could you possibly lend me a bit of money?" Before Yiming could finish his plea, a cacophony erupted from the other end of the line. "Money, money, money. Just 2 days ago, we visited her and spent over 200 on travel and flowers, and that's not even enough. I'm scrambling to gather funds. Our family is in dire need of cash. Where do you expect me to procure this money from? And let me remind you, you've already sold the family house and land, and you're unemployed. Lending to you is akin to tossing it into the water to hear the splash." "Aunt," Yiming attempted to implore for a loan. "I am at my wit's end." The line fell silent, leaving him in despair. With no other recourse, Yiming dialed his classmate Zhang Rongjuan. "Hello, June. Do you have any money to spare? My sister needs funds for her treatment." He hesitated to ask Zhang, knowing that his financial situation was not much better than his own. He had borrowed over 10,000 from Zhang in bits and pieces already. Zhang chuckled wryly. "Brother, you know my situation, we're not well off either. I have 1,000, but I could send you 800. Yiming sighed and expressed his gratitude, declining the transfer. 800 wouldn't suffice, and 1,000 was Zhang's living expenses for the month. It was only the start of the month, leaving Zhang to fend for himself. What to do? How could he secure 150,000? Yiming was engulfed in worry. He attempted to reach out to Elder Shui once more, hoping for assistance, but the line was dead. In a panic akin to ants in a hot pan, he found himself sweating in the frigid air, utterly helpless. He reluctantly dialed the number of his estranged wife. Yiming was uncertain of the outcome. His marriage to Shui Bingyu had been orchestrated by the elder's wishes, but she had never consented. She looked down upon him. On the night they wed, she had swiftly ejected him from their marital abode. This day, they had scarcely met more than 10 times. She shunned him, and he was preoccupied with caring for his ill sister. They were practically strangers. Could he possibly ask Shui Bingyu for a loan? Yiming felt a knot of anxiety tighten within him. The call connected, but silence reigned on the other end, a chill emanating from the void. He steeled himself to speak. Hello, Bingyu, my sister is undergoing surgery tomorrow, and I need 150,000. Would you be able to lend me that amount? I promise I will repay you. Before he could finish, a different tone emerged from the line. Borrow money? You're asking us for money. The old man gave you 500,000, and it's still not enough for your whims. You speak so readily of 150,000. Do you think we're an ATM? Should you wish to borrow, that's not impossible. I will lend you 150,000, but in return, you must end your marriage with Bingyu. Tomorrow, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and file for divorce. Will you agree? Aye. Yiming stammered, the image of Shui Bingyu flooding his mind, tall, with flowing hair, always clad in professional attire, exuding a powerful aura, cold yet stunningly beautiful. To be honest, he did not wish for a divorce. But at this juncture, could he avoid it? Mother, if you provide me with 150,000, I will consent to the divorce. Before his words could fully resonate, a storm of outrage erupted on the other end. You still dare to call me mother? You have divorced Bingyu, and yet you still address me as such? I refuse to acknowledge a son-in-law who contributes nothing to this family, who incessantly demands money, treating us merely as an ATM. Yiming attempted to utter mother once more, but the words caught in his throat. I will repay you. I assure you that every single penny will be returned. A chilling laugh echoed from the other side of the line. Repay? With what do you intend to repay? Enough of this idle chatter. Come to the headquarters of Chun Jiao Beauty Salon. We must discuss your divorce. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Chapter 2. Just signed at the headquarters of Spring Jiao Beauty Salon is situated in the heart of the city, occupying an entire building. In the prime real estate of the riverfront city center, the financial strength of the group is indeed formidable. The salon's decor is nothing short of opulent. It can only be described as resplendent. Upon reaching the entrance, after enduring numerous inquiries from the security personnel, I was led by a staff member to the luxurious tea room on the 3rd floor. As I pushed open the door, I beheld 3 individuals seated within, sipping tea. In the prominent seat was a rotund woman adorned in gold and silver, likely weighing over 200 pounds. Her hefty gold necklace radiated wealth, glimmering under the tea room's soft lighting. I say, Shumi, my Yunyan has had his eye on your Bingyu for several years now, harboring a steadfast desire to marry her. Do you truly have control over Bingyu? Wu Shuren chuckled, her laughter ringing like a set of silver bells. Mengye, you know well that my Bingyu is one of the 5 floral beauties of Linha City, reputed to be the most capable among them. This child is exceptionally filial. If she doesn't heed my words, whom would she listen to? Just think, she didn't dare oppose the marriage her grandfather arranged for her. Do you think she would oppose the fine match I have found for her? Yunyan is a sensible lad, understanding and reasonable. He and my Bingyu are truly a match made in heaven. After Wu Shuren spoke, a young man in a white suit, seated opposite her, promptly rose with a beaming smile, expressing his gratitude to Wu Shuren. Thank you, Aunt Shu. Bingyu is my goddess, and I shall cherish her for a lifetime, ensuring her happiness. Hearing their exchange felt like a bucket of icy water being poured over me in the midst of winter, leaving me utterly chilled. How disdainful of my mother-in-law to have arranged a new suitor before I even divorced her daughter, with no regard for my feelings whatsoever. Wu Shuren elegantly lifted her crystal glass and took a sip, stating, It is precisely because I appreciate Yunyan's understanding and reason that I am counting on him for my future care. I have only Bingyu as a child. Naturally, I must find a devoted one. Yunyan quickly poured tea for Wu Shuren, assuring her, Aunt Shu, rest assured. I will treat you as I would my own mother. Foolish child, then why still call me aunt? Yunyan quickly seized the opportunity, addressing her as mother. Upon noticing me, Wu Shuren's smile swiftly transformed into a frigid glare, exuding an atmosphere of hostility, her change of demeanor more rapid than the face-changing acts of Sichuan opera. Yi Yiming, your 15,000 will be covered by young Master Yunyan. He has prepared the contract. Sign it, and agree to divorce Bing Yu tomorrow. And Yunyan will provide the funds. You, a mere money grubber, a leech clinging to our Shui family, can finally be rid of. Since your arrival, not only have you failed to bring joy, but you've also brought ill fortune. I wonder what the old man was thinking, insisting that Bing Yu marry you. As she spoke, she stood, holding a high-end gift box, and addressed Yunyan and his mother. Meng Mei, Yunyan, please sign the contract. I shall take my leave for a moment. With that, she departed without even casting a glance in my direction, as if I were but air. Yunyan and his mother respectfully escorted her to the door. I was seething with rage, feeling as if smoke were billowing from my ears. I knew I was not favored by my mother-in-law, but I had never encountered anyone quite so despicable. He has not divorced Shui Bingyu, yet allows others to call her mother, truly showing a lack of regard for him as a person. He gritted his teeth, yearning to leave. But the thought of his sister lying bedridden, awaiting the 150,000 yuan for surgery, immobilized his feet, leaving him to endure the situation in silence. It seemed fate had decreed that he and Shui Bingyu were never meant to be husband and wife. They belonged to entirely different worlds and could never coexist under the same roof. In terms of family background, Bingyu and Fu Yonyan were indeed well matched. Fu Yonyan watched Wu Shuren's departing figure and swallowed hard. Although this woman was somewhat past her prime, her well-maintained figure rivaled that of women in their 20s. And his gaze lingered, uncertain of his intentions. Wu Shuren felt quite pleased. The lavish gift box was worth several tens of thousands. And the complimentary gold card from the Chun Jiao beauty salon was also a treasure worth thousands. Once her daughter's affair with Fu Yonyan was secured, the beauty salon would be as accessible to her family as if it were their own. Fu Yonyan was far superior to that country bumpkin, who only begged for money as if the Shui family owed him something. Upon returning to the luxurious hall with his mother, Fu Yonyan sat on the sofa, glancing at the frail Yi Yiming and sneering, "Kid, you are unworthy of Shui Bingyu. Give up hope. Only someone like me deserves her. The contract is ready. Just sign it." As he spoke, Fu Yonyan slammed a contract onto the coffee table in front of Yi Yiming, never once allowing him to take a seat. Yi Yiming suppressed his rising fury, preparing to sit down and examine the terms of the contract. The overweight woman, Yiming, shrieked sharply, "Get up!" She glared at Yi Yiming, clad in cheap clothing, her anger flaring. "How dare you sit here? This sofa is meant for those of taste and status. Do you think you can sit here without soiling it? A set of this sofa costs tens of thousands. Even selling you would not cover its worth." Yi Yiming felt as if he had been slapped, his cheeks burning with embarrassment as he shot a furious glance at the woman. Yiming looked at him with a cold smile. "What are you staring at? Do you believe I would gouge out your eyes? You lowly peasants defile my presence with your gaze." Yi Yiming struggled to contain his anger, reminding himself that he was here to seek financial support. Thus he restrained his fury. As he reached for the contract to read it, a crisp sound interrupted him. Bang! A stack of items crashed onto the table. When Yi Yiming looked, he saw a meager pile of cash, approximately 1,000 yuan, leaving him utterly perplexed. "What is this?" Fu Yunyan chuckled. "This is your compensation for divorcing Bingyu. Out of pity, I'm offering you 1,500 yuan. Otherwise, I'd break your legs and toss you in jail." 15,000 for a divorce? This is extortion, you know? Seeing Fu Yonyan's disdainful expression and contemptuous eyes ignited a blaze of anger within Yi Yiming. This was the true essence of betrayal. He had promised him 150,000 yuan, yet offered only 1,500 and treated him like a beggar. Fu Yonyan, enraged, declared, "The contract states 15,000, which is for my sister's medical treatment. You only offer me 1,500. This is too cruel. I refuse to sign." Fu Yunyan smirked. "In my Chun Jiao group, signing is not your prerogative." Upon concluding his words, his expression darkened, and he shouted, "Summon someone." For security guards entered the room, addressing him as general manager. They were formidable ex-soldiers, tall, and exuding an aura of menace, undeniably tough individuals. Funyunian pointed at Yiming, stating, if he signs this contract, he will face no further difficulties. If he refuses, after dealing with him, make him affix his fingerprint. Understood. The 4 bodyguards positioned themselves behind Yiming, glaring at him, urging, sign it, kid. Otherwise, you will only suffer. Even if we incapacitate you, you will still have to sign it. Why put yourself through this? Funyunian mockingly inquired, so, will you sign, kid? Yiming was seething with rage. Funyunian's tyranny was intolerable. He tore the contract to shreds and flung it at Funyunian's face. Sign? I'd rather not. Stepping forward, Yiming delivered a resounding slap to Funyunian's face. The sound echoed, leaving a bright red handprint on Funyunian's cheek. Enraged, Funyunian, the general manager of the Chun Jiao group, a man of stature, had never been struck before. Today, being humiliated by a mere pauper would ruin his reputation in the circle. Strike him, he bellowed. Beat him mercilessly. The 4 security guard began to rain blows upon Yiming. His frail frame could hardly withstand the assault. Within moments, he was left bloodied and battered. At that instant, a melodious female voice rang out. Stop. What are you doing? Funyunian quickly commanded the guards to halt, turning to the poised office beauty before him with a smile. Bingyu. Shui Bingyu's expression was as frigid as ice. Don't address me like that. We are not that close. She pointed at the crumpled figure of Yiming on the ground, demanding of Funyunian, what is happening here? Funyunian hastily explained, Bingyu, you just went for a beauty treatment. This rascal is extorting Aunt Shu for 150,000, using your divorce as leverage. I couldn't stand his audacity, so I decided to teach him a lesson on your behalf. Shui Bingyu's countenance darkened further, resembling an ancient glacier. Teach him a lesson? Is this how you teach? Are you trying to kill him? Moreover, this is a matter concerning the Shui family. What does it have to do with you? With that, Shui Bingyu ordered the guards, lift him in my car. Disappointment flickered in her gaze as she looked at the ineffectual Yiming, who only brought her shame. On the brink of unconsciousness, Yiming caught a glimpse of his wife, Shui Bingyu, coming to his rescue before darkness enveloped him. In his stupor, blood flowed from his wounds, trickling down his neck onto a small golden pendant he wore. It was not made of gold, but rather would adorned with golden paint, an heirloom passed down through generations. The blood that soaked into the pendant was absorbed by the diagram of acupoints etched upon it. Remarkably, the pendant emitted a faint glow, silently merging with Yiming's body, as a surge of immense energy coursed through him. Chapter 3. The Awakening of Mystical Arts. When Yiming awoke, he felt a soft surface beneath him. His fingers brushed against a plush blanket, and upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself lying in a hospital ward. Confusion washed over him as he realized he was in the surgical department of the Hashan Provincial People's Hospital. Yiming had no idea who had brought him there. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire being. A single, formidable punch could fell a bull. His mind brimmed with a myriad of memories, encompassing long-lost medical techniques, acupuncture methods, and even arcane spells for exorcising evil and warding off malevolent spirits. The esoteric arts of geomancy and cultivation were all present, alongside the mystical Qingdi Mu Huanggong. In that moment, Yiming found himself enraptured by these profound techniques. It seemed so surreal, as if he had been struck by a security guard and rendered dazed. Following the principles of the Qingdi Mu Huanggong, an energy the size of a fist began to circulate slowly within his dantian, traversing his limbs and vital organs. He could distinctly sense waves of verdant energy emanating from outside the window, flowing from the trees into his body. A thick layer of black oil seeped from his skin, emitting a foul stench that was nauseating. Yiming was further astonished. Could this be the bone marrow cleansing spoken of in online novels? Had he truly embarked on the path of a cultivator? Regardless, he decided to cleanse himself first. During the bath, the vast reservoir of memories in his mind arranged themselves, ultimately coalescing into 8 profound characters. Miao Shou Ren Exan de Igua. This indicated that the predecessor who imparted this legacy hoped he would embody these words. Yiming was uncertain of the authenticity or utility of this extensive inheritance. After freshening up, he proceeded to the payment counter. Upon seeing the refunded amount, he was taken aback. It was a staggering sum of 150,000. Was this the money given to him by Schwebing? As he gazed at the figure, his eyes moistened, and an unprecedented emotion towards Schwebing blossomed within him. He resolved to pay his sister's medical expenses. Pushing open the door to the hospital room, he was momentarily frozen upon seeing his sister, Yiming, lying in the hospital bed. Instantly, a line of text materialized in his mind. Yiming, female, 20 years old. Late-stage lung cancer, metastasized throughout the body, with only 2 months to live. Can be treated with the 9-palace life-draining needle combined with Qingdi Mu Huanggong. Bearing the unparalleled inheritance, Yiming understood that the human body is a microcosm of the universe, and by applying the healing methods he had received, he could save his sister. He hurriedly purchased a box of silver needles. Entering the hospital room, he instructed his sister to lie still. As the acupuncture points on her body appeared vividly in his mind, shining like stars. Holding the silver needles, he proceeded to sterilize them. A woman in the same room stared wide-eyed at the needles Yiming was holding, perplexed by his intentions. "Young man, what are you doing?" she inquired. Without sparing her a glance, Yiming replied, "I am treating my sister." The woman grew anxious. Is this really how one treats illness? Just a few needles poked into the body can cure it? Is this lad deluded? She continued, "We understand your desire for your sister's recovery, but you cannot treat her recklessly. Besides, your identity as an intern has been revealed. How can you possibly heal anyone?" Yiming cast a glance at her, and a piece of information about the woman surfaced in his mind. Zhenggerong, female, 62 years old, mid-stage breast cancer, non-metastatic. Can be treated with 12 silver needles combined with Qingdi Mu Huanggong. "Aunt Zheng, rest assured I can cure my sister." As he spoke, Yiming skillfully pierced the silver needles through the patient gown worn by his sister, Yiming, targeting her acupoints. The 9 palaces' life-claiming needles entered her meridians, and with a gentle motion of his hand, the needles vibrated at a unique frequency. Concurrently, a verdant aura, visible only to him, flowed through the needles and into Yiming's body. She trembled slightly. Aunt Zhenggerong, observing Yiming's treatment, deemed his actions reckless. Yiming was suffering from late-stage lung cancer. If a few silver needles could cure her, could such a condition truly be labeled as terminal? "You young man, this is sheer nonsense." Aunt Zhenggerong promptly contacted the attending physician to report the matter. Before long, the ward door swung open, and a strikingly beautiful female doctor entered with the team. She directed an irate shout at Yiming. "Yiming, what on earth are you doing? The patient is in critical condition. If surgery is not performed today, she has merely 2 months left to live. Are you tormenting her without a shred of conscience? If I were you, I'd be seeking the 15,000 yuan for medical expenses instead of endangering your own sister's life. Stop this at once." The doctor, in her 30s, was utterly exasperated. Yiming was studying medicine, yet displayed such a lack of decorum by treating a patient without authorization. No wonder Director Xue Shizhen from the internal medicine department had dismissed him. He would have to be expelled from his supervision as well. At that moment, Yiming opened her eyes, shimmering with an unprecedented brightness, and felt the urge to vomit. Yiming supported her, saying, "Sister, go ahead and vomit." She leaned over the trash can and retched violently, expelling dark blood along with clots. In that instant, Yiming felt an unparalleled sense of lightness. Dr. Chen Qianzhe, witnessing the patient expel blood and clots, was beside herself with fury, her lab coat swaying with her agitation. Yiming, she was tempted to kick him in anger. If the patient underwent surgery, there might still be a glimmer of hope for survival. Now, due to his interference, even surgery would be rendered impossible. Are you pleased with yourself for endangering your sister's life? Can she endure this state of turmoil? Yiming gave a reassuring pat on Yiming's back. She retched once more, and her complexion transformed from a ghastly pallor to a more normal hue as she lay back on the bed. Yiming removed the 9 silver needles and, gazing at Dr. Chen Qianzhe with a smile, declared, "Dr. Chen, my sister is better." Chapter 4. My sister is better, doctor. Chen Qianzhe was nearly overcome with rage. She felt an overwhelming impulse to kick Yiming. As a specialist in oncology with advanced studies at Harvard Medical School, she was acutely aware of the formidable challenges in cancer treatment, a global issue that claimed over 10 million lives annually. If the highly developed United States had yet to conquer this dilemma, how could a few needle pricks suffice for a cure? Yiming, whatever happens to your sister is of your own doing. Do not use this as an excuse to cause a scene in the hospital. Do you understand? As she spoke, Dr. Chun held the stethoscope to Yiching's chest, her astonishment growing with each passing moment. Her expression was one of sheer disbelief. Yiching's lungs had undergone an extraordinary transformation. Her breathing had become almost akin to that of a normal person, an unfathomable occurrence. The massive tumor in Yiching's lungs had previously impeded her respiration, rendering her voice entirely distinct from that of a healthy individual. How could she be normal now? After listening for a while, she called out to Yiming. Yiming, what on earth have you done for your sister? Take her to the room for an examination. Dr. Chun was convinced that Yiming had somehow triggered a remarkable improvement in Yiching's lung condition, as if she had returned from the brink of death. Yiching was taken for the examination. Meanwhile, Aunt Zheng continued to scold Yiming. My dear Yi, you are still too young. While your desire to heal your sister is commendable, you should not take matters into your own hands recklessly. It could lead to unforeseen consequences. Yiming chuckled, I won't sing. It won't end poorly. Aunt Zheng, visibly frustrated, retorted, Why are you so stubborn? Heed the advice of others, and you will be better off. I understand you too are in financial distress, but that does not justify such actions. Handing over 200 yuan, she added, Here, buy your sister a meal. Sweat beaded on Yiming's forehead. Aunt Zheng meant well, but her incessant chatter could be overwhelming. Just then, the door to the hospital room swung open. Dr. Chun strode into the ward with an air of confidence, her chest swelling with pride, prompting concern that it might topple over. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes sparkled like incandescent bulbs, fixating on Yiming with an enigmatic gaze. Yiming, well done. At her words, Yiming nearly collapsed in shock. The sight of Dr. Chun, with her exuberance and radiant demeanor, left much to the imagination. Dr. Chun, I assure you I did not. Yiming began. But Dr. Chun shot him a look of irritation, her temper flaring. You little rascal, what are you saying? I meant to commend your efforts. Yiming blinked in confusion, pondering the discrepancy in their meanings. Dr. Chun, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, inquired, Yiming, how did you achieve this? She genuinely could not fathom how such an incredible miracle had transpired. Yiching's lung cancer had vanished, all impurities expelled from her body. Aside from a lingering weakness from her ordeal, no cancer cells remained. A monumental challenge had been surmounted by Yiming. How could this be? If Yiming were a distinguished expert from Princeton, she might comprehend. If he were a lifelong professor from an esteemed institution in the West, it would be more acceptable. For Western medicine is often more advanced than domestic practices, and conquering cancer could be acknowledged, albeit requiring extensive treatment. Yet, Yiming had merely utilized a few silver needles, and in a brief span, had resolved this global conundrum. It was a tale that seemed too fantastical to be true. Gazing at Dr. Chen's exuberant expression, Yiming smiled and stated, It is nothing extraordinary. I simply harnessed the wisdom of our ancestors to master this challenge. Chun Qianza's expression grew cold as she spoke in a low voice. Speak plainly. Yiming, with a wry smile, replied, Dr. Chun, why don't you believe me when I speak the truth? Chun Qianza felt an impulse to gouge out Yiming's eyes, exclaiming, I am discussing serious matters. Why do you keep staring at me with that lecherous gaze? I do not believe you. Yiming chuckled, Dr. Chun, does it truly matter whether you believe or not? He could not fathom that the power of the Qingmu technique from the Qingdi Mu Huang skill possessed such extraordinary capabilities. Little did he know that the true energy of Qingmu was the essence of life, embodying the purest dragon aura, capable of healing and prolonging life. Naturally, Chun Qianza was skeptical. Cancer remains a global conundrum, one that is yet to be entirely conquered. The severity of Yiching's condition made it seemingly impossible for a cure, and yet she had been healed by Yiming, leading her to doubt the veracity of the situation. Yiming, Treat this patient, and then I shall believe you. Dr. Chen insisted, pointing at Aunt Zheng. Aunt Zheng was left astounded, her eyes wide in disbelief, her mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. She had realized that Yiming, afflicted with such a grave illness, had seemingly recovered after just a brief treatment from Yiming. It felt like a myth, a legend. After a considerable pause, Aunt Zheng finally came to her senses and, with pleading eyes, turned to Yiming. Dr. Yi, could you please take a look at me? Yiming smiled, of course. I can. Aunt Zheng's condition was comparatively mild, making the remedy somewhat less challenging. His Qingmu energy could sustain her treatment, and moreover, Aunt Zheng had been quite helpful to the two sisters in the past. A small kindness deserved a grander repayment. Thus, Yiming consented to treat Aunt Zheng. The treatment commenced. Chun Qianzas watched intently, her gaze fixed on Yiming's silver needles. She could sense a peculiar energy flowing through the needles and into Aunt Zheng's body as Yiming deftly maneuvered them. Yiming exerted all his strength, determined to expel every last cancer cell from Aunt Zheng's body, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Dr. Chun wiped the sweat away as the treatment progressed. It was only when Aunt Zheng expelled a significant amount of dark blood and clotted substances that the procedure was deemed complete. Exhausted, Yiming swayed slightly, prompting Dr. Chun to support him with her soft, comforting embrace. She laid him on a hospital bed while attending to Aunt Zheng. The sight of Aunt Zheng's mouth agape, wide enough to fit a fist, was astonishing. Yiming's treatment proved effective. Chun Qianzas, still incredulous, could hardly believe that Yiming could heal Aunt Zheng with merely a few silver needles. She took Aunt Zheng to the examination room. When the results were revealed, it showed that Aunt Zheng's cancer cells had completely vanished. This meant that Yiming had once again cured a cancer patient. Chun Qianzas felt as though her world had shattered. How could this be possible? She had to question Yiming further. Just then, a beautiful nurse rushed into the ward, exclaiming, Dr. Chun, it's terrible. President Li from Xilai Lu is vomiting blood profusely and cannot be stopped. You must come quickly. Chun Qianzha's heart sank at the news. Li Zong is no ordinary person. Any mishap could result in a significant uproar. In haste, she followed the nurse. Chapter 5. The Crisis of Li Zong Doctor. Chun Qianzu arrived in the private room, where Deputy Director Yun Yanhua was present. He had administered medication to Li Zong, which, under normal circumstances, should have halted the bleeding. However, Li Zong continued to vomit uncontrollably, leaving the floor splattered with blood. Yun Yanhua was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, utterly helpless in the face of Li Zong's condition. Li Zong, whose full name is Li Shanqiao, is the founder of the Xilai Lu Group. This conglomerate encompasses supermarkets, logistics, luxury hotels, and restaurants, boasting annual profits in the hundreds of millions. More importantly, Li Zong is a philanthropist donating millions to hospitals each year. Should anything happen to him in the hospital, the reputation of the Heiyuan Provincial People's Hospital would be irreparably tarnished. As the deputy director, Yun Yanhua was the leader in the absence of the director. Unable to treat Li Zong's ailment, he felt the weight of immense pressure. Being merely a deputy, he was ill-equipped to handle such overwhelming stress, hence his frantic demeanor. Li Shanqiao's son, Li Xinyan, was seething with anger. Director Yu, how are you managing this? You said you would stop the bleeding in 3 minutes, yet it has been 8, and my father is still vomiting uncontrollably. Isn't this jeopardizing my father's health? The Xilai Lu Group was at a critical juncture, and if his father were to falter, Li Xinyan's anxiety was entirely justified. Li Xinyan's wife, Zhong Shaoqing, was equally agitated, glaring at Yun Yanhua. Is this how you treat my father? Do you intend for him to bleed out entirely before you take action? My father donates millions to this hospital each year, and you show no diligence in his treatment. I will report this to your superiors and demand your dismissal. You are nothing but a quack. Yun Yanhua's forehead was glistening with beads of sweat, despite his exhaustive efforts. He could not stop Li Zong's bleeding and was at a loss. Just then, Dr. Chun Qianzu arrived. Yun Yanhua quickly pulled Dr. Chun aside, saying, Dr. Chun, please take a look at this situation. Why is Mr. Li continuing to vomit blood? I have already called our hospital president and Professor Zhang. They will arrive shortly. along with the heads of internal medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, and hematology. Observing the extensive bloodstains on the floor and the incessantly vomiting Li Zong, Dr. Chun Qianziu immediately began to examine him. A minute passed, and Dr. Chun, too, felt helpless. According to Deputy Director Yu's prescribed treatment, there should have been no complications. Why was Li Zong still bleeding? Director Yu, I have a personal recommendation. He can surely treat Mr. Li. Just moments ago, he successfully treated 2 cancer patients. Dr. Chen recalled Yi Yiming and promptly made the recommendation. Deputy Director Yu quickly urged, then let us summon him at once. Dr. Chen hastily ran to fetch Yi Yiming, with Li Zong's daughter, Li Lanlan, following suit. Zhong Xiaoqing, seeing Dr. Chen leave in haste, exploded with frustration. Director Yu, what is going on? Why did Dr. Chen leave? Isn't she a returnee from the United States? If she has no solution, what are we to do? The cancer department at her hospital is reputed to be the 4th cancer specialty of Daxia, yet is incapable of treating even a case of severe hemorrhaging. What is the purpose of your existence? Are you all mere incompetence? Zhong Xiaoqing is acutely aware that if Mr. Li were to succumb, the Huilai Lu group would follow suit, and this caustic woman becomes increasingly scathing towards the doctors. Director Yu, are you truly short on funds? If so, simply state the amount, and I shall provide it. Yin Yanhua is sweating profusely, pleading, Madam Li, please calm down. Dr. Chun has stated that someone can treat him. She has gone to summon them. Li Xinyan replied coldly, Director Yu, do not attempt to deceive me. The Li family is not easily fooled. Yun Yanhua was nearly in tears. With 100 times his courage, he would not dare to deceive the Li family. In his eyes, the Li family is a formidable force. Chen Qianzilu arrived with Yi Yiming. Director, the miraculous doctor has arrived. Yi Yiming surveyed Mr. Li, who was spitting blood, and immediately recalled the symptoms. Li Shanxiao, male, 76 years old, late-stage gastric cancer, with cancer cells detaching from the gastric wall, resulting in continuous bleeding. Chen Qianzilu anxiously asked Yi Yiming, Dr. Yi, do you think you can stabilize Mr. Li's bleeding? Before Yi Yiming could respond, Yun Yanhua interjected, Dr. Chun, is this truly the person you have brought? Chen Qianzilu nodded affirmatively. Yes, this is the person I have invited. Yun Yanhua felt an impulse to bang his head against the wall. He had anticipated a seasoned expert, yet here stood a mere youth. Could such a young individual possibly treat Mr. Li? Was this a jest? Zhong Xiaoqing, observing the young Yi Yiming, believed the hospital was trifling with the Li family. The group's president was in a critical state, and they had sent a mere child as a substitute for a competent doctor. Chen Qianzilu, are you out of your mind? Is this a joke regarding my father's illness? She pointed at Yi Yiming. How old is he? 18. Zhong Xiaoqing scoffed. 18? Can he truly provide medical care? Do you think we're easily deceived? She pressed on, asking Yi Yiming, are you a doctor? Do you possess a medical license? Yi Yiming, repulsed by Zhong Xiaoqing's arrogant demeanor, turned to leave. What audacity! He had come to treat the patient, not to endure an interrogation. He was not inclined to serve such arrogance. Just as he was about to exit, Dr. Chen seized his arm, and Chen Qianzilu addressed Zhong Xiaoqing. Madam Li, this is the expert I have brought. He can undoubtedly resolve Mr. Li's bleeding issue. If you wish for him to attempt treatment, let him do so. Otherwise, we shall await the inevitable. Li Xinyan, observing Zhong Xiaoqing's earnestness, remarked, Dr. Chun, our skepticism does not stem from doubt in his abilities, but rather from a concern over his qualifications. Should any complications arise, who bears the responsibility? Chen Qianzilu gazed intently into Li Xinyan's eyes and solemnly declared, Young Mr. Li, should any issues arise, I will take full responsibility. At worst, I shall renounce my medical credentials and face the legal consequences. With that, Li Xinyan fell silent, signaling for Yi Yiming to proceed with the treatment. Yi Yiming instructed Chen Qianzilu to accompany him into the ward, while requesting the others to step outside. He retrieved silver needles for sterilization and proceeded to utilize 12 silver acupuncture needles on the patient's 12 acupoints. The delicate silver needles, guided effortlessly by Yi Yiming's deft hands, penetrated the skin with precision, sinking into the acupoints and leaving Dr. Chen Qianzilu in awe. 12 silver needles of varying lengths and characteristics were placed in the acupoints. While Dr. Chen could not comprehend the purpose of these needles, she observed that Mr. Li, who had been spitting blood, was now no longer doing so. With a flick of his fingers, Yiming set the 12 needles vibrating in a harmonious hum. He then gently pressed a finger against the patient's abdomen, causing Mr. Li to suddenly sit upright and expel a mouthful of blood, allowing him to breathe more easily. Outside the ward, the portly middle-aged director, Yuanxin, the elderly Professor Zhang, and Director Ban Shuijing of the Internal Medicine Department hurriedly arrived. Zhong Xiaoqing was in a fury. Li Xinyan, you allowed that young man into the ward. He is merely a student without a medical license. How can he treat our father? If something goes wrong, who will take responsibility? Who can be held accountable? Chapter 6. No more service, Yuanxin. Witnessing Zhong Xiaoqing's outburst, felt a tremor of anxiety. The formidable Xilai Lu group was truly furious. His position as director was at stake, and there was a real possibility of facing dire consequences. He quickly inquired, Ms. Zhong, please calm down. May I ask which doctor is treating Mr. Li? Yu Nianhua reluctantly responded, it is Yi Yiming. Hearing this name, Director Yu was taken aback. In his recollection, he had never heard of a doctor by that surname in the entire hospital. Do we even have any doctors with the surname Yi? Yu Nianhua could only muster a wry smile. This was recommended by Dr. Chen Qianzhe. She insisted he could surely alleviate Mr. Li's hemorrhagic symptoms. Director Ban Shuijing perked up at this revelation and quietly reported to the director, Director, this Yi Yiming is merely an intern at our hospital, known for his mischievous antics and lack of dedication, having botched several assignments. I deemed him unfit and revoked his internship. Upon hearing this, Director Yu trembled with dread. This was a significant issue. An expelled intern treating Mr. Li could only lead to disaster. If anything were to happen to Mr. Li in the hospital, Director Yu would also face repercussions. With a glare directed at Yu Nianhua, Director Yu's frustration boiled over. Is this how you conduct matters, Director Yu? No wonder Ms. Zhong is so insistent. You are courting trouble for the hospital by allowing an unlicensed intern to treat him. Have you considered the potential ramifications? Is this an appropriate task for an intern? Director Yu Nianhua stammered, Director, this was strongly recommended by attending physician Dr. Chen. Director Yu shot him a disapproving glance, feeling a mix of disappointment and frustration. You indeed. Zhong Xiaoqing pressed on, Director Yu, you must provide us with a reasonable explanation. If not, we will escalate this matter to the appropriate authorities, and the lawyers from Xilai Lu Group will liaise with the hospital. How can a major public hospital allow an expelled intern without a medical license to treat my father? If there is a medical malpractice incident, you all should prepare for dire consequences. Every year, we present hospitals with millions of medical devices, and this is how you treat us. Yuanxin, feeling helpless, could only implore Professor Zhang to hasten to the ward and attend to Mr. Li promptly, praying that nothing untoward would occur. The Xilai Lu Group is a renowned behemoth in Heiyuan province, too formidable for any single hospital director to bear alone. Professor Zhang agreed, but found the ward door unyielding. Zhong Xiaoqing, now in a fit of fury, exclaimed, What is the matter with you? Why the hesitation? Do you not care about my father's condition? Are you deliberately provoking a medical mishap, hoping to witness the downfall of the Xilai Lu Group? I have warned you. Should a medical accident occur, I will not rest until you all face consequences. Dismissals and imprisonment await those negligent practitioners. Professor Zhang's expression darkened. A renowned professor at the Heiyuan Medical College and an expert in traditional Chinese medicine, he had never before faced such scorn. Suppressing his mounting anger, he prepared to push the door open, which then swung ajar. Zhong Xiaoqing pointed at Yi Yiming and demanded, What progress have you made? Have you halted my father's bleeding? Is there a complication that renders you hesitant to open the door? Yi Yiming felt a surge of indignation rising to his brow. Just as he was about to respond, Dr. Chen Qianzhe spoke up, Ms. Zhong, Mr. Li's symptoms have stabilized. The bleeding has ceased. Professor Zhang and the others quickly entered the room to assess Mr. Li's condition. Dean Yuanxin called after Dr. Chen. What is happening here? Clarify this for me. This is a hospital, a place for healing, and not everyone is qualified to partake in treatment. Allowing an unlicensed novice to intervene invites trouble for our institution. If Mr. Li were to suffer any complications, could you bear the responsibility? Yi Yiming was further incensed. It was already 10 o'clock at night. He had selflessly aided the hospital in saving lives, curing ailments that had stumped them, without receiving a single penny, and yet he was treated with such blatant disrespect. He retorted, "Dean, Mr. Li's symptoms are completely under control. He has been cured." Dean Yuanxin scoffed. "Cured? Even if that were true, it was not your place to treat him. You lack the qualifications. This is a hospital, and only those with proper credentials are permitted to heal. Not just anyone who fancies themselves a healer. Were it not for your success in stopping Mr. Li's bleeding, you would be in serious trouble. Depart." Sweat beaded on Dean Yu's forehead. This situation was dire, and he feared for his position. "And you, Chun Qianhuz, a graduate student from Harvard, allowing a novice to undertake such a perilous task. What have your years of study amounted to? Reflect on this for a week at home." In the ward, Professor Zhang examined Mr. Li, checking his pulse, and found everything stable. Indeed, the bleeding had been controlled. Professor Zhang was astonished. He understood that Mr. Li had been in a life-threatening situation, and Yiming's ability to navigate him through this crisis was nothing short of remarkable. His hands trembled slightly as he joyfully reported to the dean, "Everything is stable. Mr. Li's condition has indeed been managed, and he has passed the critical phase." Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts finally found solace. Dean Yuan ordered Yiming and Chun Qianju to leave. "Leave? You two must go at once." Yiming shot a glance at Dean Yuan. "Fine, I shall take my leave. To be reprimanded for saving a life. I truly shall not serve any longer. However, do not come to regret this decision." With that, he strode out decisively. Chun Qianju followed suit, seething with indignation. Zhong Xiaoqing scoffed. "Regret? We will certainly not regret it. Even if we must collide our heads against a wall, we will not seek your assistance again." Yiming nodded at Zhong Xiaoqing. "All right, remember your words." He was acutely aware of President Li's condition. Having lost so much blood, his age and frailty rendered surgical intervention unfeasible. Without surgery, achieving a cure was utterly impossible. And, given that it was cancer with signs of metastasis, even surgical attempts would prove challenging. Professor Zhang, disapproving of Zhong Xiaoqing's demeanor, chose to exit. This was not his department, nor under his jurisdiction. Since the condition was stabilized, there was no need for him to linger. Director Banshun apruga President Li. Checking his pulse, he sensed that President Li's blood flow was stable, albeit somewhat weak, which was not an alarming matter for him, as the head of the traditional Chinese medicine department. If treating President Li could yield positive results, thus aligning himself with the prosperous Shilai Lu group, he would certainly thrive. With this thought, Director Ban smiled at Li Xinyan, saying, "Young President Li, your father's condition is frail. He requires some nourishing herbs to restore his strength for better treatment." Li Xinyan regarded Director Ban with appreciation, responding, "I appreciate your efforts." Director Li. Chapter 7. A case of miscalculation. Seeing the amiable demeanor of General Manager Li Xinyan and his courteousness towards him, Director Ban felt increasingly elated. Contemplating the prospect of leveraging this opportunity to secure a strong connection with the Li family. With their backing, he envisioned thriving in the hospital within a few years, and perhaps even advancing to occupy Dean Yuan's position. Consequently, he hastily prescribed a concoction for President Li. After writing the prescription, he instructed the nurse to prepare the medicine, observing the multiple silver needles embedded in President Li's body, his brow furrowing in concern. Although President Li's symptoms were controlled and various indicators were nearing normalcy, the presence of these needles must have caused him considerable discomfort. It was better to remove them. He smiled at Li Xinyan, stating, "President Li, the silver needles on your father are no longer necessary. They should be removed." Li Xinyan sought confirmation from Director Ban, ensuring that their removal would not pose any issues before nodding in agreement. Director Ban discreetly grasped one of the silver needles and carefully extracted it. The moment he removed the needle, Li Shanxiao's body began to tremble, followed by a sudden, loud cough from President Li, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Li Xinyan, witnessing his father's distress, widened his eyes in alarm and inquired of Director Ban, "Director Ban, what is happening? What is wrong with my father?" Director Ban was taken aback. He had underestimated the significance of the silver needles, never anticipating that their removal would trigger such a catastrophic reaction. causing President Li's condition to deteriorate instantaneously. Cough, cough, cough. President Li continued to cough violently, the blood increasing in volume. Director Ban stood there, bewildered, clutching the silver needle, uncertain of how to proceed. Zhong Xiaoqing, filled with ire, lashed out at Ban Xuezheng's face. You, Ban, what a good deed you've done. Is this what you call nothing? Is this truly nothing? With a swift grasp, several blood trails appeared on Ban Xuezheng's face, crimson fluid trickling along them. He dared not retaliate or even move, his mind a blank slate, save for one haunting thought. What now? Li Xinyan trembled with fury, consumed by an impulse to end Ban Xuezheng's life. You reckless fool, if you don't comprehend, then refrain from meddling. Why on earth did you remove the silver needle? Li Xinyan's voice boomed, drawing the hurried attention of Dean Yuan and Professor Zhang, who had just taken a few steps away. They looked upon the bloodied Li with a sense of helplessness. Professor Zhang took Li's pulse, exhaling a sigh. It is exceedingly difficult to control the bleeding. I possess only a 30% chance of success. In other words, should he intervene, there remains a 70% likelihood of failure. Zhong Xiaoqing, upon hearing Zhang's words, was engulfed in rage. What did you say? Only 30%? How can that suffice? You must save him. My father's ailment was exacerbated by your hospital's doctors. It is your responsibility. Let me make this clear. If my father is not cured, you all will face repercussions, imprisonment included. Currently, Xilai Lu was under immense pressure. With only the elder able to stabilize the situation, any misstep could lead to the downfall of this colossal entity. Just moments ago, that young man had managed to halt the bleeding, only to have it undone by Ban Xuezheng. This was unacceptable. If he cannot be healed, then your hospital might as well cease operations. Ban Xuezheng, the director, stood dumbfounded, having inadvertently praised himself into a corner. He was at a loss. Professor Zhang, is it possible to reinsert the silver needle? Professor Zhang was tempted to deliver a kick to Ban Xuezheng. Why did you remove the needle if you didn't understand the implications? Was that not inviting trouble? Director Ban, acupuncture is a systematic art. Removing one needle necessitates a complete redo. Ban Xuezheng nearly wept. The Li family was a prominent one, and with Li's predicament, he would face dire consequences. Zhong Xiaoqing shouted, "Hurry and treat him. What are you waiting for? Are you wooden stakes?" Professor Zhang's fury flared to untie the bell. One must have tied in the first place. I cannot treat this condition. With that, he turned on his heel and left. I will not cater to such difficult individuals any longer. Li Xinyan quickly interjected. Quickly, summon Dr. Yi Yiming. Where is Dr. Yi? Director Yunyang responded. Dr. Ye's sister is hospitalized in our department. I shall check. He hurried to the room where Yi Yiqing was staying, only to find it empty. Not only were Yi Yiqing and Yi Yiming absent, but also the patient, Aunt Zheng. Li Xinyan and the others trailed closely behind, calling out in haste, Director Yu, what is the situation? Li, Dr. Yi is gone. They have left. Li Xinyan felt the urge to bang his head against the wall. Only Yi Yiming could alleviate his father's condition, and he could not allow the doctor to depart. He commanded his bodyguards, you must search for them. Even if you have to carry Dr. Yi back, do it. Yi Yiming had taken his sister, Yi Yiqing, out of the hospital. Dr. Chen Qianzhe drove her small electric car out of the hospital and, upon seeing the siblings, inquired, Dr. Yi, would you like me to give you both a ride? Yi Yiming touched his nose and agreed, just as he and his sister were about to get into the car. 4 or 5 burly men in black suits blocked his way. Slow down, you cannot leave. The leading bodyguard obstructed Yi Yiming, stating, Dr. Yi, our mister. Li has fallen ill. We request that you return to treat him. Yi Yiming chuckled, having just endured the Li family's arrogance, and now they were asking for his help. How could these people possibly think he was a mere dog of the Li family, summoned at their beck and call? I'm sorry, I'm not a doctor, nor do I bear the responsibility to save lives. He attempted to push past the bodyguard to get into the car. The bodyguard blocked him again, insisting, Dr. Yi, Our Lady has instructed that we must carry you back if necessary. You simply cannot refuse. Anger surged within Yi Yiming. The Li family was insufferable. They had obstructed him from treating a patient and now insisted he treat Mr. Li when he was merely trying to go home. These people were utterly deranged. He urged his sister to board Dr. Chen's car, saying, I shall see how you intend to prevent my departure. He stepped forward. The bodyguard charged at him, attempting to tackle him, arms outstretched. Yiming sneered. He was no longer the man he once was. Before obtaining his inheritance, he could only be pushed around by these bodyguards, but now he was entirely different. Channeling his inner energy, he charged toward the bodyguard. It was as if a train collided with the leading bodyguard, sending him flying several meters away, crashing to the ground, suffering multiple fractures and unable to rise. As he attempted to get up, a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, agony ripping through his torso. He shouted to his fellow bodyguards, "Seize him! Do not let him escape." The remaining 4 bodyguards lunged at Yiming. They reached for his clothing, but he executed a skillful move, sending them sprawling several meters away. Unable to rise, another bodyguard swung a punch at him, but Yiming countered, sending the bodyguard flying, his arm and fist broken. In mere moments, all 5 bodyguards lay severely injured, unable to stand. Yiming stepped over them and approached Dr. Chen's car, opening the door. Casting a cold smile at the bodyguards, he remarked, "If you wish to resort to force, you are woefully unprepared." As he spoke, he prepared to enter the vehicle, turning to Dr. Chen, saying, "Let us depart." Chapter 8. From Arrogance to Deference. Dr. Yi, please wait. A deep male voice called out. It was Li Xinyan. Observing how effortlessly Yiming had dispatched his bodyguards, Li Xinyan realized he had encountered someone extraordinary. His bodyguards were not ordinary individuals. They were elite soldiers from the battlefield, each capable of taking on 10 foes. Being so effortlessly defeated by Dr. Yi left him utterly astonished. Yiming did not even glance back, fully aware that Li Xinyan and his wife had arrived. His disdain for the couple was palpable as he stepped toward Dr. Chen's car. A sharp female voice rang out, "Yiming, halt! You're a doctor. Can you bear to stand by and let someone die?" Upon hearing the distinctive and piercing voice of Zhong Xiaoqing, Yiming turned around, gazing at her with a smile. "Madam Zhong, you're indeed correct. Firstly, I am not a doctor. Secondly, I possess no medical license. And thirdly, I bear no obligation to save lives." Zhong Xiaoqing looked at Yiming and suddenly burst into laughter, her tone malevolent. "Dr. Yi, isn't it all about the money? Name your price. We can offer you more." Yiming's eyes turned icy as he replied, "Let money rescue President Li. I have no interest in it." With that, he turned to head towards his car. Zhong Xiaoqing's sharp voice pierced through the air. 1 million. Will you go?" Yiming scoffed. "May your 1 million go to hell." 5 million, she pressed on. As Yiming prepared to get into the car, she called after him, 10 million. Aren't you just after a larger sum? We will offer 10 million. Will you go? Yiming laughed heartily. Even if you offer me 100 million, I would still refuse. I am not a doctor, nor do I possess the credentials to save lives. You should seek out those qualified doctors, as you so aptly criticized me. Find someone who is not a quack to save lives. Zhong Xiaoqing was taken aback. Yiming's demeanor shattered her preconceived notions. In her understanding, money could procure anything, yet it seemed to hold no allure for this young physician. At that moment, Li Xinyan received a phone call. The business war had commenced. Several conglomerates began to squeeze the Xilai Lu group, and without the old patriarch's guidance, the group was in peril. If Xilai Lu collapsed under the pressure, they would not only lose everything, but also incur substantial debts, potentially facing years of imprisonment. Li Xinyan's expression darkened. Zhong Xiaoqing, having overheard the call, was also taken aback. The Xilai Lu group was in jeopardy. She desperately sought a lifeline, wishing to preserve all that they had, with all hope resting on the young doctor who was about to depart. "Dr. Yi, what must you do to save lives?" Zhong Xiaoqing pleaded. Yiming did not look at her, but stated, "I have said at the hospital, do not regret your decisions. You claim you will never regret it and will not seek me out if something goes awry. So why would you approach me now?" His words struck Zhong Xiaoqing like a resounding slap, reddening her cheeks. Yiming placed one foot into the car when, at that moment, a tall and graceful woman rushed towards him, calling, "Dr. Yi, wait." This tall beauty, while running, brandished the documents in her hand. "Brother, only Dr. Yi can cure our father. He is our only hope. You cannot let him leave." Hearing his sister's words, Li Xinyan pulled Zhong Xiaoqing aside and lunged forward, grasping Yiming's leg, begging, "Dr. Yi, I implore you, just help my father this once." The business arena was as perilous as a battlefield. With the Xilai Lu group under siege, time was of the essence. If they could not save their father, the grand ship of Xilai Lu would inevitably sink. Li Lanlan arrived at the car with the documents, chastising her brother and sister-in-law. "This is all you're doing." This afternoon, Dr. Yi successfully treated his sister, whose cancer had metastasized, and Zhenggerong, who was in the mid-stage of cancer, presenting a comparison of before and after treatment. Li Lanlan hurled a stack of papers to the ground, scolding her brother and sister-in-law in frustration. "You have the audacity to reject the divine healer who saves lives. Should anything happen to our father, you will bear full responsibility." Li Xinyan, upon hearing his sister's words, felt a tempest of disbelief in his mind. Yet he dared not dismiss her claims. He bellowed at his wife, Zhong Xiaoqing Neil. "Pray to Dr. Yi." Startled by his sudden outburst, Zhong Xiaoqing, who had been married for over 20 years, had never witnessed such fury from him. Trembling in fear, she complied with his demand. "Still not kneeling? Do you wish for our father's demise?" Despite her noble upbringing, Zhong Xiaoqing knelt before Yi Yiming. With a thud, her knees struck the ground. "Doctor Ye, I was wrong. I implore you, please save my father just this once." Li Lanlan joined in her pleas, tears streaming down her cheeks. Observing Li Xinyan from the Xilai Lu group and Zhong Xiaoqing on the ground, along with the sorrow on Li Lanlan's face, Yi Yiming sighed deeply, his heart swayed. Chen Qianzhong echoed the sentiment. "Dr. Yi, if you can show mercy, please save Mr. Li." Yi Yiqing also urged her brother, "Yiming, please save Mr. Li." Faced with Chen Qianzhong's pleading eyes and the yearning in his sister's gaze, he could only sigh in resignation. "Very well. I agree to stop the bleeding for Mr. Li once more." Thank you, Dr. Yi." Li Xinyan, Zhong Xiaoqing, and Li Lanlan expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Outside the hospital room, prominent figures such as Dean Yuanxin, Professor Zhang, Deputy Director Yin Yanhua, and Director Ban Xuezheng were present. Dean Yu greeted Yi Yiming with a smile, wishing to converse. But Yi Yiming ignored him, instead summoning Chen Qianzhong for assistance. Once inside the room, Yi Yiming slammed the door shut. The loud thud nearly struck Dean Yu's face. Observing this, Director Ban Xuezheng jested, "Dean, look at this young man's arrogance. He doesn't even regard you." However, Dean Yu did not spare him a glance and retorted, "Silence." Internally frustrated, he pondered the ramifications of Yi Yiming's actions, which had expelled a vital talent from the hospital, incurring substantial losses. He resolved to address this later. Inside the ward, Yi Yiming, with Chen Qianzhong's assistance, worked diligently to stop Mr. Li's bleeding. Employing the 12 silver needles technique, it took a full quarter of an hour to alleviate Mr. Li's symptoms of vomiting blood. Sweat beaded on Yi Yiming's forehead, glistening under the bright lights. Dr. Chen, wielding a handkerchief embroidered with mandarin ducks frolicking in water, gently wiped the sweat from Yi Yiming's brow. Never before had he experienced such tender care, causing him to momentarily falter, feeling a soft warmth against his upper arm. Quickly, he distanced himself from that comforting touch, casting a sidelong glance at Dr. Chen's ample bosom, realizing where the contact had occurred. Embarrassed, he reached out to accept the handkerchief from Dr. Chen. "Dr. Chen, I can manage on my own." His hand grasped Dr. Chen's delicate fingers. "Dr. Chen chocolate, Dr. Ye." Yi Yiming felt a wave of embarrassment and hastily opened the door. Dean Yuanxin was standing just outside. "Have you managed to stop the bleeding, little Yi? You're quite the talent. You should stay at our hospital. Once you complete your internship, you will be appointed as an attending physician. In 2 years, you'll become an associate director, and in 3 years, you can ascend to the position of chief physician. What do you think, Dr. Yi?" Chapter 9. The depths are too great. I am unworthy. Yuanxin was eager to retain Yi Yiming, fully aware of his immense value. In a single afternoon, he had successfully treated 2 cancer patients, pioneering a revolutionary technique that could propel the Heiyuan People's Hospital to unprecedented heights, even putting it on par with the prestigious Xiao Hospital in Kyoto. Yi Yiming did not even glance at Dean Yuanxin, responding coldly, "Dean, without a medical license, I'm not qualified to treat patients." Yuanxin quickly countered, No, Dr. Yi, as long as you can heal, everything is negotiable." Yi Yiming smiled wryly. "Dean, have you forgotten? Even if I could cure them, I should not intervene, for I am unworthy." The waters in our hospital run too deep. As a mere novice without a medical license, I do not belong here. With that, he shrugged his sleeves and departed. He truly found Yiming's bureaucratic demeanor intolerable. Under Yiming's leadership, the hospital was unlikely to experience significant growth. It would be far more gratifying to treat patients independently. Yiming's expression shifted, regret washing over him for having spoken too soon. Ban Shuijing, observing Yiming's arrogance, found amusement in his naivety, remarking to Dean Yiming, "Dean, this young man is far too arrogant. He shows you no respect." Yiming cast a disdainful glance at Director Ban, feeling that he had squandered the hospital's opportunity for greatness, losing a remarkable physician and incurring irreparable damage. With a sigh, Yiming stated, "Director Ban, you are of an age where you might consider retirement." The dean's words struck Ban Shuijing like thunder, leaving him aghast. "Dean," he stammered, but the icy glint in Yiming's eyes silenced his pleas. He swallowed back the words that clung to his throat, realizing he had been relegated to the sidelines. He could only hope Yiming would overlook his past indiscretions, for the consequences could be dire. Professor Zhang and others entered the ward, discovering that Mr. Li was fast asleep, his condition having returned to normal. Professor Zhang marveled at Yiming's medical prowess, declaring, "Dr. Ye's skills are extraordinary. He can bring the dead back to life, far beyond my capabilities." Zhang Shaoqing inquired of Professor Zhang, "What are my father's symptoms?" Professor Zhang glanced at her and replied, "Everything has returned to normal. He should remain stable for 2 days. However, the silver needles must not be disturbed. If they are moved again, even a divine being might not save Mr. Li's life. Do you understand?" Zhang Shaoqing nodded earnestly. "Professor Zhang, we understand." Li Lanlan intercepted Yiming, her face beaming with gratitude as she handed him a card. "Dr. Yi, this is a small token of my appreciation. You must accept it, or I shall feel uneasy." Yiming found himself quite powerless against the allure of beauty, gazing at Li Lanlan's exquisite face and her smile. Reminiscent of flowing water, he was momentarily entranced. Standing at approximately 175 meters, she was nearly his height, her large, expressive eyes sparkling with an ethereal vitality, and her smile blossoming like flowers in March, captivating his gaze. As Yiming murmured and reached out to take the card, his attention solely fixated on Li Lanlan's face. He inadvertently grasped her delicate hand, feeling a warmth and softness enveloping his own. Li Lanlan appeared unfazed, her smile unwavering as she spoke. "I hope, Doctor, you could take special care in treating my father's illness. This 1 million is a token of gratitude for this endeavor, and should he recover, there will be even greater appreciation." Upon finishing her words, a hint of crimson colored her cheeks. "Let us go." Her voice, like silver bells, chimed at Yiming's ear as her slender, slightly cool hand clasped his, leading him forward. "You lecture. Chen Yu, observing Yiming, say lingering guze," teased him for his unabashed admiration. Yiming, drawn forward by Dr. Chun, who was slightly shorter, caught a glimpse of her snow-white attire through her heart-shaped collar, causing a rush of blood to surge to his head, nearly making him lose composure. "Indeed, she is beautiful." Chen Xianzhong turned to face Yiming, noting his fixation on her chest, and swiftly withdrew her hand, exclaiming, "You truly are a lecher." The Xiaoping vehicle traversed the streets of Linhe City for over 20 minutes before arriving at an urban village. Yiming and his sister, Yiqing, disembarked, with Yiqing expressing her gratitude to Dr. Chun, watching as her car disappeared into the vastness of the night before they returned to their rented abode. Upon reaching the front of their building, they were startled as a large bundle was hurled from the 7th floor. Thud! The package landed before them, prompting Yiming to pull his sister back several meters to avoid being struck by the falling debris. The bedding that had plummeted from above stirred up a dense cloud of dust, rushing toward them. Yiming hurriedly retreated with his sister to evade the dust. Almost immediately, another heap of items was thrown down. Boom! It struck the ground once more. Yiming, now visibly agitated, directed his attention to the 7th floor. That was the place he shared with his sister, and the sudden shower of belongings left them in a state of distress. The landlord had repeatedly pressured him for rent, yet he had ignored her pleas, preoccupied with his sister's ailment, lacking both time and finances to settle the dues, which had led to this predicament. Now, with their belongings being discarded without prior notice, Yiming was understandably infuriated. "Stop! Do not throw any more," he shouted. The seventh floor evidently heard his outcry, and heavy footsteps echoed down the stairs as the landlord, with her wave-like hair, emerged, casting a cold smile at Yiming. "Yiming, you finally decided to show up." He nodded. "Landlord, I am back. Why did you throw my bedding?" The landlord, picking her nose, flung a lump of it towards him. Whoosh! The projectile seemed to soar like a fly aimed at Yiming. In an instant, a glimmer of light enveloped him, causing the lump to reverse course and smack onto the landlord's face. Furious, she pointed at Yiming, berating him, "You little rascal. Why did I throw your bedding? Tell me why. How many times have I called you to demand the rent? Did you even answer my calls?" Yiming shrugged helplessly. He truly feared answering the landlady's calls, as he was devoid of funds. 1 month without rent, 2 months, 3 months. What do you expect me to live on? The landlady persisted. "I rely on rent for my sustenance. If rent is overdue by more than 3 months, you're out." Yiming interjected, "Auntie, you must wait for our return. If we can't pay the rent, we will return the property to you, but you cannot just discard our belongings." The landlady leaped in fury. "Wait for you? You are a sickly wretch. If it weren't for your expenditures, would Xiaoyi struggle to pay the rent? Wait for your return? You have cancer. Who knows if you'll ever come back?" Yiming, now incensed, fixed his gaze upon the landlady, dared to utter another word. He summoned a bit of hidden power, momentarily stunning the landlady, who quickly erupted in rage. "You little rascal. And if I do? If I toss your shabby belongings, what can you do about it? Let me tell you, you must settle the overdue rent, or you shall not leave this courtyard." The landlady bellowed. Just then, an individual approached her side and delivered a resounding slap. Clap! The sound echoed crisply through the night. Chapter 10. The audacity of a fool. The landlady was utterly enraged. How could she endure being struck within her own yard? Her hair stood on end, her eyes bulging with fury, resembling a maddened lion. "Who dares strike me? Have you consumed the heart of a lion?" For years, she had only struck others. Never had she been the recipient of such indignity. The person before her delivered another slap. Clap! The sound was even sharper than the last. "I've struck you, what of it?" An elderly voice resonated. The landlady raised her hand to retaliate, but upon hearing the voice, she froze. Gazing at the elderly woman before her, shock washed over her face, disbelief filling her eyes. "Mother, how is it you? Aren't you in the hospital?" The woman who had struck the landlady was Zhang Guorong, a fellow patient of Yiming. The elderly woman glared at the landlady. "Sanyazi, you've grown bold enough to challenge me?" As she spoke, Zhang Guorong raised her cane. "I'll beat you for being so unfilial." The landlady evaded the cane, looking at her mother. "When have I ever been unfilial? I've been the one paying your hospital bills. You bullying Dr. Yi is unacceptable," Zhang Guorong retorted, striking the ground with her cane in anger. The landlady protested. "Mother, he rents from me. Collecting rent is only right. Why should it be wrong?" Zhang Guorong's cane struck the ground firmly. "Sanyazi, when I say it's wrong, it is wrong. Otherwise, I'll beat you to a pulp." The landlady was somewhat bewildered. Why was her mother protecting the sisters with the surname Yi? "Mother, why are you back from the hospital?" The landlady questioned, puzzled. Raising her cane once more, Zhang Guorong replied, "Sanyazi, do you think the hospital is a pleasant place?" The landlady was utterly bewildered. Mother had choked on her medicine and insisted that everything she said was incorrect. Zhang Guorong pointed at Dr. Yi and commanded, "Sanya, come here and apologize to Dr. Yi." The landlady looked at her mother, confused. "Mom, what's wrong with you? He owes me rent. It is perfectly reasonable for me to demand it. Why should I apologize to him?" Zhang Guorong struck the ground with her cane, reiterating, "Sanya, I order you to apologize." Furthermore, she instructed, "Relocate Dr. Yi to the finest room available, fully equipped, and from this day forth, he shall pay no rent." The landlady was even more perplexed, her expression one of utter disarray. She turned to Yiming, unsure of what kind of enchantment he had cast on her mother. "What are you waiting for? Is my mother's word not sufficient?" With a sorrowful visage, the landlady pleaded, "Mother, please explain the rationale behind this. Why should they not pay rent?" Zheng Guorong pointed at her daughter, demanding, "Why not?" The landlady nodded, "Indeed, why not?" Zheng Guorong then pointed at Yiming, declaring, "Because Dr. Yi cured my illness, he is my savior." The landlady's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of incredulity. "He cured your illness? Impossible." She knew that Yiming was merely an intern. How could an intern possibly cure breast cancer? Surely, her mother had been brainwashed by this young man. "Mother, have you been influenced by him? Can he really cure your illness?" Zheng Guorong, infuriated, hurled all the documents at her daughter. "Brainwashed? What nonsense! Just look at the hospital's results." Zheng Guorong was exceedingly vexed. Her daughter was doubting her sanity and accusing her of being deceived. The landlady examined the documents, which stated that everything had returned to normal, meaning that Mother's breast cancer had been cured. She could hardly believe it. But this was a report from the People's Hospital of Linhe City, which could not possibly be false. What on earth was going on? Zheng Guorong recounted the entire ordeal to the landlady. The landlady was so astonished that her heart raced, her eyes wide as saucers, and her mouth agape as if it could accommodate a fist. "Is this real? How astounding!" Regaining her composure, she turned to Yiming with a beaming smile. "Doctor Yi, Miss Yi, I apologize. I was in the wrong. Please, allow me to show you to my VIP room. From now on, you shall be the esteemed residents of this room, for however long you wish. Come, let's take a look." The landlady personally escorted Yiming and his sister to the opulent VIP room, which was lavishly decorated. With a warm smile, she inquired, "Dr. Yi, does this suit your tastes?" Yiming waved her off, sending the landlady away. He had exhausted himself earlier that afternoon, after all. He had only recently begun practicing the Qingdi Mu Huang Gong, and his healing techniques were still quite rudimentary. After freshening up, Yiming and Yiching each retired to their rooms for rest. Yiming sat cross-legged on his bed, practicing the Qingdi Mu Huang Gong. The night passed in silence. Early the next morning, a knocking at the door roused Yiming from his slumber. Upon opening the door, he was met with the cold visage of Wu Shuren. "Oh, mother, you're here quite early." Wu Shuren regarded Yiming with an icy glare. "Spare me the pleasantries. Do not call me mother. You and Bingyu are to divorce today. I am not your mother. I am here simply to see if you're prepared for this divorce." "Yiming, are you truly attempting to evade your responsibilities? Today, you seem reluctant to leave, clinging to our Bingyu." Gazing at the elegant woman standing behind Wu Shuren, with her graceful figure and astute demeanor, Yiming felt a profound sense of reluctance. After their matrimonial rites, they had met merely a dozen times. Grateful for the financial assistance he received from the Xue family, particularly for the generous sum of 15,000 that Xue Bingyu had provided when he was in dire straits, his gratitude deepened. He was no longer the man he once was. Bingyu, Yiming wished to express that he had transformed and could offer her a better life. However, his words were interrupted by Wu Shuren. "What do you think you are? A pauper burdened with debts for a sickly person. You do not deserve our Bingyu. She is not some frog that you can feast upon. Come, let us head to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Today, this marriage shall be dissolved, whether you like it or not." Yiming turned to Xue Bingyu. "Bingyu, do you truly wish to divorce?" Her gaze was frigid, devoid of any emotion. "Yiming, we inhabit different worlds. Let's part ways." Observing the emotionless look in Xue Bingyu's eyes, Yiming realized there was no turning back. Holding the car with the 15,000, he said, "Bingyu, this is the sum you entrusted to me. I shall return it. Since divorce is inevitable, I shall accompany you to the Civil Affairs Bureau." At that moment, a melodious voice chimed in. "Dr. Yi, if you're to part ways, do so. A woman who loves wealth over character is not worth your affection. The sooner you leave, the less you will be entangled with them." Li Lan, clad in a flowing white dress, stood behind Wu Shuren and Xue Bingyu, her face adorned with a smile. Wu Shuren immediately bristled, pointing at Li Lan and scolding, "Who do you think you are, a wild woman? This is not a conversation for you." Before Wu Shuren could finish her tirade, several imposing bodyguards stepped forward. "Madam Xue, please mind your language and show some respect to Miss Li, unless you wish to jeopardize Qianjiao Company." Chapter 11. I am Li Lan. Faced with the fierce countenance of the bodyguards, Wu Shuren found herself reluctant to continue her outburst. Such an imposing display. accompanied by 4 bodyguards, could only belong to someone of significant stature. Yet, she felt a twinge of defiance. "Humph, do not think you can intimidate me with grandiose threats. I'm not easily frightened. You claim Qianjiao Company will shudder? Do you think you are the magnate of Xilai Lu Group?" Li Lanlan maintained her smile. "Madame Shui, you are correct. I am indeed Li Lanlan, the general manager of Xilai Lu Group." Upon hearing this, Wu Shuren's expression transformed into one of disbelief. Xilai Lu Group was a colossal entity in Linhe City, renowned throughout Heiyuan province, while Qianjiao Company paled in comparison, akin to an ant beside an elephant. To Wu Shuren, Xilai Lu Group resembled an insurmountable mountain. Even meeting its esteemed general manager was a daunting task. Would such a figure condescend to meet a feckless son-in-law? It was akin to a former emperor inviting a mere commoner, an impossibility, unless Yiming's ancestors had miraculously risen. Impossible. How could the general manager of Xilai Lu Group be here? I refuse to believe it. Wu Shuren exclaimed. Shuabinyu scrutinisa Lilanlan, who appeared resplendent in a flowing white gown, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Viewed from above, her gentle expression cascaded downward, while from below, her warm demeanor ascended, akin to a blooming white lotus that captivated the eye. Though Shui Bingyu herself was undeniably beautiful, she felt somewhat diminished in comparison to Li Lanlan. With an elegant smile, Li Lanlan remarked, "If you doubt me, allow me to provide proof." She instructed her bodyguard to relay a message to their company. The bodyguard dialed a number, saying, "Hello, our young lady wishes to initiate a run on Qianjiao Company." Although Wu Shuren felt a twinge of trepidation, he remained skeptical that Li Lanlan was the leader of the Xilai Lu Group. "Humph, you can boast all you like. I refuse to believe you can undermine our Qianjiao Company. We are not so easily shaken," he retorted. At that moment, both Wu Shuren's and Shui Bingyu's phones rang. "Hello, Chairman, we have a crisis. The 3 major banks have called, demanding we settle all loans within 2 days, or they will pursue legal action. President, we have a dire situation. The joint enforcement team from the tax and health departments is on their way, claiming our products are problematic. What should we do?" Upon receiving these calls, Wu Shuren and Shui Bingyu appeared as if struck by lightning, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at Li Lanlan. The poised woman before them was indeed the chairperson of the Xilai Lu Group, Li Lanlan, daughter of Li. Wu Shuren felt parched, his mouth dry, and timidly addressed Li Lanlan. "President Li, please retract the run. We acknowledge our mistakes." A tempest of emotions surged within him, struggling to comprehend how Yiming was acquainted with the chairman and why he had borrowed a substantial sum from him just the previous day. Shui Bingyu glared at Yiming, accusing, "Is this your doing, Yiming? Have you orchestrated this to intimidate us?" Yiming offered a wry smile, perplexed as he had not invited Li Lanlan and was unaware of when Shui Bingyu and her mother had arrived. "Bingyu, I assure you, it was not my intention." Shui Bingyu's expression turned as frigid as ice, her silence speaking volumes. Li Lanlan turned to Wu Shuren and inquired, "Madame Shui, may I borrow Dr. Yi for a moment? Could we postpone your matters?" Wu Shuren hesitated, reluctant yet unable to refuse, ultimately conceding, "Very well, for President Li's sake, let us defer your business until tomorrow." With that, he pointed at Yiming, warning, "Yiming, do not attempt any tricks tomorrow." Li Lanlan approached Yiming vita beaming simile, asking, "Doctorye, there is an issue concerning my father. Could you please assist?" Yiming, not wishing to divorce Shui Bingyu, found Li Lanlan's arrival a timely opportunity to extricate himself from his predicament. "Very well, I shall accompany President Li." As they departed, Li Lanlan naturally linked her arm with Yiming's, resembling a couple in harmony. Watching them walk away, Shui Bingyu's demeanor grew even colder. "Let's go," she commanded, leading her mother to Qianjiao Company. Along the way, Wu Shuren continued to grumble, "Foolishness. They think that by allying with the Li family, they can wield power. I refuse to believe the Li family would truly back him. Bingyu, you must ensure we sever ties with him by tomorrow. What success can a mere physician hope to achieve?" Shui Bingyu observed the scene where Li Lanlan was affectionately linked to Yiming's arm, perplexed by what qualities Yiming possessed that warranted such loyalty from Li Lanlan. Inside the Audi A8, Yi Yiming expressed his gratitude to Li Lanlan for her timely intervention. Li Lanlan smiled, her voice as gentle as flowing water. Dr. Yi, you are too kind. It was merely a small effort on my part. My father's condition still requires your attention. Yi Yiming replied with a smile. Rest assured, Ms. Li, I will do my utmost. Director Ge Wufa of the Oncology Department at Haiyuan People's Hospital had just returned from Princeton University in the United States, landing in Linhe City at 1 o'clock last night. Summoned by Li Xinhua, the second son of Li Shanxiao, to treat his father. Ge Wufa, the head of the Oncology Department, had spent a year and a half studying at Princeton, and this was his first return to the specialty he oversaw after his studies. Dean Yuanxin and Professor Zhang were eager to observe how Yi Yiming would treat Mr. Li, and upon hearing of Director Gui's return, they came out to greet him. Upon his arrival, Dean Yu and Professor Zhang exchanged pleasantries with Director Gui, who was a recognized authority on cancer treatment in the country. With his extensive training at Princeton, it was anticipated that he would bring significant advancements in cancer care. Li Xinyan, beaming with a smile, said, Director Gui, I entrust my father's illness to you. Director Gui chuckled. No problem. Let me examine him first. As they walked towards the ward, Director Gui inquired about the patient condition, nodding in response. Yes. The situation you describe is somewhat complex. I will need to review the test results to formulate a plan. Upon entering the room, Zhang and Dean noticed Yi Yiming and Li Lanlan, greeting Yi Yiming warmly. Director Gui glanced at Yi Yiming, a youthful lad of about 17 or 18. Who appeared unremarkable apart from his somewhat handsome features. Yet he acknowledged Li Lanlan with a nod. Li Lanlan apologized to Yi Yiming, unaware that her brother had invited Director Gui for a consultation, feeling somewhat guilty towards the doctor. Yi Yiming smiled reassuringly. It's nothing, as long as Mr. Li's illness is treated successfully, that is all that matters. My contributions are secondary. As Yi Yiming walked alongside Director Gui, the latter's expression darkened upon hearing Yi Yiming's words. He considered the treatment of Mr. Li's illness to be within the purview of his expertise. A prominent cancer specialist in the nation who had studied an Ivy League institution for over a year. He found the young man's self-effacing comments to be presumptuous, particularly questioning whether Yi Yiming even comprehended the intricacies of Mr. Li's condition. His displeasure grew. Chapter 12. No entry for uninvited guests. Director Gui was displeased. He was an authority on cancer treatment, and aside from a few esteemed hospitals, such as Kyoto Concordia and Donghai Haisong Hospital, the oncology department at Haiyuan People's Hospital was renowned, a testament to his tireless efforts. It could be said that without Gui Wufa, the oncology department would not have achieved its current prominence. The audacity of this 18-year-old boy to suggest that contributions were inconsequential was rather presumptuous. And who might you be? Director Gui inquired, seeking to ascertain Yi Yiming's identity. Deputy Director Yun Yinhua promptly interjected. Director Gui, Dr. Yi, whose full name is Yi Yiming, is an intern at our hospital and a soon-to-be graduate from our provincial traditional Chinese medicine college. It was one thing to hear Yun Yinhua's introduction, but upon hearing it, Director Gui's expression darkened. Are you out of your mind? I haven't been in our specialty for a year, and look at the chaos you've allowed to unfold. Anyone can waltz into our department? Our specialty is a place for healing, saving lives, not a marketplace where anyone can stroll in. If it were an expert from another hospital coming to guide us, that would be one thing, but when did we ever need an intern treating patients? Moreover, the patient in question is Mr. Li from the Qilai Lu group. If anything goes awry, do you think you can shoulder that monumental responsibility? Director Gui unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon Deputy Director Yu, leaving him at a loss for words. All you could muster was a bitter smile. Director Gui, you may not realize, but Dr. Yi is no ordinary individual. Just as he was about to elaborate, Gui cut him off. Enough. Sometimes a blind cat might catch a dead rat, but that's mere luck. We are a cancer specialty. There are hierarchies in knowledge, and expertise is paramount. Those who are not professionals and have no relation to patients should not enter my cancer department. You, flushed with embarrassment, dared not retort. In a hospital, where medical expertise reigns supreme, a department head with exceptional skills commands respect, even from hospital leadership. Director Gui was such a figure. Professor Zhang, who held a certain disdain for Gay, had just joined the department and was unaware of the circumstances, yet he unleashed a barrage of criticism upon you. Director Gui, you are new here and unfamiliar with the context. The reason for inviting Dr. Yi is that Professor Zhang holds him in high regard and wishes to speak on his behalf. However, Gui is a staunch advocate of Western medicine, viewing traditional Chinese medicine as mere superstition and synonymous with ignorance, dismissing many of its practices as nonsensical and devoid of scientific basis. The notion of you are what you eat or diagnosing through observation is nothing but folly. Given his disdain for traditional Chinese medicine, Director Gay also harbors a lack of respect for Professor Zhang, directly interrupting him. Professor Zhang, I understand what you mean. This young man may possess some talent regarding minor ailments like headaches or lumbar disc issues, but when it comes to serious illnesses like cancer, traditional Chinese medicine is utterly ineffectual. Furthermore, does this young man even possess a medical license? His words struck directly at Yiming's Achilles heel. He indeed lacked a medical license. He could only respond honestly. No. Gui's anger flared immediately. You dare treat patients without a medical license? Do you realize this is illegal, tantamount to endangering lives? Young man, you must be grounded and avoid harboring delusions of grandeur, seeking to impress the Li family with some fancy tricks to gain their favor and consequently ascend the ranks. I see through your little schemes. Aspiring to be a physician, one must steadfastly commit to the practice of medicine. Resorting to cunning tactics will ultimately lead to regret. Yiming, with a visage of astonishment, gazed at Dr. Gay, his eyes brimming with incredulity. He had just encountered Gui Wufa for the first time, and there was no animosity between them. So, why the relentless disdain? Yiming, known for his fiery temper, felt no obligation to endure Gui Wufa's disdain. Frankly, had it not been for Li Lanlin's earnest plea, he would not have come at all. Given Gui's evident disregard for him, he saw no necessity to pursue a specialty. His only desire was for Gui to restore Mr. Li's health. Dr. Gui cast a cold glance at Yiming and stated, I have faith in my medical skills, which far surpass those of certain individuals who seek to enhance their reputations through dubious means. I am confident I can cure Mr. Li's ailment. Infuriated, Yiming retorted. Very well, Director Gui. I hope you remember your words. Do not come seeking my assistance when matters become unmanageable. Gui Wufa found amusement in Yiming's anger, replying, Seek your assistance? I have yet to reach that point. With that, he and his team entered the specialty ward, arriving at Mr. Li's hospital room. Li Lanlan, feeling embarrassed, waited for everyone to leave before awkwardly addressing Yiming. Dr. Yi, I apologize sincerely. I had no idea my brother had engaged someone, and I regret that you have been wronged. Yiming smiled at Li Lanlan, assuring her, It has nothing to do with you. I predict that within 10 minutes, Gui Wufa will come to ask for my help. Li Lanlan, somewhat skeptical, could only accompany Yiming as they waited outside the ward. When Director Gui arrived at the room, seeing Mr. Li lying in bed, his anger flared. He confronted Deputy Director Yu. Deputy Director Yu, why are there silver needles inserted into Mr. Li? What is the purpose of this? Are you attempting to exacerbate his condition? What can a few silver needles possibly achieve? Remove them. Gui Wufa was genuinely furious. After only a year away from the department, how had Yu Nianhua managed to create such chaos? Yu Nianhua, feeling helpless, stepped forward to explain, Director, those silver needles were inserted by Dr. Yi. They can stabilize Mr. Li's hemorrhaging. Given Mr. Li's frail state, he cannot endure further disturbances and cannot undergo surgery. These needles are the only means to stop the bleeding. Gui Wufa chuckled, his tone frosty. Deputy Director Yu, you are regressing. Can mere silver needles stop a hemorrhage? What a jest. Remove them. At that moment, Li Xinyan interjected, Dr. Gui, this is the truth. The silver needles are the only thing that can control my father's bleeding. Once they are removed, it will be exceedingly difficult to manage. Gui Wufa glanced at Li Xinyan and replied, Young Master Li, you have been deceived by Yiming. With me here, I assure you Mr. Li will be fine. If anything goes awry, you may hold me accountable. If you do not trust my expertise, feel free to seek another. Li Xinyan found himself at a loss for words and could only comply with Gui's demands. Dean Yuan also remarked, Director Gui, you ought to reconsider. Just yesterday, Director Ban Xuezheng removed them, resulting in an unmanageable situation. It would be prudent to have Dr. Yi handle this, as he has stated that if any complications arise, the silver needles will no longer be effective. Gue Wufa chuckled. Dean, you all have been beguiled by that young man. I have reviewed Mr. Li's case. There is no significant issue. As he spoke, Gue Wufa removed a silver needle from Mr. Li's body. Chapter 13. The awkward Gue Wufa extracted a silver needle from Mr. Li. Yunyanhua's heart raced. He vividly recalled the incident from the previous day when the director of Bangsha Town had removed a needle, leading to Mr. Li immediately spitting blood. Thus, he felt a wave of anxiety for Gue Wufa's actions. Gue Wufa, however, remained unfazed, dismissing traditional Chinese medicine as mere deception. He pondered why anyone would believe that inserting a few silver needles could cure ailments, questioning the need for surgical procedures. It was amusing to him that not only the common folk, but also hospital leaders and doctors placed their faith in such practices. He continued to remove the silver needles from Mr. Li. When the second needle was extracted, Mr. Li showed no reaction. Gue Wufa chuckled, addressing the onlookers. 2 needles removed. And look, Mr. Li is perfectly fine. You've all been deceived. He proceeded to remove the 3rd needle. Mr. Li's body trembled slightly. Upon extracting the 4th needle, Gue Wufa reassured everyone. Everything appears normal. He is merely shaking, nothing more. However, when he removed the 7th needle, Mr. Li's body suddenly convulsed. He sat up coughing loudly, followed by a violent expulsion of blood. With each heave, Mr. Li continued to spit blood. Gue Wufa was taken aback and called out to Yunyanhua, Director Yu, prepare for a blood transfusion for Mr. Li. Also, get the operating room ready. I must perform surgery. If I can excise the affected area, he'll be fine. Yunyanhua instructed the medical staff to administer blood, but the transfusion could not keep pace with the blood Mr. Li was losing. The blood was dwindling rapidly, and even with a compatible type, there would be a rejection reaction within his body. The situation was dire, as Mr. Li's blood volume diminished alarmingly. Moreover, arranging for surgery was impractical. Mr. Li was in such a weakened state that he was not fit for the operation, and forcing it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Yunyanhua conveyed these thoughts to Gue Wufa. Upon hearing Yunyanhua's words, Gue Wufa was left speechless, uncertain of how to proceed. What could be done about Mr. Li's condition? Gue Wufa found himself in a predicament. Li Xinyan and his wife were furious. Despite the multitude of warnings from others to Gue Wufa not to proceed recklessly, he had ignored them, and now the situation was untenable. Director Gai, Li Xinyan exclaimed, both I and Director Yu, as well as Dean Yuan, cautioned you against removing the silver needles, yet you persisted. If something goes awry, you must bear the responsibility. Now that there is a problem, how do you intend to take accountability? Li Xinyan was genuinely enraged. The Xilai Lu group was being marginalized and oppressed by other corporations, and the storm was brewing. If his father could be cured and return to prominence, all would be well. However, under Gue Wufa's insistence, his father's life now hung by a thread, flickering like a candle in the wind. How could he not be furious? Zhong Xiaoqing was equally frantic. Gue Wufa, your reckless pursuit of medical knowledge at Princeton has led to this outcome. If anything happens to my father, prepare for a legal battle. The Xilai Lu group will not let this rest. The foolish Gue Wufa, who might as well spend his life behind bars, is well aware of the might of the Xilai Lu group. Even if he were to perish 100 times over, he would remain oblivious to the cause of his demise. He yearns to rescue President Li, but due to the latter's unsuitable physical condition for surgery, he finds himself utterly powerless. Yu Wenxin shot Gue Wufa a fierce glare, exasperated by his ineptitude. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and summon Dr. Yi. At this juncture, only Yi Yiming can say President Li. Li Xinyan and Zhong Xiaoqing rushed outside in search of Yi Yiming. Gue Wufa felt bewildered. He could not fathom the peculiar nature of President Li's ailment, leaving him at a loss. At that moment, Dr. Qin Xinzhong brought forth 2 medical cases. Director Gue, these are the 2 cancer patients that Yi Yiming successfully treated yesterday. Please take a look. As Gue Wufa perused the cases and the examination results, his eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Yiqing, in the late stages of cancer, had been cured by Yi Yiming. Zhang Guorong, suffering from mid-stage breast cancer, had also been healed. The test results indicated complete recovery. This revelation shattered Gui Wufa's preconceived notions. Such a feat seemed impossible. Princeton Medical School is renowned as the world's foremost institution for cancer treatment, yet it cannot claim to fully cure the disease, especially in its advanced stages, where treatment merely prolongs life through medication, a tremendous strain, unlike Yiming's miraculous eradication of cancer cells. This cannot be real. This is utterly inconceivable. Gui Wufa's mind struggled to comprehend this new reality. Just then, Li Xinyan and Zhong Xiaoqing stormed in, shouting at Gui Wufa. Gui Wufa, why are you still hesitating to summon Dr. Yi? Do you wish to gamble with your life? If you seek death, we shall oblige. Their frustration was palpable. They believed that Dr. Yi could save their father, and it was Gui Wufa who had driven him away, insisting on taking matters into his own hands. Now that complications had arisen, his reluctance to fetch Dr. Yi was infuriating. Did he truly think the Li family was powerless against him? Sweat beaded on Gui Wufa's forehead as he hurried to the specialist's area, only to find Dr. Yi standing by the boxwood, clad in white, resembling a celestial being, with Li Lanlan beside him, seemingly engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Yiming, Gui Wufa felt a shiver of dread. He could not bear to face him. With the situation reaching a critical point, he mustered his courage to approach Yiming. Dr. Yi. Yiming glanced at Gui Wufa. Ah, if it isn't Director Gui. What seems to be the matter? I'm merely a humble intern. How could I warrant such a serious address from you? A torrent of emotions surged within Gui Wufa. Dr. Yi, I implore you, please lend your hand to save President Li. Is it appropriate for me, a mere intern, to intervene when there are none available at the hospital? There is no precedent for such an action here, Yiming replied, feigning reluctance. Gui Wufa felt tears welling up. Dr. Yi, please do not turn me away. Save President Li. Gui Wufa understood that if anything were to happen to President Li, he would be utterly incapable of coping, leaving him with no choice but to plead with Yiming. No, I cannot. Yiming shook his head. Director Gui, I lack a medical license. It would be illegal and tantamount to endangering lives. Should anything happen to the patient, I would bear the consequences. Director Gui listened to these heart-wrenching words, feeling as though each one struck his face like a resounding slap. I implore you, Dr. Yi, pleaded. Yiming gazed at the entrance of the oncology department and replied, I cannot enter the oncology department. I dare not defy Director Gui Wufa's orders. Please seek assistance elsewhere. Gui Wufa was filled with regret, utterly ashamed. He wished he could vanish into a crevice in the ground. Soon after, Dean Yuangxin, Elder Zhang, Dr. Chun, Li Xinyan, and Zhong Xiaoqing all earnestly implored Yiming to save General Manager Li. Li Lanlan also beseeched Yiming to save her father. The gentle touch against Yiming's arm sent a jolt through him, compelling him to agree to give it a try. Chapter 14. Saving General Manager Li Lanlan clung to Yiming's arm, saying, Dr. Yi, in your magnanimity, please save my father for my sake. By saving him, you're not just saving my father, but also our Xilai Le group. The warmth from her presence enveloped Yiming, rendering him slightly intoxicated, which prompted him to lower his defenses and agree to assist. Yiming instructed Chun Qianzizu to remain outside the room, while others waited anxiously in the corridor. Gui Wufa announced, Everyone, there are cameras in the ward. We can observe the treatment process through them. Upon hearing Gui Wufa's words, a sense of relief washed over the crowd, as if a door had been opened. Let us hurry to the observation room. As they watched the screen, Yiming and Chun Qianzizu entered the ward, and he produced a box of silver needles. The needles, over 3 inches long, trembled at their tips, appearing as delicate as cow hair. Seemingly unable to bear their own weight, they threatened to bend. Gui Wufa could hardly believe that such slender needles could possibly heal General Manager Li. What grand jest that would be! He awaited Yiming's failure, knowing that if Yiming could not save General Manager Li, the wrath of Xilai Le group would surely fall upon him, sealing the boy's fate. Yiming took the sterilized silver needle and, with precision, inserted it into General Manager Li's chest. In an instant, the 3-inch needle pierced 1.5 inches deep. Gui Wufa gaped in disbelief. He found it hard to accept. The needle had gone through the patient's clothing. In his mind, it should have bent. It had entered with the accuracy of a sword sliding into its sheath. Yiming, swift and adept, had inserted 3 silver needles into General Manager Li's acupoints in the blink of an eye. Li, who had been coughing up blood, suddenly ceased. Yiming propped him up and delivered a firm strike to his back. With a thud, General Manager Li expelled another mouthful of blood, finally able to take a deep breath. Yiming carefully set Li back down, the silver needles quivering as 6 more were inserted into his acupoints. With deft fingers, he either twisted, flicked, or touched the needles, causing all 9 to tremble in unison, buzzing with energy. General Manager Li's body shook in response. Old Zhang gazed at Yiming's formation, his eyes wide open, reluctant to blink, appearing as large as goose eggs, while his mouth hung open, capable of accommodating a fist. After a lengthy pause, he exclaimed, "This is the legendary 9-Palace death-piercing needle, said to be a divine needle capable of snatching life from the heavens. I thought it was merely a myth, but today I finally witness its reality." Professor Zhang trembled with excitement. Approximately 20 minutes later, Yiming removed the silver needle and began to massage General Li. Li's body continued to tremble. "Dr. Chun, bring the trash bin," he urged. Dr. Chun hurriedly fetched the bin. Yiming patted Li's back, prompting him to vomit into the bin. Wow. Dark purple clots of blood emerged, and after several retches, he finally ceased. A foul odor emanated from Li, his face glistening with a layer of dark grease, while his stomach gurgled audibly. Li opened his eyes and declared, "I am hungry." Yiming smiled at Li, saying, "If you're hungry, eat. We will have someone prepare a meal for you shortly." As he spoke, Yiming instructed Chun Qianjuan to open the hospital room door. General Li's initial treatment is complete. As the door swung open, Dean Yuengxin, Old Zhang, Director Guo, and others rushed in, eager to examine Li. Upon reviewing the results, their faces were etched with astonishment. Li's bodily functions had rebounded to 70% of a healthy individual's capacity, and the tumor in his stomach had vanished, leaving the gastric wall intact. Guo Wu could scarcely believe the miracle before him. The reality utterly shattered his preconceived notions. This is impossible. Having studied Western medicine, he could not comprehend the extraordinary effects of Yiming's treatment. It was simply unfathomable. How could this be? Old Zhang's mind was blank. He had never believed in the miraculous nature of Yiming's treatments until he witnessed it firsthand. Now, even more incredulous, it felt like a dream. A miracle, indeed, a monumental miracle in the annals of medical history. With further recuperation, Li would surely make a complete recovery. How had Dr. Yi accomplished this? Old Zhang and the others wished to inquire about Yiming's methods, yet he had already vanished from sight. Li Xinyan and Zhong Shaoqing were left speechless. For in their eyes, Dr. Ye's treatment was akin to divine intervention. They felt compelled to express their profound gratitude. At a critical juncture for the Jilai Lu group, the recovery of their patriarch could dispel the looming crisis. Should he remain unwell, their commercial empire could crumble within days. Li Lanlan escorted Yiming out of the hospital, her face radiant with a gentle smile. She presented him with a black card adorned with black diamonds, expressing her gratitude. "Dr. Yi has saved my father, and I cannot adequately convey my appreciation. This black diamond card from the Jilai Lu group is the most valuable card we possess. It allows for unlimited spending at any establishment under the group and grants access to millions in funds." As she spoke, Li Lanlan pressed the card into Yiming's hand. Yiming brushed his fingers against hers, marveling at the smoothness and delicacy, akin to a flawless jade artifact masterfully sculpted. General Manager Li escorted me out, and despite my hesitations, I graciously accepted the gesture. Yiming, having received the black diamond card, smiled at Li Lanlan and remarked that General Li's health had not yet fully recovered. He suggested that with 2 more acupuncture sessions and some medication, a complete recovery was imminent. A weekly acupuncture treatment would suffice, and after 2 weeks, General Li would be in perfect health. At that moment, Li Lanlan received a phone call informing her that several companies had intensified their pressure on Jilai Lu, and the company was struggling to cope. Listening to the news, Li Lanlan smiled and said, "Hold on for now. In 2 hours, all crises will be resolved." Afterward, due to her responsibilities at the company, She bid farewell to Yi Yiming. As soon as Li Lanlan left, Chen Qianzu executed a swift 360-degree turn towards Yi Yiming's waist. The sudden pain elicited a yelp from him. "Dr. Chen, what are you doing? I haven't provoked you." Chen Qianzu retorted with a cold smile. "General Manager Li's hands are quite delicate and smooth, aren't they?" Yi Yiming nodded. "Indeed, they're quite nice." However, upon encountering Chen Qianzu's murderous gaze, his expression shifted instantly, and he smiled brightly. "I merely received a card. I hardly noticed it. Would you like to have this card, Dr. Chen?" Chen Qianzu scoffed. "I cannot accept such a treasure. This is the supreme card of the Shalai Lu group, far beyond my means. I am more intrigued by your acupuncture techniques. How about treating me to breakfast and discussing your methods?" Yi Yiming discreetly glanced at the alluring curves of Dr. Chen, whose medical attire was slightly open, revealing a pristine white neckline adorned with a ruby heart, starkly contrasting against her fair skin, creating an enchanting allure. He mischievously asked, "Which type of needle are you interested in seeing?" Chapter 15. Xiao Fei Hong, are you curious about my techniques? Yi Yiming grinned salily. Chen Qianzu adjusted her medical attire, concealing the captivating view, and shot him a frosty glance, coldly retorting, "You lecher, you're insatiable," as she made a scissor gesture accompanied by her icy stare. Yi Yiming felt a chill run down his spine. Daring not to speak out of turn, he remained silent. Chen Qianzu's smile blossomed gradually, beginning at the corners of her mouth and radiating across her face, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that spread throughout. The beauty of Dr. Chen's smile was truly enchanting. Just as they exited the hospital, a BMW screeched to a halt before Chen Qianzu. The car door swung open, revealing a sharply dressed young man holding a bouquet of vibrant red roses, emerging from the vehicle. His glossy black hair and glasses gave him an air of refinement, and had it not been for the cold glimmer in his gaze, he might have been mistaken for a sunny youth. "Good morning, doctor," he exclaimed, stepping out of the car to stand before Chen Qianzu. At that moment, she instinctively linked her arm with Yi Yiming's, the warmth of her soft form pressing against his upper arm, providing a comforting sensation. The young man, seemingly oblivious to Yi Yiming's presence, beamed at Chen Qianzu as he presented the roses, saying, "Doctor, you outshine the flowers. I bring you this bouquet to wish you a delightful day." Chen Qianzu did not accept his flowers, but instead tightly clung to Yi Yiming's arm. "Young Master Xiao, I cannot accept your flowers," she declared. Xiao Fei Hong smiled and inquired, "Why not?" Chen Qianzu responded with a smile, "Because I already have a boyfriend." As she spoke, she playfully shook Yi Yiming's arm, who could only manage a wry smile. The clutch of web novels had finally materialized, acting as a human shield for her. Yi Yiming found himself surprisingly unperturbed, perhaps even a little anticipatory. He extended his hand. Greetings, young Master Xiao." It was only then that Xiao Fei Hong noticed Yi Yiming, and his expression immediately darkened, flipping from joviality to disdain faster than one could turn a page. Observing Yi Yiming's attire, which looked to be worth only a few dozen yuan, his eyes were filled with contempt. "You are unworthy of Dr. Chen. If you know what's good for you, you should leave," he declared, his face contorted with disgust, as though mere conversation with Yi Yiming sullied him. Yi Yiming chuckled, placing a hand around Chen Qianzu's waist. The softness of her figure was intoxicating, and he could not help but indulge in the moment before confidently stating, "Isn't it for Dr. Chen to decide who is worthy of her affections, not you? As long as Zhu Zhu is willing, what does it matter to you?" While saying this, his hand brazenly wandered. In retaliation, Chen Qianzu spun around sharply, causing Yi Yiming to wince in pain, though he held back his reaction. Xiao Fei Hong, interpreting their interaction as flirtation, grew increasingly incensed. "What are you doing?" he demanded. Yi Yiming replied with a smile, "I am an intern at the traditional Chinese medicine college of Heiyuan province." "What of it?" Xiao Fei Hong looked down upon him even more, sneering, "You come from a rural background, don't you?" "Indeed," Yi Yiming affirmed. Xiao Fei Hong scoffed, "You see, Dr. Chen is not someone of your station. You should let go. Only someone like me, a young master, is suitable for her." Yi Yiming laughed. "How can you claim to be a suitable match for Dr. Chen?" Xiao Fei Hong straightened his posture, declaring, You are merely a student at a medical college. Even if you manage to secure a position at the People's Hospital, after 5 years as an associate director and 10 as a director, can you afford a home in the precious real estate market of Lena City? Can you buy a car? Can you provide the life Dr. Chen desires? As he spoke, he patted the hood of his BMW, flaunting his superiority. Don't be foolish, doctor. Chen only uses you as a shield. Let her go. Yiming looked at Xiao Feihong, speechless, then glanced at Chen Qianzhu, his gaze questioning how she could have such an absurd suitor. Chen Qianzhu, equally helpless, replied, "Can you truly provide the life Dr. Chen wants?" Xiao Feihong straightened his back. "Of course. My family owns 2 properties in Linha City and a villa. Don't you see the BMW 520 I drive? I am about to start working at the Xilai Lu Group, where my father is the vice president. Naturally, I can provide for Dr. Chen. You should know that some people are beyond your reach. I'm not boasting. With one call, I could have you expelled from the People's Hospital. Do you believe me?" With his father being the general manager of Xilai Lu, he had the power to influence certain mid-level positions at the hospital. Yiming chucked it. "Oh, what great power you wield. I truly do not believe you. Feel free to try." He was indifferent, having already severed ties with the People's Hospital and no longer interning there. Xiao Feihong sneered, "Kid, since you are seeking death, I shall grant it to you." He dialed the phone number of Director Yunyanhua. After the call connected, a broad smile spread across his face. "Hello, Uncle Yu, it's Xiaohong." Director Yunyanhua, a childhood friend of Xiao Feihong's father, was well acquainted with him. Xiao Qilu served as the general manager of the Li family for the Xilai Lu Group, earning hundreds of thousands to over $1 million annually, making him one of the more successful individuals among their peers. The two maintained a close relationship. "Xiaohong, what brings you to call?" "Uncle Yu, there's an intern at your hospital named Yiming, correct?" Yun Yanhua paused, glancing at Yuan Xin, Professor Zhang, and Director Gue Wu, who had just been discussing how to retain Yiming, a prize talent. Retaining him would surely elevate the cancer specialty at the People's Hospital to national acclaim, even garnering international recognition. He was puzzled by how Xiao Feihong had learned of this. "Yes, what is it?" Upon hearing Yun Yanhua's words, Xiao Feihong's spirits lifted. "Uncle Yu, this brat and I do not get along. You should dismiss him." Xiao Feihong glared at Yiming, a smirk playing on his lips, convinced of his own superiority. "Kid, you don't even have a certification for your internship. You've offended me. There won't be a place for you in Linha City. Are you scared? If you kneel and bow to me 3 times, I will plead with Director Yu to keep you. What do you think?" Chen Qianzhu regarded Xiao Feihong as if he were a fool. Xiao Feihong was acting far too pompously. Could Director Yu truly dismiss Yiming? What a ridiculous notion. Director Yu's phone was on speaker, and in the presence of Yuan Xin and Professor Zhang, he was rendered speechless. Xiao Feihong urged, "Uncle Yu, do say something. I swear, Yiming is someone we can hardly invite to our hospital, let alone dismiss him at your behest." The call ended abruptly. Yiming chuckled, "Young Master Xiao, allow me to make a call as well." He produced a golden business card, a gilded piece gifted to him by Li Lanlan along with a black Supreme card. Crafted from pure gold, he took out an old mobile phone and dialed the number on the card. Xiao Feihong was taken aback at the sight of the golden business card in Yiming's hand. He recognized it as the card reserved for the Li family, an exclusive privilege granted only to those of utmost importance to the Li family, valued at tens of thousands. How could this rural youth possess such a special card? Had he unknowingly stumbled upon a formidable opponent? Xiao Feihong refused to believe it was genuine. He thought it impossible for someone like Yiming, who occupied the lowest rungs of society, to have any connection to the Li family, unless the sun rose from the west. With this thought, he felt invigorated. "Oomph. You think you can intimidate me with the Li family? I don't believe you know anyone from the Li family. Go ahead, make your call. I am eager to see whom you manage to reach." He truly does not believe that a student who hasn't even left the school gate could possibly know someone from the esteemed Li family. Such a notion is preposterous. Does he really think this is a fantastical urban novel, filled with such extraordinary plot twists? Moreover, even if the call were to connect, would a country bumpkin be able to converse with the Li family? Chen Qianzhu looked at Xiao Feihong with a gaze of pity. Recognizing that this wealthy young man had encountered trouble, Yiming does not know anyone from the Li family? The venerable elder of the Li family, Mr. Li, even required Yi Yiming's medical expertise. It was precisely because Yi Yiming had cured Mr. Li that the Xilai Lu group could extricate itself from crisis. Yi Yiming was indeed a significant benefactor for the company. The call was connected. Li Lanlan sat in the car, observing the name Dr. Yi displayed on her orange phone. A joyful smile gracing her face, as if some delightful news were on the horizon. Unbeknownst to her, this young man emerging from medical school had left a profound impression on her. "Hello, Dr. Yi, I just left the hospital and received your call. I am truly delighted." Yi Yiming chuckled. "Mr. Li, does your Xilai Lu group have a general manager by the surname Xiao?" Xiao Fihong, overhearing Yi Yiming's conversation, laughed ignarly, thinking that Yi Yiming was merely putting on an act. "What a clever fellow. Continue your charade. I am eager to see what you can conjure up." Li Lanlan was taken aback for a moment. Indeed, there is a general manager named Xiao Qilu who oversees the business operations at Xilai Lu. Is there something amiss? "Mr. Li, how long has Xiao Qilu been working there? One ought to investigate how much he has embezzled from the company. He purchased a BMW 520 for his son, along with several properties, including a villa. Are the salaries of Xilai Lu Group employees truly that high?" Upon hearing Yi Yiming's words, Li Lanlan understood. Xiao Qilu's son had evidently offended Dr. Yi. "All right, I will promptly have the company look into Xiao Qilu." Xiao Feiyong gerapte din laute. Yi Yiming. Your act is quite convincing. Too bad I do not believe it." Three thuggish individuals descended from his car, swaggering under Xiao Feihong's command, advancing towards Yi Yiming. "Kid, daring to vie for our brother Hong's affections, you have guts. We won't stop until you beg for mercy. We are men of the streets. You would do well to heed our brother Hong's words, or we shall break both your legs." Xiao Feihong chuckled maliciously. "Yi Yiming, this is the consequence of crossing me. Kneel and bow your head now, and I may spare you. Otherwise, I will ensure your legs are shattered. A country bumpkin dares to oppose me. I will not let this go unpunished." Before Xiao Feihong could finish his sentence, Yi Yiming delivered a resounding slap across his face. The sound echoed, sending Xiao Feihong sprawling 3 to 4 meters away, his face striking the asphalt, leaving a mark. Fury ignited within Xiao Feihong as he pointed at the three thugs, bellowing, "Attack! Beat him to death! Hold nothing back! I will take the blame if something goes awry." Xiao Feihong was genuinely enraged. His father held sway over the Li family. Being a prominent figure in Linhe City, even the city's big shots would show him some respect. No one dared to treat him in such a manner. How could he not be furious, being publicly humiliated before his goddess? The three thugs, their eyes ablaze, were eager to avenge their benefactor. Having received considerable financial support from Xiao Feihong in the past, they were determined to restore his honor. Malurgo, a small-time thug, cursed as he charged towards Yi Yiming. Chun Qianzhe's temper flared. Her fiery spirit ignited. She pointed at Xiao Feihong and exclaimed, "Is this what a man like you does? How shameful!" She was prepared to fight fiercely for Yi Yiming. Yi Yiming intervened, extending his hand to pull her back. With a swift motion, he hurled the thug away, sending him crashing into a phoenix tree, where he collapsed, unconscious. The other two thugs advanced simultaneously, but Yi Yiming dispatched them with precision kicks to their legs, toppling them instantly. Xiao Feihong stood dumbfounded, witnessing the unfolding scene. Was this a scene from a television drama? These three ruffians, who had learned a few moves from their master, Iron Arm Lu Xinxue, were knocked out by a single blow. Unbelievable. "Get up. You must get up and finish him." Just then, Xiao Feihong's phone rang. Upon seeing his father's number, he hastily answered, eager to report his plight. "Dad, I was attacked. You need to..." Before he could finish, a furious voice erupted from the other end. "You fool. You brought ruin upon me. Who did you offend?" "President Li himself ordered an investigation into me. I might end up in prison because of you, you ungrateful wretch." As he listened to the tirade on the phone, Xiao Feihong's complexion drained of color, his eyes dimming as he realized he had crossed a powerful figure. If his father were imprisoned, where would he find refuge in Linhe City? Desperate, Xiao Feihong hurriedly crawled over to Yi Yiming and knelt before him. Bang! He prostrated himself, pleading, "Dr. Yi, I implore you, spare my father. Please, bowing his head repeatedly. He continued, "I was wrong. I beg you, grant me this one favor." "Can you?" Yi Yiming regarded him with a smile. "Young Master Shao, is this proper? I am but a simple countryman, unworthy of your reverence. Furthermore, were you not the one who sought to have me expelled from the People's Hospital? Why not proceed with that? Did you not intend to ensure I had no place to stand in Lena's city? Did you not invite me to call you at will?" Hearing Yi Yiming's words, Xiao Feihong was overcome with tears. After a moment, Yi Yiming finally said, "Since you are so earnest, young Master Xiao, I shall make a call and see what can be done." Xiao Feihong expressed his profound gratitude and fled with his 3 companions like lost dogs. At that moment, Yi Yiming received a call. "Yi Yiming, tomorrow is my grandfather's birthday, and he specifically requested your presence at the celebration. Wait for me at home, understood?" The cold voice of his wife, Shui Bingyu, echoed through the phone. Chapter 17. Antique Street. After a hurried breakfast with Dr. Chun, Yi Yiming departed from the Heyuan Provincial People's Hospital. As he sat on the bus, he contemplated the call from Shui Bingyu. Grandfather Shui Qianshan was a good man. Without him, the 50,000 yuan hospital fee would not have been possible, and his sister would not have been able to endure thus far. Yi Yiming felt a deep obligation to honor the old man's wishes. Shui Bingyu's disdain for him was her affair and bore no reflection on the elder. Grandfather Shui had specifically urged him to attend the birthday banquet, leaving Yi Yiming with no excuse to decline. Attending a birthday gathering without a gift is simply unacceptable. What should Yi Yiming buy for Shui Lao as a birthday present? He found himself in a quandary. Suddenly, he recalled Shui Lao's fondness for antiquities and decided to purchase something aligned with that interest. As he made his way from the People's Hospital to his residence, he passed through the antique street and opted to disembark there. Coincidentally, the street was bustling with a market that day, lined with stalls brimming with wares from various antique vendors. The thoroughfare was teeming with onlookers, some admiring the antiques while others haggled over prices, indicating a thriving business atmosphere. Being somewhat ignorant of antiques, Yi Yiming surveyed the displayed artifacts, which exuded a vibrant aura, unmistakably modern pieces not exceeding 50 years in age. Clearly, they were mere replicas. He understood that the antique market is rife with complexities. Should one end up purchasing a counterfeit, the blame rests solely on the buyer's discerning eye. As he gazed at the myriad stalls, a flicker of understanding ignited within him, awakening fragments of memory intertwined with the essence of antiques, each possessing an inherent spirituality and the weight of time. As long as one could capture these 2 essences, the value would undoubtedly be significant. While pondering these memories, a wave of ancient and desolate energy wafted from a nearby stall, and to Yi Yiming, this aura felt as tangible and clear as the cord used to craft shoes, rising about 10 centimeters and swaying delicately in the air. This could be a remarkable find. Just as he was about to approach the stall, he overheard a familiar voice. "I say, vendor, this is truly unscrupulous. Yesterday, I settled on this jade piece for 35 yuan, and today you demand 350? Is there no integrity left in your dealings?" He approached the stall, recognizing his old classmate, Zhang Rongjuan, who was confronting the vendor over a piece of agate. "We agreed on 35 yesterday. I expressed my interest and asked you to hold it for me. Now, you expect me to pay 350? Do you truly consider me a fool?" The vendor, a middle-aged man with a shifty demeanor, grinned slyly. "Ah, young brother, you claim we settled on 35 yesterday. What evidence do you have? A receipt, a recording, or perhaps a video? You have no proof. Merely your eloquent words asserting that my agate piece worth 350 is only worth 35. Is this not an affront to my integrity? Furthermore, the heart's desire cannot be purchased with mere money. If you genuinely covet this agate, 350 is a fair price. Out of consideration for your status as a student, I shall offer it to you for 200. I am quite generous." Zhang Rongjuan clenched his teeth at the vendor's words. He indeed desired the agate piece and was certain they had agreed on 35 yuan. However, having forgotten to bring his phone during yesterday's leisurely stroll, he had left empty-handed. Now, the vendor had changed his tune, and how could he not be incensed? Although 200 yuan was not exorbitant, it represented a significant portion of his monthly allowance of 1,000 yuan. essentially several days' worth of living expenses, making him reluctant to part with it. Onlookers grasped the situation. The agate was worth only between 30 and 300 yuan. The vendor's change of heart was not uncommon. Yet who could blame him for not purchasing it at the time? Isn't it just 200 yuan? If you buy it, so be it. It's not a significant matter. This piece of agate is worth 2 to 300, and the vendor isn't asking much. Young man, if you truly like it, then purchase it. People urged Zhang Rongjuan to buy it, which only made him more conflicted. The vendor, with a dismissive grin, shot a scornful glance at Zhang Rongjuan. Young man, you must be short on cash, right? No offense, but if you can't spare 200 yuan, what are you doing in this antique street? This isn't a place for the impoverished. Just look around. Every fine collectible is worth thousands. Someone like you can only gaze longingly. Zhang Rongjuan, infuriated by the vendor's words, felt his face pale. What do you mean by that? Just because I'm not wealthy, I can't stroll through the antique street. The vendor cast another disdainful look at Zhang Rongjuan. If you're going to browse, do it elsewhere. If you can't afford something worth 200, you might as well be a beggar. Don't stand in front of my stall and radiate your poverty. I could easily sell this piece of agate for 3 to 500. Expecting to buy it for 35 is like a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Do you think we can all survive on your meager means? Now move along. Don't disrupt my business. He shooed Zhang Rongjuan away as if he were a beggar. Fuming, Zhang Rongjuan felt his temper flare, his eyes reddening with rage, contemplating confronting the vendor. Just then, Yiming interjected with a smile. Vendor, that piece of agate is not overpriced at 350. However, you need to add one more item. If you include this wooden paperweight, my brother will buy it. Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Rongjuan turned around and saw his good brother Yiming. He stamped his foot in frustration. Brother, this bloodstone isn't even worth 200. That wooden paperweight is clearly marked at 50. Why would you offer him 350? You've only complicated matters further. Yiming chuckled. No worries, brother. I'll handle this for you. With that, Yiming began searching for change, but after rummaging through his pockets, he found only 200 yuan left. He sighed with a wry smile. Brother, I would also prefer to buy it for 350, but I only have 200 left. If he sells it, fine. If not, so be it. The vendor sneered, clearly dismissive. The friend of a poor man is still a poor man. You can't expect to find anything of value in an empty pocket. He feigned a generous act. Since this young brother is so sincere, I shall sell it to you. As he spoke, he packed the agate and the wooden paperweight, handing them to Yiming. Yiming grinned. Brother, please issue me a receipt. Let us settle the transaction, and we shall owe each other nothing. The items are now mine. While the money is yours, the vendor nodded in agreement. Very well. After issuing the receipt and receiving the money, he laughed. Ha! You fools think you can buy anything in the antique street. You won't even realize how you were duped. That piece of agate is not genuine, but merely a cheap stone that resembles it, worth no more than 10 yuan. The shabby paperweight was bought for 2. Selling it to you for 200 is a windfall for me. Young man, in future endeavors, think a bit more critically. Consider this an expensive lesson. With that, the vendor tossed the 200 yuan with a self-satisfied grin. Zhang Rongjuan gazed at Yiming and smiled. Brother, it's nothing. I can easily afford these 200 yuan. Yiming returned the smile, saying, Brother, this piece of agate may not hold much value, but this paperweight is undoubtedly precious. I assure you, the vendor has overlooked something. Chapter 18. The secrets within the paperweight. Yiming informed Zhang Rongjuan that the vendor had indeed made an oversight. The vendor burst into laughter, his demeanor arrogant as he looked at Yiming with utter disdain. Ha, kid, who are you trying to fool? I have been in the antique street for 20 years and have never made a mistake. Everything that has passed through my hands has been accurately assessed, which is why I am renowned as the expert here. The onlookers nodded in agreement. Indeed, young man, Brother Mouse has considerable expertise in antiques. It is rare for him to misjudge anything. You may have acquired a bit of knowledge about antiques, but that is mere theory compared to Brother Mouse's practical experience. The title of antique expert is well-deserved. He would never err in judgment. Yiming smiled at the vendor and provocatively replied, Vendor, your words are well spoken, but this time, you have truly erred. The vendor retorted, If you can articulate why I am mistaken, I shall return your 200 yuan. Ye Yiming Sukofut. 200 yuan to reveal a monumental secret? Do you take me for a fool? This antique is worth at least 10,000. The crowd gasped in disbelief, their eyes widening. Who could believe that a mere paperweight found in the antique street could have appreciated in value by over 100 times? Brother Mouse was even more skeptical. Young man, I do not believe you. If you can prove this antique is worth more than 1,000, I will wager you 10,000. How does that sound? Yi Yiming felt invigorated by the challenge. If I unveil the secret of this paperweight, it will be worth far more than 10,000. I will pay you 5,000, and the item will still belong to you. Zhang Rongjuan immediately pulled Yi Yiming aside, concern etched on his face. Brother, have you lost your mind? Where will you find 5,000 yuan? Yi Yiming chuckled. Brother, just watch. Everything will be fine. Brother Mouse grinned. All right, I accept this wager. Everyone, bear witness. This is my shop behind me. If I lose, I shall not only forfeit 10,000 yuan, but also close my shop for good. The onlookers cheered in agreement. Yes, that is how it should be. We consent. The street buzzed with excitement over the wager between Brother Mouse and Yi Yiming. After drafting the betting agreement, Brother Mouse smiled. Young man, let us unravel the secret of the paperweight. As Yi Yiming held the paperweight, he discerned its hidden secret. He gestured for Zhang Rongjuan to fetch a small knife from the vendor's stall. With a deft motion, he pried at the top of the paperweight, revealing a tiny wooden plug that had sealed one end. The plug was crafted with such precision that it was nearly imperceptible, even upon close inspection. Upon removing the plug, a small hole appeared within the paperweight. The crowd's curiosity intensified. What could this small hole signify? Yi Yiming carefully extracted an object from the hole, revealing a delicate jade hairpin. Inscribed upon the hairpin were two characters, Qianlong. This is indeed a jade hairpin from the Qianlong era. Upon beholding this ancient artifact, many eyes sparkled with excitement. Glass green. This is the authentic glass green from the old mine, exclaimed a knowledgeable onlooker. The fellow vendors, fixated on the hairpin held by Yi Yiming, nodded in agreement, stating, observe the craftsmanship. It reflects the artistry of the Qianlong period. While it may not be carved by a renowned master, the jadeite alone, given its quality, is valued at over 10,000. Young man, I'll buy it for 30,000. No, young man, I'll offer you 100,000. Sell it to me. The expression of Brother Rat grew increasingly pale as he attempted to seize the hairpin from Yi Yiming. Nonsense. None of you can have it. This is my hairpin. I want to sell it. I'll refund you tenfold. His eyes were bloodshot with desperation. He had never anticipated that a seemingly ordinary paperweight concealed a jade hairpin worth tens of thousands. Regret washed over him as he sought to reclaim the hairpin. Adamant not to sell it, Yi Yiming deftly evaded Brother Rat's grasp and delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed as Brother Rat spun around, his cheeks swelling. This hairpin is yours? How can it be yours? Yi Yiming pointedly interrogated Brother Rat. We purchased it, and we have the evidence. Here is your receipt. Do you wish to go back on your word? Brother Rat was left speechless, unable to utter a single word. Do we, the impoverished, not deserve to partake in the antiquities market? Is this what you assert? Yi Yiming continued. Let me tell you, even if we are poor, we can still engage with these artifacts. I acquired it for 200. That is a steal. Furthermore, Yi Yiming presented the betting agreement. Brother Rat, not only will you not take this hairpin, but you also owe 1,000 as per our wager. This bet was made before all present. If you refuse to pay, you will be slapping everyone's face and bullying them. I ask you, do you agree? The onlookers, reveling in the spectacle, fervently shouted, we do not agree. Absolutely not. If Brother Rat dared to default, they would vandalize his shop. Yes, bring forth the 1,000. Brother Rat was on the verge of tears. Today had truly been a disaster for him. That hairpin was worth tens of thousands, and now he faced an additional loss of 1,000. He had never felt such misfortune in his life. It was more painful than losing a piece of his flesh. He rummaged through his shop, taking a long time to produce only 5,000. With a mournful expression, he said, Brother, this is all I have. Please spare me. Yi Yiming, smiling, replied, Brother Rat, our bet was witnessed by all. Since you can only offer 5,000, I shall take an item worth 5,000 or less from your shop as compensation. What do you think? Brother Rat's face contorted in anguish, as if mourning a lost loved one. and under the pressure of the crowd's gaze, he could only nod, inwardly cursing Yiming's ancestors for generations. Yiming entrusted the hairpin and the paperweight, along with an agate stone, to Zhang Rongjuan, urging him to leave first. Reluctantly, Zhang Rongjuan was kicked away by Yiming, making his way to Brother Radesh's shop to examine the antiquities. He finally grasped the art of discerning antiques, able to perceive their age through their essence. He detected an ancient tome emanating a venerable aura from within its case, a presence far more potent than that of the paperweight. The price was over 4,800. Yiming did not haggle. He instructed Brother Mouse to issue a receipt and secured the ancient book. Observing that everything had concluded, Brother Mouse mocked Yiming, saying, "You still lack discernment, my friend. This is merely a counterfeit tome, worth no more than 500. I've navigated the world of antiques for over 20 years. One misstep can happen, but not repeatedly. 500 has resolved a matter worth 5,000. What a bargain." Brother Mouse continued to deride Yiming. Chapter 19. A stinging rebuke. You may have stumbled upon a stroke of luck, but a country bumpkin will always remain a country bumpkin, no matter the circumstances. Brother Mouse spared no effort in ridiculing Yiming, relishing the opportunity to vent his frustration. Curse it, after 2 decades in antiques, I let one slip through my fingers. That jade hairpin from the Qianlong era is worth at least 80 to 90,000. Had it passed through my hands with a bit of hype, selling it for 100 or even 200,000 would be no issue, equivalent to half a year's pure income. Now it's been snatched away by Yiming for a mere 200. It pains my heart. How could I not be furious? Yiming cast a disdainful glance at him. Brother Mouse was nothing more than a rat, dishonest and repugnant. A quintessential swindler. Engaging with such a person was scarcely worth the effort. Noticing Yiming's silence, Brother Mouse laughed even more boisterously. "Ha, young man, I can see you're not pleased. Let me tell you, I revel in witnessing your frustration, stuck in a predicament you can't escape. Your previous stroke of luck was merely coincidence. You'll never encounter such fortune again. You're just a poor lad from the countryside, forever trapped in your impoverished fate." Listening to Brother Mouse's taunts ignited an internal flame within Yiming. He had no desire to engage in discourse with such a rogue. Yet the man's audacity was intolerable. Yiming turned away. A considerable crowd had gathered. Some urged Yiming, "Young man, let go. Brother Mouse just lost money. Let him have his say, you've still profited. Indeed, why stoop to his level? You should just leave." Brother Mouse, overhearing the crowd's counsel, sneered. "What if he doesn't leave? I still don't believe you can strike gold twice. If you do, I'll pluck out my own eyes. Just because you stumbled upon good fortune once doesn't mean it will be a lifelong occurrence." How naive. Yiming smiled, an effortless grin. "Brother Mouse, you've indeed hit the nail on the head. I have stumbled upon another treasure." He declared this time the find is 10-fold, perhaps even 100-fold greater than the last. Do you believe me? Upon hearing Yiming's words, the audience fell into stunned silence, unable to fathom his claim. Theoretically, such an occurrence was implausible. A single stroke of luck was one thing, but to expect another serendipitous event? It seemed utterly absurd. However, observing Yiming's resolute demeanor, the crowd found themselves in a quandary. Only Brother Mouse laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha, there must be limits to boasting. I have handled this book multiple times. Its cost price is 89, and the selling price at most 1T exceed 300. I cannot believe it harbors any hidden treasures. Do you truly think that with your stroke of good fortune, you can stumble upon valuable items anywhere? Dream on." Yiming chuckled in response. "You might not believe it, but I am indeed fortunate. Anything I casually acquire turns out to be a treasure." As soon as Yiming finished speaking, someone chimed in with a laugh. "Young man, I have perused this book as well and found nothing remarkable. Could you enlighten me about its secrets?" Before the words had fully left his lips, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit approached, adorned with thick glasses and exuding an aura of scholarly sophistication. As he emerged from the throng, many gasped in astonishment. "Goodness! Professor Zhou has arrived. He is an expert in artifact appraisal and can never be mistaken. Indeed, he is the foremost authority on antiquities in our Heiyuan province, having appeared on the Central Television's Antique Appraisal Show. Unbeknownst to you, He has also graced the 100 Schools Forum, discussing the techniques of identifying artifacts from various dynasties. He is the epitome of expertise, and his words are infallible. Upon hearing the crowd's discourse and glancing at Professor Zhou, Yiming felt an inkling of familiarity and greeted him with a smile. "Greetings, Professor Zhou." Professor Zhou, adjusting his glasses with the middle finger of his right hand, replied, "Young man, if you can point out what is special about this book, I shall conduct an appraisal on the spot and estimate its value. What do you say?" An artifact authenticated by Professor Zhou gains recognition in the world of collectibles, serving as a golden emblem of credibility. Brother Mouse laughed. "Professor Zhou, your words hold no weight. This book is nothing extraordinary. It is merely a ploy for attention. Having handled this book multiple times, would you not have noticed any discrepancies?" Professor Zhou chuckled. "I too find this book to be peculiar. However, I have not discerned anything remarkable about it. Might this young friend enlighten me?" Yiming, noticing Brother Mouse's derisive smile, felt a surge of indignation. With a smile, he said, "Professor Zhou, since you have spoken, allow me to unveil the secrets of this book for your appraisal." With that, Yiming opened the box containing the book. The crowd fixated on him as he laid out the 6 volumes from within the ancient tome onto the ground, leaving only the outer box. Many were perplexed, muttering, "There is nothing special here. It's just an ordinary ancient book, a forgery from decades ago, not worth much." Indeed, there was nothing extraordinary. Surely, he couldn't be lucky twice, could he? Even Professor Zhou and Brother Mouse scrutinized Yiming closely, eager to see what he could possibly conjure. Slowly, Yiming began to unfold the box. As he separated the rigid shell, an astonishing revelation awaited inside, a piece of silk fabric. He extracted the fabric, its patterns profoundly ancient, with small characters inscribed in seal script, each letter strikingly clear. Zhou Yongcheng scrutinized the piece of silk fabric with great attention, his eyes widening in astonishment. He wiped his eyes and, taking out a magnifying glass, examined it closely, exclaiming, "Heavens! This is a piece of silk from the Qin and Han dynasties. Just this fabric alone must be worth over 500,000. As Zhou's exclamation echoed, the audience felt as though thunder had struck in their minds. Each person was transfixed by the sight of the silk, which appeared not merely as a fabric, but rather a pile of currency. Goodness, this young man had truly stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure. One must not judge by appearances, nor measure the sea by a bucket. The young man possessed a rare gift in the realm of antique collectibles, his fortune astonishing. He had struck it rich. However, Brother Mouse was utterly taken aback. He could never have imagined that the box containing ancient books concealed such a treasure, a piece of silk from the Qin and Han period, worth tens of thousands. His hands trembled, and his heart bled at the thought. If the jade hairpin had stirred his anger, this silk stirred a murderous intent within him. It was rightfully his, yet it had fallen into the hands of this young man. Had he discovered this silk, his shop would have flourished, and from that moment forward, he would have been a wealthy figure on the antique street, striding with confidence. Now, he felt as though he had been struck again, his face bruised by the humiliation of being outdone. How could he not be infuriated? Chapter 20. The true masterpiece of the Sage of Characters, he had indeed been struck again, his face bruised by the revelations of Yiming. A fierce blaze of anger ignited within him, jealousy driving him to madness as he cursed Yiming under his breath. "Bastard, you wretched soul." He loathed Yiming, his heart plotting revenge. This piece of silk, being from the Qin and Han period and in such pristine condition, could not be allowed to remain with this detestable young man. Professor Zhou continued to examine the inscriptions on the silk, his eyes wide with disbelief, hands trembling, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his cheeks glowing with excitement. This is the handwriting of Su Shun, the Sage of Character from the Han Dynasty, and it is indeed an authentic piece. With Professor Zhou's declaration, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. This news was as shocking as a thunderclap. The bricks of the Qin and tiles of the Han are priceless. Even such humble materials struggle to withstand the test of millennia, let alone fabric. A piece of silk so complete is exceedingly rare, and with the authentic calligraphy of the Sage of Characters, its value soared exponentially. Good heavens, this was an immense fortune. The silk was already valued at over 500,000, and with the sage's handwriting, one could argue its worth exceeded 5 million. Oh my, what a windfall! The young man had struck it rich in a single moment. Such incredible luck! The crowd gazed at Yiming with envious eyes, consumed by jealousy, thinking how outrageous it was that he had stumbled upon such a grand treasure. Brother Mouse, upon hearing Professor Zhou's words, felt as if pierced by 1,000 arrows. The treasure, originally his, was valued at over 5 million. His shop's annual revenue barely reached 3 to 400,000, and this single artifact surpassed 10 years of earnings. How could he not feel a pang of envy? Young man, I'll give you 5,000. I will not sell the ancient book. This is mine. Brother Mouse contemplated reneging on the deal. 5 million. With such wealth, he could do anything. No one's face could possibly be worth that much. He reached out to grasp the silk cloth, only to be met with a swift slap from Yiming, which left his hand stinging. The sound echoed sharply as his right hand turned crimson. You think I'm a fool for offering you 5,000 yuan? Yiming raised the receipt, asserting, Haozi, I possess the receipt. This book rightfully belongs to me. There's no way you can renege on this deal. Haozi glared at the receipt in Yiming's hand, seething with rage, yet utterly powerless. Professor Zhou, observing the silk cloth, looked up at Yiming and inquired, Young man, is this piece for sale? I can offer you 6 million. Silk cloths from the Qin and Han dynasties are exceedingly rare, having endured the ravages of time. The fabrics from ancient tombs disintegrate upon exposure to air, making preservation a formidable challenge. The value of this particular piece is truly unimaginable. Coupled with the authentic calligraphy of the renowned Su Shun, it could fetch an astronomical price in the future, certainly no less than 5 million. Thus, Zhou's offer of 6 million is hardly an underhanded proposition. Upon hearing Zhou's words, Haozi trembled anew. 6 million. It felt akin to having flesh torn from his very heart. Yiming chuckled, Professor, I truly cannot sell this. I hope you understand. Professor Zhou replied, Young man, I can negotiate up to 7 million. Please consider it. Yiming smiled, reiterating, Professor, I genuinely cannot part with it. I hope you can forgive me. With no other recourse, Zhou reluctantly penned an appraisal letter for Yiming, submitting it to him. As an expert in antiquities, he felt a deep reluctance to relinquish such a superb artifact, which could yield immense insights into the history, craftsmanship, and culture of the Han dynasty. Yiming's refusal to sell left him no option but to respect the young man's decision. Young man, my contact number is on the appraisal letter. Should you decide to sell the silk cloth, please call me. We can negotiate a price. Furthermore, take care of yourself while possessing such a valuable treasure, he cautioned. Yiming nodded, carefully stowing the ancient book away before exiting Haozi's antique shop. A sense of satisfaction washed over him. Not only had he aided a friend, but he had also procured a cherished gift for Elder Shui, providing a sense of closure. As he stepped out of the antique shop, Yiming felt no desire to linger. Having stumbled upon 2 significant fortunes today was already a stroke of incredible luck. It was improbable to find a third. He resolved to return home. However, just as he left the store, he sensed 4 individuals closely tailing him. Yiming quickly grasped that Haozi, in a fit of humiliation and anger, intended to seize back his prized possession. It was no wonder that Professor Zhou had so clearly advised him to be cautious. He had evidently noticed Haozi's furtive maneuvers. Indeed, the 4 individuals were dispatched by Haozi, determined to reclaim the ancient book from Yiming. The artifact, valued at several million, even tens of millions, was worth the risk for Haozi. Before Yiming had even exited the antiquities shop, Haozi had sent a message to his underlings, instructing them to retrieve the book at all costs, no matter the consequences. Thus, the pursuit began as Yiming made his way toward the street, with the 4 men closely following, anxious not to lose sight of him. In a secluded area, a burly man with a bushy beard strode forward, blocking Yiming's path. Kid, if you wish to live, drop that ancient book. We shall spare your life. Otherwise, you are doomed. The glint of his sharp, trident dagger sparkled under the sunlight, reflecting ominously into Yiming's eyes. As the giant obstructed him, 3 more individuals encircled Yiming from the left, right, and behind, leaving him with no chance of escape. You refuse to heed my advice. blood will be spilled. And your time is up, he warned, his dagger dancing in his hand like a lively fish, a skill only a seasoned knife wielder could possess. Had Yi Yiming been his former self, he would have found himself at a loss in this predicament. Yet, he had undergone a transformation. Having acquired ancient wisdom and mastered the Qing emperors with sovereign technique, these petty thugs were no longer a concern for him. Clutching the ancient book, he declared, "If you wish to avoid death, then be gone swiftly, or I will make your lives unbearable." The bearded man, infuriated by his defiance, sneered, "You are truly ungrateful." Prépare tout. With a menacing grin, he lunged at Yi Yiming, his blade shimmering dangerously as it approached. In an instant, Yi Yiming vanished from sight. Just as the bearded man realized it, he was met with a swift kick to the head. The impact sent him flying several meters, crashing into a wall, bloodied and unconscious. The remaining 3 henchmen, witnessing Yi Yiming's audacity, attacked simultaneously. 3 glinting daggers surged towards him. Yet, holding the ancient book, Yi Yiming spun gracefully, conjuring a whirlwind around him. He delivered a powerful kick to the groin of the first assailant, sending him sprawling 5 or 6 meters away, doubled over and unconscious. Simultaneously, he executed a sidekick that felled the second assailant, his head striking the ground with a thud, rendering him senseless. The third attacker lunged forward, but Yi Yiming deftly sidestepped, delivering a fierce kick to his back. The man was propelled 7 or 8 meters, crashing into the wall, unconscious. None of the 4 thugs could withstand even a single strike from him. Chapter 21. Zhang Fenghua with all 4 assailants incapacitated on the ground. Gravely injured and unlikely to awaken for several hours, Yi Yiming pondered his next steps. It was noon, a time when few passed through this area, and he had not anticipated encountering such formidable opposition while dealing with these thugs. After subduing them, Yi Yiming considered contacting the authorities. He retrieved his phone but hesitated. As a student at the He-Yuan Provincial Traditional Chinese Medicine Academy, possessing ancient artifacts valued in the millions, he had grievously injured the assailants. Logically, it seemed untenable to report the incident. He feared being summoned for extensive questioning, which would lead to considerable trouble. What to do? Yi Yiming sought a solution. As he raised his gaze, he spotted 2 wanted posters featuring the faces of the bearded man and a shorter accomplice. They were suspects in a serious homicide case, still at large and deemed extremely dangerous. An idea sparked in his mind. He resolved to drag the 4 men to the vicinity of the posters when a familiar voice called out to him, "Yiming." Yi Yiming lifted his gaze to find Zhang Rongjuan and a young man staring at him. The young man's face was alight with excitement, tears glistening in his eyes. Yiming. As Yi Yiming beheld this young man, his own eyes grew misty. He rushed forward to embrace him. Fenghua. Zhang Fenghua. The sole heir of Fenghua Jewelry Company in Heiyuan Province, had shared 3 years of schooling with Yi Yiming and Zhang Rongjuan, residing in the same dormitory. They were the closest of brothers. However, after Zhang Fenghua went abroad, they lost contact. Today, upon unexpectedly encountering his dear friend, Yi Yiming was so exhilarated that he was at a loss for words. Zhang Fenghua inquired about the events unfolding before them, to which Yi Yiming provided a brief account. Zhang Fenghua instructed his bodyguard to call the police. "Yiming, you become quite remarkable, haven't you? We came specifically to find you." As they settled into Zhang Fenghua's Lamborghini, he smiled and said, "Yiming, Rongjuan, this morning the treat is on me." Yi Yiming playfully punched Zhang Fenghua's arm. "Boss, it's only fitting that you treat us. We shall take down the tyrants." They spoke of the Antiquities Street, revealing that Zhang Rongjuan had been targeted by someone dispatched by a rat when he left. Zhang Rongjuan had fled, only to be ambushed by 2 assailants near the Antiquities Street, who sought to seize his paperweight. At the critical moment, Zhang Fenghua happened to pass by, heard the commotion, recognized his brother, and had his bodyguard chase off the 2 criminals. Upon learning of the situation at the Antiquities Street, Zhang Fenghua understood that the rat would not rest until he had dealt with Yi Yiming, prompting him to hastily rush to the Antiquities Street, where he fortuitously encountered them. The Lamborghini halted before the Shangri-La Hotel, and the 3 alighted, entering the establishment. Shangri-La stood as the pinnacle of luxury in Linha City, with a single night's stay costing a working-class individual a month or two's salary. Upon entering the hotel, Yiming and Zhang Rongjuan were awestruck. The opulent DCOR was nothing short of magnificent, gleaming like a fairy tale world, utterly breathtaking. They settled into a room and ordered several dishes. Zhang Fenghua's subordinate brought in a case of Maotai. "Brothers, this afternoon, we shall not leave until we are inebriated." As they popped open the bottles, the three friends began to feast and converse. Zhang Fenghua then inquired about the item Zhang Rongjuan had found. Zhang Rongjuan had no reservations and was just about to present the hairpin to Yiming, pondering how it would be fair for him to keep it. The two of them exchanged pleasantries, and Yiming said, "Brother Jun, do not be modest. Consider this hairpin as repayment for the money I owe you." The hairpin was passed into Zhang Fenghua's hands. He examined it closely with a magnifying glass and then turned to Zhang Rongjuan, saying, "Second brother, this hairpin in your possession is worth a maximum of 100,000. That's pushing it. Sell it to me for 200,000. What do you say?" Yiming nodded in agreement. Although Zhang Fenghua considered them brothers, he did not seek to exploit them. His offer was undeniably fair. Zhang Rongjuan had no objections and agreed to the sale. As a poor lad, he deemed the practicality of 200,000 far outweighing the worth of a mere hairpin. Immediately following, he inquired about the ancient book in Yiming's possession. Upon witnessing the appraisal document from Zhou Yongsheng and personally examining the silk cloth, Zhang Fenghua remarked to Yiming, "Old 3, I shall be straightforward with you. Professor Zhou has estimated its worth to be between 5 million and 8 million. I am willing to offer you 10 million. What do you think?" Yiming's heart raced with intensity. Hailing from a humble rural background, he had entered the Shui family with a dowry of 500,000 to fund his sister's medical treatment and had never encountered such a sum of money. The 1 million bank card given by Li Lanlan had dwindled to less than 100,000 after repayments, stirring within him a desire to sell. However, he hesitated, recalling that this book was a gift for Elder Shui. It was imperative to deliver the original as a mark of respect. Thus, he refrained from making a hasty decision. Zhang Fenghua, smiling, said, "Old 3, should you ever consider selling it, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Yiming nodded in agreement. "If the Shui family fails to recognize its value, I shall sell it to you." Zhang Fenghua was elated. "Excellent, let's make a deal." The three brothers gathered together and indulged in hearty drinking. As they enjoyed their revelry, Yiming noticed dark energy swirling ominously around Zhang Fenghua's forehead, tendrils of it rising from his right arm, an ominous sign of misfortune taking root, potentially jeopardizing Zhang Fenghua's life in the long run. Concerned, he inquired Old Big, "Have you encountered any troubles these past 2 years? Have you been experiencing any streaks of bad luck?" Upon hearing Yiming's question, Zhang Fenghua lifted his gaze. "Indeed. These last 2 years abroad have been fraught with misfortune. Everything has gone awry, and my father insisted I return home for a while. Yet, who would have thought that returning home would yield the same results? Even a sip of cold water seems to get stuck between my teeth." Yiming nodded. "Old Big, do you carry anything on your right hand? May I see it?" Zhang Fenghua chuckled. "What is there to see? Just a string of jade Bodhi beads, blessed by a high monk in Thailand. Without them, perhaps I would have already lost my life." As he spoke, Zhang Fenghua handed the jade Bodhi bracelet to Yiming. Yiming opened his third eye and beheld the seemingly ordinary jade beads, which were suffused with a sinister, blood-red hue, swirling with resentment that ensnared Zhang Fenghua, thus perpetuating his misfortunes. Yiming furrowed his brow. "Old Big, these are not merely blessed Bodhi beads. Rather, they are malevolent blood Bodhi. A portion of your misfortune stems from this cursed object." Zhang Fenghua stared at Yiming, astonished. "Surely not. These beads were gifted by my closest kin. How could they harbor such evil?" Yiming urged, "If you trust me, procure some vermilion and ritual paper, and I shall cleanse the impurities from the blood Bodhi for you." Zhang Fenghua studied Yiming for a moment before nodding in agreement. The vermilion and ritual paper were soon brought forth. Yiming dipped his fingers in the vermilion and, with a flourish on the ritual paper, inscribed intricate symbols that resembled ghostly talismans. He cast the talismans into the air, where they burst into flames, transforming into ash that settled into a bowl of clear water. Yiming then submerged the blood Bodhi into the water, which immediately began to boil, producing a gurgling sound. Dark crimson hues erupted from the jade Bodhi beads, staining the water a deep scarlet. Longyan attempted to add more water, yet the bowl never seemed to fill. A visage, aged and malevolent, emerged from the bloodied water, its chilling wails reverberating throughout the room. "Ah, you scoundrel! How dare you treat an elder in such a manner? I shall kill you, I swear." The blood in the bowl began to evaporate, releasing wisps of steam. Within a few breaths, the liquid dwindled to half its former volume, quickly returning to clarity, and the emerald-hued Bodhi bead bracelet gleamed even more brilliantly. Zhang Fenghua's gaze towards Yi Yiming transformed entirely. Zhang Rongjuan, stunned by the preceding spectacle, found himself bewildered, grappling with the implications of what had just transpired. Chapter 22. The agreement. Zhang Fenghua and Zhang Rongjuan felt as if they were ensnared in a surreal dream. Beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. Even a mere instinct could ascertain that the green bracelet harbored some malevolence. Otherwise, such bizarre occurrences would not manifest. Particularly, Zhang Fenghua's eyes widened in astonishment, his body tense, seemingly seeking confirmation. "Brother, what on earth is happening?" With a sardonic smile, Yi Yiming replied, "Brother, it's nothing but the ghost-summoning technique from Taigu. It has been dispelled." He refrained from disclosing that the bracelet had absorbed a portion of Zhang Fenghua's essence and fortune, along with certain elements imperceptible to an ordinary person, fearing Zhang Fenghua might not comprehend this revelation. As he spoke, Yi Yiming once again drew a talisman with vermilion, his fingers gesturing as the talisman ignited, merging into the clear water. He submerged the bracelet into the liquid, retrieving it after a few breaths and presenting it to Zhang Fenghua. "Here, boss, wear it. I assure you, you shall be safe." Upon donning the bracelet, Zhang Fenghua felt a comforting warmth radiating from the beads, flowing throughout his body, a stark contrast to the previous chill. "Thank you, brother. Had it not been for your dispelling of the ghost-summoning technique, I would not have known how I might meet my end." His gratitude was profound, for he had been plagued by misfortune recently, undoubtedly aided by this very bracelet, and this thought only fueled his indignation further. Yi Yiming chuckled, raising his cup in camaraderie. "We are brothers. Why speak of such things?" The three men drank heartily, and after their meal, Zhang Fenghua invited them to the stone gambling event that evening and the antique auction scheduled for the following afternoon, both taking place at the Shangri-La Hotel. Zhang Rongjuan, bound by his night shift and commitments at the hospital, would be unable to attend. Yi Yiming agreed to join Zhang Fenghua for the gambling event that night, but likely would not make it to the auction, as he was to attend Shui Lao's birthday banquet with Shui Bingyu. As the trio departed the Shangri-La Hotel, Yi Yiming and Zhang Rongjuan boarded the vehicle assigned by Zhang Fenghua and headed home. On the way, Zhang Rongjuan insisted on splitting the 200,000 evenly with Yi Yiming. Yi Yiming playfully punched Zhang Fenghua and, patting an ancient tome, remarked, "Second brother, spare me. I possess far greater wealth than you." Embarrassed, Zhang Rongjuan relented. In the antique street, a shopkeeper sat sipping tea, contemplating the time. The others ought to have arrived with the goods by now. The mere thought of the handwritten works of the great calligrapher Su Shun, valued in the millions, sent tremors of excitement through him, causing him to spill some tea on himself. Millions, such a sum in Chinese currency. Once he acquired the ancient texts, his fortune was assured. With newfound wealth, he expanded his shop and purchased a modest abode for Xiao Rui, thus leading a life that could be described as blissfully settled. The more he contemplated this delightful future, the more he found himself shaking his head in disbelief. Suddenly, the phone on the tea table rang, its chimes resonating through the air. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was his elder brother calling. Instantly, a sycophantic smile spread across his face as he bent slightly, eager to display his utmost deference. "Brother, you're not busy? What brings you to call me?" The caller was his elder sibling, the captain of the police force in Lena City. It was thanks to his brother's protection that he could thrive in the antique street. However, the voice on the other end was raised an octave in anger. "Do I have free time? What kind of nonsense is this? What trouble have you stirred up?" Confused, he replied, "Brother, I haven't done anything. What is the matter? What is the matter?" You assigned 2 wanted murderers to rob customers. Is that true? Upon hearing this, he sprang up as if propelled by a spring. Brother, isn't this just part of our business? We sometimes need certain special individuals. Surely, you can manage this? The voice on the other end erupted in fury. Manage? How can I manage this? They've confessed everything and are about to come for you. You better get out of sight. A shiver ran down his spine as the weight of his past actions bore down on him. He had engaged in extortion, deceit, and even orchestrated the theft of several grand tombs. If these matters were to come to light, he would find himself in dire straits, perhaps facing a mere peanut charge, or, at the very least, spending a decade or 2 behind bars. Sweat beaded on his brow as he hastily gathered his belongings, locked the antique shop's door, and fled. Upon returning home, his sister, Yiming, had just awakened. She was diligently mopping the floor, rendering the living room spotless. Yiming snatched the mop from her hands. Sister, you're just recovering from illness. This is the time for rest and recuperation. You must take a break. Yiming smiled. I simply had nothing else to do. Yiming tossed the mop aside and declared, Come, let me check your pulse and perform acupuncture once more. Having inherited profound esoteric knowledge, Yiming cherished his sister above all. They had relied on each other for many years, and he vowed never to let her suffer again. Obediently, Yiming complied. After examining her pulse, Yiming proceeded with the acupuncture. The vitality of the Qingmu energy, imbued with a hint of dragon essence, was immensely nourishing. Following the session, Yiming's health was fully restored, even surpassing that of a healthy individual. Feeling invigorated, she laughed. Yiming, where did you learn such remarkable skills? I had no idea you were so capable. Yiming chuckled wryly, knowing that had it not been for a fortunate twist of fate granting him the ancient esoteric lineage, he would still be the same ordinary person unable to heal his sister. However, he could not reveal the truth. Even if he did, she would not believe him. Instead, he concealed the reality and said, I had a dream one night. A venerable old man with a white beard appeared and imparted some teachings to me. And suddenly, I became quite skilled. Yiming pursed her lips and lightly tapped her brother's forehead, saying, You might as well deceive me. After changing her clothes, she intended to head to the supermarket to purchase some everyday groceries and essentials. Yiming, having nothing better to do, decided to accompany his sister. Not far from the city village stood a large supermarket, bustling with people, a continuous stream of patrons. It was said that this supermarket offered excellent quality at reasonable prices, making it very affordable, and was named Yiming Supermarket. They made their way towards Yiming Supermarket. Upon arriving, Yiming noticed a line of small print beneath the large letters of the supermarket, Shilai Le Group. He immediately understood that Yiming Supermarket belonged to the Shilai Le Group. Touching the black card in his pocket, a slight smirk appeared on his lips. He was eager to test whether the card given to him by Li Lanlan was indeed functional. Just as they were about to ascend the steps of the supermarket, a cold voice interrupted. Oh, isn't this the flower of our Yazibi company? Still alive, are we? Have you come out to await your demise because you can't afford the hospital? With a dismissive tone, the voice continued, Since it's hopeless, why not just die? You've even dragged your brother into marrying into the Shui family as a son-in-law. You truly are a disaster. Chapter 23. You seek death, accompanying the icy sarcasm with a rhythmic clicks of high heels. Yiming and his sister turned to see a tall woman striding towards them, clad in a white cardigan and a black skirt, exposing her round navel, and elegantly linked to a handsome man in a white suit. Yiming's anger surged, and he was about to erupt, but Yiming restrained him. After a moment of hesitation, he chose silence. The woman glanced at Yiming, her eyes brimming with disdain. What's the matter? Are you upset? I merely speak the truth. Are you afraid of what others say? You didn't team marry into the Shui family for 50,000. Or have you truly been living with Shuebing you? At this point, Yu haven't even touched her hand. How pitiful. Yiming felt an increasing aversion towards this meddlesome woman. What business is it of yours? Yours being nosy. The woman covered her face and laughed. He. Her laughter was incessant, as if someone were tickling her. Nosy? I'm not being nosy. I'm just expressing my satisfaction. Your sister is the belle of the company, pursued by countless men. As she spoke, she cast a glance at the man beside her, who was once a suitor of Yiming, but after the news of her cancer diagnosis and the spread of the illness, he had settled for the cheaper option. Yiming's expression darkened. Zhao Monlu constantly opposed her at work, attempting to overshadow her in both performance and other aspects. Nevertheless, Yiming was diligent and exceptionally capable, far surpassing Zhao Monlu in every regard. The man Zhao Monlu had her arm linked with was initially drawn to Yiming, but it was only after her severe illness that Zhao Monlu made considerable efforts to lure Sun Yaowu. Sun Yaowu was the sole heir of a wealthy family, the general manager of a construction group, which, like Shilai Lu Group, was a renowned enterprise in Heiyuan province, generating annual revenues in the billions. With the general manager earning a six-figure salary, Zhao Monlu sought to showcase her superiority before Yiming, indulging her own vanity and venting the long-held resentment of being trampled by Yiming. How tedious! Yiming uttered, tugging at Yiming as they headed towards the supermarket. Zhao Monlu, seizing the opportunity to belittle, chuckled, Yiming, while you still have a few days to live, you ought to indulge in some delicacies. It would be a pity to let cancer spread without having enjoyed anything. The veins on Yiming's forehead throbbed as his anger became uncontrollable. What grievance did his sister have with this woman to warrant such a venomous curse? He yearned to confront Zhao Monlu, but was forcibly restrained by Yiming. His body trembled, nearing its breaking point. Zhao Monlu looked on with disdain, silently cursing the siblings for their cowardice. With such words spoken, they dared not retort. Yiming, everyone knows where your good reputation stems from. Yiming halted, unable to suppress her fury. Zhao Monlu laughed mockingly. What's the matter? Have I struck a nerve? What of it if she had? She proudly clung to Sun Yaowu's arm, having latched onto the support of the Sun family, employing every means yet reaping no benefits. Yiming turned her face towards Zhao Monlu. Do not slander me. Zhao Monlu laughed. Slander? I speak only the truth. Sun Yaowu not only refrained from intervening, but appeared to encourage her. In the past, he had pursued Yiming with great effort, yet she had dismissed him. Someone of his stature had never faced such humiliation, and Zhao Monlu's mockery was a form of vindication for him. Indeed, she had pretended to be a saint while hiding her true, disgraceful nature. Sun Yaowu wore a contemptuous expression. Yiming, unable to contain himself any longer, pointed threateningly at Sun Yaowu. You're courting death. Say another word. Sun Yaowu sneered. What if I do? Some people are not to be trifled with. The poor remain poor, powerless in their rage. I could devise 100 ways to ruin you. Zhao Monlu, practically glued to Sun Yaowu, laughed. Who in the company doesn't know that the so-called saintly flower is merely a promiscuous white lotus, having been with countless men? Yiming trembled with fury at Zhao Monlu's words. Yiming could no longer hold back and struck Zhao Monlu across the face. The resounding slap sent her spinning twice before she fell to the ground, blood trickling from her mouth, revealing 2 or 3 lost teeth. Enraged, Zhao Monlu shouted at Sun Yaowu, you kill him. Kill him. Zhao Monlu was beside herself with fury. Sun Yaowu was equally incensed to allow such an affront before him. Striking his woman was intolerable. You're asking for death. He pointed a finger at Yiming. Yiming seized Sun Yaowu's finger and snapped it. Crack! Sun Yaowu screamed in agony. You dare to harm me. You're finished. He attempted to curse, but before the words could escape his lips, Yiming delivered a fierce slap across his face. The sharp sound echoed as several of Sun Yaowu's teeth flew out. You little! Once again, a resounding slap echoed through the air. With a sharp crack, Sun Yaowu's teeth were sent flying, leaving him utterly speechless, unable to articulate a single word. Zhao Monlu, in a fit of rage, leapt to her feet and charged at Yiming, her crimson nails poised to claw at his face. However, Yiming swiftly kicked her to the ground, leaving her in a most undignified position. Overwhelmed by pain, Zhao Monlu cried out, help! Someone's been murdered! Sun Yaowu urgently pulled her away, covering her mouth. Shut up! Don't shout! As the son of a high-ranking executive at the construction group, he could not afford to be humiliated in such a manner. If word of this incident spread, How could he maintain his standing in the circle, especially after being bested by a mere rural upstart? Yiming, still unsatisfied, would have pursued further action had it not been for Yiching's restraint. Yiming, Yiching admonished. How could you be so reckless? What if he calls the police? Sun Yaowu is the son of the construction group's general manager. You could face severe repercussions. Yiming, with a smile, lifted his phone. I recorded everything that just transpired. If he dares to report me, I will broadcast his humiliating defeat online. Let us see how young Master Sun fares in Lena City. Yiching shot him a sidelong glance. You think you can get away with that so easily? You're far too impulsive. As they entered Huimin's supermarket, Sun Yaowu and Zhao Monlu exited, seeking a place to tend to his wounds. Consumed by rage towards Yiming, Sun Yaowu vowed, that country bumpkin will pay dearly for this. I've never suffered such humiliation in my life. Clenching his teeth, he seethed with anger. Country bumpkin. I will make him pay. He cursed, dragging his injured hand. His hatred for Yiming and his sister was palpable. He had always been revered due to his father's status as the general manager of the construction group, never before having faced such degradation. Today, right outside Huimin's supermarket, his girlfriend was struck before his eyes, his dignity shattered, his teeth knocked out, and his finger broken. How could he possibly endure such a violent blow to his pride? Zhao Monlu tended to his injured finger, feeling deep sympathy for him. He was her ticket to the upper echelons of society, and marrying him would elevate her from her humble beginnings. Yaowu, did it hurt? She asked, concern etched on her face. In a fit of anger, Sun Yaowu slapped Zhao Monlu across the face, causing her to stumble backward, her face swelling even more. He glared at her, blaming her for his misfortune, thinking that had she not sought to flaunt herself in front of Yiching, he would not be in such a dire predicament. Zhao Monlu, still supporting him, said, Yo, if hitting me will make you feel better, then go ahead. She understood that her actions had contributed to this outcome, and thus, she did not shy away. What good would that do? Will it heal my finger or restore my teeth? Sun Yao's fury blazed. Gritting her teeth, Zhao Monlu suggested, how about we call the police? Sun Yaowu was seized by an impulse to kick Zhao Monlu. Are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Reporting to the police would imply that I, Sun Yaowu, cannot handle a country bumpkin and must seek help from the authorities, thereby tarnishing my reputation in this circle. Zhao Monlu was on the verge of tears. Yaowu, it's not what you think. I'm not. Sun Yaowu entered the car, instructing the driver to proceed, and said to Zhao Monlu, this phone belongs to my good brother. If Yiming and his sister ascend to the third floor, have him deal with them. You follow closely behind. Damn it, those wretched scoundrels. I shall not let them off easily. Zhao Monlu wiped her tears, disregarding her swollen face from the beating, purchased a hat by the roadside, and headed towards Huimin's supermarket. She sought vengeance. Yiching must pay for her actions. The ground floor of Huimin's supermarket was filled with reasonably priced clothing and shoes, while the back housed daily necessities. The second floor featured branded apparel, and the third floor was dedicated to various jewels. Yiming observed his sister's wrinkled attire and, with over 100,000 in his possession, resolved to buy her some clothes and jewelry. After years of hardship, she deserved to indulge in some finery. Reluctantly, Yiching acquiesced to her brother's enthusiasm and accompanied him to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, Yiching was dazzled by the array of designer garments. Domestic brands such as Shanshan, Bazading, Baoxiniang, and Hongdo were showcased alongside international names like Chanel, Audi, and Versace. The quality and craftsmanship of these pieces were on an entirely different level from the affordable attire on the ground floor. Yiching's eyes lit up at the sight of a Chanel suit. She reached out to touch the fabric, only to retract her hand upon seeing the price. 18,880. Was it made of gold? How could it be so exorbitantly priced? Yiming chocolate, salisladi. Could you please bring that suit for a fitting? The sales lady, a petite woman with a bright smile, showed no disdain for the humble appearance of Yiming and his sister. She cheerfully remarked, Sir, this is the latest from Chanel, designed by the internationally renowned Mr. Charlotte. We have only this one piece in our store. You have an excellent eye. The price is 18,888 yuan, and it is not subject to discounts. If you're interested, I can retrieve it for you. Yiming smiled. Go ahead, it's no big deal. However, Yiming interjected Yiming. Concerned for her brother, she recalled the exorbitant medical bills from her 6-month hospitalization and the costly cancer treatment medications, each injection costing thousands. How could he possibly afford such an extravagant purchase? It's too expensive. We shouldn't buy before she could finish. A woman's voice interrupted. Expensive? For you country folk, is indeed a steep price. The second floor is not meant for your kind. You belong on the ground floor, purchasing inexpensive clothing. As the voice approached, Yiming turned to see a tall, glamorous woman with cascading waves, her movements fluid and graceful. Her gaze towards Yiming and her brother laced with disdain. This was an elite zone, a realm for the affluent, not a marketplace for the likes of them. Their presence sullied the sanctity of this space. 18,888 for a piece designed by Mr. Charlotte was a bargain beyond compare. As the woman spoke, she gestured towards the merchandise, saying, "Let me try on this garment. I shall purchase it." The crowd had yet to arrive, yet the overwhelming scent of perfume enveloped the air, suffocating those nearby. Yiming chuckled. Is there not a proper order to these matters? We were the ones who first expressed interest in this attire. Why should it be given to you? The woman smiled and pointed at Yiming, asking, why not? Simply because of the esteemed young Master Fu standing behind me. Young Master Fu was the heir of the Food Kong Group, overseeing the Chun Jiao Beauty Salon, with a fortune amounting to billions. Should I desire this piece, he would procure it for me, unlike some who would flinch at the sight of the price tag. You merely intend to browse, try on a few outfits, and take some pictures to flaunt on social media, but you shall not purchase anything, wasting the salesperson's time. At that moment, Yiming noticed the impeccably dressed Fu Yunyan behind the woman, clad in a white suit, bespectacled and exuding an air of sophistication. Yiming's expression darkened further. He recalled the incident at the Chun Jiao Beauty Salon, where Fu Yunyan not only failed to honor their agreement to provide him with 150,000, but also nearly had him beaten to death by his bodyguards. This grudge was etched deeply in his heart, and what infuriated Yiming more was Fu Yunyan's unabashed pursuit of Shuebing Yu, all while pretending to be a romantic hero before the venomous mother-in-law, Wu Shuren, while clandestinely cavorting with such a woman of questionable character. The seductive woman was practically glued to him, and it was evident to all that they shared an intimate connection. Fu Yunyan, noticing the slight curl at the corner of Yiming's mouth, smirked maliciously. Xiao Jiao, do not compete with them. I wonder how he can afford such a suit? The woman, known as Xiao Jiao, gazed at Fu Yunyan with a face full of curiosity, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. He cannot afford it, Fu Yunyan remarked, pointing at Yiming. The other day, he was on his knees at the Chun Jiao Beauty Salon, pleading for 150,000, promising to divorce his beautiful wife to fund his sister's treatment. I do not believe he could amass the funds overnight. Let him buy it, Fu Yunyan declared triumphantly, convinced he had struck at Yiming's vulnerable spot, flaunting his superiority. A country bumpkin burdened by a sickly family cannot possibly afford luxury clothing. Yiming, seething with indignation, retorted, Sister, you simply try on the clothes. If they fit, we shall purchase them. He possessed at least 100,000 in savings. Spending 8,000 was hardly a considerable expense. Yiming hesitated. Xiao Ming, let it go. We need not engage with them. Though she spoke thus, her disappointment was unmistakable. Yiming presented a card to the salesperson. Miss, please process this. I shall buy the garment. The salesperson took the card and turned to the card reader. Fu Yunyan sneered at Yiming. Continue your charade. I refuse to believe you possess any funds. Just days prior, at the Chun Jiao Beauty Salon, Yiming had been willing to divorce the stunning Shuebing Yu, one of the 5 beauties of Linha City, for a mere 150,000. How could this rural simpleton possibly acquire the money for a Chanel outfit within a single day? He would not believe it, even if he were to be struck down. Chapter 25. You must sell it to me. Fu Yunyan remained unconvinced that Yiming had the means to purchase the clothing. Regarding him as an actor, go on. Keep pretending. I shall see how long you can maintain this fade. The salesperson placed the card on the card reader, and with a crisp sound, a series of numbers appeared on the display. 186500023, a figure representing 186,500 yuan. Indeed, Yi Yiming possessed such a substantial amount of wealth. This was the remainder of the 1 million yuan that Li Lanlan had given him after settling various debts. As the salesperson was about to process the transaction, Xiao Jiao stamped her foot, exclaiming, "Yunyan, I want it." Her adorable demeanor was utterly captivating. Fu Yunyan felt a rush of warmth to his cheeks, astonished that Yi Yiming still had such a sum at his disposal. The earlier conversation felt like a slap across his face, leaving him flushed. "Wait." Fu Yunyan halted the salesperson, preventing her from completing the transaction. "The clothes cannot be sold to him. They must be sold to me." The salesperson looked at Fu Yunyan in confusion. "Sir, that seems rather inappropriate," she replied. Fu Yunyan smiled confidently. "No, this is precisely appropriate. Even if your manager were to arrive, these garments must be sold to me." Yi Yiming chuckled. "Why is that?" "You're offering money, and so am I." Fu Yunyan grinned, brimming with pride. "You are offering money, and so am I. However, our funds are not equivalent. You, a mere country bumpkin, can only afford a fleeting purchase of clothing, while we annually spend hundreds of thousands at the Shilai Group. Can you truly compare? My status is invaluable." As he spoke, Fu Yunyan produced a golden card, a testament to his wealth and standing. With a decisive slap, he placed the gold card on the counter. "I am a gold member of the Shilai Group, having spent over 5 million. The group must prioritize the requests of esteemed clients such as myself." He cast a flirtatious gaze at the petite salesperson, inquiring, "Wouldn't you agree?" The salesperson lowered her gaze. Indeed, the Shilai Group did have such policies. "Sir," she said, returning Yi Yiming's card, "this gentleman is correct. We must first attend to the requests of our esteemed guests, so, sir, perhaps you should reconsider." Fu Yunyan provocatively looked at Yi Yiming, smirking. "Well, how does it feel to be unable to make a purchase? Not just clothing, but even women are beyond your reach. Any woman I desire will inevitably fall into my grasp." He whispered, baring his teeth at Yi Yiming. "For instance, Shuebing Yu." Before he could finish his taunt, Yi Yiming delivered a resounding slap across Fu Yunyan's face. The sound echoed sharply. Fu Yunyan was sent tumbling several meters to the ground. Xiao Jiao hurried over in her high heels, offering support. "Yunyan, are you all right?" Fu Yunyan sneered. "You dare strike me in a Shilai Group store. You have guts." His face was already swelling, a testament to the earlier altercation at the Spring Jiao Beauty Salon, now even more pronounced. As the commotion attracted numerous onlookers, security personnel from the Shilai Group converged on the scene, along with a stout man in formal attire who hurried over. "What is happening here? What is going on? Don't move. Who dares to make a move?" The security team secured the area, while Chi Xian Deki, the general manager, approached Fu Yunyan, asking, "Young Master Fu, what has transpired?" Yi Yiqing's complexion was ashen. She sensed that Fu Yunyan's identity was far from ordinary. Her younger brother had struck him, and the situation escalated dramatically. She wished for her brother to flee first. Yi Yiming patted his sister's hand, reassuring her, "Sister, do not worry. It is of no consequence. I have already secured this outfit. Moreover, I have ensured they must sell it to me without spending a single penny." Yi Yiming was also incensed. He had no intention of taking advantage. He believed in fair dealings and could certainly afford the price. Acquiring it was trivial. Who could have anticipated such an irksome twist of events? The spectators erupted in laughter. They discerned that Fu Yunyan was the general manager of Chun Jiao Beauty Salon, backed by the Fuda Pharmacy. A young gentleman with a fortune in the hundreds of millions, wielding a gold card from the Shilai Group. Naturally, Shilai Lu was obliged to provide him with an explanation, while Yi Yiming donned attire worth merely a few dozen yuan, yet spoke with audacity, demanding the outfit as if it were his right. Was this not a grand jest? Ha ha, like a frog attempting to swallow the heavens. What a bold claim. It seemed as though he believed that merely by asserting it, the garment would belong to him. So na vi, acting brazenly in the domain of Shilai Lu. He had chosen the wrong battleground. I dare say he is bound to suffer repercussions. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Fu Yunyan's expression darkened, his countenance as turbulent as a stormy sea. "Mr. Chi, I have received exceptional treatment at Shilai Lu, and you must provide me with an explanation. As a gold member, I demand an answer from you." Fu Yunyan intended to leverage the Shilai Lu Group's authority to deal with Yi Yiming. Even if the group reprimanded Yi Yiming, he would not let the matter rest. By striking him, Fu Yunyan had stirred the most formidable hornet's nest, and he must brace himself for retaliation. His face was shadowed, his eyes glinting with a chilling fury. Qi Xinda regarded Fu Yunyan's gold card, his expression darkening as he turned to Yi Yiming, admonishing, "You audacious fool, you are disrupting the order of Xilai Le Group and jeopardizing our clientele. Do you wish to languish in prison? Seize him." 4 or 5 security personnel advanced, but Yi Yiming interjected, "Wait, you are Manager Qi, correct? Do you not inquire about the reasons and rights of this matter? Will you not investigate why I struck him? Is this the service attitude of Xilai Le Group?" With a barrage of questions, beads of sweat began to form on Qi Xinda's forehead. He could only resort to a delaying tactic. "This young man, you have offended our esteemed guest. Please, let's talk in a lounge over there, shall we?" He feared creating a negative impact in front of the crowd. Yi Yiming chuckled, turning to Manager Qi. "Is there not a sense of order in purchasing? I am not financially incapacitated. Why should he be served before me?" Manager Qi replied with a smile. "That is because he is a gold member, having spent over 5 million at Xilai Le Group, thus entitled to special treatment. Our esteemed guests are held in higher regard." Yi Yiming laughed. "Is that so? A gold member is superior? What if I were a platinum member? Fu Yunyan znird, aka mipieka. You wish. A platinum member must have spent over 50 million. Have you ever seen 50,000 yuan, you country bumpkin?" Manager Qi added, "For platinum members, we provide transportation and security throughout their visit." Manager Qi looked disdainfully at the trinkets adorning Yi Yiming, utterly unconvinced that he possessed a platinum card. "Do you have a platinum membership card?" Yi Yiming replied with a smile, "No." Laughter erupted among the onlookers, deeming his claims mere hot air after months of boasting. However, when Yi Yiming revealed a black card and a golden nameplate to Manager Qi, the latter's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 26. The exiled Fu Yunyan, upon seeing the black diamond card and the golden nameplate in Yi Yiming's hand, Manager Qi's countenance changed instantly. The supreme black card. Manager Qi recognized its authenticity. This version of the supreme black card was more genuine than any counterfeit. Only the esteemed VIPs of the Xilai Le Group were privileged to possess such a rare card. With no more than a handful issued in the provincial capital of Lianhe City, Heyuan Province. Each black card holder was recognized as a distinguished guest by the Group S president, who dared not offend them. As a mere manager of a small supermarket, how could he risk angering a VIP with a black card? One word from such a guest could spell the end of his career. Sweat beaded on Manager Qi's forehead as he wiped his brow, cursing Fu Yunyan under his breath. "Damn it, this bastard is leading me to my doom." He believed Fu Yunyan was deceiving him, spewing nonsense. Holders of the Supreme Black Card could freely utilize the resources of the Xilai Le Group without the need for cash, and access millions in funds through their VIP privileges, rendering a loan of 150,000 from his modest spring beauty salon utterly insignificant. "Young master?" Manager Qi bowed and scraped, eager to flatter, but Yi Yiming's expression turned frosty. "I prefer to keep my identity private, and I do not wish to be bothered by these 2 flies buzzing around me." Manager Qi nodded incessantly, ingratiating himself like the most devoted servant. He recognized that this young man was a black card client who could determine his fate. A single word could send him packing, and thus he tread carefully. "Rest assured, everything will be done according to your wishes," he assured, seemingly grasping the sentiment of the higher-ups, who often feigned humility to savor a taste of the common man's experience. He understood that he must not dampen this esteemed guest's spirits. Fu Yunyan observed Manager Qi's demeanor, puzzled. What is old Qi doing, fawning over a pauper? He usually seems quite astute. How could he lack such discernment? "Manager Qi, what is the meaning of this? He is merely a poor man. Why must you grovel before him?" Hearing Fu Yunyan's remarks, Qi Xinda inwardly cursed Fu Yunyan's ancestors 18 generations over. Damn it. A poor man who can mobilize millions from the Xilai Le Group is considered impoverished? Are there truly individuals in this world who are not destitute? "Young Master Fu, please feel free to shop as you wish. If you choose not to purchase, kindly refrain from disturbing our esteemed guests." Fu Yunyan, incensed by Manager Qi's words, laughed in disbelief. "Old Qi, have you lost your mind? Just days ago, he knelt before me, pleading for 150,000, and now he is a distinguished guest? Are you out of your mind? Manager Chi's face darkened like iron. Fu Yonyan, if you do not wish to shop at Shilai Lu, you need not come. Do not insult others, especially not our esteemed VIPs. If not, Shilai Lu will blacklist you. Fu Yonyan was nearly driven to madness, pointing at Qi Xinda. Old Qi, what are you saying? Is this how you treat a gold member? Have you not seen clearly? I'm a gold member, entitled to privileges at Shilai Li's establishments. Apologize to me, or I shall call Manager Li to handle this matter. The Feud Kang Group and Shilai Lu have a deep collaboration, and I'm good friend with Manager Li. Does your general manager wish to resign? Qi Xinda sneered. Mr. Fu, let me reiterate. If you wish to shop at Huimin Supermarket, you must adhere to proper decorum. If you cause further trouble, I will have security remove you, and Shilai Lu will blacklist you. Qi Xinda was disdainful of Fu Yonyan's lack of appreciation. This esteemed guest is from Shilai Lu. You cannot offend him. Do you really think I fear you? Even if you were friends with Manager Li, he would not dare offend this VIP card holder. You better wrap my clothes properly and offer me a 50% discount to quell my anger, or I will call Manager Li. Fu Yonyan fumed. Qi Xinda, now irritated, responded, the clothing is chosen by this esteemed guest. Feel free to call Manager Li. Angered, Fu Yonyan immediately dialed Li Xinyan's number. Manager Li, the service quality at your group supermarket is deteriorating. General Manager Qi Xinda has been disrespectful to us gold members. You must address this. Upon receiving the call, Qi Xinda explained the situation to Li Xinyan. Li Xinyan's expression darkened as he replied, Manager Qi, you acted correctly. Fu Yonyan has disrupted Dr. Ye's mood. Just toss him out. Though Shilai Lu and Feud Kang Group have some cooperation, it is Feud Kang that seeks Shilai Li's partnership. Offending Dr. Yi, who holds the key to the old man's health, over trivial benefits is foolish. This second generation, who lacks manners, needs to be taught a lesson. Qi Xinda, elated by his boss's praise, reassured, rest assured, boss, I understand. He instructed security to remove Fu Yonyan. In full view of the crowd, Fu Yonyan was expelled. Feeling utterly humiliated, Qi Xinda, you bastard, he shouted, consumed by rage, never anticipating that as a gold member, he would be thrown out. It was a disgrace he could not bear. As the young master of Feud Kang and the general manager of Chunjiao Beauty Club, he could not afford such humiliation. Qi Xinda, also infuriated, considered Fu Yonyan's behavior unreasonable. With Manager Li's backing, he felt reassured, instructing security. If he insults again, slap him. Fu Yonyan persisted in his defiance, and security, ignoring his protests, delivered a series of slaps. The sound echoed as Fu Yonyan's face was left swollen. Outside the supermarket, he was unceremoniously discarded on the ground. Xiao Jiao was taken aback, unable to fathom the unfolding scene, her mind racing with 1,000 questions. How could this happen? However, she had no time to ponder. Rushing downstairs to help Fu Yonyan to his feet, the onlookers murmured amongst themselves, well done, he deserved it. Truly, he had it coming. What qualities define a person who, having a little money, feels a sense of superiority? Now, they understand the gravity of the situation, don't they? How contemptible! I have little regard for such arrogant individuals who believe themselves extraordinary simply because they have acquired some wealth. The public has voiced their discontent with Fu Yonyan. Manager Qi bowed and scraped to Yiming, offering a few words of instruction to the sales staff before departing. The salespeople were left in a stupor, their eyes sparkling with admiration for the young and handsome gentleman who was, in fact, a distinguished cardholder of the Shilai Lu Group. They felt immensely privileged. She neatly packaged the clothing and led the siblings to stroll about the second floor. Yiming, feeling no need for restraint, saw garments his sister admired and asked the sales staff to wrap them up, as it cost him nothing. Yiching was bewildered. The impact of the earlier events had only just begun to settle in. Yiming, won't this land you in trouble? Yiming chuckled. Sister, I haven't done anything. It's the Shilai Lu Group safeguarding its clients, and it has nothing to do with us, right? Yiching considered this, yet a nagging sense of unease lingered. Chapter 27. Thief. Yiching felt as though her brother had become somewhat unrecognizable. Yiming urged his sister not to overthink and insisted she wore the Chanel professional attire. The remaining outfits were entrusted to the sales staff for safekeeping, to be collected later. The saleswoman beamed with enthusiasm, assuring him, "Young master, rest assured, I will take excellent care of your garments." Her heart raced with excitement at the honor of serving such a young and dashing VIP client. When Yiming emerged from the fitting room, she astonished the saleswoman. The Chanel outfit fit her impeccably, as though tailored specifically for her. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her back, and her delicate, slightly elongated face exuded a classical beauty. The saleswoman was utterly captivated, exclaiming, "Wow, you are stunning," as if you stepped out of a painting. Even Yiming felt that the moment his sister stepped out of the fitting room, the entire second floor brightened. With a smile, Yiming remarked, "Sister, you look truly beautiful, though I feel something is missing." He scratched his head in contemplation. What could that missing element be? The saleswoman chimed in, "Perhaps you need some accessories." Yiming clapped his hands in realization. "Yes, that's it. Sister, let us head to the third floor and buy some accessories." Yiming protested. No. We've already spent tens of thousands on these clothes. Where would you get so much money?" She began to suspect her brother might be involved in some illicit business to acquire such wealth. It wasn't until the sales staff informed Yiming that Yiming was a supreme member of Xilai Lu, entitled to all clothing and accessories at no cost, that she finally calmed her racing heart. Another question arose. "Yiming, how did you become a supreme member of Xilai Lu? Are you using someone else's card?" Yiming laughed and recounted how he had assisted General Manager Li, which quelled his sister's inquiries. At that moment, Zhao Monlu finally located the Yi siblings. Her gaze fixed on Yiming, filled with venomous hatred. Especially upon seeing Yiming adorned in Chanel, her beauty was beyond compare, intensifying Zhao Monlu's disdain. "You wretched woman. Just wait. I shall ensure your downfall." Zhao Monlu retrieved the phone number given to her by Sun Yaowu and dialed it. Fu Yonyan was unceremoniously thrown out of the supermarket. With a thud, he landed on the ground, his face ashen. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. This was the greatest indignity he had ever endured. Rage consumed him, particularly towards Yiming. The more he thought of him, the more his fury intensified. Clenching his fists, his eyes reddened as he gritted his teeth, muttering, "Yiming, you scoundrel, wait for me. I will not let this go." Xiao Jiao approached, swaying her hips, attempting to comfort Fu Yonyan. The entrance of the supermarket was bustling with people, who pointed and whispered about Fu Yonyan. Perhaps he had stolen something, or why else would he be thrown out? Looking so presentable, yet choosing the path of a thief. How disgraceful. Ugh, why is it that such scum is everywhere? Amidst the chatter and scorn, some bystanders even attempted to take pictures of Fu Yonyan. He quickly shielded his face. As the son of the Feudkang Group and the general manager of the Chun Jiao Beauty Salon, if this disgraceful scene were to circulate online, it would severely tarnish the company's reputation. Xiao Jiao also assisted in concealing Fu Yonyan's bruised face as they fled in haste. The onlookers chuckled at the pitiful sight, their laughter hinting at a modicum of conscience. In this day and age, were thieves so young and so handsome? "Stop hiding your face. Let us see," they taunted. Fu Yonyan hastily got into a car and departed. In the jewelry hall on the third floor, renowned jewelry companies from both domestic and international markets showcased their exquisite treasures in gleaming display cases. Yiming, who had never owned or worn precious jewelry, felt a twinge of intimidation as she gazed at the dazzling gems. Yiming, however, smiled reassuringly, saying, "Sister, it doesn't matter what the jewelry is. If you fancy it, that is all that counts." Yiming hesitated, asserting that this place was not meant for someone of her humble means. Yiming chuckled, "Sister, we will be wealthy in the future. I shall ensure you never endure hardship again. If I say we are buying, then we shall buy." Under Yiming's persistent urging, Yiming reluctantly followed along to admire the jewels. They browsed through necklaces and selected two to try on before moving on to the ring section. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the necklace area. Oh no, a necklace has gone missing. The crystal heart, worth 250,000. They immediately began an investigation, insisting that no customer be allowed to leave until the thief was identified. Otherwise, their wages would be docked. As the commotion escalated, Zhao Monlu received a phone call and pointed at Yiming declaring, "Everyone, I saw her steal the crystal heart." With her accusation, several security guards from Xilai Lu surrounded Yi Yiqing and her brother. Their electric batons and nightsticks were aimed at Yi Yiqing and Yi Yiming. "Don't move. Take out your bags. We need to conduct a routine check." One guard called out to Zhao Monlu, "Miss, you saw them steal the necklace. Where is it?" Zhao Monlu, feigning innocence, pointed to Yi Yiqing's small bag and said, "Officer, I saw her put the necklace inside her bag." The security guard proceeded to inspect Yi Yiqing's small purse. Yi Yiqing cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Monlu, her face filled with contempt for the vile woman who was once again seeking to provoke her. She had done nothing wrong, and thus was unafraid of any spectral visitations, willingly handing over the parcel to the security guard. As he rummaged through the bag, he indeed unearthed the crystal heart. The necklace had been found, nestled within Yi Yiqing's belongings. The crystal heart, once extracted, shimmered exquisitely, its beauty captivating under the illumination of the lights. However, the guard's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Yiqing, stating, "Miss, you must accompany us for a moment to clarify the situation. The crystal heart is valued at over 200,000. You are accused of theft, a serious legal infraction. It is quite disheartening to see someone as lovely as you engage in such ignoble acts, as this could result in a sentence of 3 to 10 years of imprisonment. Come with us." One of the guards attempted to push Yi Yiqing, intending to escort her to the inquiry room for further questioning. His hand, however, never made contact, as it was intercepted by Yi Yiming. "Stop." A resounding slap echoed as the guard's hand turned crimson, his wrist dislocated from the force. The guard cried out in agony, pointing at Yi Yiming and exclaiming, "This is an accomplice. Arrest him." Reinforcements of 5 or 6 guards soon surrounded Yi Yiming. "Listen here, kid, you'd best cooperate. How could you consider stealing in our establishment?" Zhao Monlu directed a scornful glare at Yi Yiqing. "Yi Yiqing, you are truly despicable. Not only do you seek out different men each night, but you also dare to steal from a grand shopping mall. You shall receive the punishment you deserve. I knew you were untrustworthy, but I never imagined you'd resort to violence here." Onlookers began to murmur among themselves. "With such beauty and elegance, I assumed she was a wealthy heiress, but it turns out she is nothing more than a white lotus. What a pity. I detest thieves. How disgraceful to appear respectable while engaging in theft. They must be taken to the station. They cannot escape justice, and they shall face severe repercussions." Just then, a tall man in his late 30s emerged, glaring at Yi Yiqing and her brother with disdain. "How bold you are to steal our necklace. You are courting disaster. Take them to the inquiry room and conduct a thorough interrogation." Chapter 28. The accursed habitual offender arrests them. Stealing in our jewelry store marks them as habitual offenders, and they must not be shown leniency. The tall man commanded the guards, his face a mask of contempt for Yi Yiqing and her brother. Such scum exists everywhere, leeching off the hard work of others like parasites. I, Gong Quan, have the utmost disdain for such societal detritus. Call the station and inform them we've apprehended thieves. They must be taken away. The guards were invigorated, wielding their batons towards Yi Yiqing and her brother. "Listen closely. Supervisor Gong has issued orders to apprehend you. You would be wise not to resist. Comply and follow us to the inquiry room, providing a detailed account of your crimes and the number of offenses committed. Otherwise, we shall not be merciful. Indeed, kid, confess for leniency, resist, and face the full brunt of the law. If you cooperate, we might consider your attempted theft and grant you a reprieve. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe." 6 or 7 guards encircled Yi Yiqing and her brother, their batons swaying ominously, electric rods crackling with sparks. Yi Yiming shielded his sister, his gaze frigid. This was a malicious framing. The siblings had never laid eyes on the crystal heart, let alone taken it from the counter and concealed it in their bag. Just as Yi Yiming was about to speak, Zhao Monlu interjected, branding them as habitual offenders, asserting that they had pilfered countless times before and should be apprehended and sent to the police station. With her ostentatious demeanor, she called for them to be severely punished, relishing the satisfaction it brought her. "Yiqing, are you not bold? Do you not possess beauty? Do you not have a brother to protect you? Let us see how you extricate yourself from this predicament." After this spectacle, The humiliation she and son Yaowu suffer at the hands of Yi Yiming had finally been avenged. As Yi Yiming listened to Zhao Monlu's tirade, he grasped the underlying motives of the situation. It was undoubtedly linked to this wretched, vain woman. His expression turned icy. If they wished to play, then play they would. As Zhao Monlu stirred the crowd, they became incensed. Indeed, such uncouth thieves, scum of society, deserve to be imprisoned indefinitely. They should be sentenced to 10 or 8 years, enduring the depths of the prison to learn a lesson. Such people should not exist in this world. The crowd rallied, casting blame upon the siblings. Supervisor Gong, this is a setup. You should be seeking the true instigators, not us. I can prove my innocence. Yi Yiming declared to Supervisor Gong. Gong laughed derisively, his gaze toward Yi Yiming filled with contempt, as though he were but an insignificant insect, unworthy of his attention. I have encountered many like you. I have seen those far more shameless, caught red-handed, yet refusing to admit their guilt. You are but mud in a mire, destined to never rise above your station. Unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong target, daring to steal from the Shilai Lu Group's jewelry store. We have been robbed 3 times this year, and whether it was you or your accomplices, you will be apprehended. Arrest them and take them to the interrogation room. If they resist, beat them mercilessly. If they die, I will take responsibility. Gong had no interest in the evidence Yi Yiming claimed to possess. Finding stolen goods in their bag was enough for him to label the siblings as thieves without remorse. Zhao Monlu wore a smug expression, relishing the thought. Beat them to death, leave them broken. Yi Yiming, are you not skilled in combat? Can you withstand the security? It would be best if they crippled Yi Qing, so she would no longer entice men. Upon hearing Gong's orders, the security guards advanced to capture Yi Qing and her brother. 2 guards brandished their batons at Yi Yiming, while one aimed an electrobaton at Yi Qing. Zhao Monlu watched intently, eager to witness the siblings' downfall, seeking to alleviate the pent-up anger within her. Yi Yiming realized there was no room for negotiation. He shouted, "Drink!" seizing a guard's baton, and with a swift motion, broke the guard's arm, sending him flying several meters to the ground. The baton in his hand followed swiftly, striking another guard on the shoulder with a resounding thud. A security guard lay sprawled on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Yi Yiming did not pause. He swung his baton and struck the guard who was brandishing an electric baton at Yi Qing. The impact resounded as it connected with the guard's head, causing him to drop the electric baton and stumble backward, collapsing to the floor. The baton fortuitously landed in Yi Yiming's grasp. Without hesitation, he directed the electric baton towards the remaining guard before him. The crackling burst of 20,000 volts coursed through the guard's body, causing him to convulse violently. Once Yi Yiming had initiated his attack, he showed no signs of stopping. Within moments, 2 or 3 more guards were swiftly incapacitated. In a matter of seconds, all 7 guards lay defeated on the ground, stripped of their combat capability. Gong Quan, bewildered, found Yi Yiming standing before him. You didn't even consider the evidence that we are not thieves, and yet you would allow us to be killed? Gong Quan stepped back, trembling with fear. He had never imagined Yi Yiming possessed such formidable fighting prowess. The security personnel of the Shilai Lu Group were not ordinary individuals. They were veterans from the military or seasoned fighters, yet they proved utterly ineffectual against this young man, leaving Gong Quan utterly intimidated. Do not make a move, or you will regret it. Gong Quan attempted to maintain his composure. In response, Yi Yiming delivered a resounding slap to his face. The force sent Gong Quan's glasses flying and propelled him several meters backward to the ground, where he felt as though his very bones had shattered. Coughing up blood and losing a couple of teeth, he exclaimed in horror, "Murder! There has been a murder!" Trembling uncontrollably, Gong Quan was genuinely frightened. Yi Yiming then kicked Gong Quan, as if he were a mere soccer ball, sending him sliding across the floor. He crashed into a counter several meters away, finally coming to a halt. Gong Quan, dazed and disoriented, felt as though his insides had been ruptured. Pointing a trembling finger at Yi Yiming, he declared, "You dare to cause trouble in the Shilai Lu venue? You're finished. I will call for help." Not only he, but several others began dialing their phones. Yi Yiming paid them no heed and approached Zhao Monlu. "This chaos is all orchestrated by you. I assent to it, Miss Zhao." Zhao Monlu stared at Yi Yiming in shock. feeling pain in her cheeks despite not having been struck. She was frightened. She had not realized how formidable Yiming was, and that even the Shilai Lu group's security were no match for him. No, it wasn't me, she stammered. Yiming seized Zhao Monlu's phone and pressed the electric baton against her waist. Sparks flew as she screamed, collapsing unconscious from the shock. At that moment, Manager Qi, alerted to the disturbance, arrived with a dozen security guards, their anger palpable. Who was causing trouble in our Shilai Lu group? Seize him. Yiming turned to face Qi Xinda, a radiant smile gracing his face. Manager Qi, we meet again. Upon seeing Yiming, Qi Xinda trembled, unable to comprehend how the individuals from the jewelry city had found themselves at odds with this formidable young man. The security guard, witnessing the scene of chaos, was about to rush forward to apprehend Yiming. Qi Xinda's heart raced with a multitude of emotions, feeling as if he had been grievously wronged. What on earth are you doing? Are you trying to ruin me? He exclaimed, quickly commanding stop. The guards complied at once. With a beaming smile, Qi Xinda approached Yiming, his expression radiant. Yiching stood there, stunned, her heart racing at the sight of the mayhem and the injured guards. She had never encountered such a distressing situation. Overwhelmed, she turned to push Yiming away, insisting, "You must go. I stole the jewelry. If anyone should be apprehended, it should be me, not my brother." Having pilfered the heart of crystal from the Shilai Lu group's jewelry store, she was determined to shield her brother from any injustice. Crying out, "Leave now," Yiming gently patted his sister's shoulder, warmth surging within him. This was indeed his dear sister, always protecting him. Even shouldering burdens, she could not resolve herself. "Sister, it's all right. Manager Qi will provide us with a satisfactory resolution." Tears streaked and disbelieving, Yiching could hardly grasp her brother's assurances. Manager Qi soon stood before Yiming, apologetically smiling as he inquired, "Young Master Yi, it has come to my attention that a necklace, the Heart of Crystal, was reported missing from the third-floor jewelry store. Someone has implicated that it was in your sister's bag, and indeed, it was found there. They are convinced that we, the siblings, are the culprits and intend to take us for questioning." Upon hearing this, beads of sweat began to form on Qi Xinda's brow, and he silently cursed Gong Quan and the others 100 times over. He reported that the necklace was in Miss Ye's bag. He demanded. A sales clerk cautiously pointed at Zhao Monlu. It was this lady, the manager. Qi Xinda turned to Zhao Monlu, whose face was swollen from the altercation, and asked, "How did you come to witness Miss Yi stealing the necklace?" Release the footage. As the crowd focused on a large screen displaying the video from 5 different angles, it became evident that no one had seen the siblings touch the jewelry, not even the pieces they had purchased. Yiching had shown interest, but Yiming had merely asked the clerk to wrap it up. After reviewing the footage, Qi Xinda turned to Zhao Monlu. They never even touched the jewelry. How could they possibly steal it? Zhao Monlu was left speechless, unable to fathom the turn of events. Following this, Qi Xinda examined Zhao Monlu's phone records, discovering a call to the clerk who had spoken moments ago. He retrieved their conversation logs. As they listened, the truth emerged. Zhao Monlu had orchestrated this scheme to frame Yiching. The clerk, following Zhao Monlu's instructions, had secretly placed the Heart of Crystal necklace into a small box while she was packaging the items for Yiching, who unknowingly accepted it into her bag. The truth was now laid bare. It was revealed that Zhao Monlu had maliciously conspired against others. The collusion between the clerk and outsiders to frame the Yi siblings became apparent, igniting a sense of righteous indignation among the onlookers, who were filled with fury. What a vile person, truly despicable to frame the innocent. They shall not escape unscathed. The heart of a woman can be most treacherous. One could never have anticipated the sheer malevolence of these 2 individuals. They must be dealt with severely. Otherwise, the virtuous will continue to suffer and shed tears. It has come to light that they conspired behind the scenes to falsely accuse the brother and sister duo, leading to the recent turmoil. Had it not been for Qi Xinda's keen insight, the siblings would have faced unjust imprisonment. If these 2 women are not punished, what justice remains in this world? At long last, the police have arrived. They have gathered all the evidence and placed cold handcuffs on Zhao Monlu and the female attendant. Both Zhao Monlu and the attendant were in tears, pleading, "Mr. Qi, Please spare us. We were wrong. We promise we will never do this again. Qi Xinda regarded them with disdain, his gaze replete with contempt. Did you think your scheme was unbeknownst to me? You are mistaken. For regardless of who could pilfer jewels from a store, this young Master Yi would never stoop to theft. Upon hearing Qi Xinda's words, even the police were taken aback, each heart filled with the same question. Why? Qi Xinda instructed Yi Yiming to present the supreme black card of the Xilai Lu group. Holding the card aloft, he proclaimed, "This esteemed guest possesses our supreme black card, which grants him the privilege to take goods from the Xilai Lu group at will, without any payment necessary." In essence, even if this gentleman were to empty the jewelry store, not a single penny would be demanded from him. Do you think he would need a steel mirror necklace? The crowd was rendered speechless, many having never encountered such a card, exclaiming in awe, "Goodness, this black card is truly remarkable. This young man must be extraordinarily affluent." It became clear why he seemed so distinguished. Indeed, he was of noble status. To falsely accuse someone of such caliber, how blind they must be. Qi Xinda continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, with this card, this young master can unconditionally requisition 10 million in funds from our Xilai Lu group. Does he truly need a steel necklace?" His words washed over the crowd like a tidal wave, shaking their very cores. Zhao Monlu and the attendants stood dumbfounded, particularly Zhao Monlu, who could not fathom how Yi Yiqing and her brother had acquired such an extraordinary supreme black card, an utterly implausible feat simultaneously. She grasped that the Xilai Lu group would not let this matter rest, and that they would face severe repercussions. The two malicious women were left paralyzed with fear as they were escorted away by the police. Yi Yiming and his sister departed with the purchased necklace, ring, and the crystal heart. As they were leaving, Yi Yiming turned to Gong Quan and remarked, "Manager Qi, I suggest you replace this supervisor." Qi Xinda, smiling broadly, assured him, "Do not worry, young master, I shall attend to it once." Gong Quan was left bewildered, having merely handled a theft case. He found himself losing his position as supervisor. "Please, young master, do not. It was just a minor misstep. Do not treat me so harshly," he pleaded with Manager Qi. "Mr. Qi, please intercede on my behalf. I promise I will never err again. The treatment at the Xilai Lu group is remarkably generous. With an annual salary in the hundreds of thousands, complemented by commissions, allowing one to lead a prosperous life. Once dismissed, where could one find such an excellent job?" Qi Xinda kicked him aside. "Gong Quan, go to the accounting department and settle your accounts. You have been terminated." He wiped the marks from his knee, thinking to himself, "Damn it, with you gone, I can promote someone from my own circle. Why let you stand here like a mere bamboo pole, occupying a position without purpose?" Chapter 30. Yu Ilian as the scene of Gong Quan's dismissal unfolded, a wave of satisfaction washed over the onlookers. It was well deserved. He ought to have been fired. That young noble sought to prove his innocence, yet Gong Quan showed no willingness to cooperate, burdened by excessive bureaucracy. Indeed, one should inquire and clarify before apprehending. To act without inquiry is a bureaucratic folly that inevitably leads to mistakes. The dead weight of incompetence had long awaited rectification. As the saying goes, when the wall collapses, everyone pushes it down. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Gong Quan felt utterly despondent. He realized that even if he called someone higher up, it was likely futile. He could only leave in silence. News of the Xilai Lu group's community supermarket incident spread. Inutile rompt en discussion. Some individuals only remembered to record footage when Yi Yiqing and her brother descended the stairs, which later circulated online under the title, "Xilai Lu Group's Supreme Black Car VIP Causes a Commotion," quickly garnering attention. Unfortunately, the footage only captured the silhouette of a graceful lady and an elegantly poised gentleman, revealing little more than that. On their way home, Yi Yiqing turned to Yi Yiming. "Little Ming, what is this supreme black card all about?" Yi Yiming chuckled. "Sister, as you know this morning, the general manager of Xilai Lu Group, Li Lan, sought my help in treating Mr. Li. In gratitude, she insisted on giving me this black card. I had no idea it held such significance. He resolved to return it, considering it too precious. Moreover, he recalled their grandfather's teachings. Saving lives is a doctor's duty, and one must not forget those lessons." Yi Yiming nodded in agreement. Seeing her brother's obedient demeanor, Yi Yiching smiled, feeling proud of his capabilities and optimistic about their future. That evening, at 8 o'clock, the Shangri-La Hotel blazed with lights, creating an atmosphere of a city that never sleeps. Yi Yiming kailit a taxi. Brother Zheng Fenghua had instructed him to assist in procuring some raw stones at the Shangri-La that night. Lacking expertise in raw stones and unable to decline Zheng Fenghua's invitation, he complied, hoping to be of assistance. He had refused his brother's offer of a car, as the distance was short and the taxi fare minimal. Zheng Fenghua and Yi Yiming exchanged pleasantries as they followed Yi Yiming's lead. Upon arriving at the majestic Shangri-La Hotel, Yi Yiming felt a surge of emotions. Life can change so swiftly. Just yesterday, he was troubled by a medical bill of 150,000 and a burden of outstanding debts. Today, he found himself dining at the finest hotel in Linha City with his brother. The twists of life are indeed unpredictable. As he approached the entrance of the Shangri-La, a piercing laugh echoed. Yi Yiming turned to see a woman of above-average beauty regarding him with disdain. Oh, isn't this the prodigy from our Chinese Medicine Academy's Class 4? Off to dine at a hotel, are we? The woman known to Yi Yiming is his classmate Yu Ilian, a social butterfly who thrived amidst several suitors, relishing the adoration of many. For a time, Yu Ilian harbored an interest in Yi Yiming and boldly pursued him. Yet to her dismay, he remained indifferent, which ignited her ire. To her, encountering Yi Yiming felt akin to confronting an adversary. Hailing from a well-off family with notable connections, Yu Ilian secured a position at the same hospital as Yi Yiming, becoming an intern in the surgical department. The Heyuan Provincial People's Hospital stands as one of the largest in the country, integrating medical care, education, research, prevention, health maintenance, and rehabilitation. Boasting formidable rescue capabilities and high research standards along with international collaborative prowess. Despite being in the same institution, encountering one another in different departments proved to be a rare occurrence. When Yu Ilian greeted him, Yi Yiming could not ignore her and responded with a smile. Ah, Dr. Yu, are you here for a meal as well? This only served to deepen Yu Ilian's disdain for him. Did he not recognize his own standing? Attempting to present himself as someone of importance, she scoffed at the notion that a country bumpkin like him could dine at the Shangri-La Hotel. How is your sister's lung cancer, Yi Yiming? Cancer is indeed an incurable affliction, she remarked. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon another individual, prompting her to swiftly approach him, linking her arm with his and leaning against him in a manner that exuded a sense of fragility. She chirped, Yao Wu, allow me to introduce you to my classmate Yi Yiming, who claims he too is dining at the Shangri-La. Upon seeing Yi Yiming, Sun Yaowu's forehead throbbed with anger. You little brat, I finally found you, he exclaimed, pointing a finger at Yi Yiming. You broke my finger, and we are far from finished. I swear, if I don't make you pay, I'll take your surname. Yi Yiming chuckled, please, I have no desire to inherit your troublesome lineage. Sun Yaowu was momentarily taken aback, but fury quickly took over. Mark my words, we will settle this score. Yu Ilian, Ingensit, scolded Yi Yiming. Yi Yiming. Her eyes widened in fury. Come here and apologize. In her eyes, Sun Yaowu's finger was worth more than Yi Yiming's entire family, and he had committed an unforgivable sin by injuring her boyfriend. Yi Yiming laughed, incredulous at the notion of apologizing to Sun Yaowu, pondering whether she had lost her mind. Without even inquiring about the incident between him and Sun Yaowu, she arrogantly commanded him as if she were royalty. Yi Yiming, who do you think you are? A rural peasant? Young Master Sun is of a higher status. You broke his finger. You should kneel and beg for his forgiveness. Amused, Yi Yiming thought to himself that foolishness was abundant this year, realizing that Yu Ilian was not merely unreliable, but shockingly dim-witted. Dr. Yu, on what grounds? Yu Ilian sneered. On what grounds? Simply because your sister is hospitalized in the oncology department. I could easily have her expelled with a single phone call. Do you believe me? She held her head high, resembling a proud peacock, brimming with arrogance. Yi Yiming, you've married into the Shui family to secure 500,000 for your sister's treatment, and I wager you're nearing the end of that sum. Are you not? You must kneel and apologize to young Master Sun. I might forgive you, otherwise your sister will have to leave the hospital. Yi Yiming chuckled. You truly are remarkable, Yu Ilian. So go ahead and make the call. What are you waiting for? Yu Ilian's lack of foresight left Yi Yiming speechless. As she retrieved her phone, she mocked him. Yi Yiming, I imagine you are drowning in debt now? With your pitiful appearance, you will never set foot in Shangri-La, let alone dine there. I'll make the call. If the hospital refuses to accommodate you, you will be like a stray dog wandering the streets. Sun Yaowu, equally vindictive, chimed in. Lian, hurry and call. Teach this wretched fool a lesson. I want him to regret ever coming into this world. Sun Yao's face was twisted with malice. Yu Ilian dialed the number of Director Ban Shuijing, putting the call on speaker. Uncle, it's Lian. That detestable Yi Yiming should be expelled, right? His sister is receiving treatment in the oncology department. Please call Mr. Yunyanhua and have that sickly wretch thrown out. I refuse to let him live in peace after offending my boyfriend. After her words, there was a moment of silence on the line. Yu Ilian glared at Yi Yiming, saying with venom, Country bumpkin, prepare to be cast into the streets. Chapter 31. Who says no one will take you in, country bumpkin? Just wait to be abandoned on the streets and see your sister expelled from the hospital, destined to perish in the alleyways. Yu Ilian spat. Yi Yiming rubbed his nose. Feeling utterly helpless, he and Yu Ilian harbored no animosity. It was merely a matter of unreciprocated affection, yet it had escalated to a life-and-death feud. Suddenly, he realized why Director Ban Shuijing held him in such low regard. It was all due to Yu Ilian's meddling. Yi Yiming was at a loss for words. Was it truly necessary? You pursue your socialite life, and I will tread my own path. Surely that is not too much to ask? After several breaths, Yu Ilian's phone finally relayed the tired and aged voice of Ban Shuijing. Xiao Lian, let it go. You are classmates. Do not hold a grudge against Yi Yiming. With that, Ban Shuijing ended the call. When Yu Ilian dialed again, she found the line disconnected. She looked at Yi Yiming with a cold smile. Yi Yiming, a country bumpkin should know his place. Shangri-La is not a venue for you. It is an elite establishment where you would be treated as a vagrant. Yi Yiming, visibly irritated, retorted, Yu Ilian, you truly overestimate your influence. Whether I am viewed as a vagrant or not has nothing to do with you. My entry into Shangri-La is none of your concern. Aren't you just a meddlesome dog? Yu Ilian's fury ignited at his words. What did you say, Yi Yiming? I had no intention of quarreling with you, but you must recognize the reality of your situation. Your sister lies in the hospital, terminally ill, with barely any days left. Even if you exhaust your funds, you cannot save her. You, a penniless fool, will always be looked down upon wherever you go. As she spoke, she gestured toward the Shangri-La Hotel security personnel. Look at them, all clad in suits. They are nothing like you, dressed in tatters, exuding a stench of poverty. Sun Yaowu extended his left finger, pointing menacingly at Yi Yiming. I know who you are now, just wait. If I do not deal with you, I do not deserve to bear the Sun surname. As Yi Yiming turned to leave, he pondered how he had come to assist his elder brother, Zheng Fenghua, in procuring raw stones, only to encounter a group of insipid individuals, unworthy of his engagement. Yi Yiming, you will never gain entry to the Shangri-La Hotel. You have never set foot in a luxurious establishment and are oblivious to the lifestyle of the elite. Yulian proclaimed with an air of arrogance. At that moment, Sun Yaowu spotted a BMW approaching and parking in a designated spot, from which emerged a young man accompanied by a blonde-haired girl. Sun Yaowu waved enthusiastically. Hongge, over here. Someone is bullying me. Lend me your strength. Upon recognizing Sun Yaowu, Xiao Feihong, whose father served as the general manager of a construction conglomerate, felt invigorated at the sight of his good friend seeking assistance. Wudi, Yiming, who dares to offend you? I shall break their legs, he declared, swaggering to the entrance with a cigarette dangling nonchalantly from his lips. Xiao Feihong's father held considerable sway as the manager of the Shilai Le Group, straddling both sides of the law. He had previously resolved several conflicts for Sun Yaowu, who now sought to curry favor. Hongge, it's this kid. He broke my finger. You must exact revenge for me. Due to the lighting, Xiao Feihong failed to recognize Yi Yiming and boisterously exclaimed, Broke your finger? The scoundrel must be courting death. Don't worry, call me brother, and I shall handle this matter for you. He bellowed at Yi Yiming, you come over here, kneel before Wu Di and apologize, or you shall face dire consequences. The blonde girl beside Xiao Feihong glared fiercely. How dare a country bumpkin act so arrogantly? There is no law anymore. Honggu, eliminate him. No one will claim his body. Yiming turned to face Xiao Feihong, young Master Xiao. It seems the affluent forget easily. Do you not recognize me? The blonde girl spat at Yiming. Pa. Who are you? How come my Honggu know someone like you? You diminish his stature. Xiao Feihong froze upon realizing that he was indeed confronting Yiming. He understood the magnitude of Yiming's influence. A mere phone call could cost his father his position or even land him in prison. The last time, he had desperately sought Yiming's forgiveness, ensuring his father's continued employment at Xilai Lu. Had it not been for Yiming's clemency, his father's career would have been in jeopardy. Now, Xiao Feihong dared not provoke Yiming. He shouted at the oblivious girl, silence. Yiming similith. What do you deem me to be, young Master Xiao? As he spoke, Xiao Feihong trembled in fear. Doctorye, was mistaken. The girl was taken aback, gazing at Xiao Feihong as if she no longer recognized him, bewildered by his fear of a mere country bumpkin. Honggu, what are you doing? He is just an unsophisticated villager. Killing him would be trivial. Yulian remarked, Indeed, Brother Hong, aren't you familiar with this area? A mere wave of your hand could settle matters. Is it truly necessary to exhibit such trepidation towards a country bumpkin? Xiao Feihong trembled with rage. These individuals thrived on chaos. His fury ignited, shut your mouth. With that, he delivered a resounding slap to the young girl, causing her to stagger several steps back. Her cheeks swelling immediately. Stop your incessant babbling. Do you even know who this is? This is Dr. Yi. Show some respect, or I swear I will end you. After declaring this, Xiao Feihong turned to Yiming, bowing deeply. Dr. Yi, I truly did not recognize you. I beg you, spare me. Yiming chuckled, Brother Hong. Are you not going to kneel? Weren't you planning to placate me? Xiao Feihong's legs grew weak. This individual was a distinguished guest of the Xilai Lu group, possessing a black card, capable of determining his father's fate with a single word. He could not afford to offend him and trembled as he prepared to kneel. Yiming, visibly annoyed, waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Enough. Just go. He had merely come to attend a stone gambling convention, and there was no need for Xiao Feihong to kneel. Xiao Feihong felt as if he had received a pardon, expressing immense gratitude to Yiming as he hurriedly pulled the young girl into the Shangri-La Hotel. Yulian and Sun Yaowu were left in stunned silence. Sun Yaowu, astonished, thought it incredible that the seemingly formidable Xiao Feihong had scurried away like a coward. What was going on? Wasn't Yiming just a country fellow with no connections? Just then, a bright voice broke through. Dr. Yi, what brings you here? Why not go inside? Yiming turned at the sound and saw Dr. Chun Qianzhe's approaching, her figure captivating, causing him to smile. Is it not because I lack a companion to guide me in? Dr. Chun laughed, her laughter lively, linking her arm with Yiming's. Come, let me take you in and elevate your experience. Chapter 32. The Stone Gambling Convention. Sun Yaowu was bewildered, his eyes wide with disbelief. Dr. Chun Qianzhe, a mature woman of exceptional grace and a figure that set hearts racing, was the object of countless men's dreams. She was a woman who could seamlessly navigate both the social elite and the domestic sphere, and yet here she was affectionately entwined with a rustic individual. Why was this happening? He had spent the afternoon trying to charm an intern from the People's Hospital, who, while presentable in her professional attire, paled in comparison to Chun Qianzhe's stunning physique. An inexplicable pang of jealousy stirred within him as he watched Yiming walk away with the exquisite mature woman. Yulian and Zhen Wei were equally astonished, their eyes wide as saucers, mouths agape in disbelief. While Sun Yaowu did not know Dr. Chun, Yulian did. It was said that she was a woman of high social standing, educated in the United States with a doctorate in medicine, renowned within the People's Hospital. It was rumored that associating with Dr. Chun could save an ambitious individual 3 to 4 decades of struggle. Countless outstanding male doctors had pursued her to no avail. Yet she willingly linked arms with Yiming. Why? Yulian could not comprehend what merits Yiming possessed. As Yiming and Chun Qianzhe entered the courtyard of the Shangri-La, the area was brightly illuminated, indistinguishable from the daytime, though the courtyard itself was exquisitely decorated. in a yard spanning over 1,000 square feet. The ground was strewn with stones. The stones were divided into 3 heaps. One heap bore a sign reading, 300 yuan per gene. The middle heap displayed a sign of 3,000 yuan per gene, while the final area, the one with the most substantial stones, remained unmarked. Yiming informed him that the absence of a price in the 3rd zone was due to each stone having its own distinct value. The yard was bustling with numerous visitors, predominantly middle-aged men with ample girths, accompanied by attractive female companions, greeting one another and exchanging pleasantries. For them, betting on stones was not merely a gamble. It was also an opportunity to reconnect with old friends. There were also some sharply dressed young men, bringing their girlfriends along to broaden their horizons and pass the time. As living standards improved, stone betting emerged as a form of entertainment for the affluent in the city. Stone betting, or gambling on raw jade, refers to the process of acquiring jade that is enveloped in a layer of weathered skin, obscuring its true quality. Only by cutting can one ascertain the presence of jade within. Raw materials are also referred to as stones, with fully green raw jade labeled as color goods. While unevenly green stones are called flower pattern materials, and large pieces lacking high-quality jade are termed brick materials. In the realm of jade trading, stone betting is the most lucrative yet perilous endeavor. There exists a saying in the jewelry industry: gambling on stones is akin to gambling with one's life. A successful gamble can yield 10-fold or 100-fold returns, transforming one into a millionaire overnight, whereas a failed bet can lead to total ruin. A single cut can either lead one to prosperity or plunge them into poverty. A single stone has the potential to grant immense wealth or cause utter devastation. 3 essential prerequisites for stone gambling are a tremendous capacity for challenge, a spirit of adventure, and extensive experience. Consequently, it is those who are seasoned and affluent who are more likely to reap substantial profits from stone betting. The average individual merely participates for amusement, casting aside a few trifling sums. That evening, the courtyard of the Shangri-La Hotel was teeming with numerous prominent figures from Linhe City and even the entire Heiyuan province, all eager to test their luck. Chun Qianzizu linked her arm with Yi Yiming's, inquiring, "Dr. Yi, would you care to partake in a stone gamble?" Did Yiming check it? No. It is merely an elder brother who has invited me to accompany him to tonight's stone betting gathering, hoping to expand my horizons. Just as he concluded his statement, Yiming interjected, "Ah, so you cannot afford to buy any for yourself? At least you possess the self-awareness. Life in the countryside is arduous. Every coin must be meticulously stretched. And stone gambling is not a game for you." Sun Yawu sneered as well. Those who come to gamble on stones typically bring along a stone master. With the guidance of a stone master, the chances of selecting the right stone and making a profit are maximized. Do you know any such stone masters? As he spoke, Sun Yawu led Yiming to an elderly gentleman clad in a traditional long gown. Bowing respectfully, Junior Sun Yawu pays his respects to elderly. "My father has spoken to you over the phone, and I hope you can lend me a hand this evening. I have just opened a few jewelry stores with friends and hope to gain some insights tonight." Observing Sun Yawu, elderly chuckled. "This is my old brother's son. He resembles his father quite a bit, a fine young man. As long as you purchase stones, I shall examine them closely for you, and you are sure to profit." The onlookers regarded Sun Yawu with envy. Elderly was the vice president of the Urban Association of Heiyuan Province, possessing an eye that had scrutinized countless stones. And rarely did he err in judgment. The lucrative business of stone gambling attracts many, and who wouldn't wish to seek the assistance of the esteemed Mr. Li? However, securing his help is no easy feat, so it is indeed a stroke of luck for Sun Yawu to have done so. Sun Yawu, with his charming demeanor, quickly endeared himself to Mr. Li. Chun Qianzizu, with a playful smile, suggested, "Dr. Yi, why not purchase a piece for yourself? I shall cover the expense." Yi Yiming chuckled in response, "That simply won't do. How could I possibly use your money? If I start relying on others so early, I'd be rendered useless." Chun Qianzizu playfully pinched Yi Yiming's waist. Observing their light-hearted banter, Sun Yawu felt a pang of envy. He wished he could take Yi Yiming's place at Chun Qianzizu's side, for this captivating mature woman far surpassed the delicate beauties surrounding him. The more he envied, the more he yearned to prove his worth before Chun Qianzizu. Thus, He invited Mr. Li to accompany him on a tour, suggesting they purchase several stones to test their luck. Yiming, are you brave enough to compete in stone buying and see who ends up with the more valuable pieces? He taunted, casting a provocative glance at Chen Qianzhe's to capture her attention. Yu Elian harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Yiming. Had it not been for him, Dr. Chen would not have caught Sun Yao's eye, nor would he be so eager to curry favor. Yiming, are you even a man? Are you too cowardly to place a bet? Your reluctance to wager against Sun Yao reveals your lack of courage. Chen Qianzhe merely smiled at Yiming, choosing silence. This woman understood the nature of men and recognized the appropriate moments to speak and the right words to utter, deftly navigating the nuances of their interactions. Yiming sighed. If I refrain from taking a risk, I would undoubtedly be looked down upon. Since you have called me out, I shall accept your challenge. Yu Elian, Sun Yao, outline the terms of the wager, and I shall comply. Through keen observation, Yiming discerned the distinct aura emanating from the stones, akin to the appraisal of antiques. While he may not be well-versed in the intricacies of antiquities, he understood that such artifacts possess their own intrinsic spirit, steeped in the passage of time. Capturing both elements of essence assured their value would not diminish. The stones contained jade, which inherently exuded a potent spiritual energy. He could perceive the vigor radiating from the stones. Some emitted a vigorous aura stretching several feet, while others only a few inches, fluctuating in intensity. Those devoid of energy, he concluded, were worthless. Naturally, his assessments required validation. Upon hearing Yiming's willingness to wager, Sun Yao's spirits were lifted. Gambling with stones is straightforward. We shall select one stone each from the first and second districts. The one whose stone yields the most valuable result shall be declared the winner, and the loser will pay for the winner's stone, which will then belong to the victor. Do you dare? Sun Yao harbored ulterior motives. He hoped to ensnare Yiming. Anticipating that with his shabby attire, Yiming's financial resources would be limited, he desired nothing less than to ensure that Yiming would be left destitute, unable to recover for the rest of his life. You think you can compete with me? You are sorely mistaken. Sun Yao smirked inwardly. In the desolate expanse of the Malu goodbye, he savagely broke the fingers of Sun Yao, determined not to relent until he had thoroughly ruined the lad. Observing Sun Yao's smug demeanor, Yiming maintained an air of calm. Since young Master Sun wishes to indulge, I have no objections. You propose the game. You may commence by selecting the stones. Upon hearing Yiming's words, Sun Yao erupted in laughter. Ha! Splendid. I admire your spirit. Let's appoint Secretary Wu, the esteemed aide of Mr. Zhang Xiulin, the founder of the Zhang Mining Group, as the judge for our wager. Secretary Wu, a statuesque beauty standing an impressive height of 1.8 meters with a graceful figure and a radiant smile, readily accepted Sun Yao's request. Sun Yao's gambling endeavor was intended to enhance the enjoyment of the stone gambling convention, spark conversation, and bolster confidence in purchasing raw stones, thus benefiting the company. Naturally, she was pleased to serve as the adjudicator. Very well, I shall officiate your game, and I hope each of you finds splendid stones and profits immensely. Yiming allowed Sun Yao to take the lead. Sun Yao, without hesitation, followed Old Li as they navigated through the stone piles in Area 1. Old Li scrutinized the stones meticulously, pondering whether they would yield any returns and estimating their potential value. Although this betting match appeared to pit Sun Yao against the young man, it was in fact Old Li who was truly being tested. Should he misjudge the stones he purchased, his reputation would undoubtedly suffer. Old Li understood the gravity of the situation and dared not be careless. Onlookers gathered, some with smiles on their faces, casting sympathetic glances at Yiming, fully aware that he was destined to lose. To challenge Old Li's keen eyesight was akin to inviting suffering. How sharp must the vice president of the Stone Gambling Association's vision be? The young man had clearly fallen into a trap. Sun Yao was indeed a cunning individual. It seemed that this gamble would lead to the young man's financial ruin. Lacking experience, he was oblivious to the depths of the stone gambling waters. In Area 1, stones were priced at 300 yuan per gene. A single stone could easily weigh dozens of gene, amounting to thousands. Some stones weighed over 1,000 gene, translating to hundreds of thousands or even millions. Not to mention the stones in Area 2, priced at 3,000 yuan per gene, with their value potentially reaching several million. Everyone believed that Yiming could scarcely muster a few million, and that he would be thoroughly exploited by Sun Yao this time. Even Xiao Feihong watched coldly from the sidelines, secretly reveling in the prospect of Yiming's misfortune, thinking, "How dare you leverage the power of Jilai Lu against me? This time, I shall delight in your humiliation." The young man gambled with his very fate against Sun Yaowu. Should he lose, it could very well cost him everything. Xiao Feihong awaited the opportunity to witness Yiming's folly, hoping to dispel the resentment in his heart. Even Chun Qianz's expression grew slightly frosty. Aware of the perils associated with stone gambling, where fortunes could change in an instant. "Dr. Yi, I shall accompany you in this gamble." Yiming smiled at Dr. Chun, gently nudging her as he teased. "But if I lose, wouldn't that implicate you as well?" Chun Qianz's replied with a smile, "I have faith that you will win. I am merely making a preemptive investment, eager to profit handsomely." Yiming felt warmth in his heart and readily agreed to join Chun Qianz's in this venture. Sun Yaowu and his companions traversed the rocky terrain of Area 1, where they set their sights on a particular stone. A worker from the Zhang mining group lifted the stone, weighing in at 890 pounds, with a price tag of 25,000. He inquired of Sun Yaowu, "Young Master Sun, shall we cut it open?" Sun glanced at old Li, who marked a line on the jade stone. "Cut it here." The worker from the Zhang mining group commenced the cutting as per old Li's instructions. The crowd, brimming with excitement, eagerly anticipated the unveiling of a miraculous treasure. "Brother Li, will this stone yield anything?" The quality of the stone appeared promising. It certainly would yield something, though the precise nature of the yield remained uncertain. "Indeed, you are correct. This stone's quality is quite good. I estimate it will produce either the Frong variety or the Nuo Bing variety. Regardless, it will yield a substantial profit." As the cutting progressed, the crowd witnessed the emergence of the treasure. When the stone was finally revealed, an uproar ensued. It was a magnificent find, true iced jade, weighing over 100 pounds, valued at more than 500,000, perhaps even exceeding 1 million. Sun Yaowu had struck it rich. This iced jade was worth a fortune, and old Li's expertise was undeniable. Young Master Sun starts off with a bang, achieving a profit of 50 times. Remarkable. Old Li, praised for his discerning eye, beamed with satisfaction. Having brought honor to himself, Sun Yaowu's eyes sparkled as he turned to Yiming, saying, "Young man, prepare to pay for my goods. This is exhilarating." The crowd cast envious glances at Sun Yaowu, while offering sympathetic looks to Yiming, who seemed destined to lose in this wager. Yiming, wearing a broad smile, replied, "Young Master Sun, please continue. Until the very end, we cannot predict the outcome. Perhaps fortune may favor me." Sun Yaowu scoffed, "You think you can outdo me? Only you would entertain such a notion. You are assuredly destined to lose, and I shall see to it that you are utterly ruined." With that, Sun Yaowu, old Li, and the petite girl ventured into Area 2, the gambling stone zone priced at 3,000 per pound. Sun Yaowu was confident that acquiring another valuable piece would guarantee his victory. Ultimately, they selected a raw stone weighing 2,218 pounds, valued at 660,000. The worker from the Zhang mining group produced the stone, and as the cutting was about to commence, Sun Yaowu stood before it, brimming with pride, and challenged Yiming. "Yiming, this stone is worth 660,000. You better be ready to pay." Yiming glanced at the stone and nodded. "Very well, young Master Sunday. If you prevail, I shall pay. The competition has only just begun. You merely chose an ice jade, nothing remarkable. Furthermore, this ice jade may not even belong to you." Sun Yao laughed heartily. "Huh? You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. You won't relent until faced with reality. I shall ensure you lose all hope." He commanded the workers to begin cutting. As the machines roared to life, the crowd fixated on the cutting apparatus, hoping for yet another miracle. Soon, a worker shouted, "We have a yield! We have a yield!" The onlookers remained transfixed, eager to discover what treasures this stone would unveil. Some individuals cast a glance at old Li, feeling a deep sense of reverence. This venerable man is akin to a deity of wealth, having effortlessly selected 2 stones, both of which yielded profit, leading Sun Yaowu to a tremendous fortune. Oldly truly stands unrivaled in the jade and stone industry, possessing remarkable prowess. In Chapter 34, The Size of Yiming, the second jade stone was unveiled, its value slightly surpassing the original price, estimated at around 8 million. Even so, this revelation was astonishing. Within half an hour, Sun Yaowu amassed over 2 million, a stroke of extraordinary luck. Many extolled Sun Yaowu, exclaiming, "Young master's son, your fortune is truly remarkable, turning a profit of over 2 million. How commendable! And more importantly, it marks a promising beginning. Simply astounding." Indeed, with old Li's discerning eye, he had chosen wisely. If only one could possess such fortune as young Master Sunday. It is no wonder that many envied Sun Yaowu. In the realm of stone gambling, fortunes are made and lost in an instant, with the wealthy few and the impoverished many. In Sun Yaowu's case, he had profited handsomely, and moreover, the funds for purchasing the original stone were seemingly absent. Within a mere hour, he had earned approximately 8 to 9 million. Truly a blessing. Sun Yaowu, adept at navigating social situations, recognized that those before him were prominent figures from Linhe City or even from the broader Heiyuan province. He beamed brightly, saying, "Esteemed executives and respected elders, credit must be given to Old Li's keen insight. I am merely basking in his brilliance. I extend my wishes for all of you to enjoy continuous good fortune, securing the finest goods and reaping substantial profits." The atmosphere was filled with laughter and camaraderie. Once everyone had spoken, Sun Yaowu turned to Yiming, saying, "Dr. Yi, I thought you might have fled." Someone interjected, "Rest assured, young master's son, even if he wished to escape, he could not." Yiming chuckled, "Fidi, why would I? Victory is certainly mine. Should I prevail, I will have achieved a remarkable feat, securing 20 million without investment. How could I possibly run away?" Sun Yaowu and the audience chuckled lightly, while Ilian derided Yiming, stating, "Earning money is one thing. Do not let yourself become bankrupt in the process. Do you truly believe you can produce 660,000? You are merely a son-in-law to the Shui family for a mere 50,000. Where would you acquire 600 million? If you cannot produce the funds shortly, you will only resort to deceit." Upon hearing Ilian's words, the crowd's disdainful gazes toward Yiming intensified. "Huh, I thought him a figure of significance. It turns out he is merely a son-in-law. The Shui family, associated with the Qinjiao Pharmaceutical Company, is hardly affluent. At best, they rank as a third-rate entity, not even qualifying for that tier. 6 million could halt Qinjiao's production line, potentially leading to the Shui family's bankruptcy. With the backing of the Shui family, what could possibly go wrong?" Young Master Sun was assured of a profit. Sun Yaowu regarded Yiming with a cold smirk. "Dr. Yi, should you concede, I might alter the terms. Simply kneel and bow 3 times, calling me grandfather thrice, and I shall absolve you of the 6 million debt, as well as the incident with my finger. What say you, Dr. Yi?" At this juncture, the crowd comprehended Sun Yaowu's intention to gamble against the young man, realizing it was a ploy to ensnare Yiming. Sun Yaowu's scheming was indeed profound. Even Chun Qian's huz, a lady of refinement, felt the tension, while she was independent and refrained from utilizing her family's wealth. Acquiring 670,000 was still a substantial challenge. Chun Qian's huz glanced at the serene Yiming and, with a firm resolve, declared, "Dr. Yi, feel free to wager. I shall cover the expenses." As she spoke, she reached for her phone to call home. Yiming halted her, saying, "Dr. Chun, do not fret. This matter is not of great consequence." However, despite his reassurances, Secretary Wu from the Zhang Mining Group insisted that Yiming must provide solid evidence amounting to 6 or 700,000, or he would not be permitted to purchase the raw stones. With Sun Yaowu having already spent 6,600,000, if Yiming were to invest several million more and ultimately fail, how would he recoup that over 10 million? As the supervisor of the stone gambling event, it was imperative for her to ascertain the financial capability of the participants. The onlookers nodded in agreement, recognizing that they were all prominent figures, their strength evident, and thus, no significant issues should arise. Yet, Yiming, with his humble background, having married into the Shui family for a mere 500,000, warranted scrutiny. Secretary Wu's caution was justified. After all, it was rare for an ordinary individual to amass 7 million in a lifetime. Indeed, even if he were imprisoned afterward, it would be of no consequence. Wu's suspicions were valid. His impoverished appearance spoke volumes. Many standing in Sun Yao's position took the opportunity to deride Yiming. Unfazed, Yiming dismissed their words. He placed a black card before Secretary Wu, inquiring, "I wonder how much this card is worth?" The card slapped down before her. As Secretary Wu examined it closely, her expression shifted dramatically. Being the secretary to the head of the Zhang Mining Group, she was well acquainted with such matters. The Zhang Mining Group and the Xilai Lu Group were peers, and she recognized that the black card from Xilai Lu was of the same caliber as the golden diamond card from her own group. Only those of significant value to the corporation would possess such a card. She quickly grasped the card with both hands, her fingers trembling slightly. "Dr. Yi, please put away this card. It is the supreme black card from Xilai Lu Group, allowing access to 10 million in funds at your discretion." Her tone was respectful. Possessing this card indicated that Yiming had exceptional merits that warranted her utmost regard. With her proclamation, the crowd fell silent. Everyone understood the rarity of the Xilai Lu Supreme Black Card. Its holder's status was undeniable. Those who had previously mocked Yiming felt a burning shame, as if they had been slapped across the face. They had underestimated him. Yiming turned to Secretary Wu and asked, "Shall I proceed with the purchase of the raw stones?" With a beaming smile, Secretary Wu replied, "Certainly, esteemed guest, please proceed." A person regarded as a supreme VIP by the Xilai Lu Group would undoubtedly be valued by the Zhang Mining Group as well. Upon reaching the stones in District 1, Chen Qianzas asked, "Dr. Yi, how did you acquire the supreme black card from Xilai Lu?" Yiming smiled and whispered in her ear, "Dr. Chen, I implore you not to disclose this to anyone." Chen Qianzas nodded in agreement, promising to keep it a secret. "I purchased it for 10 yuan on Taobao." They were deceived, he revealed. Chen Qianzas playfully punched Yiming a few times, exclaiming, "Do you think I'm foolish?" She shot him a knowing glance. She recognized the true nature of the supreme black card. Yiming casually strolled around, and upon seeing a massive stone weighing no less than 500 pounds at the entrance, he gave it a kick and proclaimed, "This one will do. Gulme, let's polish it." Upon hearing his words, many were left bewildered. Was he truly so nonchalant? Could this stone, placed at the door, actually yield something of value? What ist? This was merely an unremarkable rock, devoid of any luster. The crowd exchanged glances, each harboring the same thought. What a fool. He's merely a benefactor to the Zhang Mining Group. How amusing it was to think he was impressive when, in reality, he was a complete novice. After all, what would a rural son-in-law know about gemstone gambling? His million wouldn't even suffice to purchase the stone. He was destined to incur losses, dragging down Huilai Lu Group and Qinjiao Pharmaceuticals with him. A chorus of skepticism enveloped the crowd as they anticipated Yiming's failure. At that moment, a voice rang out. "Is that so? No matter. If Yiming loses, I shall cover the cost." With that declaration, a young man, his forehead bandaged, strode confidently into the room. Chapter 35. Imperial Green. The crowd turned to see the young man with a bandaged forehead making his entrance. Many recognized him as Zheng Fenghua, the young manager of Fenghua Jewelry Company in Heiyuan Province, a name cherished by his father as the company bore his title. Fenghua Jewelry Company was a significant enterprise in the province, and with him as a guarantor, there was certainly no cause for concern. Manager Wu smiled warmly. "Young Master Zheng has arrived. Welcome." Fenghua Jewelry maintained numerous collaborations with the Zhang Mining Group, being one of its major clients, certainly not one to offend. Zheng Fenghua nodded slightly to Manager Wu. "Let us proceed as my brother advised." Yiming marked a line on a corner of the rough stone, saying, "Polish it here." As the machinery whirred to life, all eyes were fixed on the rough stone, eager to discover what this country bumpkin had unearthed. As the corner and outer layer were stripped away, a vibrant green emerged. It revealed green. Astonishingly, this seemingly worthless stone had produced green hues. How could that be? The crowd speculated about the quality of this jade, wondering if it might even surpass that of Sun Yaowu. Sun Yaowu, standing to one side, scoffed. Even if it has turned green, it may not be of high quality. There's no way can surpass mine. My stone was aided by old Li. My victory is assured. Yiming directed the workers as they sliced and polished the stone, revealing a significant piece of jade weighing no less than 200 pounds. Its green was crystalline, dazzling, and utterly captivating. The onlookers were left speechless. Even old Li, fixated on the jade, trembled in excitement, his eyes wide with astonishment. After a thorough examination, he confirmed that it was indeed imperial green, the pinnacle of jade. Heavenly Lord, this was a flawless piece of imperial green, utterly remarkable. Just this single jade piece was valued at over 100 million. Old Li's words landed like a bombshell, creating ripples across the previously calm waters. The crowd's gaze towards Yiming shifted dramatically. What extraordinary luck this young man possessed. To casually select a stone that yielded imperial green was nothing short of miraculous. What a stroke of fortune. The very first stone yielded an imperial green, truly remarkable. Valued at over 100 million, this lad has struck it rich. One must not judge by appearances. He has indeed hit the jackpot. Some individuals, fixated on the jade, hesitated to divert their gaze and inquired of Yiming, "Young man, is this jade for sale? I will offer 100 million. I will bid 130 million. 150 million." Present were prominent figures capable of acquiring such a piece. Yiming smiled and waved his hand. "Thank you all for your generous offers. But I am merely assisting my elder brother in purchasing jade. The stone shall be entrusted to him." Upon hearing Yiming's words, Zheng Fenghua was taken aback. He had intended to offer his brother the highest price as well, but out of curiosity regarding Yiming's thoughts, he refrained from speaking. Little did he expect his brother to be so formidable. "Brother, if you entrust the jade to my Fenghua company, I shall transform it into a rare treasure. Whatever it sells for, it will be yours." Zheng Fenghua understood that such a substantial piece of imperial green, when crafted by a master artisan, would undoubtedly command an astronomical price, far exceeding the current bids of 100 million or 200 million. Yiming glanced at Sun Yaowu, who was utterly astounded. He could scarcely fathom that the stone Yiming casually picked up was worth over 100 million. Just this singular stone had led to his defeat. He had spent over 6 million on his stone, yet he had no idea how much Yiming's stone could be worth. His available funds were woefully insufficient. He quietly withdrew to the back of the crowd and called, "Brother, it's bad. I've lost the gamble. This over 10 million may not be enough. Please come to my rescue." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. "All right, I will come immediately." As Yiming walked through the second district, Chun Qianzu approached him. "Dr. Yi, how did you discern it?" Her face was a canvas of astonishment and disbelief. The seemingly inconspicuous stone at the entrance of the first district turned out to be the most precious imperial green. How could she not be shocked? She could not possibly attribute this to luck. Would Yiming dare to gamble with Sun Yaowu, risking his own life without financial backing? Yiming, Chaklet, Dr. Chen. Would you believe me if I said it was merely a guess? Chun Qianzu shot him a glance that conveyed disbelief, as if to say, "I believe you." Not at all. That look was filled with a myriad of emotions, nearly stealing Yiming's very soul. Yiming did not select a large stone, but pointed to a medium-sized one. "Let us go with this one." He drew a line, "Cut here," the machine word, and a layer of stone fell away, revealing a brilliant blue interior. This was blue turquoise, a rare ice variety worth several million. The onlookers were left envious. Yiming was not so much gambling as he was collecting money. It was quicker than printing currency. "Young man, is this turquoise for sale? I will offer 8 million. "Indeed, sell it. I'll bid 10 million. Yiming smiled and shook his head. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am purchasing raw stones for my brother. This one truly cannot be sold." After saying this, Yiming turned to Sun Yaowu. "Mr. Sun, please hand over the funds for the raw stones." Sun Yaowu glared at Yiming, infuriated that despite seeking help from Li Lao, he was outdone by a country bumpkin-clad in street vendor attire. The mere thought of it ignited his anger. "Fine, I'll buy it, but Yiming, these 2 pieces of jade are mine." Yiming smiled and said, "Secretary Wu, you are the witness. It is up to you to resolve this matter." Secretary Wu adjusted his glasses with a delicate finger and, beaming, looked at Sun Yaowu. Young master Sun, do you intend to evade your obligations? Sun Yaowu, contemplating the formidable strength of the Zhang mining group, felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Manager Wu, I assure you, I have not. That is for the best. You could still attempt to shirk responsibility, but everyone present is a prominent figure, a renowned entrepreneur. Should you default, you would find no foothold in Heiyuan province. Sun Yaowu understood that to navigate the waters of Linhe City and Heiyuan province, crossing these individuals was not an option. Reluctantly, he produced a payment of 10,500,000. Secretary Wu graciously acknowledged, "Ladies and gentlemen, please take note. Our raw stones possess an exceedingly high yield. The 4 stones examined by our 2 friends have all proven to be of remarkable quality. I hope everyone will take a closer look in Area 1. In just 20 minutes, the auction for Area 3's stones will commence." Secretary Wu's words ignited a spark of excitement among the crowd. "Well said, Manager Wu. We too shall purchase some and test our luck. What if fortune smiles upon us? Indeed, if these 2 young friends have such good fortune, perhaps we might share in it as well." The attendees flocked to Area 1 to select stones. Zhang Fenghua's heart surged with joy. Having acquired 4 precious stones from Yiming, he felt he had struck gold. Sun Yaowu glared at Yiming, wishing he could devour him whole. It was this detestable scoundrel who had cost him 10 million, a considerable sum. His heart bled at the thought. This money was not even his. It belonged to the affluent young Master Yang. How could he possibly explain this to young Master Yang? At that moment, a sharply dressed young man entered the courtyard. Upon spotting him, Sun Yaowu rushed over, eager to please. "Young Master Yang, you have arrived." After hearing Sun Yaowu's report, young Master Yang's expression darkened further. A surefire business opportunity had been turned into a chaotic mess, resulting in a substantial loss. It was no wonder his mood soured. Chapter 36. Yang Jixiong's gaze towards Yiming and Zhang Fenghua was icy, brimming with malice. The value of the 4 stones exceeded 200 million, such a staggering amount. His family's illustrious jewelry company, rivaling Zhang Fenghua's Fenghua Jewelry, commanded a significant share of the jewelry market in Heiyuan province, and they too coveted those 4 jade stones. Particularly, the imperial green stone, once carved by a master craftsman, could potentially yield an unparalleled treasure, the profits from which would be inconceivable for their company. This was the source of his seething rage. "Young Master Zhang, I heard there was a car accident earlier. Surviving such a calamity often brings great fortune," Yang Jixiong remarked with a cold smile. "Alas, young Master Zhang, you cannot always expect such favorable outcomes. When good luck runs out, misfortune begins." Zhang Fenghua shot Yang Jixiong a disdainful glance, his face betraying his contempt. Even without this stone gamble, they were not friends. In the competitive world of gemstones, both companies were equally matched, vying for market share, and harmony was a distant dream. Fortune has shifted, ushering in a wave of good luck, a blessing bestowed upon me by a benefactor. I am certain that prosperity will follow. Unlike the likes of young Master Yang, who merely squanders wealth. Yang Jixiong, I shall not waste words with you. If you seek retribution, we shall settle it during the stone gambling later. As they conversed, Zhang Fenghua, Yiming, and Chun Qianju wandered within the first district. Yu Ilian, standing aside, was utterly astonished, her gaze fixated on Yiming. Her heart was a tempest, akin to scraps of paper tossed about by the wind, trampled by 1,000 alpacas. She could never have imagined that, in just over an hour, Yiming could transform from a penniless wretch to a magnate worth over 1 billion. Amassing wealth at a pace more extraordinary than the most outrageous tales spun by time's relentless flow. Had she not crossed paths with Yiming in enmity, had she taken a moment to scrutinize their relationship, perhaps she would have perceived the potential. Yu Ilian approached Sun Yaowu, attempting to grasp his arm, only to be rebuffed. "You wretched harbinger of doom. Your offense against Yiming has cost me 10 million. Sun Yaowu cast the blame upon Yu Ilian. "If it weren't for your provocation and disdain, I would not have gambled against him, nor would I have incurred such a loss." The more Sun Yaowu pondered, the more furious he became, delivering a resounding slap to Yu Ilian. The sound echoed, and her delicate face instantly swelled, the imprint of his hand stark against her skin. Feeling utterly wronged, Yu Ilian wept as she departed from the Shangri-La. In the first district, Yi Yiming purchased 12 stones for Zheng Fenghua. Many eyes were fixed upon Yi Yiming, for he was nothing short of miraculous, having acquired an imperial green stone valued at over 1 billion. Would his luck hold with this new selection? Employees from the Zhang mining group hastily assisted. For Zheng Fenghua's tip amounted to a staggering 100,000, warranting their utmost attentiveness. The saw roared to life. All eyes were glued to the spectacle, hearts racing with anticipation. Would this time yield something remarkable? Indeed, the young man's earlier performance had been nothing short of astonishing. If he could consistently unveil treasures, he would be unparalleled. With the machine's clamor, the stone was cut open. Nothing emerged. This time, the outcome was disappointing. The workers proceeded to slice again, but still, nothing appeared. They switched stones. After a string of 5 cuts, all yielded nothing. The crowd shook their heads in dismay. It seemed his earlier successes were mere luck. Indeed, with so many stones, not a single valuable one had been revealed. I find this individual rather enigmatic. Is he concealing something in his stone cutting? Of the 12 stones, only one contained a meager value. Zheng Fenghua, with a smile, instructed, "Put it away." He understood his brother's intent to deliberately select unpromising stones. If Yi Yiming were to uncover treasures consistently, he would place himself in the spotlight, attracting unwanted attention. In the second district, 3 more stones were selected. All were devoid of value. At this point, the crowd was convinced that Yi Yiming's and Sun Yao's gambles were purely a matter of chance. Otherwise, the stones they had chosen would not have been so lacking, leading Zheng Fenghua to squander 16 million in vain. Yang Jixiong sneered, "Humph. I knew your streak of good fortune has run out. You can no longer rely on such luck. I regained my 10 million. Zheng Fenghua, can you recover your 1 million? With the presence of Mr. Li, Yang Jixiong was confident that he would emerge from this stone gambling venture with overflowing profits. Zheng Fenghua remained silent, continuing to follow Yi Yiming as they wandered about. The stone appraisal master behind him could no longer bear to watch. "Young master, this gentleman relies solely on luck when purchasing stones. We cannot heed his counsel any longer. We are on the verge of losing everything." The appraiser, a venerable man in his 50s clad in traditional attire with a beard that adorned his chest, exuded an air of wisdom. He had been hired by Fenghua Company at a considerable price to assist Zheng Fenghua in acquiring raw stones. Upon arriving at the gambling venue, the elderly man was initially intimidated by Yi Yiming. It seemed as if he had encountered a master. But after following them around for 2 or 3 laps and purchasing over a dozen raw stones, all of which turned out to be disappointing, his patience waned. The appraiser's commission depended on procuring valuable raw stones. Even a mere 1% profit would amount to substantial earnings. If he had aided in the acquisition of several promising stones, he would earn over 2 million in commission, which naturally concerned him. "My young master, even if we possess wealth, it is not wise to squander it thus. You seek my assistance without considering my opinion, which is inappropriate," he advised. Zheng Fenghua chuckled. "Old Wang, let us remain calm. There are plenty of raw stones available. We shall take our time." Yi Yiming chimed in, "It's merely 16 million. If we buy a couple of raw stones, we'll easily recover it. Doing otherwise would only invite resentment." Old Wang gazed at Yi Yiming with increasing disdain. The art of stone gambling required experience, luck, capital, and courage. Without sufficient time spent navigating the industry, it was difficult to excel among countless stones. Having spent the better part of his life in this field, he believed his experience rivaled that of Mr. Li. "I still don't believe you can procure another valuable raw stone." Yi Yiming chuckled and whispered, "Old Wang, how about we wager on it?" Old Wang looked at him with scorn. "And how would we wager?" Yi Yiming smiled. "Let us each select a raw stone. The one with the more valuable stone wins, while the other must pay homage to the victor as a master. What do you think?" Old Wang laughed. "Do not challenge my expertise with your amateurish antics. I earn my living through professionalism." Yi Yiming, unfazed, replied, "Just say whether you dare to wager." Old Wang regarded Yi Yiming with a look full of contempt. "Very well. I shall accept your wager." He remained unconvinced that his decades of experience in the field would yield defeat to a novice. At that moment, Both individuals designated a stone in the second district. Zhang Fenghua instructed the workers to move the stones to the cutting station. Chapter 37. A test of temper, the workers commenced the cutting process. The stone selected by Old Wang revealed its contents. The green jade of the Farong variety had appreciated in value, now worth double its original price, amounting to 100,000. Old Wang beamed with delight as he looked at Yiming. Young man, this is the power of experience. My touch is always accurate, unlike your choices, which seemed to be consistently disappointing. As he spoke, a sudden realization seemed to dawn upon him. Looking at Yiming, he remarked, Young man, I have been deceived. You intend to use such a method to take me as your master, seeking to surreptitiously learn my skills in identifying raw stones. What a meticulous mind you possess. Wang Lao prattled on, causing Yiming to roll his eyes in exasperation. One could only wonder how narcissistic a person must be to utter such mindless words. Having received the inheritance of metaphysics, did he truly need to seek guidance from an ordinary mortal? He shook his head in disbelief. The stone had been successfully cut. Yiming's piece was also sold, revealing a stunning jade of the Nuo Bing variety, although slightly smaller than the one selected by Wang Lao. Its value exceeded that of Wang Lao's by a considerable margin, amounting to a staggering 150,000. As Wang Lao watched Yiming's choice of jade and listened to the quotations from the Zhang mining group, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He could not bring himself to acknowledge Yiming as his master. At over 60 years of age, a well-respected gemologist in Haiyuan province, how could he possibly take a mere 17 or 18-year-old youth as his teacher? It would be utterly humiliating in the world of gemology. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he said, Young Master Zhang, I must admit my inferiority. I shall take my leave. With that, Wang Lao swiftly exited the scene. The stones from Districts 1 and 2 had been nearly all picked through, and now the stones from District 3 were about to be unveiled. Covered and yet to be revealed, the crowd's anticipation grew, knowing that the evening's main event was about to commence. The stones from District 3 were to be auctioned off to the highest bidder. Secretary Wu took on the role of auctioneer personally. The workers pulled back the cloth covering the stones, revealing 8 pieces before the eager audience. With a beaming smile, Secretary Wu announced, Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed executives and entrepreneurs, the auction for the raw stones begins now. The 8 stones from District 3 have been assessed by the experienced gemologists of the Zhang mining group, boasting a high yield and excellent quality, a truly lucrative deal. Secretary Wu's eloquence was impressive. Even Yiming felt a surge of desire to purchase a raw stone. Now, we shall auction raw stone number 1. The first stone was the smallest in the venue. Yiming noticed an aura of spiritual energy emanating from it, clearly indicating its potential value, although it would likely be of no more than ice or Nuo Bing quality. Ultimately, it was sold to Daon Company for 6,500,000. Next came the auctioning of raw stones number 2 and 3. When it was time for raw stone number 4, Zhang Fenghua called out 8 million. The paddle of Yang Jixiong went up, 8,100,000. Zhang Fenghua shot a glance at Yang Jixiong, 9 million. Yang Jixiong smirked, countering with 9,100,000. 10 million. 1,000 and 100,000. Manager Zhang. This stone is mine. As long as you raise the bid, I shall follow suit. Yang Jixiong taunted Zhang Fenghua. Zhang Fenghua declared 12 million, then paused. Yang Jixiong ultimately secured raw stone number 4 for 12,201,000. As he claimed the stone, Yang Jixiong provocatively glanced at Zhang Fenghua. Manager Zhang. We can continue. I assure you, you won't walk away with a single piece from District 3. Zhang Fenghua smiled, leaning back in his chair with his hands tucked into his sleeves. The day's acquisitions had already been substantial. The raw stones he had purchased would suffice for the company for some time. He felt no urgency in acquiring these stones. With the presence of the Imperial Green, tonight's endeavors were already deemed extraordinarily worthwhile. The affluent Dafu Jewelry Company possesses substantial financial resources, which I find myself unable to match. Thus, I shall withdraw. Zhang Fenghua has not engaged with Yang Jixiong. Sun Yao chuckled, remarking, Haha, Fenghua Jewelry Company is lacking in strength. They are too timid to even take a gamble on the stones, which is quite amusing. Zhang Fenghua laughed in return. Indeed, The funds of Fenghua Jewelry Company are hard-earned. Unlike some who carelessly squander over 10 million. I do not possess such extravagant wealth. Sun Yaowu nearly choked on his words, glaring fiercely at Zheng Fenghua, as if his piercing gaze could slay. Indeed, Zheng Fenghua refrained from bidding on the 3 preceding rough stones. Only the 8th rough stone remained. This was a substantial piece, towering 3 meters high and 3 meters in diameter, weighing several tons in total. Secretary Wu smiled and announced, "Esteemed executives, the 8th rough stone is the grand finale. The largest and most valuable stone excavated by the mining group over the decades. Some areas of its surface have flaked off. You may come closer to examine it." As Secretary Wu's words resonated, the interested magnates rose, encircling the colossal stone for a closer inspection. Several sections of jade were indeed exposed, showcasing exquisite jelly and even icy varieties. This enormous jadeite, according to their estimations, could yield an object worth 400 million. This was the unanimous conclusion of Mr. Li and other gemologists. The atmosphere grew lively, as many were eager to bid on this treasure. Secretary Wu, having stirred everyone's enthusiasm, then stepped forward. "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction for item 8 commences with a starting bid of 100 million, with increments no less than 1 million. Upon hearing Secretary Wu's declaration, the room buzzed with energy. Everyone fixated on the stone, seemingly attempting to peer into its depths. It was evident that there was value within, though the exact worth remained uncertain. With a base price of 100 million, if the contents proved to be as they speculated, it would undoubtedly be a lucrative investment. Conversely, if the reality fell short of their expectations, it could lead to significant losses. The saying one cut can lead to wealth, another to poverty encapsulates this gamble. Yang Jixiong's cheeks flushed. He was resolute in claiming this stone. With this piece, he could regain the upper hand over Zheng Fenghua as his competitive spirit surged. He raised his paddle first, 110 million, 130 million, 150 million. The price quickly approached 200 million. Yang Jixiong stood, declaring, 200 million. This was a high-stakes gamble, wagering 200 million on the belief that the stone contained treasures of unimaginable worth. "Ladies and gentlemen, if no one increases the bid, this stone shall belong to me." Yang Jixiong surveyed the room, observing no one else raising their paddles. His heart soared at the prospect of acquiring the stone. Zheng Fenghua's eyes also glimmered with intensity, having been raised in the jewelry business. He too could discern the stone's value. 210 million. Zheng Fenghua announced. Yang Jixiong smirked. "Zheng Fenghua, do you wish to play? Then let us play. 220 million. Zheng Fenghua, will you follow?" Zheng Fenghua also rose to his feet, feeling irked by Yang Jixiong's attempts to belittle him. How could he remain unfazed by the audacity of a bid of 250 million? The strength of Fenghua Jewelry Company was no less than that of Dafu Jewelry Company, and in fact, it was arguably superior. Zheng Fenghua was unyielding in the face of Yang Jixiong's provocations. Yang Jixiong chuckled, raising the ante to 290 million. "Zheng Fenghua, if you dare to gamble, then come forth." Irritated by Yang Jixiong's arrogance, Zheng Fenghua was on the verge of making a counteroffer when Yiming grasped his arm, shaking his head. Zheng Fenghua paused, quickly comprehending his brother's intent, not to proceed with the bid. He took his seat again. "Lan Jichong lo fartili. Ah, Zim Fenchua. Were you not eager to demonstrate your financial prowess? Why have you fallen silent?" Dafu Jewelry Company outstrips Fenghua Jewelry Company in strength. Do you dare to continue? Chapter 38, Collapse. Zheng Fenghua, you lack the courage to proceed. Yang Jixiong's laughter rang out, having seized the opportunity to dominate Zheng Fenghua. In the jewelry industry, our foundation lies in strength and audacity. Is it true that Fenghua Jewelry Company dares not place a wager? With this taunt, Yang Jixiong revealed a disdainful expression. "General Manager Zheng, could it be that Fenghua Jewelry Company is experiencing cash flow issues? If so, Dafu Jewelry could lend you some. How about 1 billion? Yang Jixiong, in his arrogance, trampled over Fenghua Jewelry Company, deliberately sowing discord. Zheng Fenghua remained silent, merely casting a cold glare at Yang Jixiong. The venom in Yang Jixiong's words regarding cash flow problems could potentially trigger a butterfly effect, leading to unforeseen complications for Fenghua Jewelry Company. Should the situation be exacerbated by the machinations of Dafu Jewelry Company, it might even incite a panic. Zheng Fenghua turned to Yi Yiming. Brother, is there an issue with this raw stone? Yi Yiming replied with a smile. Brother, not only is there an issue, but it is a significant one. Once Yang Jixiong cuts it open, the truth will be revealed. Energized by Yi Yiming's words, Zheng Fenghua laughed heartily. Haha, Fenghua Jewelry Company's cash flow is sound. Not to mention 300 million, even a billion poses no challenge. My reluctance to increase my bid stems from the knowledge that this stone is worthless. Zheng Fenghua dropped a bombshell, eliciting laughter from the numerous attendees. People mocked Zheng Fenghua's claims, asserting that the 300 million raw stone had been assessed by numerous seasoned appraisers and could not possibly be flawed. Did they truly believe these appraisers were incapable? Preposterous. This jade is clearly of the highest quality, as evidenced by 3 separate tests. Otherwise, it would not have fetched a price of 300 million. Indeed, it had been authenticated by the Zhang Mining Group, along with a plethora of expert appraisers. So there was no room for doubt. You simply cannot afford it. So you resort to disparagement. They scoffed at Zheng Fenghua. Aha. General Manager Zheng claims it is worthless. I will cut it open right here for young Master Zheng to see, so you can truly understand the rarity of old pit glass. Manager Zheng, were you not envious, perhaps deliberately stating such? Allow me to inform you. Once it is opened, you will merely broaden your horizons and be left to envy in silence. Zheng Fenghua scoffed. Yang Jixiong, do not become too self-satisfied. The essence of gambling lies in the gamble itself, with both wins and losses. Until the dust settles, refrain from speaking so arrogantly. He continued, let's make a deal. Should this stone not collapse, I am willing to concede my error. Yang Jixiong's eyes widened in disbelief, then narrowed with a cunning glint to concede. It must be in the form of bowing your head. Do you dare? Zheng Fenghua was incensed. Yang Jixiong had grown increasingly audacious, his demeanor shifting. What is there to fear? And if it collapses, what then? Yang Jixiong chuckled. That is impossible. I must emerge victorious. Zheng Fenghua retorted coldly. And what if you lose? Yang Jixiong replied with a scoff. Then I shall bow and concede. How about that? Thus, an agreement was reached. The wager between the young general managers of Fenghua Jewelry Company and Dafu Jewelry Company naturally drew the attention of various magnates. Marking the second round of gambling in this scenario, a new pinnacle of stakes. The youth should dismiss such serious bets. Merely cutting the stone to take a look suffices. To genuinely kneel and bow would mean losing face for the company. There is no need for brother enterprises to engage so earnestly. Yang Jixiong smirked. Zheng Fenghua, you have committed to that bow. The cutting commenced. Yang Jixiong was truly confident that such a large piece of jade would not falter. Dafu Jewelry Company had conducted extensive behind-the-scenes work for this ice-type jade, and after thorough investigation, they unanimously believed that this raw stone could indeed fetch 400 million. Even if purchased for 300 million, there would still be a profit of 100 million. Moreover, leveraging this auction would elevate the reputation of Dafu Jewelry Company, serving as advertisement and profit. As the forklift was activated and the stone placed on the machine, the cutting began. With the sound of the cutting machine, the jade's glass-like slurry began to seep out. Yang Jixiong laughed heartily. Zheng Fenghua, do you see this glass-like jade slurry? The finest jadeite, you are destined to lose. Zheng Fenghua scrutinized the slurry, observing a transformation into a stony liquid. He pointed at it. Yang Jixiong, are you blind? This is stone slurry. Yang Jixiong laugid heartily. Ha! If such a large jade exists, its value certainly exceeds 1 billion. It is normal for it to contain some stone. Workers, cut diligently. Once the goods are out, I shall reward you. Yang Jixiong's confidence was unshakable. He believed he could not lose. Zheng Fenghua sneered. Yang Jixiong, after the workers toil for so long, will there be no reward if there are no goods? Yang Jixiong chuckled. Zheng Fenghua, you need not worry about me. Even without goods, I shall still have my reward. All eyes were fixed on the massive stone, eager to discern the final outcome. Many harbored a silent hope to witness which of the two young men would ultimately kneel and bow. These two were not mere street ruffians. They were the youthful managers of the largest jewelry companies in Yiming province, representing their respective companies. Should they kneel, what dignity would remain? The cutting concluded. The enormous stone was enveloped in a layer of glass-like jade skin, which was too thin to be fashioned into anything, revealing that the interior was entirely stone. It had collapsed. Such a massive stone has truly collapsed. Yang Jixiong's expression shifted dramatically. He could hardly fathom the emergence of such a situation. Was it even conceivable? After so many validations and the substantial investments made by Dauphin Company, which seemed almost certain, it had unexpectedly crumbled. His visage was more dismal than that of someone who had lost their mother. 300 million was no trifling sum. It was a painful figure. As the workers resumed their cutting, the stone was divided into 4 pieces, yet still there was no yield. Yang Jixiong was utterly flabbergasted. It had genuinely collapsed. This was a monumental disgrace, a catastrophic loss amounting to 300 million. Zheng Fenghua, leading with fervor, gripped tightly, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at Yi Yiming, causing Yi to retreat several steps in fright, thinking, what are those eyes suggesting? I have no such inclinations. Zheng Fenghua was positively exhilarated, for Yi Yiming had saved him over 300 million in funds. Fenghua Jewelry Company was not short on money. Yet 300 million was still a significant amount. This was a splendid turn of events for Yang Jixiong. With a malicious glee, he remarked, Brother Yang, are you still cutting? Those 4 pieces could become 8. Yang Jixiong felt as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt. His luck had utterly dissipated. If this stone had yielded 1 or 200 million, it would have been bearable, but now it was a complete failure. How could he endure this? Ole stood by, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could not comprehend how such a fine specimen could have collapsed. He felt incapable of fulfilling his obligations. As the Fu Jewelry Company had sought his expertise for appraisal, only to incur a loss of 300 million, tarnishing his reputation. With his spirits low, he departed. Yang Jixiong gritted his teeth, refusing to accept defeat. Cut again. He still hoped for a miracle. Perhaps there could be some exquisite pieces, like imperial green? The workers reluctantly commenced cutting once more. As the cutting machine whirred, Yi Yiming's gaze was filled with uncertainty. He could discern that within one stone, there was indeed a vibrant energy indicating potential value, yet it remained unextracted. Once more, the stone was divided into 8 pieces, but still, it yielded nothing. No usable material emerged, solidifying the fact that the Fu Jewelry Company would not recover its 300 million. Zheng Fenghua was invigorated, relishing in Yang Jixiong's misfortune, feeling an unparalleled satisfaction, akin to sipping iced tea on a sweltering summer day. Brother Yang, are you planning to build a house? This stone could be cut into bricks, saving you quite a bit. Zheng Fenghua relished the opportunity to retaliate against the spite Yang Jixiong had shown upon his arrival. Now, relishing the chance to strike back at the fallen adversary, Yang Jixiong seethed with rage, yet could only suppress his fury. Will you cut again? Zheng Fenghua taunted once more. Yang Jixiong could only wave his hand in resignation. No more cutting. Nothing good will come of it. It's futile. He felt despondent. 300 million had simply vanished, and no amount of wealth could ease the sting. Leaning back against his chair, he was at a loss for how to explain this calamity to his father. Upon returning home, a sense of despondency enveloped the atmosphere, seemingly unalterable. Zheng Fenghua, wearing a smile, jested, Brother Yang, shall I not take a few more cuts? Yang Jixiong glared at him, exasperated. You Zheng are truly insufferable. I'm already incensed, and you rub salt into the wound. Zheng Fenghua's smile brightened further. Brother Yang, enough of the cuts. It is time to reward our esteemed workers, is it not? With your generous spirit, you should at least part with 100 to 80,000. Yang Jixiong was infuriated. With a huff, he produced 100,000 as a tip for the workers, declaring, Today, I am simply out of luck. As he turned to leave, Zheng Fenghua called after him. Yang Jixiong, are you leaving just like that? Yang Jixiong, visibly vexed, retorted, What of it? Zheng Fenghua rose, asserting, What of it? Our wager stipulated that the loser must bow and admit defeat. You have lost. Fulfill your end of the bargain. Bow to me. At this, Yang Jixiong was consumed by fury, nearly at his breaking point. Zheng, do not overstep. I have lost 300 million, and now you demand a bow? Not a chance. This is my stance. Do as you will, but I shall not kneel. The onlookers, influential figures, watch the spectacle with amusement. This is youth, full of vigor and audacity. Who could argue otherwise? We have all been young. Is this the atmosphere we seek? Yiming chuckled. How about a change of conditions, young Master Yang? Yang Jixiong retorted with a cold laugh. Speak plainly. Let it out. The wager states the loser kneels. I can mediate, but let the bowing be avoided. Simply allow me to retrieve a stone from this rubble, and we shall call a day. Agreed? Yang Jixiong lauged heartily. Huh? Boy, you must believe there's something within that stone. Even if there were, it would not be worth much. The stone is yours. What say you, Zheng Fenghua? Zheng Fenghua glanced at Yiming. Since my brother has proposed it, let us proceed as he suggests. Yang Jixiong scoffed. Go ahead, pick it up. Even if you do not, it will merely be treated as refuse. His disdainful gaze towards Yiming deepened. A country bumpkin through and through, merely scavenging for scraps. One cannot amass wealth by picking up refuse. Ignoring him, Yiming cheerfully pointed to a particular stone. This one will do. The crowd, filled with curiosity, scrutinized the stone, puzzled by the secret it might harbor. Yang Jixiong derided Yiming. Dr. Yi, today's lucky finder, has struck it rich with 2 billion through sheer fortune. Alas, those who earn by chance often find themselves unable to spend it wisely. Do not be overindulgent. Yang Jixiong triatenet Yiming. Yiming's demeanor shifted to one of cold resolve. Young Master Yang, luck is indeed a facet of strength. Earning 2 billion through luck is far superior to squandering 3 billion through mere prowess. Would you not agree? Yang Jixiong sowed no appreciation, and Yiming felt no obligation to extend any courtesy. Yang Jixiong, fuming, exclaimed, Boy, are you tired of living? Do you believe you can reach your lodgings unscathed? Yiming smiled. Surprisingly, I do not. With your limited generosity, I fear for the safety of your grand jewelry enterprise. Yang Jixiong gritted his teeth in acknowledgement. Very well. Very well, Mr. Yi. Just wait. You certainly possess your wits. Zheng Fenghua rose to his feet, his expression dark as thunder. Yang Jixiong, if you wish to play, I, Zheng Fenghua, shall indulge you. Dare to lay a hand on my brother, and I will not rest until I have my due. Yang Jixiong seethed with rage, his reputation irrevocably tarnished. Brother, how affectionate your address is, yet this is the level you operate at. You associate only with the unsophisticated, scavenging for worthless debris, forever relegated to the sidelines. As Zheng Fenghua prepared to speak, Yiming interjected with a smile. Brother, do not waste your breath. You can never awaken one who feigns slumber. Some are blind, even with their eyes wide open, unable to see the pearls hidden within the grains of sand. Allow me to demonstrate what true jade is. Yiming, not wishing to steal the limelight, shielded Yang Jixiong from further embarrassment. Yet the latter, ungrateful as he was, enacted a tale akin to that of the farmer and the snake, incessantly belittling himself as a rustic scavenger, determined to show Yang Jixiong what quality truly entailed. Curiosity piqued. The onlookers began to speculate about the stone Yiming had picked up. Can this stone yield anything? It doesn't seem likely. Indeed, with so many stones already revealed to be worthless, could this one possibly be different? Yang Jixiong burst into laughter. Is there truly something precious here? Huh, dream on. If such a large stone holds no value, this one certainly cannot. Yiming drew a line in the sand. Master, cut from here. I possess a peculiar talent for luck. When I say it has value, it invariably does. Do you believe me, young Master Yang? Yang Jixiong scoffed. I believe your nonsense. Naturally, he had little faith. The stone had split into 8 pieces, revealing no signs of worth. Who would trust a rustic claiming value from a mere scrap? As the machinery whirred to life, the stone was unveiled, revealing a glistening white jade, reminiscent of pure ice. Dust was brushed away, and under the light, the workers announced, Mr. Zheng, this is a premium glass-type jade, estimated at over 20 million. A wave of astonishment swept through the room, as the gazes toward Yiming transformed entirely. How extraordinary! Did he possess X-ray vision to discern the jade within? Otherwise, how could he have perceived its worth? Indeed, it was remarkable to unearth 20 million from what appeared to be mere scraps. Mr. Yi, do you have a business card? I hope to enlist your assistance in future stone gambling endeavors. Truly, a remarkable individual. The entrepreneurs raised their thumbs in admiration for Yiming, grinning as he acknowledged their praise. He replied, I rely solely on luck, serendipitously picking a scrap worth 20 million, while some, with their supposed prowess, squander 300 million. One should never judge by appearances, nor measure the sea by the bucket. Rural folk are not inferior to those frivolously tossing money about. With that, Long Yun led the way out of the Shangri-La Hotel. Chapter 40. Zheng Fenghua's gratitude after Yiming's remarks. He escorted Chen Qianzu out of the Shangri-La courtyard. Laughter erupted within the courtyard, each person casting knowing glances at Yang Jixiong, as if regarding a fool. Yang Jixiong felt as though Yiming had slapped him, never before experiencing such humiliation. The stone gambling event not only failed to showcase the grandeur of the great wealth jewelry company, but instead brought disgrace upon both the company and himself, resulting in a loss of 300 million. With no dignity left and a bruised ego, he was left utterly debased by Yiming and Zheng Fenghua, trampled underfoot, leaving him to ponder how he could ever hold his head high in Lina City again. A tempest of anger simmered within him, rising to a bitter taste in his throat. Suddenly, he expelled a mouthful of blood. Sun Yao hurriedly stepped forward, attempting to pat his back. Master Yang, Master Yang. Yang Jixiong pushed Sun Yao's hand away, his face a dark shade of fury as he departed. Sun Yao quickly pursued him, realizing he could not afford to lose such an influential ally. Laughter erupted in the courtyard. How amusing! This stone gambling event has been full of surprises. Yang Jixiong has truly faltered. That young man named Yi is remarkable. It seems he can see into the stones. How else could he be so extraordinary? Indeed, he is a remarkable individual. The crowd murmured as they left the courtyard, the name Yi Qiren spreading through the stone gambling circles of Heiyuan province. Yang Jixiong seethed with hatred for Yiming. Had it not been for this young man, he would not have suffered such a humiliating defeat, nor have spat blood in disgrace. I must eliminate him. It is this country bumpkin who has brought me to such an embarrassing state. At the Shangri-La Hotel, Zheng Fenghua clung tightly to Yiming's hand, his palms trembling. Brother, words cannot express my gratitude. If it weren't for you, the stone gambling wouldn't have gone so smoothly, and I might have been in dire straits. As he spoke, he produced a string of jade Bodhi beads, marred with cracks. He had arrived late to the stone gambling event due to a car accident. A speeding vehicle had collided with his luxury car, leaving it in shambles, though he himself had only sustained a minor injury from hitting the steering wheel. After being cleared by the hospital, he rushed to the gambling venue, and upon seeing the damaged beads, he understood that it was due to Yiming's intervention that he was alive. Hence, his gratitude towards Yiming deepened. Brother, the goods are valued at 2,200 million. Here is a check for you, and there will be your share of the profits as well. With that, Zheng Fenghua wrote a check for 2,200 million and handed it to Yiming, raising his glass. Brother, I shall say no more. This toast is for you. He then downed the drink in one go. Yiming smiled. Brother, it is not my doing. It is your fortune and fate that averted your calamity. Moreover, could you possibly convert this 2 billion check into 2 checks of 1,100 million each? Doctor, Chun and I purchased the stones together. Chen Qianzu was taken aback by Yiming's words. Yiming intended to share half the earnings with him? Goodness, that was a staggering sum of 1,100 million. Yet Yiming appeared unfazed, as if it were merely $100. Chen Qianzu immediately declined. No, I cannot accept this. I have no part in it. Yiming insisted, Dr. Chun, that is not acceptable. We agreed during the wager with Sun Yao that it would be half for each of us. You cannot renege on this. You must accept it. Chen Qianzu grasped Yiming's hand, her heart racing, almost leaping from her chest. She hailed from a noble lineage. Yet even a sum as staggering as 110 million was beyond her grasp. No amount of influence could summon such a fortune. How could she not be exhilarated when Yiming, unwavering, was prepared to bestow it upon her? As he felt Chun Qianz's delicate hand gently nudging him, his gaze was inadvertently drawn to the enchanting spring scenery revealed at her neckline, leaving him momentarily entranced. "This is too much. It is yours," he stammered. Dr. Chun interjected. "Dr. Yi, I know you will not remain in the shadows for long. You are destined to achieve great things. This 110 million shall serve as an investment, generating interest for me, if you will." With a reluctant sigh, Yiming accepted. As Chun Qianzhu withdrew her hand, he found himself reluctant to part with the moment, while Zheng Fenghua chuckled quietly at the scene. After their meal, Zheng Fenghua offered to have the bodyguards escort Yiming, but he declined. Possessing the skills of the Xian technique and the power of the Green Emperor's wood sovereign, why would he fear Yang Jixiong? What a jest! Should Yang Jixiong dare to send anyone after him, they would find themselves unable to return. Zheng Fenghua then handed Yiming a set of keys, stating, "In that case, you may as well take this car for now." Upon receiving the keys and noticing the four-ring Audi emblem, Yiming paid little heed, but as he approached the parking lot and pressed the button, he discovered that his benefactor had given him an Audi A8. He shook his head in disbelief. Such extravagance was indeed remarkable, a luxury car worth millions. "Dr. Chun, please get in. I shall take you for a drive," he offered as she settled into the passenger seat. They glided through the bustling streets of Lina City, swiftly reaching the highway where their speed soared to 180. The car maintained a smooth ride, much to Yiming's satisfaction. Chun Qianzhu couldn't help but chuckle at his slightly arrogant demeanor, realizing he was unaccustomed to such opulence. Yiming laughed in return, "Of course. I've never even touched such a magnificent vehicle. How could I not feel a sense of pride, especially with a breathtaking beauty beside me? It feels as though I lack for nothing in this life." Exiting South City and returning through East City, the car gradually rolled into the community where Chun Qianzhu resided, finally finding a parking space. As they approached her building, they spotted a young man in a checked suit, leaning against a BMW 320, holding a bouquet of flowers and waiting. Upon seeing Chun Qianzhu, he waved enthusiastically, prompting a chorus from a group of about 10 nearby. "Qianzhu, Qianzhu, I love you. Love you to the bone." The young man eagerly approached her, seemingly oblivious to Yiming's presence, and exclaimed, "Dr. Chun, you have finally arrived." With a beaming smile, he presented the flowers. "Dr. Chun, I love you," he professed openly. Chun Qianzhu's face turned frosty as she replied, "Lin Zifen, I have told you before. We are not suited for each other. Please do not pursue me any further." "Did you not hear?" Lin Zifen, still grinning, responded, "Dr. Chun, suitability is subjective. I simply wish to express my love. There is nothing wrong with loving someone. Even if you reject me once or 10 times over time, you will come to accept it. Qianzhu, I truly adore you." Accompanied by a dozen individuals adorned with either yellow or red hair, Lin Zifen and his gang, with their peculiar and mismatched attire, resembled a band of misguided youth. It was perplexing to fathom Lin Zifen's intentions as he led them to beseech Chun Qianzhu for affection. "Dr. Chun, my brother Fan is sincere. You must accept him," they implored. "He works at Fenghua Jewelry Company. His father holds a mid-level position, and his future is boundless. He would never bring you any discontent. Indeed, such genuine individuals like Fan are scarce nowadays. You should acquiesce." Their insistent coaxing only intensified Chun Qianzhu's cold demeanor. Chapter 41. A lifetime of inability to afford a home, an air of frigidness enveloped Chun Qianzhu, her countenance reflecting distaste for Lin Zifen. Linking her arm with Yiming, she declared, "Lin Zifen, I am already in a relationship. You ought to abandon your hopes." Upon hearing her words, Lin Zifen seemed to finally notice Yiming, scrutinizing the unsophisticated fellow before him with a derisive smirk. "You, my dear boy, are a Chin doctor's boyfriend?" Yiming internally chuckled, realizing he had become a mere pawn for Chun Qianzhu. However, recalling how she had staunchly supported him in the gambling arena of the Shangri-La Hotel when no one else believed in him, he felt that even being used in such a manner was not in vain. With a cheerful nod, he affirmed, "Indeed, Dr. Chun is my girlfriend. Lin Ziffin's disdain for Yi Yiming deepened. During his hospitalization, he had encountered Chun Qianzhu and found her to be nothing short of extraordinary. Rumors suggested that this enigmatic doctor had an undisclosed, prestigious background, seemingly hailing from an influential family. Marrying her would undoubtedly bring both wealth and status, propelling one to the pinnacle of success. It was this realization that ignited Lin Ziffin's genuine interest. Time and again, he had professed his love to Chun Qianzhu, only to be met with rejection. In his eyes, his family background paled in comparison to hers, especially when juxtaposed with a rustic, unrefined individual like Yi Yiming, who appeared to be a mere speck of dust in the vast expanse separating them. Bah! Lin Ziffin spat at Yi Yiming, casting a sideways glance. You think you deserve to be Chin Doctor's boyfriend? Have you looked at yourself? Your entire outfit costs less than 100 yuan, and you look like a total bumpkin. Why do you have to stand beside her? You are unworthy. Upon hearing Lin Ziffin's words, Yi Yiming merely chuckled. Your opinion of worthiness is irrelevant. It seems to be Dr. Chun who decides that. Turning to Chun Qianzhu, he inquired, Qianzhu, this gentleman claims I am unworthy. What do you say? Typically warm-hearted and generous, Chun Qianzhu felt her cheeks flush at the question. What nonsense! You are indeed my boyfriend. Leaning closer to Yi Yiming, she radiated happiness. Lin Ziffin was consumed by envy, wishing he could take Yi Yiming's place. You there, what's your name and occupation? With a smile, Yi Yiming replied. Remember this. I am Yi Yiming, an intern doctor at the People's Hospital. As soon as Yi Yiming finished speaking, Lin Ziffin erupted in laughter. Ha! A doctor? No less an intern. Withdraw now, and I shall offer you 50,000 yuan. With that, he signed a check for 50,000 and tossed it to Yi Yiming, suggesting he should revel in the windfall. Yi Yiming did not accept the check, merely observing Lin Ziffin's theatrics. You find that amount insufficient? How about 100,000? Lin Ziffin signed a check for 100,000 and handed 2 checks to Yi Yiming. Yi Yiming accepted the checks and tucked them into his pocket. With a smile, Lin Ziffin remarked, now that's more like it. Off you go. Yi Yiming looked at Lin Ziffin in bewilderment, questioning, why should I? Lin Ziffin, his nose flaring with indignation, retorted, young man, you clearly lack understanding. When one accepts compensation, it is customary to sever ties. You received my 150,000 as a separation fee. You ought to end things with Dr. Chun instead of clinging to her. Yi Yiming chuckled, Lin Ziffin, have you lost your mind? You merely offered me money. You never specified that I should part ways with Dr. Chun. I thought you believed we were a perfect match and were merely blessing us. Lin Ziffin, infuriated, trembled with rage, wishing to slap Yi Yiming twice. Why would I bless you? What are you? You are merely an intern. How much potential do you truly possess? Will you ever become an attending physician or a department head? Even if you succeed, you'll be in your 40s or 50s. In the precious real estate of Linha City, can you afford a home? A car? Can you provide the lifestyle Dr. Lin desires? Do not be foolish. One must possess self-awareness. As he spoke, Lin Ziffin pointed to his BMW 320. Look at me. I have a car, house, I hold a managerial position at Fenghua Jewelry Company. My parents are in mid-level management, and we are relatives of the company founders. The assistant manager at Fenghua Jewelry is my cousin. I can offer Dr. Chun the life she aspires to. What do you have to compare? He continued, you either withdraw or you brace yourself for a beating. Behind him, a group of thugs shouted, Lin, why waste breath on him? Let's get to it. Indeed, they planned to beat him senseless, merely compensating him a few coins. Let us see if he dares to harass Dr. Chun again. The thugs, emboldened by their numbers, lunged at Yi Yiming. He responded with a swift slap, sending one thug flying, who collided with the BMW, denting the metal and rendering him unconscious. Another thug swung a club at him. Yi Yiming seized the weapon and struck the thug in the side, sending him sprawling 2 meters away, unable to rise. Yi Yiming advanced, delivering a resounding slap to the tallest thug, who also crashed into the BMW, creating a second dent. He returned to Chun Qianzhu's side, addressing Lin Ziffin's group. Who else wishes to try? The atmosphere grew tense. Lin Ziffin's men were intimidated by Yi Yiming's formidable prowess, trembling as they regarded him. One slap had incapacitated a thug. Was this man even human? They felt utterly inadequate against him. Lin Zifen, distressed at the sight of his car, lamented, Yi Yiming, you shall compensate for the damage to my vehicle. How much can you truly fight? We live in a society governed by law. If you damage my car, you must pay. Can a mere intern like you afford even a wheel of my car? Yi Yiming stepped forward, causing Lin Zifen to retreat several steps in alarm. His face etched with caution as he inquired, what are you doing? Are you not aware that hitting someone is against the law? With a resounding slap, a check was thrust into Lin Zifen's face. Of course, I know that assault is illegal, but throwing money at someone, that is not a crime, is it? It's merely 2 holes. I'll compensate you with 150,000. Is that sufficient? Lin Zifen was rendered speechless by Yi Yiming's words. At that moment, Yi Yiming strode towards a vehicle, executing a graceful turn as the car glided effortlessly before Lin Zifen. It was the Audi A8 gifted to him by Zhang Fenghua. Exiting the car with a smile, Yi Yiming remarked, young Master Lin, this is the kind of vehicle I drive. Do you think I cannot afford a single wheel of your car? Am I incapable of purchasing a unit in Lina City? You dare to throw money at me. Can your car fetch even a wheel of mine if sold? Lin Zifen stood dumbfounded, unable to articulate a response. They could never have imagined that Yi Yiming, clad in what appeared to be lowly attire, was indeed the owner of an Audi A8, a luxury vehicle. This was a case of playing the fool to catch the wise. However, he could not fathom which family in Lina City, which company bore the surname Yi. Lin Zifen's expression grew serious. Those who could afford such vehicles were undoubtedly among the elite in Lina City. Tentatively, he inquired, Yi Yiming, do you know Zhang Fenghua? Do you know Zhang Fenghua? Lin Zifen asked cautiously. Yi Yiming chuckled. Had Lin Zifen asked anyone else, he might truly not have known, but how could he not be familiar with Zhang Fenghua? Lin Zifen, let me inform you, this very car was gifted to me by Zhang Fenghua. Do you question whether I know him? Upon uttering these words, laughter erupted among the ruffians surrounding them. Haha, what a boast. Zhang Xiao gifted you an Audi A8? Why don't you claim that he gifted you the entire Lina City? Indeed, if one is to inflate their ego, it should not be done in such a manner. I dare say he does not know Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao is a top-tier young master in Lina City. Someone of his background could not possibly be acquainted with him. I wager he is merely driving someone else's car. The youths, resembling petty thugs, jeered, unable to believe that this country bumpkin could possibly know the most distinguished young master in Lina City, let alone in the entire Heiyuan province. Lin Zifen fixated on the vehicle, and when he noticed the license plate reading 5188, Yi Yiming chimed in, Ah, I see, very good. Lin Zifen was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly realize the pun. I call you daddy. Yi Yiming, you're courting death. Lin Zifen glared fiercely at Yi Yiming, producing his phone. Kid, I'm calling my cousin. If he doesn't recognize you, prepare for your demise. You've stolen my cousin's car. I'll ensure you perish without even knowing how. Convinced that he had Yi Yiming cornered, Lin Zifen wore a smug expression and deliberately activated the speakerphone for all to hear. Yi Yiming, meanwhile, embraced Chun Qianzhe's waist, relishing the pleasant sensation. Chun Qianzhe, though appearing somewhat slender, possessed a surprisingly curvaceous physique. Her softness and elasticity under his palm were delightful. Go ahead, let us see if Zhang Fenghua knows me, he said. The call was swiftly connected. Hello, Xiao Fan. What can I do for you? Brother, it's Xiao Fan. I saw your Audi A8. Has it been stolen? I caught the thief and took him to the police station. Upon hearing Lin Zifen's words, Zhang Fenghua's eyes widened in disbelief. How could his distant cousin possess such a wild imagination to conjure such an outlandish tale? Anger swiftly engulfed him. What? You caught him? How the hell did you manage that and deliver him to the police? Do you believe I could send you there instead? Zhang Fenghua was furious. Moreover, not only was Yi Yiming a brother to him, but he had also saved his life, helping him save 3 billion in funds and purchase over 2 billion worth of exquisite jade. He felt incapable of adequately expressing his gratitude. After finally gifting a car to his brother, Lin Zifen, in his folly, had jeopardized everything. If his brother were to be angered, he would have no means of justifying it. Lin Zifen, if you dare show any disrespect toward my brother, I'll break your legs and ensure you and your family are expelled from the company. How could I have such a foolish cousin? From now on, do not associate with me. Zhang Fenghua's tirade left Lin Zifan in a state of shock. He felt a wave of existential doubt. His cousin had never berated him like this or expressed such anger. Hand the phone to my brother. I shall personally apologize. Trembling and quaking, Lin Zifan approached Yi Yiming, his hands quaking uncontrollably. Young Master Yi, please take this call. He realized he had crossed a line and was uncertain of how he would be dealt with. Hello, Yiming. It's Fenghua. Big brother, it's Yiming. That bastard Lin Zifan hasn't troubled you, has he? If he has, just say the word, and I will go and break his legs. Anyone who dares to harm you is effectively harming me, Zhang Fenghua declared. Brother, send me your location. I'm on my way. Lin Zifan only brings me trouble, and I will deal with him. Yi Yiming chuckled. It's nothing, big brother. He hasn't troubled me. Good. Now hand the phone back to Lin Zifan. Lin Zifan was utterly petrified, his hands trembling even more as he took the phone. Lin Zifan, heed my words. Whatever my brother instructs you to do, you shall comply without question. If you defy him in the slightest, I will end you. Lin Zifan nodded vigorously, resembling a bobblehead. Cousin, rest assured, I will absolutely comply with young Master Yi's wishes. I dare not defy him. The call ended, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Yi Yiming turned to Lin Zifan with a smile. Lin Zifan, do you think I know Zhang Fenghua? Lin Zifan was on the verge of tears. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. I will never dare again. His face was a picture of despair, even with 100 times the courage. He would not dare to act arrogantly in front of Yi Yiming, especially since he was unaware of the nature of the relationship between his cousin and Yi Yiming, who had received a car worth over 200,000 from Zhang Fenghua. How could their relationship be anything but favorable? What was your error? Yi Yiming inwitted. I am merely a humble intern doctor, someone who has never been able to afford a home in Lena City. A month's salary would not even cover a single wheel of your BMW. How could it be that you, Lin Zifan, were in the wrong? Yi Yiming's words echoed back to him, and sweat beads formed on Lin Zifan's forehead. Young Master Yi, I have been blind to the truth. I shall never dare again. Are you planning to have these individuals deal with me? Yi Yiming asked, pointing at the thugs. The ruffians were utterly at a loss. Mere students who squandered their potential, not true delinquents. Beads of sweat formed on their foreheads as they implored. Young Master Yi, we were wrong. We shall never dare again. Please, spare us. We promise to change. Indeed, they echoed their remorse. Lin Zifan hastily added, Young Master Yi, we truly failed to recognize your stature. I beseech you to let me go. Yi Yiming glanced at Lin Zifan's BMW and inquired, Is there any vehicle that requires my assistance? Trembling, Lin Zifan replied, No. This is the money for repairs. Please take it. I cannot accept your generosity. Yi Yiming then asked, Shall I accompany you three to seek medical attention? He was judicious in his approach, as their transgressions were not insurmountable. Young Master Yi, how could we trouble you with such matters? They are perfectly fine, Lin Zifan protested. When pressed about whether they would continue to harass Chen Qianzhe's, Lin Zifan was nearly brought to tears and almost knelt in desperation. Begone! With that command from Yi Yiming, Lin Zifan and his companions fled in haste. Chen Qianzhe smiled in gratitude towards Yi Yiming, relieved to be rid of the troublesome young scion. Would you care to join me in my room? Chen Qianzhe inquired. Upon hearing her words, Yi Yiming's eyes sparkled with mischief. Join you? His cheeky grin elicited a sharp twist from Chen Qianzhe at his waist. With a wry smile, Yi Yiming retorted, Perhaps I should take my leave. I shall not impose further. Chen Qianzhe shook her head, watching as he turned the car around before she returned home, her cheeks still flushed long after. Yi Yiming drove back home, administering another acupuncture session for his sister, preparing gifts for the upcoming birthday celebration, freshening up, and then seated himself in meditation. The Qingdi Muhuang gong flowed effortlessly within him. Chapter 43. Shui Bingyu arrives the next day at 9 o'clock. Yi Yiming gradually concluded his practice of the Qingdi Muhuang gong and slowly opened his eyes. After a night of cultivation, his progress with the technique was modest. He was still some distance from achieving complete mastery of the first level. This stagnation was due to the sparse spiritual energy in the environment. particularly in bustling urban areas where the air was tainted and the spiritual essence was nearly non-existent. If he were to acquire superior spiritual materials and elixirs, his advancement would accelerate significantly. Spiritual materials and elixirs were categorized into 5 grades: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, each with 3 tiers of quality. Henceforth, he resolved to gather more of these invaluable resources. Yiming's understanding of the 5 disciplines, mountain, medicine, divination, astrology, and physiognomy, had deepened significantly, enriching his grasp of metaphysics. His memory felt akin to an inexhaustible treasure trove. Arising, Yiming made his way to the living room, where Yiching had prepared breakfast, eagerly awaiting his arrival. He took her pulse and cheerfully remarked, "Sister, in just a week, your health will return to that of an ordinary person, and you shall be able to resume work." Yiching's face lit up with joy. Her half-year hospitalization had been a source of great distress. The prospect of returning to work and starting anew was, indeed, the happiest moment of her life. A sleek red Mercedes glided into the landlord's courtyard, its striking presence immediately captivating all onlookers. Many gazed at the luxury vehicle with envy. This was the epitome of success. What a stunning car! It's an imported model worth hundreds of thousands. How splendid it would be to possess such a magnificent vehicle. Look, a captivating beauty has alighted from the car. Indeed, as the door swung open, a woman clad in a refreshing work attire emerged. Her outfit exquisitely accentuating her graceful figure, presenting a striking visual of elegance and competence. Her long hair cascaded down her back, enhancing her allure, while her exquisitely sculpted visage resembled a finely carved jade artifact, breathtakingly beautiful, albeit with a slightly frosty demeanor that imparted an air of superiority. She stepped out, clutching a small box, and approached Yiming's residence. Upon seeing Shui Bingyu's radiant smile, Yiming greeted her warmly. "Bingyu, you've come." Yiching, recognizing her sister-in-law, beamed. "Miss Shui, you've arrived. But why bring something along? Please, take a seat. I shall fetch some fruit." Shui Bingyu glanced at Yiching and inquired, "You've been hospitalized, yet I didn't visit. How are you feeling now?" "I've brought bird's nest and some deer antler supplements. Your health is fragile and requires nourishment." "Thank you for your concern, Miss Shui. I am fully recovered, just like anyone else," Yiching replied with a smile. However, Shui Bingyu felt a heavy weight in her heart. She believed that cancer was incurable, particularly in the advanced stages of metastasis that Yiching faced. The only recourse was to prolong her life. And Yiching's assertion of being well was likely a kind-hearted falsehood from Yiming. She would not voice this, though. "Miss Yi, today is my grandfather's birthday, and he has asked me to invite Yiming to celebrate." Yiching was delighted. The Shui family was affluent, owning companies and hospitals, a prominent clan in Lena City. As an elder sister, she felt joy in her brother finding such a beautiful and capable wife. "Very well, you two may go." Yiming, carrying the prepared gifts, joined Shui Bingyu in the vehicle. Inside the car, a palpable silence lingered between them. Yiming broke the quietude with a smile, saying, "Bingyu, thank you." Shui Bingyu, her expression frosty, retorted, "Do not be so familiar. We're not that close. Regardless, Yiching is your sister, and it is only right to regard her." Yiming observed a faint dark aura emanating from Shui Bingyu's chest, rising to form a small black dot on her forehead. Frowning, he inquired, "Bingyu, have you recently acquired a new necklace?" Taken aback, Shui Bingyu responded, "How did you know?" Glancing down, she realized her professional attire was slightly unbuttoned, revealing a dazzling expanse of fair skin. Mistakenly believing Yiming had been spying on her, her expression grew colder. Initially, she had perceived Yiming as a rustic simpleton, lacking discernment. Never did she expect him to be a voyeur, secretly observing her. "You lecher, how can you behave in such a manner?" she scolded him. Yiming was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend why Shui Bingyu lashed out at him. "Bingyu, if you are wearing a new necklace, it would be wise to discard it. It may bring you unnecessary misfortune and harm your luck." Shui Bingyu's gaze turned icy as she replied, "Yiming, do you understand what you are saying?" This pendant was procured for me by my mother from Thailand, blessed by a high monk. Do you think my mother would wish me harm? Or that the monk would? Yiming responded earnestly, I cannot be certain. It is possible that our mother was deceived. From the very first day you don the pendant, you suffer from insomnia. Your mind enveloped in a fog. Ever since, you have been plagued by nightmares each night, and during the day, a haze clouded your thoughts. You signed documents incorrectly, spilled your drink, and encountered a series of inexplicable mishaps. I assure you, it is all due to that necklace. Yu was taken aback by Yiming's words. There was a ring of truth in what he said, leaving her puzzled as to how he knew. In her recollection, Yiming was merely a rustic, having studied at the traditional Chinese medicine college for a few years, a taciturn individual, seemingly lacking in eloquence, who had only learned a few terms from the underbelly of society to deceive her. Humph. After just a few days apart, he has turned into some sort of mystic, speaking in riddles. Listen, Bingyu, I speak the truth. That necklace is cursed. Wearing it brings misfortune. Be quiet. I am driving and do not wish to hear your nonsense. At that moment, a bus careened around a corner like a crazed bull, heedless of traffic rules, barreling towards their Mercedes as the red light turned. The female bus driver, terrified, slammed on the brakes to no avail. The vehicle was out of control, hurtling toward them. Yiming senses sharpened, sensing impending calamity. He pressed his hand against Bingyu's thigh, urging her to accelerate, while deftly maneuvering the steering wheel. The Mercedes roared forward, executing a sharp turn, returning to the proper lane, and continuing its journey. The bus, however, collided with a van, then careened into a BMW 6 Series, pushing it off the road and into the greenery, crashing into a large tree. In that instant, a cacophony erupted as the bus wreaked havoc, causing a massive traffic jam. Bingyu, glancing through the rearview mirror, witnessed the catastrophic chain of collisions and attributed the entire incident to Yiming. Had he not swerved ahead, this accident would not have occurred. She shouted at him, Yiming, is this your doing? Look at the chaos you have caused. Chapter 44. The scene of the accident. Bingyu harbored a deep-seated resentment toward Yiming, believing his inappropriate thoughts had disturbed the bus, leading to the accident. Her fury ignited. She pointed an accusatory finger at him. Yiming, this is all your fault. If it weren't for you, this calamity would not have happened. Do you realize the trouble you've caused? Yiming, bewildered by her ire, could not fathom how he was to blame. The bus had malfunctioned and charged toward them. Had he not intervened, it would have collided directly with their vehicle, putting both of them in grave danger. Rather than expressing gratitude, this foolish woman chose to berate him. Bingyu pulled the car to the side of the road and dashed toward the scene of the accident. As she ran, she dialed emergency services, her anger directed at Yiming, the scoundrel who had harbored inappropriate thoughts while driving, touching her thigh. If it were not for him, this accident would never have transpired. The location of the incident was in close proximity to the People's Hospital of Heiyuan Province. In no time, the emergency medical team arrived. They began their urgent rescue efforts, opening the doors of the vehicles to assess the injured. In the van, 6 individuals sustained severe injuries, and the vehicle was nearly beyond repair. Amidst the chaos, people hurriedly assisted the wounded, administering medical aid. From a toppled BMW emerged a woman in her 20s, her clothing stained crimson with blood. Yet she paid no heed to her own condition, desperately crying out for help. Please, someone save my little Bower. I implore you, save my child. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded with the crowd, prompting many to rush to her aid. Bingyu was also engaged in the rescue efforts. But when she turned to glance at Yiming, she found him standing motionless a short distance away. Rage surged within her. How could Yiming be so ineffectual? Did he not realize the magnitude of the calamity he had caused? The ambulance had arrived, and, with so many assisting, what was the perpetrator doing, merely standing there? Yiming, can't you lend a hand? You are an intern at the hospital. All those years of studying medicine have gone to waste. However, Yiming was not idle. He had spotted a young boy of about 7 or 8, clad in a pristine school uniform, walking against the current of the crowd. There was something distinctly different about this boy, though Yiming could not quite place it. It wasn't until a young nurse crossed paths with the boy that he comprehended the truth. This was the boy's spirit. No wonder he seemed so frail and was so afraid of the light. All spirits are drawn to darkness. This was his first encounter with a spirit, akin to his studies in metaphysics, leaving him somewhat uncertain. He understood that only by returning the boy's spirit to his body could the child be restored to health. Ignoring Bingyu's shouts, he approached the boy, saying, "Little brother, don't run away. Follow me." He reached out to grasp the boy's hand, guiding him towards the shade, seeking to protect the spirit. Bingyu watched in mounting frustration as Yiming not only failed to assist, but instead moved towards the trees. Her anger intensified. She was beginning to resent him. If he is useless, then so be it. A simpleton indeed. Because of your reckless desires, such a grave accident has occurred, and you stand by, indifferent, utterly devoid of responsibility. Yet, now is not the time to be angry with Yiming. She focused on lifting the injured onto the ambulance, sorting them according to the severity of their wounds, and tending to the lightly injured. A man rushed past and accidentally bumped into Yiming. He shoved him aside, exclaiming, "You fool! If you're not going to help, then get out of the way. Your presence here is nothing but a nuisance." The onlookers had long grown weary of Yiming. In the face of such a significant disaster, a man of his stature stood idly by instead of helping to open doors or assist the injured, merely wandering off to the side, leaving everyone speechless. In a world as vast as this, it seemed every kind of bird existed, and such a waste of space did not deserve to live among them. Was it not true? A man of his size could at least help by opening a door, yet he stood there, dazed, as if stricken by hysteria. Some individuals merely seek to capitalize on the misfortunes of others. Such characters are truly despicable. I perceive that this young man embodies that very essence. As the crowd criticized Yiming, they assisted in opening the car door of a woman seated in a BMW. After considerable effort, the door finally yielded. The small boy was gently extracted from the vehicle. Professor Zhang and the emergency medical personnel were present. Professor Zhang checked the child's heartbeat, examined his eyelids, and felt for a pulse, then sighed and said, "Prepare for the inevitable. The child is beyond saving." Upon hearing Professor Zhang's words, the beautiful woman was instantly rendered speechless. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she knelt before him, pleading, "Professor Zhang, I beg you, I implore you, save my Jiaxu, my son, please." Professor Zhang supported the grieving mother and shook his head with resignation. "Please accept my condolences. His vital signs have ceased. I am truly powerless to assist." The distraught mother wept bitterly, staggering to her son's side. "My child, return to me. How can I endure your absence?" Just then, Yiming hurriedly approached from the shade of the trees, claiming to possess the boy's spirit. "Everyone step aside. I am here to save him." As he spoke, he advanced towards the child. The rescuers, infuriated, confronted him. They had encountered many devoid of ethics, but none as devoid as this man. While they were engaged in the rescue effort, he had remained aloof, indifferent, as if it were none of his concern. Professor Zhang had declared the boy deceased. Yet here he was, meddling with the deceased, preventing them from finding peace. It was no wonder the crowd erupted in anger, cursing Yiming. "You scoundrel, heartless wretch, what are you doing? The child is already gone. Do not feign benevolence. How do you intend to save him?" He sought to draw attention to himself, seizing the opportunity to garner sympathy through tragedy, hoping to exploit the situation for his own gain. How disgraceful! Bingyu, observing Yiming's actions, felt a surge of anger. Her teeth clenched in indignation. She could not fathom how low Yiming's character had sunk. "Yiming, what are you doing? Just moments ago, when we asked for your help, you stood back, and now you exploit this lady's suffering for your own glory. Enough is enough." Bingyu was truly exasperated, wishing she could chastise him severely. Yiming disregarded their protests and continued towards the boy. "Step aside. It will be too late if we delay further." It was daytime, and if the boy's spirit could not return, it would inevitably dissipate, never to be reclaimed. He required immediate assistance. The crowd harbored intense animosity towards Yiming. Even in death, he sought to profit from tragedy. Such a person did not deserve to inhabit this world. Do not let him near the boy. He harbors no good intentions. Yes, drive him away. The collective ire of the people was directed at Yiming. Professor Zhang, recognizing Yiming's presence, rushed over, Doctor Ye, you are here. Do you believe this child can be saved? Yiming nodded. There remains a glimmer of hope. If we delay, it may be too late. Professor Zhang addressed the crowd. Everyone, allow him to pass. He is here to help. This is Dr. Yi from our hospital. His skills far surpass my own. If he believes the child can be saved, there is indeed a possibility. Chapter 45. Let him come to the rescue upon the conclusion of Professor Zhang's words. The crowd stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief. Professor Zhang, a renowned expert from Heiyuan province and a distinguished physician in the health department, was the go-to doctor for provincial leaders in times of illness or calamity. His consultation tickets were worth thousands. The notion that a young physician could surpass him in skill seemed utterly implausible to many. Yet, Professor Zhang had no reason to jeopardize his reputation merely to elevate this young man. His unwavering support for Dr. Yi suggested that the young physician possessed remarkable abilities. The crowd parted, allowing Dr. Yi to approach. Before him stood a young woman, her demeanor reflecting disbelief as she gazed at Dr. Yi, who appeared no older than 18 or 19, his face still bearing the innocence of youth. How could he possibly help? The child had already lost all vital signs. How much worse could the situation get? With a bow, she entrusted her child to him, tears streaming down her cheeks. In any other circumstance, she would have been wailing in despair. Dr. Yi instructed the elderly Zhang to drape a garment over the child, casting a shadow over the upper body. He then pressed his palm against the child's form, simultaneously sealing the child's soul with a soul-locking talisman. The child's spirit and body had become separated, and returning would prove challenging. He pressed his hand firmly against the child's forehead, delivering a resounding clap. Go! The sound echoed sharply, and the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, confusion washing over them. Was this truly a form of treatment? Was he not merely disturbing the child's lifeless body? With the child deceased, how could this possibly lead to recovery? Skepticism filled the air. Many, including the beautiful young mother, felt a swell of panic. Though she wished to voice her doubts, she remained silent, tears flowing freely, clinging to the faint hope of a miracle, despite her belief that it was an impossibility. Xue Bingyu observed Dr. Yi, with growing conviction that he was nothing but a charlatan seeking attention. Could vigorous clapping on the forehead truly revive the child? What an absurdity! Anyone with a modicum of knowledge understood that once vital signs were lost, death was inevitable. Such actions seemed futile, and if this did not yield results, how would he explain it to the grieving mother? Xue Bingyu regretted her decision to summon Dr. Yi. As Dr. Yi continued to strike the child's forehead, he proceeded to administer chest compressions. A mouthful of blood erupted from the child's lips. The crowd felt their patience waning. They were convinced this was merely a corpse, incapable of being revived. Just as murmurs began to rise, a sound pierced the air. The child coughed forcefully, gasping for breath. Elder Zhang exclaimed, "Quick, someone, attend to the child. There are vital signs. The child has come back to life." Doctors rushed forward, attending to the child with urgency, while Dr. Yi stepped back. The beautiful young mother fell to her knees before Dr. Yi, bowing 3 times in gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Yi, for saving my son. Thank you." After expressing her gratitude, she sprang to her feet and hurriedly boarded the ambulance, racing towards the people's hospital. The gazes of the onlookers towards Yiming transformed entirely, infused with admiration. It was indeed a miraculous revival. They had only heard of such occurrences in tales, witnessed them in novels, or seen them dramatized on television. Yet never had they truly beheld the process of resurrection until today. This remarkable physician had, against all odds, resuscitated a child devoid of vital signs. A true healer dedicated to the welfare of humanity. It was no wonder that Elder Zhang humbly acknowledged his inferiority to this doctor. "Doctor, what is your name?" The crowd began to enthusiastically greet Yiming, eager to make his acquaintance. With a gentle smile and a shake of his head, Yiming distanced himself. The traffic officer urged the crowd to disperse and restore order to the thoroughfare. Xue Bingyu approached the officer to admit fault, stating that had it not been for Yiming's abrupt maneuver, this traffic accident would not have occurred. They were willing to accept any responsibility that came their way. The officer, taken aback, quickly responded with a smile, "My dear young lady, You and your companions were driving without any violations. I observed clearly that your vehicle's timely turn and avoidance maneuvers spared you from a collision with the bus, thereby mitigating the severity of the incident. You should be commended for your quick thinking. Shui Bingyu was bewildered. The accident was not as she had envisioned. Nor was it due to Yi Yiming's actions. Had she wrongfully accused him? Acknowledging her error, she was nonetheless reluctant to concede it openly to Yi Yiming. She continued driving to her grandfather's birthday celebration, and with a stern expression, she remarked, "In the future, do not act so impulsively, understand?" Yi Yiming offered a wry smile, having saved her yet feeling unappreciated. "Bingyu, that pendant you wear truly poses a problem. The accident just now is proof. Please trust me." Upon hearing his words, Shui Bingyu became irritable. She could not fathom that the pendant was at fault. "Yi Yiming, enough. You're being absurd, truly believing yourself to be some sort of charlatan. There is nothing wrong with the pendant. If you continue with this nonsense, I will ask you to get out of the car." Yi Yiming touched his nose, managing a wry smile, and leaned back in silence. Upon arriving at the hotel, he was astonished to find it was the Shangri-La. The grandeur of the celebration for Shui Lao's birthday was evident. Hosting such an event here likely required tens of thousands, if not more. He recalled that Brother Zheng Fenghua had asked him to assist with a cultural artifact auction at the same venue. Thinking it might indeed be a fortuitous opportunity to lend a hand, he resolved to address it when the time was right. Upon entering the Shangri-La, the opulence of the decor remained as lavish as ever. In a small reception area on the second floor, 5 tables were set, 4 of which were occupied by guests. Most were members of the Shui family, including Shui Bingyu's uncles, aunts, and cousins, along with their siblings and their spouses. The Shui family, while not extensive, comprised several dozen members. The 5th table, which remained unoccupied, was designated for the day as esteemed guests, with seats taken by her uncles and aunts, her parents, as well as the plump woman Yiming and Chun Jiao from the beauty salon Funyunian. The living room was filled with laughter and joy. When Shui Bingyu arrived with Yi Yiming, the cheerful atmosphere abruptly hushed. All eyes turned toward the couple, each face reflecting a unique expression, a tapestry of emotions. "Sister, arriving just in time for dinner. You truly value your time, don't you?" someone remarked. "Indeed, all the Shui family members are present, with so many elders around, and yet you too are late. Do you not regard grandfather's birthday with due seriousness?" Another voice chimed in, "Sister, if you didn't wish to attend grandfather's birthday celebration, you need not come and cause him distress in this manner." Shui Bingyu quickly interjected, No, we encountered some issues on the road, which delayed us." As soon as she spoke, her uncle, Shui Bingyang, rose, casting a cold smile at them. "What a coincidence that today of all days is grandfather's birthday. And something happened on the way? Pray tell, what transpired?" He looked at Shui Bingyu with a mocking expression, his disdain palpable. Laughter erupted from the assembled guests. "Who would have thought you two possessed such a noble heart? Rushing to aid at a car accident. An ambulance has already arrived. What could you possibly do? Surely you weren't merely there to gawk and create chaos?" Under Shui Bingyang's relentless questioning, Shui Bingyu's claim of having assisted at a car accident only drew further ridicule. "Shui Bingyu, if you lack sincerity, then so be it. Why must you present such a grand tale? Even fabricating a story should be done with some finesse." Shui Bingyang persisted. Shui Bingyu was momentarily taken aback. She spoke the truth, yet not a soul believed her, not even her father, Shui Zhengwen, or her mother, Wu Shuren. Funyunian, however, chuckled and said, "Everyone, Yi Yiming is an intern doctor at the People's Hospital. Perhaps he really could be of assistance. We should trust Bingyu's words." The mention of intern doctor bore weight, eliciting a variety of amused expressions among the guests. Shui Bingyang's displeasure grew as he regarded Yi Yiming. Since Yi Yiming had joined the Shui family, Shui Bingyu had flourished within the family business, Qianjiao Pharmaceuticals, which she managed adeptly. And Shui Bingyang had not reaped a single benefit. If Shui Bingyu were to marry Funyunian, their grandfather would never allow her to control the company, and it would fall into Shui Bingyang's grasp. Moreover, Shui Bingyang had ulterior motives in aiding Funyunian's pursuit of Shui Bingyu, viewing it as a mutually beneficial arrangement. Thus, Shui Bingyang regarded Yi Yiming with a forced smile. Yi Yiming, grandfather welcomed you into our family, marrying one of the 5 flower beauties of Lena City, even granting you 500,000. You are indeed fortunate. Grandfather has shown you great favor. Shui Bingyang's words rang true, and Yi Yiming had to concede that. In his moment of desperation, old man Shui had indeed extended a helping hand. Today marks grandfather's 80th birthday. Have you, as his grandson-in-law, brought any gifts to honor him? Shui Bingyu quickly shot Yi Yiming a cold glance and interjected, Yes, we have brought something. Although she harbored animosity towards Yi Yiming, and her cousin openly mocked him in front of all the relatives, her heart remained heavy with dissatisfaction. She felt wronged by the marriage arrangement, subjecting herself to ridicule from others. The gifts from Bingyu represented her sincerity. Only if they were purchased by Yi Yiming could they truly reflect his intentions. As soon as Shui Bingyang finished speaking, the eldest aunt interjected, Indeed, as he becomes part of the Shui family, enjoying our provisions without contributing anything. It would be utterly heartless if he failed to prepare a gift for the birthday celebration of the elder. It was evident that they looked down upon the Shui family. Bingyu, one of the renowned 5 Blossoms, a formidable woman in Linha City, was indeed at a loss marrying him. If she were my daughter, she would have left long ago. Bingyu, you cannot assist him. His disdain for the elder reflects his contempt for our family. The relatives chimed in, their remarks painfully sharp. Having endured such ridicule from Yi Yiming multiple times, he was unfazed and simply stated, I have prepared a gift for Grandpa. Shui Bingyang laughed heartily. Oh well, it seems he has finally put some thought into it. Let me see what it is. As he took the package from Yi Yiming's hands and opened it, a box of ancient books emerged. A slip of paper fell from the bottom, inscribed with the words, Buyback price, 128 yuan. It was a receipt from an antique shop. Shui Bingyang burst into laughter. I thought it was something valuable. Turns out it's a set of ancient books worth merely 128 yuan. A mere attempt to deceive the elder. Hearing this, Bingyu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In her mind, those ancient books were too trivial and shameful. It would have been better to buy nothing at all than to suffer such humiliation in front of relatives, which only intensified her disdain for Yi Yiming. Brother, that's not true. I bought this set of books for 5,000 yuan, Yi Yiming asserted. His words only prompted another wave of uproarious laughter from the crowd. 5,000 yuan. What a grand sum. Truly a lavish expenditure. They mocked. Indeed, to purchase a 128 yuan book for 5,000, only a fool would do such a thing. If he were to manage a company, the Shui family would be bankrupt. Shui Bingyang chuckled. 5,000 yuan, and you dare to say such a thing? As he spoke, he revealed his own gift. This is the jade ruby I purchased for Grandpa, valued at 128,000, to wish him good fortune. Shui Bingyang cast a sidelong glance at Yi Yiming. Do you know what the esteemed young Master Fu has brought? Young Master Fu, not a member of the Shui family, had purchased a pair of exquisite vases for 900,000, showcasing them to impress. Fu Yunyan, Wiringa Broadsmide, subtly gestured to Shui Bingyang and produced a pair of Qianlong-era vases. Dear elders, this is a pair of official kiln vases from the Qianlong period that I procured from an acquaintance for 900,000. I consulted Professor Xu Yongfeng, who appraised them at a minimum of 3 million. I present them to Elder Shui, wishing him prosperity and wealth. Shui Bingyang chuckled, remarking that the second brother purchased a prestigious watch, while the third sister acquired the finest Hong Pao tea. Unlike certain individuals who squandered 5,000 yuan on something worth merely 100, proving themselves to be utterly foolish. Shui Bingyu's expression darkened further. The gift she had procured for 30,000 yuan now seemed somewhat embarrassing, and she couldn't help but blame Yi Yiming for his 5,000 yuan purchase of an antiquated book, which only served to humiliate her, causing her to tremble with anger. Despite her control over Qinjiao Company, she had never taken a single extra penny. Her annual salary amounted to several 100,000, most of which was tightly controlled by her parents, leaving her with only a meager allowance of 10 to 20,000 yuan each month. Witnessing Shui Bingyu's fury, Yi Yiming attempted to console her, saying, Bingyu, do not be upset. Though the gift may not be exorbitantly priced, it is far superior to those who deceive others with counterfeit goods. The vase of prosperity, which Yiming observed closely, revealed no trace of spirit or the essence of time. It was merely a modern craft. Since embracing metaphysical studies, his vision had become exponentially more acute, allowing him to perceive elements within the vase's opening. Fu Yonyan, infuriated, pointed an accusatory finger at Yiming, demanding, "Clarify for me, whose possessions are counterfeit?" His loud outburst belied his insecurity, for the vase was purchased for 28,000 yuan, with the seller claiming that only an expert could discern its authenticity. The rest of the Shui family interjected, asserting, Yiming, do you even know how to speak? Young Master Fu is the heir to Food Kong Pharmacy, managing the Chun Jiao beauty salon with an annual income in the millions. How could he possibly sell fakes? They continued. The vase has been examined by Professor Zhou Yongcheng, a man of impeccable judgment who would never err. He has appeared on Central Television and is the president of the Antique Association of Heiyuan Province. Such individuals are not easily found. If you could discern the authenticity of antiques, you would not have spent 5,000 yuan on a book worth just over 100. They insisted. Yiming apologized to young Master Fu. Sincerely apologize. Otherwise, we shall not permit you to remain in this room. You are insulting young Master Fu. At that moment, Wu Shuren interjected, our family, particularly Zhengwan, is passionate about antiques and possesses considerable knowledge. Let him assist us in discerning the truth. Shui Zhengwan, with a slender visage, examined the vase closely, even retrieving a magnifying glass for a detailed inspection. Ultimately, he proclaimed, this vase is authentic. Chapter 47. Apologize, Shui Zhengwan. After a thorough examination, confirmed the vase's authenticity. The room erupted in uproar. I told you. How could young Master Fu deal in counterfeits? Are we jesting about his character? They scoffed at Yiming, deriding him as an unsophisticated country bumpkin incapable of discerning the authenticity of cultural artifacts, inviting laughter from the crowd. The malice of his heart was evident. He was the one lacking diligence, yet cast aspersions on others. Laughter and disdain filled the air as people shook their heads, lamenting that Yiming was perceived as irredeemably despicable. Shui Bingyu's countenance darkened further, reproaching Yiming for his pretensions of knowledge, which brought her disgrace. Yiming's situation was pitiful. Having spent 5,000 yuan on a counterfeit book, he had now implicated Fu Yonyan's vase as false. Shui Bingyu's anger intensified as she glared at Yiming, commanding, Yiming, apologize. Apologize to young Master Fu. Yiming gazed at Shui Bingyu, his eyes filled with confusion. He had assumed that Shui Bingyu's gesture of providing him with 150,000 yuan for hospital expenses, as well as purchasing supplements for his sister, indicated a flicker of affection towards him. Thus, he willingly accompanied her to the birthday banquet, prepared to endure the scornful jests of the Shui family and to present a priceless treasure worth millions as a gift. However, upon encountering Shui Bingyu's frigid gaze, he realized his sentiments were unrequited. A surge of anger welled up within Yiming as he stepped forward and seized a lavish vase, shattering it against the floor. The sound echoed through the room as the vase fragmented. Clutching a shard of the broken vase, he noted that despite its destruction, several pieces remained adhered to one another. The guests in the living room were momentarily stunned, but soon erupted in a chorus of condemnation. Yiming, what are you doing? You have shattered the birthday gift for the elder. How audacious! Yiming, leave at once. How dare you disrupt the celebration? The Shui family has no room for someone as despicable as you. Yiming, you shall divorce my daughter this very afternoon. Not a single day more shall you remain. The assembled guests glared at him, their animosity palpable. Yiming, holding the connected shards of the vase, scoffed. Am I the one causing chaos? Look, is this chaos? He lifted the fragments, revealing the fibrous material of asbestos clinging to them. Can a forger truly replicate the form of an ancient vase? This is a mere imitation, cobbled together with asbestos fibers. Was asbestos even in use during the Qianlong era? One must be blind to not see the truth. Yiming's frustration escalated. The opinions of others mattered little to him, but Shui Bingyu was different. She was his wife. Her failure to stand by him in times of crisis, whether during the accident or now, chilled his heart. The living room fell into a heavy silence. Then Wu Shuren's sharp voice pierced through. Yi Yiming, you scoundrel! Who permitted you to smash the vase? It was a gift from young Master Fu. What does it matter if it's genuine or not? You're causing trouble for the Shui family. Get out! The elder Shui Jingwu shouted, pointing towards the door. You've crossed the line, Yi Yiming. The Shui family has no place for you. You shall never step foot in our home again. Shui Bingyang threw Yi Yiming's ancient book out into the hall. The book fell with a dull thud. Take your ancient book and leave, he reprimanded. Unbeknownst to them, as the book was discarded, a piece of paper fluttered down unnoticed. Yi Yiming laughed heartily. I will leave, indeed. You have never regarded me as one of your own, and I shall not set foot in the Shui family again. He prepared to stride out of the living room. At that moment, a young man picked up the ancient book and entered the living room. Casting a glance at the Shui family and Fu Yunyan, he remarked coldly, what grandiosity the Shui family possesses, unable to accommodate a remarkable individual. How wealthy you are to so casually discard millions. The young man grasped Yi Yiming's hand. Brother, if this place does not welcome you, there are other realms that will. Come, follow me. Shui Bingyu's second aunt snorted disdainfully. And who are you to dictate? You think you can just walk away after shattering a vase worth 900,000? You shall not leave without compensating us. What do you take our banquet for? Arriving and departing at your whim? Before they could finish their words, Shui Jingwu grew impatient and shouted at his two younger sisters. Silence. His body trembled with anger. How could the young man before him be someone the Shui family could afford to offend? This was the heir of Fenghua Jewelry Company, the leading enterprise in the jewelry industry of Heiyuan province, a billionaire whose wealth rivaled that of the most affluent. Compared to Zheng Fenghua, Fu Yunyan was merely a shoe shiner. With just a phone call, Zheng Fenghua could bring ruin upon a Shui family. Young Master Zheng, my sisters are unaware of your stature. They spoke thoughtlessly. Please forgive them and do not take it to heart, Shui Jingwu said. Zheng Fenghua chuckled coldly. Whether I forgive or not is inconsequential. What matters is if my brother can forgive. Come, brother, let's ascend to the 6th floor for the antique auction. Allow me to assist you with my discerning eye. Yi Yiming nodded, having truly lost faith in the Shui family. Very well, I shall accompany you to take a look. As they spoke, the two linked arms and departed together. Shui Bingyu, feeling disinterested, set down her gift and left. Fu Yunyan and his mother, their faces flushed with embarrassment after Yi Yiming exposed the antiques as forgeries, hastily concocted an excuse and exited, despite Shui Jingwu's attempts to retain them. The two were resolute and proceeded to the 6th floor for the auction. Meanwhile, the staff began tidying up the room, sweeping up the shards of porcelain when they discovered a piece of paper and handed it to Shui Bingyang. Young master, there is a note here. I am unsure if it may be of use to you. Shui Bingyang took the paper and, upon seeing the name Zhou Yongsheng, became intrigued. Professor Zhou was the foremost expert in artifact appraisal in Heiyuan province, having appeared on the Central Television's antique appraisal program. Anything that passed through his discerning gaze would be beyond reproach. Shui Bingyang read. The ancient book contains silk text written by the Han Dynasty's book sage Su Shun, possessing immense archaeological and scientific value. It may be the only intact silk piece from the Qin and Han eras, appraised at 5 to 8 million. Upon reaching this point, Sui Bingyang chuckled. Yi Yiming is utterly shameless, even going so far as to forge Professor Zhou Yongqing's appraisal. How malevolent! Indeed, this Yi Yiming is no good, having ruined our dealings with the Fu family. Why doesn't he just disappear? Just then, a composed voice of a middle-aged man resonated. Who forged my appraisal? Bring it forth for me to examine. As the words fell, a man clad in a Zhongshan suit approached, adorned with thick glasses, exuding an air of cultured sophistication, radiating a profound, scholarly aura. Entering the living room, he inquired, "Where's the forged appraisal?" The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. Who had they encountered? The eminent figure of the antique world in Heiyuan province, the illustrious Professor Zhou Yongqing. The Shui family members rose to their feet. Professor Zhou has arrived. They finally beheld the esteemed professor, truly a paragon of elegance. Where's the appraisal you mentioned? I wish to see it, he requested. Yang presented the appraisal to Professor Zhou, who paused momentarily upon examining it before stating, "This appraisal is authentic. The silk within that ancient book is worth at least 8 million. Where's the ancient book? Who possesses it?" Professor Zhou inquired of the Shui family. Chapter 48. The auction. The Shui family stood in stunned silence. My mind struggled to comprehend the situation, with only Professor Zhou's words echoing within my ears. The value of that ancient book is at least 8 million. His proclamation struck like thunder, reverberating through the hearts of the Shui family. As silence enveloped the living room, the atmosphere grew heavy, reminiscent of the tension before a fierce storm. Professor Zhou surveyed the surroundings, seemingly discerning something, then shook his head and departed. Once he left, the living room erupted in chaos. Good heavens! That ancient book is worth 8 million. 8 million! It could alleviate our family's urgent financial plight, sparing us the need to borrow from the Fu family. Indeed, that scoundrel harbored ill intentions, deliberately showcasing the treasure to humiliate us and relish our misfortune. We must secure that 8 million. He has benefited from our family, consuming our resources for his livelihood, and yet he dares to take 500,000 from us. It is only right that he contributes 8 million to our family. In an instant, the room was in uproar. Yang's eyes blazed with resentment and envy. He could not fathom how Yiming had stumbled upon such fortune, acquiring a book worth 8 million for merely 5,000, and even presenting it as a gift for his grandfather's birthday. Had it been him, he would never have done such a thing. Humph! Yiming is up to no good, playing the fool to deceive us. We must reclaim that 8 million. We cannot let him profit at our expense. Wu Shuren, seething with anger, felt as though smoke were billowing from her ears. As the third daughter-in-law of the Shui family, married to a man of little merit, she received only a meager sum from the family each year, and her savings were scant. The audacity of Yiming, knowing the book's worth of 8 million and yet failing to contribute to his own family, was utterly heartless. Wu Shuren's desire to unleash her fury upon Yiming was palpable, and she simmered in silence, grumbling to herself. With the arrival of Professor Zhou Yongsheng, the auction on the 6th floor of the Shangri-La Hotel was set to commence. The affluent of Linhe City greeted Professor Zhou warmly. Some patrons approached him with their antique collectibles for appraisal, and he diligently examined each piece, articulating the distinctions between authentic artifacts and forgeries, earning their gratitude. Yang Jixiong also approached Professor Zhou, his face alight with a smile. "Professor, I have a piece of antiquity. May I trouble you for your expertise?" He produced a Qianlong imitation vase adorned with a protruding Kuei dragon design, its azure hue exquisite beyond belief. Professor Zhou beamed as he scrutinized the vase, employing a magnifying glass to inspect its intricate details, assessing its quality with utmost precision. He placed the vase on the table and remarked, "Young Master Yang, this Qianlong imitation vase is indeed an antique, valued at around 200,000. It is a product crafted by skilled artisans during the Republic era, exhibiting certain differences from the craftsmanship of the pre-Qianlong period." Professor Zhou elucidated to Yang Jixiong the reasons why this artifact was a mere imitation. The onlookers listened intently, seizing the opportunity to enrich their knowledge of antiques. Although this Qianlong imitation vase is a replica from the Republic period, it still holds some value. Yang Jixiong's countenance grew noticeably colder. The Qianlong imitation carved Kuei pattern vase was purchased for 220,000. Although it was not a loss, it was not the Qianlong imitation vase he desired. It was merely a replica from the Republic of China era, with a value disparity exceeding 100-fold. Approaching his seat, he caressed the vase and remarked, "What purpose does this imitation serve in the world? Better to shatter it, thus preventing its exploitation." As he spoke, Yang Jixiong prepared to smash the vase. Yiming, not far from Yang Jixiong, smiled and inquired, "Young Master Yang, may I have a look at your vase?" The vase emanated an elusive aura, as if it bore the essence of two distinct epochs. One was relatively recent, likely the vase observed by Professor Zhou from the Republic era, while the other exuded a profound temporal spirit that seemed to linger for over a foot. What could this mean? His confusion prompted him to question Yang Jixiong. Yang Jixiong, irritated by Yi Yiming's presence, thought that had it not been for this fellow, he would not have incurred a loss of 300 million the previous night. What? Does Dr. Yi possess knowledge of antiquities? Yi Yiming chuckled. I do not claim to understand. I merely see that this vase features dragon motifs. Its porcelain smooth and radiant, truly exquisite. I could not resist the urge to request a closer inspection to broaden my horizons. Might you oblige? Yang Jixiong sneered, looking as futile. You were born and raised in the countryside, lacking exposure to fine antiques. I understand. These items are merely trifles we casually enjoy. Here, take a look. With disdain, he tossed the Qianlong imitation carved kuei pattern vase to Yi Yiming. Yi Yiming smiled, recognizing Yang Jixiong's condescension toward him as a rural bumpkin. Sun Yao scoffed, Yi Yiming. Handle it carefully. You cannot afford to drop it. A rustic fellow aspiring to sophistication, are you? Regardless, you remain an unsophisticated country bumpkin. Upon hearing Sun Yao's remarks, Zheng Fenghua felt anger rising but was restrained by Yi Yiming. Yi Yiming carefully examined the vase, placing it on the nearby table, and asked with a smile, Young Master Yang, I may not have encountered many antiques, but this vase is quite nice. It would be a shame to break it. Might you consider selling it to me? Yang Jixiong smirked disdainfully. A country bumpkin is just a country bumpkin. Professor Zhou has already stated that this is a replica from the Republic era, worth little, yet he wishes to purchase it for his collection. He coldly replied, Consider it a gift. Yi Yiming responded with a smile, Young Master Yang, that simply will not do. The vase is yours. If you're willing to sell it to me, then so be it. If not, then that is that. Sun Yao laughed. Yi Yiming, you are still short-sighted. Does young Master Yang lack a few 100,000? To give it to you would merely be a tip. Have you ever encountered such generosity? Yet you hesitate to accept it, truly the nature of a small farmer. Yi Yiming smiled back at Sun Yao. You are correct, young Master Sunday. I have indeed not witnessed grand occasions, which is why I seek something affordable yet elegant to display at home for appearances. I just wonder whether young Master Yang might sell it to me. Sun Yao scrutinized Yang Jixiong's expression. Yi Yiming, 30 or 20,000 is insignificant to young Master Yang. If you want it, name your price, 50,000. Will you accept? Zheng Fenghua was immediately incensed. Is there truly such deceit? Professor Zhou had determined that the vase was worth approximately 200,000. How could it possibly be worth twice that? Did they truly consider his brother a fool? Yang Jixiong, do you truly regard such a sum with such disdain? Where did your bravado from yesterday vanish to? Yang Jixiong was enraged. The fury from his 3 billion loss yesterday had yet to subside, and Zheng Fenghua's words reignited that fire within him. Chapter 49, 1 million. To love or not to love, Yang Jixiong sneered. It would have been better if you hadn't said anything. 50,000? I wouldn't sell it for that. I, Yang Jixiong, am not in need of such trifles. Yesterday's loss of 3 billion was merely a lesson learned. What of it? I can afford the loss. Yi Yiming quickly intervened, wearing a broad smile. Young Master Yang, if you truly refuse to sell, so be it. However, such exquisite porcelain should not be wasted in vain. If you're willing to part with it, I would gladly purchase it, within my means, of course. Might you consider selling it to me? Yi Yiming adopted a very humble demeanor. Yang Jixiong scoffed. You think I don't know? Yesterday, you assisted Zheng Fenghua in swindling me out of 1 million. Selling the vase is not out of the question, but it will cost 100,000. Not a cent less, and if it shatters, so be it. A 1T shed a tear. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Yiming said, Brother, please transfer 100,000 to young Master Yang. Zheng Fenghua, glancing at Yi Yiming, promptly sent over the amount. Zheng Fenghua completed the transaction and returned. Yi Yiming, holding the vase, wore a beaming smile, clearly enamored with his acquisition. Sun Yao laughed heartily. Calling you a country bumpkin is an understatement. You've never seen the world. You just purchased a replica vase at 4 times its value. Truly, a bumpkin who knows not the worth of things, only picking the most extravagant. Antiques are not a playground for the likes of you. Is a counterfeit worth your tender regard? Such naivety. Yang Jixiong curled his lip, looking down on Yi Yiming with disdain. In the crowd, some wealthy individuals laughed. Professor Zhou has appraised it at around 200,000. Yet he paid 5 times that amount. I cannot fathom his reasoning. A country dweller remains a country dweller, unable to earn beyond their ignorance. Indeed, the antique trade is a treacherous realm, not one for the likes of simple folk. The onlookers murmured, mocking Yiming's lack of discernment. Just then, a piercing voice rang out. Yiming, look at you now, spending $1 million on a counterfeit, clearly duped. Even a foolish pig wouldn't be as foolish as you. So what if you recognized my Fu Gue Shuang Quan vase as a fake? You've still offended the Shui family and earned their disdain. My losses are merely 20 to 30,000, while yours are at least 800,000. Now, that is true blindness. Fu Yunyan stood up, deriding Yiming. With the Fu Gue Shuang Quan vase exposed as a forgery, he felt no shame in leaving the guest hall to attend the auction on the 6th floor, knowing that the Fu family possessed the means to participate. Witnessing Yiming squander $1 million on a trinket brought him immense satisfaction, providing an opportunity to undermine Yiming further. Do you know why Shuebingyu despises you? Due to your provincial background and lack of discernment, your vulgarity is evident, particularly in your foolish decision to purchase a bottle. This incident is destined to become a source of ridicule in Lena City. I refuse to believe that someone as astute as Shuebingyu would choose to be with you. Only a fool would spend $1 million to acquire a vase worth 200,000. Yiming gazed at Fu Yunyan and chuckled, stating, regardless of whether Shuebingyu and I divorce, I remain her husband. You, old Shui, have come here solely to curry favor with her, haven't you? Have you succeeded? Fu Yunyan laughed, asserting, Yiming, I assure you, Shuebingyu will undoubtedly be mine. In a flash, Yiming stood and approached Fu Yunyan, delivering a resounding slap. The force sent Fu Yunyan's chair crashing to the ground, propelling him 3 meters away, his cheeks swelling to an alarming size, a purplish hue overtaking his complexion. Yiming, you! Fu Yunyan exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fury as he had never before endured such a humiliation. His anger simmered as he yearned to devour Yiming in retribution. Before Fu Yunyan could finish his sentence, another slap landed on his face, sending him sprawling 3 to 4 meters back to the ground. Yiming stood over him, placing his foot upon Fu Yunyan's face, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. Do you wish for me to crush you? Fu Yunyan, knowing better than to persist, fell silent. Yiming's ire flared. After all, Shuebingyu was still his wife in name, if not in practice. Fu Yunyan's blatant pursuit of her, both overtly and covertly, was a direct affront to him, particularly in front of so many witnesses. How could Yiming let such an insult go unpunished? With that thought, he kicked Fu Yunyan in the abdomen, causing him to slide 3 to 4 meters across the floor. As Fu Yunyan rose, his cheeks swollen like a pig's head, he glared at Yiming. Very well. You wait, he seethed. Yiming merely clapped his hands, saying, Go ahead, I will accept whatever you throw at me. In a fit of rage, Fu Yunyan hastily retreated from the 6th floor, consumed by hatred for Yiming. Determined to exact revenge for the humiliation he suffered in front of the affluent of Lena City. Sun Yaowu sneered, Yiming, a country bumpkin remains a country bumpkin. When faced with challenges, he resorts only to brute force. With such limited intellect, he won to thrive in Lena City. In the company of elite, you will forever be an uncultured rustic. The upper echelon values vision, insight, and perspective. Do you understand? Yiming turned to Sun Yaowu with a smile. Pray tell, what is this vision, insight, and perspective you speak of? Is it akin to your loss of 10 million last night in gambling, which you deem as insight and perspective? I, a country bumpkin who has never encountered gambling, casually defeated you with a mere stone. Where then is your so-called perspective? Sun Yaowu was left speechless, veins throbbing on his forehead, struggling to find words. After a protracted silence, he finally managed to say, Yesterday was merely luck on your part. Today, your fortune will not be so generous. Show me your good fortune again, and I shall be convinced. Can you? Absolutely not. Yiming chuckled. Sun Yaowu, extend your face toward me. If I don't strike, it would be an affront to you. Today, I shall reveal to you the essence of vision and the depth of perspective. Sun Yaowu, did you think that the Qianlong imitation carved Kuei pattern vase was merely a counterfeit? Did you truly believe me to be so naive as to acquire a vase at 5 times its worth? You are mistaken. I shall earn your respect and admiration in abundance. A remark from Yi Yiming piqued the interest of all present, including Professor Zhou. Whispers of curiosity filled the air. What? Does the vase hold deeper significance? Is that possible? Indeed, this artifact has passed through the hands of Professor Zhou, who has never faltered in his expertise. Ha, how audacious! I refuse to believe that the vase conceals any hidden wonders. Professor Zhou, too, was filled with anticipation, eager to ascertain whether he had misjudged its value. Yi Yiming addressed the auction house, requesting, "Is there a small hammer available? Please bring me one." The crowd grew increasingly astonished, puzzled by the purpose of the hammer. Chapter 50. The Nine-Dragon Cup. Here it is. Secretary Wu, diligent and curious, promptly delivered a small hammer to Yi Yiming. What intriguing revelation was he about to unfold? Last night, at the Gambling Stone venue, Yi Yiming left a profound impression. Could he be poised to do the same at the auction? The spectators were further perplexed. What could a young man possibly need a small hammer for? Was it merely a spectacle to garner attention and etch his name in their memories? There was indeed a possibility of such motives, as murmurs circulated among the crowd. Sun Yao laughed heartily. "Yi Yiming, you're not intending to smash the vase, are you?" Yi Yiming, smiling, remained silent and gently tapped the bottom of the vase. Crack! The small hammer struck the vase, causing it to fissure. Gasps erupted. He has shattered it. He has broken the vase. What was he doing? Even Yang Jixiong could not fathom Yi Yiming's intentions. Rather than destroying the vase himself, he had chosen to break it. Was this his method of display? Zhang Fenghua was equally baffled by his brother's actions. Yi Yiming exuded an air of inscrutable mystery. Yet, he felt no concern for his companion. After all, he had provided him with a check for 200 million and still owed him an additional 20 million. The jade carvings promised further dividends as well. Yi Yiming struck the base of the vase again. Crack! The bottom fell away, revealing a cup in his hand, an exquisite jade cup adorned with a design of 9 dragons. The crowd gazed at the cup in bewilderment. "Dr. Yi, what is this cup?" Indeed, how could a cup reside within the vase? Was this cup of greater value? Professor Zhou wiped his brow and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, the vase was intended to protect the cup, which undoubtedly is of high worth. I never anticipated such hidden treasure within this vessel." Approaching Yi Yiming, Professor Zhou gazed at the cup in astonishment and declared, "Is this the Nine-Dragon Cup?" His words set off a wave of excitement throughout the assembly. The Nine-Dragon Cup, renowned across the nation and even world. Everyone is aware that this cup first emerged during the Hongwu period of the Ming dynasty, cherished by the founding emperor of the Ming. Subsequently, it found its way into the hands of Emperor Kangxi of the Qing dynasty, becoming his favorite as well. Tales abound of Yang Xiangwu cleverly stealing the Nine-Dragon Cup and a magician ingeniously recovering it. Could it be that this very cup is the legendary Nine-Dragon Cup spoken of in myths? The crowd fixed their gaze on Yi Yiming, awaiting his response. With a smile, Yi Yiming affirmed, "Indeed, this is the fabled Nine-Dragon Jade Cup." His declaration sent shockwaves through the audience. Good heavens! Does he possess X-ray vision to see through the cup and behold the Nine-Dragon within? Remarkable! The true Nine-Dragon Cup's worth is beyond measure. Indeed, this young man has struck it rich. Yang Jixiong replied coldly, "You claim it's the Nine-Dragon Cup, but who can ascertain if it is truly the legendary vessel?" Yi Yiming chuckled. "This can be easily demonstrated. Secretary Wu, could you bring forth a bottle of wine? I wish to showcase the wonders of the Nine-Dragon Cup live." The waiter promptly fetched a bottle of Fate Yin, standing by Yi Yiming's side with unwavering attention. Yi Yiming uncorked the bottle and poured the wine into the cup. As the liquid enveloped the dragon-shaped exterior, the dragons within the cup came to life, each appearing as vivid and lifelike as if they were real. To everyone's astonishment, the 9 dragons began to swim within the confines of the cup. Could this truly be the legendary artifact? The wealthy patrons widened their eyes, exclaiming, "Dr. Yi, are you willing to sell this cup? It should be auctioned. The highest bidder wins." Indeed, this is a rare treasure. I am willing to purchase it at any price. Dr. Yi is truly remarkable for uncovering such a wondrous cup. With a smile, Yi Yiming turned to Manager Wu, saying, "Manager Wu, let us auction this cup here." He handed the cup to Manager Wu. Finally, Xue Qinshan, the elder of the Xue family, arrived. People gathered around him, offering their birthday wishes. With a beaming smile, Shui Qianshan looked at his multitude of descendants and said, "Please, everyone, take a seat." As they settled down, Shui Qianshan glanced around the table and inquired, "Where are Zhengwen, Bingyu, and Yiming?" A wave of apprehension washed over the crowd. This was a delicate topic among the Shui family. Only the elder had faith in Shui Bingyu and Yi Yiming, having orchestrated their union and even providing 50,000 for Yi Yiming to treat his sister's illness. Naturally, Yi Yiming was not present. "Ah, father," Shui Zhengwen replied. "Xiao Yu and Yiming were just here, but they had to leave due to company matters." "Yes, indeed. There was a situation at the company that Xiao Yu needed to attend to, so they departed. We apologize on their behalf," added Wu Shuren. "That's right, father. We are many in number. It's not just Xiao Yu who shows filial piety. We all do, right? Xiao Yu truly lacks understanding. No matter how busy the company is it not more important to celebrate Grandpa's birthday?" Shui Qianshan nodded. "I can understand if Xiao Yu left due to company matters, but why did Yiming also depart?" Shui Bingyang hastily interjected. Yiming felt a bit awkward upon seeing Xiao Yu leave, so he sought an excuse to depart as well. "Grandfather, I must say, he seems indifferent to your birthday celebration." Shui Qianshan's expression darkened. Yi Yiming's grandfather was his benefactor, having saved his life. They had sworn brotherhood, and, as their children grew, they had arranged a betrothal between their grandchildren. Many years had passed, yet he still remembered those days, having married off his most promising granddaughter to Yi Yiming and even provided funds for him to treat his sister's illness. Who would have thought that this young man wouldn't even attend his birthday celebration? It was truly infuriating. Regardless of the circumstances, he was still his grandfather. Not coming to celebrate his birthday felt like a blatant disregard. Shui Qianshan was incensed. Seizing the moment, Shui Bingyang added fuel to the fire, disparaging Yi Yiming. The banquet commenced. Zheng Fenghua, having entrusted the Jiulong cup to Secretary Wu, turned to smile at Sun Yaowu. "Is this what you meant when you said my brother lacks insight and taste? Pray tell, what constitutes true discernment and vision? Although my brother hails from the countryside, he deserves respect just as much as anyone else." Last night, after the stone gambling, we reiterated, one must not judge by appearances. And rural folk are no lesser than those wealthy young masters who merely flaunt their money. Sun Yaowu, do not look down upon others. Sun Yaowu's face turned pale with rage, feeling an impulse to bang his head against a wall. He was utterly unlucky. He had thought Yi Yiming was a country bumpkin, inexperienced with antiques, and would surely make a fool of himself. So he had belittled him to assuage his own grievances from the previous night. Little did he know, he would once again stumble at Yi Yiming's hands, his humiliation far worse than that of Fu Yunyan. He seethed with indignation. How could a mere country bumpkin repeatedly trample his dignity? Chapter 51. The auction begins. Sun Yaowu's face was ashen. He had suffered multiple setbacks at Yi Yiming's hands. The first misfortune had occurred when his girlfriend, Zhao Manlu, flaunted her superiority before Yi Yiqing, only for Yi Yiming to break her finger, which still hadn't healed. Last night, in a gamble, he had spent 10 million to buy a jade worth 200 million from Yi Yiming. Today, he had allowed this young man to acquire the Jiulong Cup, valued at over 100 million, for a mere million. It seemed Yi Yiming was his nemesis, consistently leaving him battered and bruised. Damn it, I refuse to believe he can maintain such good fortune. Yi Yiming, just you wait. Yang Jixiong harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yi Yiming as well. Last night, Yi Yiming had caused him a loss of 300 million. Today, this young man had purchased the Jiulong Cup from him for 1 million, a piece worth at least 100 million. More importantly, he had lost face in front of several bigwigs in the industry. Damn it, that wretched scoundrel. I will make him pay dearly. Yang Jixiong resolved to eliminate Yi Yiming. Yi Yiming was well aware that these two young masters bore animosity towards him. Yet he remained unfazed. Armed with unparalleled metaphysical prowess and the skills of the Qing Emperor, he had no reason to fear the likes of them. The auction commenced. It must be said, this was a high-end auction. Su Shan's calligraphy on silk was the least valuable item, fetching 18 million. Precious calligraphy, renowned jade, exquisite porcelain. Dozens of items were sold in succession. When the Jiulong Cup was presented, the entire venue erupted in excitement. At long last, The moment has arrived for the auction of the revered Nine-Dragon Cup, a relic that has captivated my interest. This exquisite cup is steeped in countless legends, serving as a national treasure of immeasurable worth. I have heard whispers that consuming wine from this cup can bestow longevity, though the veracity of such claims remains uncertain. Manager Wu stands on stage, beaming as he awaits the hushed anticipation of the crowd to dissipate before declaring, "Esteemed guests, elites of Linhe City, Heiyuan Province. The moment we have all awaited, the ancient Nine-Dragon Cup, has arrived. This artifact is imbued with profound historical significance, rich in legend, and a quintessential piece of our cultural heritage. Verified by Professor Zhao and several esteemed colleagues, its authenticity is beyond question. The Nine-Dragon Cup emanates a dragon's aura, capable of warding off malevolent spirits, safeguarding its owner and their household. Drinking from this cup is said to enhance vitality and prolong life, which is why it has been cherished by emperors since the Ming Dynasty and continues to be treasured to this day. The crowd nods in acknowledgement, aware that Manager Wu's enthusiasm may be somewhat embellished, yet it is understandable. Secretary Wu, let the auction commence, the crowd urges, excitement palpable in the air. Indeed, we are all well aware of its significance. Some chuckle, their eagerness evident. Secretary Wu beams, very well. The auction for the Nine-Dragon Cup begins with a starting bid of 100 million, with increments no less than 1 million. Yang Jixiong's eyes gleam with determination. This cup rightfully belongs to him, and he cannot allow it to slip away. 110 million, he bids, adding 10 million in an instant. 120 million. 130 million. 150 million. The bidding escalates. For all understand that a national treasure, such as the Nine-Dragon Cup, will only appreciate in value with the passage of time, ensuring that no one stands to lose. A portly, silver-haired, middle-aged man gazes at the Nine-Dragon Cup with evident admiration and boldly calls out, 200 million. Many turn their attention to this man, murmuring, "Who is this individual? Such a formidable bid. Surely you recognize him?" This is the illustrious real estate magnate of Heiyuan Province, General Huang Wundong of the construction group. No wonder such a hefty offer. It is well known that General Huang possesses immense wealth, having invested billions to acquire 3 parcels of land in Linhe City, a feat that astounds onlookers. Even Yang Jixiong grits his teeth, while the Daifu Jewelry Company is indeed affluent. Losing 300 million last night means that producing another 300 million today could pose cash flow issues. His gaze on the Nine-Dragon Cup is one of avarice. It was once his prized possession, and now he must sacrifice billions to reclaim it, an agonizing prospect for anyone. Zheng Fenghua raises his paddle with a smile. 250 million. Yang Jixiong realizes this is his final chance. He begrudgingly raises his paddle. 300 million. Even if it jeopardizes his company's cash flow, he is determined to secure the Nine-Dragon Cup. Otherwise, he will not find peace. Zheng Fenghua smiles as he raises his paddle again. 350 million. On one hand, he admires the Nine-Dragon Cup and believes it is worth the price. On the other, he wishes to elevate his brother's bid, for if his brother profits, he finds joy in that. Yang Jixiong's gaze toward Zheng Fenghua is charged with hostility. Zheng Fenghua, are you opposing me? Zheng Fenghua smiled, addressing Yang Jixiong. This is an auction. The highest bidder prevails. What does that have to do with conflict? If you possess the funds, continue bidding. If you lack the means, simply remain silent and refrain from idle chatter. Yang Jixiong huffed, consequently falling silent. President Huang chuckled. It seems securing the Jolong Cup presents quite a challenge. I shall place my final bid. His secretary raised a placard. 500 million. It was clear that 500 million was the best offer Huang could muster. Those willing to bid higher were welcome to do so. With Huang's placard raised, no further bids were made. Secretary Wu's hammer fell. Clap. The Jolong Cup was confirmed. Congratulations to President Huang. The Jolong Cup is now yours. Many could only gaze enviously at Huang Wenlong, feeling helpless, for 500 million is not a sum easily conjured by even the wealthiest tycoons. Yang Jixiong and Sun Yao shot a few glances at Yiming and Zheng Fenghua before striding away. They harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Yiming and Zheng Fenghua. Had it not been for these two rascals, the Jilong Cup would never have sold for a mere million, nor would they have incurred a loss of 500 million. They vowed that this matter would not rest. Zheng Fenghua was elated for his brother. Yiming was indeed a remarkable talent, effortlessly discovering a stone worth 200 million and acquiring an antique that fetched 500 million. Were it not for the auction-ass setting, he might have been tempted to twirl Yiming around in excitement. It was simply exhilarating. Yiming, too, was in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the Jilong Cup could fetch 500 million. That was 500 million. With that sum, combined with the 22 million he acquired the previous night, he would possess a staggering 700 million. In just over a day, he had become a billionaire. It felt nothing short of a dream. President Huang settled the payment, gazing at the Jilong Cup on the tray, increasingly enamored by its presence. This cup, originating from the Hanwu period of the Ming dynasty, had been a treasured possession of emperors for centuries, and he could scarcely believe it had come into his hands. Just as Huang Wenlong was about to accept the Jilong Cup, a sudden wave of palpitations struck him, draining color from his face. Bang! President Huang collapsed to the ground. Chapter 52. Dr. Bai of Tongshin Hall. Huang Wenlong lay on the floor. Gasps of shock erupted among the crowd. Oh no, something's wrong. President Huang is in trouble. President, are you all right? Is there a doctor here to assist him? Huang's secretary was in a flurry, filled with anxiety. What on earth is happening? Just 2 days ago, he underwent a health check, and all indicators were excellent. How could he suddenly collapse? Is there a doctor? Someone please help President Huang. Upon witnessing President Huang's distress, Yiming swiftly approached. Allow me to examine President Huang. The secretary, eyeing Yiming's youthful face, asked, Are you a doctor? Yiming smiled. Indeed, I'm a doctor. That is why I dare to attend to President Huang. He spoke no falsehood. He was an intern at the People's Hospital. What has happened to President Huang? The secretary was exceedingly tense. If anything were to happen to President Huang, the construction group would face significant troubles. In truth, many large corporations often hinge on a single individual. If that person were to falter, the company would inevitably collapse. There may be some issues with the heart. As he spoke, Yiming was about to take Mr. Huang's pulse. Just then, a shrill voice pierced through the air. Young man, you are quite astute, always appearing wherever you go. You deceived Yang Jixiong out of the Kowloon Cup for 1 million, sold it for 5 billion. And now you falsely claim to be a doctor, hoping to gain something from Mr. Huang? Your tricks are utterly cliché. As long as I, Bai Yunsheng, am present, I will not allow you to succeed. Upon hearing Bai Yunsheng's name, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Where can one find the divine healer of Linhe? Bai Yunsheng is the answer. His reputation in Linhe City is akin to that of Professor Zhang, who is affiliated with the health department. While Bai Yunsheng operates his own clinic, a folk healer renowned through word of mouth. With Dr. Bai here, Mr. Huang is sure to be fine. Who would have thought the divine healer would be present? This is wonderful. Mr. Huang has hope. Indeed, Dr. Bai's reputation is absolutely trustworthy. He is known for his miraculous cures. Dr. Bai, please attend to Mr. Huang at once. The crowd urged Bai Yunsheng to examine Huang Wenlong, simultaneously belittling Yiming. Young man, you may have some skill in antiques, but you cannot compare to Dr. Bai medicine. Yes, Dr. Bai is a celebrated healer. Having saved countless lives, let him take a look. You're still too young. Yiming smiled and stepped aside, unwilling to contest with the esteemed healer. Little did he know, Bai Yunsheng approached him, his expression darkening. Young man, how old are you this year? Yiming was taken aback and replied with a wry smile. Almost 20. Are you a doctor? Yes, I am interning at a hospital. A resident doctor. A resident doctor? Do you possess a medical license? No. Yiming rolled his eyes, thinking that he was merely trying to help Mr. Huang, yet was being asked for a medical license. Without a medical license. Having studied medicine for just 2 years without any clinical experience, you dare to treat others? You are truly ignorant and fearless. Do you even understand Mr. Huang's status? Biyunsheng admonishit Yiming. Mr. Huang is the president of a construction group, a person of high standing. If anything were to happen, could you bear the responsibility? In the future, be more cautious in your endeavors. Do not act recklessly. Yiming felt a surge of anger rising within him. but he took a moment to suppress it. He thought, just watch how I save Mr. Huang. His tone resembled that of a reprimanding elder towards a disappointing junior. The onlookers echoed by Yunqing's sentiments. Indeed, you are merely a resident doctor without a license. How can you save lives? Young man, stop seeking the limelight and benefits. Focus on being grounded. What if something were to happen to someone as valuable as Mr. Huang? Dr. Bai, please proceed. Do not let yourself be bothered by the young one's ignorance. Yiming stepped aside, feeling disheartened. He had stepped up to save Mr. Huang, with no ulterior motives. It was met with such a barrage of criticism from all sides. Anyone would feel discontented. Zhang Fenghua chuckled, Brother, do not take this trivial matter to heart. Yiming smiled in response. It is nothing. If Dr. Bai can heal him, that would be splendid. If not, my assistance may still be required. Mr. Huang's condition is not as easily treatable as one might imagine. Zhang Fenghua forced a smile. Upon returning to the country to see his younger brother, he felt an undeniable change in him, a stark contrast to his former self. Could it be that his medical skills had undergone an unimaginable leap? At that moment, Dr. Bai approached Huang Wenlong, examining his eyelids, checking his pulse, and inquiring about the usual condition of Secretary Huang. He then produced a box of needles, unfastened the upper garment of Huang, revealing his chest. The silver needles, 5 inches long, trembled delicately, appearing as soft as a silk thread. How could such fine and supple needles penetrate the acupoints of a patient? Spectators gazed in astonishment, aware that Dr. Bai's ancestral technique was known as the 5 elements life-claiming needle method, reputed to wrest life from the heavens. I had heard of the Bai family's needle techniques, but today, I was eager to witness their efficacy firsthand. Indeed, Dr. Bai had saved countless lives with this method. The crowd held deep respect for Bai Yunsheng. Fixated on his hands, wielding the silver needles, eager to observe his technique. With a deft motion, Bai Yunsheng inserted a needle into the acupoint near Huang's heart. The 5-inch needle piercing smoothly. Gasps of wonder erupted from the onlookers. Remarkable! How could such a fine needle penetrate the human body? Truly a miraculous needle. Huang is saved. After administering the first needle, Bai Yunsheng glanced at Yiming, seemingly boasting. Yiming smiled, acknowledging that the first needle had indeed been executed flawlessly, leaving no room for critique. Bai Yunsheng proceeded with a second needle. As it was inserted, Yiming furrowed his brow. This needle lacked the precision of the first. Possessing unparalleled medical expertise, Yiming had unlocked more of the ancient healing arts in his mind with the passage of time, deepening his understanding of medicine, thus discerning the inadequacies of Dr. Bai's second needle. He opened his mouth to speak, but Dr. Bai had already thrust the third needle into Huang. The crowd, witnessing Bai Yunsheng's technique, praised him effusively. No doubt, Dr. Bai is extraordinary. This is the most miraculous needlework I have ever seen. Indeed, he was far superior to the young practitioner. Dr. Bai was the true master. As the fourth needle was inserted, Yiming's expression shifted. The 5 elements life-claiming needle possessed flaws. It was incomplete. While it may not manifest in treating other ailments, it proved inadequate for Huang Wenlong, posing a risk. Yiming urgently interjected. Dr. Bai, you cannot administer the 5th needle. Doing so will cause Huang to bleed from all orifices, which is perilous. Dr. Bai, upon hearing Yiming's words, lifted his gaze, filled with disdain, utterly disbelieving. What nonsense! My 5 elements life-claiming needle will surely clear Huang's cardiovascular pathways and revive him. Secretary Huang, overhearing Yiming, cast an angry glare. Young doctor, you lack understanding. Refrain from speaking. What did this mean? Were they truly attempting to hinder Bai Yunsheng's treatment of Huang, jeopardizing his health? Just then, Dr. Bai's needle descended. Chapter 53. A mishap occurs. Dr. Bai was infuriated. Yiming's lack of decorum in front of the affluent of Linhe City embarrassed him deeply. He was determined not to yield. With unwavering resolve, the silver needle plunged downwards. Swoosh! The silver needle was inserted directly into the acupoint, leaving only the handle exposed. Mr. Huang trembled noticeably, his body shaking as he remained in a state of unconsciousness. Dr. Bai cast a disdainful glance at Yiming and scoffed. Young man, Why hasn't he, Mr. Huang, exhibited any signs of bleeding from the 7 orifices? If you don't understand, do not pretend to, for ignorance will lead to your downfall. The crowd echoed Dr. Bai's sentiments, rallying behind him to diminish Yi Yiming's credibility. This was understandable. Everyone experiences ailments in life, and recognizing a reputable physician like Dr. Bai was advantageous, naturally swaying public opinion in his favor. Yi Yiming, being youthful and inexperienced, appeared unreliable, prompting others to belittle him further. Having studied traditional Chinese medicine for a few years does not make you a master. You are leagues behind Dr. Bai. They advised, young man, humility is essential for progress. Otherwise, you will never advance in your lifetime. Dr. Bai, while treating patients, was met with accusations from Yi Yiming, who merely chuckled. Everyone, you should observe Mr. Huang closely instead of engaging in baseless speculation. As Yi Yiming pointed, the onlookers turned their gaze to Mr. Huang, only to witness blood seeping from his mouth, flowing from his nose, and droplets forming in his eyes. The crowd fell silent, perplexed by the unfolding events. Heavens, what is happening? What has befallen Mr. Huang? They wondered. Indeed, how could such a phenomenon occur? Had his condition deteriorated? Was it possible that this young man had an insight surpassing even Dr. Bai's expertise? Dr. Bai was left bewildered, unable to comprehend this unexpected turn of events. Logically, based on his extensive clinical experience, Mr. Huang's condition should have improved. Mr. Huang's secretary turned to Dr. Bai, inquiring anxiously, "Doctor, what is happening? Has the treatment gone awry?" Dr. Bai, at a loss for words, could only click his tongue in confusion, recognizing that Mr. Huang's symptoms had taken a turn for the worse. He understood that if anything were to happen to Mr. Huang, the Huang family would not let him off easily. His clinic would surely face dire consequences, potentially leading to ruin. As this thought crossed his mind, his hands began to tremble. Recalling Yi Yiming's earlier assessment, Dr. Bai realized that Yi Yiming possessed a remarkable level of skill, far exceeding his own. He hurriedly implored, "Dr. Yi, I beseech you to examine Mr. Huang. We must ensure his well-being." Yi Yiming smiled and replied, "Dr. Bai, I am but a mere intern. What do I know? Furthermore, I lack a medical license. Entreating someone of Mr. Huang's stature carries immense risk. If something were to go wrong, it would be my life at stake." Dr. Bai's previous derision of Yi Yiming had now become a tool for Yi Yiming to strike back, leaving Dr. Bai's reputation in tatters. Acknowledging the reality of the situation, Dr. Bai bowed respectfully to Yi Yiming, pleading, "Dr. Yi, I implore you to assist Mr. Huang, even if it's just to alleviate his suffering." Mr. Huang's secretary quickly joined in the pleas, and even the elder Zheng Fenghua urged him to take action. Faced with such desperation, Yi Yiming felt compelled to respond. As the 5 silver needles were withdrawn, Mr. Huang's trembling body came to a halt, regaining its tranquility. Yi Yiming turned to his secretary and instructed, "Do not allow anyone to disturb me." The secretary nodded in agreement, understanding that gratitude was essential when treating his employer. Yi Yiming inserted the first needle, identical to the one used on by Yunsheng. The second needle, however, differed slightly, penetrating a deeper level. Yi Yiming's movements were swift. In the blink of an eye, 4 needles pierced their respective acupoints. Among the 4 needles of the 5 elements life-claiming needles, 3 were distinct from Bai Yunsheng's technique. Bai Yunsheng watched in astonishment as Long Yun performed the needlework. The 5 elements life-claiming needles were a treasured ancestral skill of the Bai family, unique in the vast expanse of Huagua, with no other successors. Long Yun's execution of the technique was even more authentic than his own. An expert in the field, Bai Yunsheng had devoted his life to medicine. As he observed Yi Yiming's needlework, his eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a miser discovering a hidden treasure. Utterly enraptured and intensely focused, recognizing the brilliance of Yi Yiming's technique. So this is how the 5 elements life-claiming needles are utilized. The onlookers observed Bai Yunsheng's rapt attention towards the young practitioner, and while they did not comprehend the intricacies of the needlework, they understood that a master was at work, leading them to silently witness as Yi Yiming inserted the 5th needle. With a soft hiss, the 5th needle pierced a different acupoint than Bai Yunsheng's. Upon its insertion, Mr. Huang's body ceased to tremble. His breathing resumed, becoming steady and even. There was indeed an effect. The spectators watched intently as Yiming's right hand moved slightly, causing the silver needles to quiver and emit a sound reminiscent of bees gathering nectar, albeit at a lower frequency. Bai Yunsheng, witnessing the trembling needles and hearing their resonance, could not contain his tears of joy. Controlling the needles with qi, this is the needle control technique. He had witnessed the legendary technique, his heart racing with exhilaration. Even he had previously thought that the needle control technique was a mere fabrication. Yet Yiming had provided the finest demonstration. The fabled technique had manifested before him. He thought, even if I were to perish now, I would die content. Tears streamed down Bai Yunsheng's cheeks. Yiming, employing the wood element qi from the Qingdi Mu Huang Gong, swiftly cleared the blockages in Mr. Huang's heart, aiding him in expelling toxins from his blood, rendering his body significantly healthier than before. Huang Wenlong opened his eyes, his breathing steady. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Mr. Huang is well. Mr. Huang is well. The young man had restored Mr. Huang's health. Heavens, the young man is truly remarkable. Yiming withdrew the silver needles from Mr. Huang, assisting him to sit upright. His right hand resting on Mr. Huang's shoulder while his left gently patted his back. With a thud, Mr. Huang's body jolted, a briny taste rising in his throat, and he expelled a mouthful of blood into the sputum cup. With a splatter, Huang Wenlong coughed up a small amount of blood. The secretary placed the sputum cup down and offered a handkerchief to Huang Wenlong to wipe the blood from his lips. Accepting the handkerchief, Huang Wenlong wiped his mouth, expressing his gratitude to Yiming, saying, "Dr. Yi, I truly thank you." He understood that had he not regained his breath, he would have truly departed this world. And it was Yiming who had saved him. Yiming smiled gently. "Mr. Huang, you are too kind. It was merely a small effort. Please do not take it to heart." Huang Wenlong grasped Yiming's hand firmly, exclaiming, "No, it is you, Dr. Yi, who has saved my life. I, Huang Wenlong, am not one to forget a kindness." He turned to Xiao Jing, instructing, "Please bring my business card. Additionally, prepare a villa for Dr. Yi at Binjiang Mansion. As neighbors, I wish to seek his guidance whenever necessary. Ensure this is done by tomorrow." Xiao Jing, upon hearing Mr. Huang's words, handed the business card to Yiming and noted down his phone number. Just then, the ambulance from the People's Hospital arrived, and Mr. Huang boarded it, departing swiftly. Chapter 54. Mastering the art with Doctor by the gaze of the onlookers towards Yiming transformed entirely. Even the simplest minds could discern that doctor. Ye's medical prowess surpassed that of the renowned Dr. Bai. Had it not been for Yiming's timely intervention, Mr. Huang would have faced grave danger. Mr. Huang, a titan of the construction industry and a formidable presence in the real estate sector of Linhe City and even the entire Heiyuan province, offered a villa at Binjiang Mansion as gratitude, indicating his recognition of the young man's considerable potential. Huang Wenlong, rising from humble beginnings to amass a fortune in the billions, possessed many unique qualities. Each villa at Binjiang Mansion is valued at over 100 million, a price beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. In the precious real estate of Linhe City, a villa overlooking the riverside is a hallmark of success. Mr. Huang's generous gift to Dr. Yi illustrates the magnitude of his appreciation. Dr. Yi is truly remarkable, effortlessly curing ailments and saving Mr. Huang, exclaimed one onlooker. "Indeed, Dr. Yi, here's my business card. Let's become acquainted. Dr. Yi, I would be honored to treat you." Others approached Yiming, eager to introduce themselves. Among them were a dozen individuals who participated in the gambling event the previous night and witnessed the auction of cultural artifacts today. Having observed Yiming's heroic act of saving Mr. Huang, although uncertain of the extent of Yiming's abilities, they recognized he was no ordinary person and were keen to cultivate connections. Amidst the conversations, Dr. Bai approached Yiming, his expression earnest as he beseeched, "Dr. Yi, I must apologize for my earlier behavior. I hope you can forgive me." Bai Yunsheng, who claimed the title of a folk healer, had saved countless lives with his exceptional skills. His pride had always been evident, but now he was humbling himself, a rare occurrence. Yiming chucked, "Dr. Bai, it is only natural for you to regard me with skepticism given my youth. There is no offense taken." Dr. Bai smiled. "Dr. Yi, I wish to inquire about a particular matter." His respectful demeanor astonished those present, for Bai Yunsheng was a renowned healer, and his willingness to adopt such a posture was indeed remarkable. "Did you employ the 5 elements death-defying needle?" he asked. Yi Yiming replied with a smile, "Yes, indeed. It consists of Sangoe exploring the hole, Qinglong sweeping the tail, Qifeng welcoming the source, Baihu shaking the head, and Qilin delivering auspiciousness. Your first needle was flawless, yet the remaining 4 lacked a touch of finesse. Am I correct in my assessment?" Upon hearing Yi Yiming's words, Bai Yunsheng trembled with excitement, bowing deeply in reverence. "Master, I, Bai Yunsheng, pay my respects to you." He prepared to perform an elaborate act of homage. Yi Yiming hurriedly assisted Bai Yunsheng, exclaiming, "Dr. Bai, please, you mustn't. You are my esteemed senior, and I am merely a humble disciple. I cannot accept such grand gestures from you. The 5 elements fatal needle technique, I shall impart it to you, and you may ponder it first. When the opportunity arises, we shall spar." Yi Yiming led Bai Yunsheng aside and shared 5 lines. The ancient tortoise probes the depths of the abyss. The azure dragon sways its tail, floating the needle's tip. Upon hearing Yi Yiming's incantation, Bai Yunsheng was overwhelmed with emotion. The phrase uttered by Dr. Yi contained 6 additional characters compared to his family's teachings. And it was precisely these characters that had previously hindered Bai Yunsheng from fully realizing the potential of the 5 elements fatal needle technique. Today, he had finally completed the ancestral formation handed down through generations. "Master, your disciple is profoundly grateful," he expressed. Yi Yiming waved his hand dismissively. "Dr. Bai, there's truly no need." After dining with Zheng Fenghua at Shangri-La, Yi Yiming took a brief respite before departing the hotel. Noticing several individuals watching him from behind, he snorted softly and entered a taxi, directing the driver towards the outskirts of Lina City. The night gradually enveloped Lina City. Upon arriving home, Wu Shuren was in a fit of rage, shattering dishes in his fury. Crash! A plate shattered on the ground as he bellowed. "I am absolutely furious. How could Yi Yiming, that heartless wretch, present such a magnificent treasure for a birthday celebration without considering us? Thankfully, Xiao Yu is his wife. Does he even care about her or this family?" He resolutely declared, "That collection of books must be retrieved. It cannot remain in his possession." "Xiao Yu, where on earth are you?" Wu Shuren fumed. The Xue family, though large, was not considered a prominent family in Lina City. Xue Bingyu managed the Qianjiao Cosmetics Company and the Xue Family Hospital, which was merely a slightly larger clinic without significant power. Their household income barely reached 300,000, far less than the wealth amassed by his elder brothers, who had capitalized on the Xue Family Hospital to prosper and acquire properties. Meanwhile, they remained in their modest 120-square-meter old house. Today, Yi Yiming had brought forth an ancient collection valued at 8 million. Yet he did not bestow it upon them. No wonder the avaricious Wu Shuren was incensed. Xue Bingyu emerged to comfort Wu Shuren. "Mother, why are you so upset?" Wu Shuren glared at her, exasperated. "You, despite appearing astute, are nothing but a confused child. You must retrieve that collection of ancient books from Yi Yiming tomorrow. If not, we shall have unfinished business. None of you consider the family. You only consume my resources and depend on me. Is it easy to support this family?" Xue Bingyu was bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Hadn't Xue Bingyang discarded that collection? Why was there a sudden urgency to reclaim it? She turned to her father. "Xue Zhengwen, father, what is happening?" Xue Zhengwen, a quintessential, good-natured individual, was unable to assert himself against Wu Shuren's tempestuousness. That collection of ancient books was appraised by Professor Zhou Yongcheng, valued between 5 million and 8 million, complete with an appraisal certificate. If this book were in our family, we could use it as an investment in the Xue Family Hospital and reap substantial dividends each year. Xiao Yu, why don't you simply ask Yi Yiming for that book? As his wife, you should be in charge of the finances, shouldn't you? Besides, it said that a man becomes corrupt when he possesses wealth. This book must not be left in his hands. Wu Shuren shouted at Xue Bingyu. "Xiao Yu, call him right now and have him send the ancient book over to our home for safekeeping. If it gets lost, it would be a tragedy beyond tears." Xue Bingyu was taken aback. That set of ancient books was valued at several million, complete with an appraisal from Professor Zhou Yongqing tucked inside. Yiming was well aware of its worth and intended to present it to his grandfather. How significant must Yiming regard his grandfather's birthday? Yet, he was being expelled from the birthday banquet, and now she was expected to ask him for the book. Would he truly hand it over? After all, it was worth 8 million. Mother, that belongs to Yiming. It might not end well for us. Shui Bingyu's words trailed off as Wu Shuren exploded. Xiao Yu. What are you saying? Speak up. I never claimed it wasn't his. We're merely helping him keep it safe. What's wrong with that? Would you feel at ease if he held on to it? When he needs it, we can return it. After all, you are family, aren't you? As your mother. Would I deceive you? Hurry and call him before it's lost. Chapter 55. Shui Bingyu's phone call. Do you want your mother or him? What's your choice? Wu Shuren's hair seemed to bristle, akin to a furious lion, its mane standing on end. If you wish for your mother, then call him. Wu Shuren understood that if they did not act quickly, that set of books could vanish without a trace. It represented 8 million, the equivalent of 20 years of their family's earnings, enough to purchase 2 apartments in Lena City. They could not allow that brat to benefit from it. She was already contemplating securing the book, urging Xiao Yu to divorce him, leaving Yiming with nothing, allowing Xiao Yu to remarry into the Fu family. That would be the perfect outcome. Reluctantly, Shui Bingyu dialed Yiming's number. Yiming, aware of several individuals trailing him, was uncertain of their identities, suspecting it was merely a couple of wealthy young men. He chose not to return home, fearing for his sister's safety, and instead took a taxi to the banks of the Mother River in Lena City. Beyond the bustling district, the riverside revealed an expanse of calm, the water surging fiercely towards the sea. Upon arriving at the riverbank, Yiming spotted a food stall nearby. Feeling a bit hungry, he settled at a small table. The river breeze whisked away the heat, offering a delightful comfort. He ordered several small dishes, 20 skewers of lamb, and 3 bottles of beer. Taking a seat at an empty table, the car pursuing him came to a halt as well, and 5 or 6 young men alighted, exuding an air of confidence. Seemingly trained fighters, and sat at the table adjacent to Yiming. The leader cast a cold smirk at Yiming, convinced he was doomed. Yiming appeared oblivious. Showing no concern, the food stall was brightly lit, filled with a variety of young patrons. Just as he was about to raise his cup, a gentleman in his 50s, dignified and composed, approached his table and inquired, "Young man, may I share this table with you?" Yiming observed the man before him, impeccably dressed and exuding an air of elegance, evoking a sense of authority that felt oddly familiar, yet he could not quite place it. With a smile, he remarked, "Meeting is a matter of fate. Please have a seat. I assure you, I cannot eat all this myself, so allow me to treat you." The middle-aged man responded with a slight smile. "Is that so? Then I shall indulge in your generosity. However, it feels somewhat awkward since we are strangers." Yiming chuckled. As the saying goes, it takes a century of cultivation to share a boat. Dining together signifies a bond of at least 200 years. So please, do not be modest. The man's laughter unfolded, easing the tension etched upon his brow. Yiming proceeded to open a bottle of beer, eager to share a toast, when suddenly, a commotion erupted from the neighboring table. The sound of crashing plates pierced the air as a young server dropped several dishes, accompanied by her startled scream. "Ah!" Following this, a young man adorned with a dragon tattoo stood up, delivering a resounding slap to the server. Smack. The young woman staggered back, tears brimming in her eyes. The tattooed youth continued his tirade. "What the hell? Are you even a server? Is this how you provide service? You stain my clothes. How do you intend to compensate for this? I'm wearing at least 5,000 worth of attire. Can you afford that?" The owner of the eatery reprimanded the server. "Xiaomei, how could you be so careless?" He quickly approached, a forced smile plastered on his face. "My dear sir, I sincerely apologize. Xiaomei is a student working her way through school. Please show some understanding. How about this? Tonight, this table is on me. What do you say?" The group of tattooed youths were known troublemakers, and he hoped to defuse the situation with an apology. Yet, the tall accomplice of the tattooed youth swung a beer bottle at the owner's head. Bang! The bottle shattered, dousing the owner in beer and leaving him crying out in pain, blood trickling from his scalp. "What do you mean by just treating us? Our boss long ago Is wearing clothes worth thousands? Do you think one meal can settle this? And as for the server, just an apology, one tea suffice. Do you really think we're easy to bully? Longa chuckled. Well, there's a way to resolve this. Just let this girl drink a few with me and sing a song together, and we'll consider it settled. Otherwise, don't expect to continue your business here. Xiaomei, tears streaming down her cheeks, protested, Uncle, it's not like that. He bullied me first. As she spoke, her tears cascaded down her face. When she served the dishes at Longu's table, he openly harassed her, and as she attempted to retreat, she inadvertently spilled soup on him. The owner quickly interjected. Longu, please, she's just a child. She doesn't understand. I beg you to spare her. Longu responded with a slap to the owner. You think it's just her lack of understanding? I see her as a blessing, and yet she resists. Do you truly believe I'm easy to intimidate? As he spoke, Longu reached for Xiaomei. Terrified, she stepped back, crying, no, please, help. Just as Longu extended his hand, a powerful grip seized his wrist. Crack! With a swift motion, he snapped Longji's hand and kicked him away, sending him crashing onto their table. The table shattered into pieces, scattering everywhere. The group of 8 or 9 young men seated at the table were incensed. One of them supported Longu, while the others brandished their beer bottles. Rising to confront Yiming. You bastard, are you tired of living? How dare you oppose Longu? You deserve to die. Longu, his hand broken and seething with pain, bellowed, kill him, kill him. The young men surged toward Yiming. The middle-aged man, witnessing the chaos, was furious. You scoundrels, have you all turned against me? You all deserve to be imprisoned and face severe punishment. One young man hurled a bottle at him, shouting, Old fool, you seek death. Seeing one of the youths charge at the middle-aged man, Yiming felt a surge of anger. These ruffians, who had no respect even for the older man, were utterly vile. He stepped forward, delivering a punch to one and a kick to another. With unparalleled skill, he seemed like a fierce tiger amidst a flock of sheep, sending each thug sprawling, unable to rise again. The young man who had aimed to strike the middle-aged man with a bottle was intercepted by Yiming, who kicked it away, sending the assailant crashing into a tree, unconscious. The middle-aged man chuckled, well done. You are ridding the world of scum. Yiming replied with a smile, they're all worthless, deserving of a beating. They bully young girls, extort, assault the street food vendor, threaten others' livelihoods, engage in tyranny, and exploit both men and women. They are thoroughly wretched. Longu, witnessing his comrades laid low, glared at Yiming with reddened eyes and roared, you have guts, kid. Do you dare to call for help? I'll kill you. Yiming replied with a grin. Is that so? Then go ahead and call for help. Longu began dialing for reinforcements. Yiming turned to the middle-aged man, saying, Uncle, you should leave. I can handle this. The middle-aged man chuckled. Young man, if you aren't afraid, why should I be? I want to see just how brazen they can be. At that moment, a fierce wind rushed toward Yiming, a figure behind him brandishing a dagger. The middle-aged man shouted, be careful. The dagger was poised to strike Yiming's back. Chapter 56. A fitting encounter. The sharp wind howled, the dagger's edge threatening to pierce the skin. A trained fighter had made his move. Yiming sensed the danger as the assailant stepped forward. Since he had honed his skills in metaphysics and the Qing Emperor's with sovereign technique, his senses had become remarkably acute. He was attuned to his surroundings, and as the attacker prepared to strike, he instinctively felt the looming threat. His body twisted like a serpent or a curling vine, contorting into an astonishing angle. The assailant's dagger missed its target. Yiming exclaimed, "Auffiting injunter." He swung the beer bottle in his hand, smashing it against the assailant's face. The attacker fell backward, his head striking the ground heavily, leaving him dazed amidst the shards of glass. He cradled his face in his hands, rolling on the ground as he cried out, "Ouch, this is unbearable. You scoundrel. It hurts so much." The 5 companions of the ambusher were alarmed, exclaiming, "Big brother, big brother." One of them lifted him up, horrified to see his face littered with glass shards, resembling the jagged pieces embedded in a wall, piercing down to the bone. When he attempted to extract a shard from his facial wound, it stubbornly remained lodged. You're going to kill me, Xiaolu," the ambusher wailed. "Oh, it hurts so badly." The ambusher, overwhelmed by the agony of the glass shards, resisted Xiaoyou's attempts to remove them. Xiaolu, flustered, was at a loss on how to assist his elder brother, whose face was marred by the shards. Big brother, I'll take you to the hospital. Meanwhile, the other four converged on Yiming, wielding triangular blades, instruments of lethal intent. A single thrust could deliver fatal consequences. You dare harm my brother? You're asking for death. They shouted. You've offended my master, the iron-armed Lu Xinxue. You one T even know how you perished. They charged at Yiming with their blades drawn. At that moment, Yiming's phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, a wave of joy washed over him as he answered. Hello, Xiaoyu. What brings you to call me? He quickly grabbed a chair and swung it at the head of the assailant, aiming for his forehead. Thud! The assailant's head collided with the ground, his face making intimate contact with the floor, resulting in a broken nose and a gushing flow of blood, rendering him incapacitated. Yiming then darted forward, twisting his body like a serpent to evade the thrust aimed at his chest. He swung the chair down onto the attacker's arm. Crack! The sound of the bone fracturing echoed. The triangular blade clattered to the ground. The other two assailants were swiftly dispatched by Yiming, who toppled them with two more chairs, leaving them utterly defeated and unable to rise. Xiaoyu, you said Mom wants me to come home? All right, I'll head over shortly. Don't worry. What? Take that set of books with me? I can't, I sold them. Sold them? How did that happen? Our family doesn't value my old books, so I decided to part with them at a bargain. How much did you get? Not much, but at least I didn't lose money, maybe around 30,000. I know Professor Zhou Yongxing's appraisal, but they were sold to a brother of mine. Just then, the call ended. Xue Bingyu relayed the situation to Wu Shuren, whose hair stood on end with fury. A raging fire ignited within her. She loathed Yiming. How could he sell that book? What right did he have? That cursed Yiming, who sold an item worth 8 million for a mere 30,000. What a fool. Xiaoyu, you must divorce him tomorrow. He is utterly repulsive. Wu Shuren insisted vehemently. She was so incensed that she smashed a set of dishes into smithereens, as though destroying Yiming would quell the hatred burning in her heart. In the eyes of Wu Shuren, Yiming was nothing short of a complete failure, having sold an item worth 8 million for a mere 30,000. Could a fool act in such a manner? Yiming was utterly unforgivable. Little Lu, supporting his older brother, was left dumbfounded by the scene before him, his eyes wide as saucers, unable to believe what was unfolding. This was simply inconceivable. He had not even managed to help his brother to his feet. The second, third, fourth, and fifth brothers had all been taken down in such swift succession. Was this something a mere mortal could accomplish? Moreover, this individual wasn't even specifically targeting them. He was simultaneously engaged in a phone call while fighting. What was the extent of his combat prowess? Yiming approached little Lu and queried, What? Do you wish to save him? Then you must defeat me. Otherwise, he truly cannot leave. Little Lu glared at Yiming, growling fiercely, Do not overreach. We are not to be trifled with. I have backing too. When my master arrives, you shall see. Yiming chuckled, gesturing towards a small-time thug, Long Gu, and remarked, Perfect, let us resolve this together. There he is, calling for help. Why not summon your people as well? Little Lu was momentarily taken aback. Was this individual genuinely formidable, or is he merely bluffing? The thug was indeed calling for reinforcements while urging him to do the same. With a scowl, he retorted, Kid, are you certain you want me to call for help? My master is Iron Arm Lu Xinxue. He could strike you down with a single blow. Yiming laughed. Is that so? Go ahead and make the call. I am eager to see how he intends to defeat me. Little Lu dialed the number. Master, we are being attacked. Just then, the roar of motorcycles and cars filled the air. Vroom. A large contingent of motorcycles and cars arrived at the night market, and over 100 individuals disembarked, wielding knives, guns, and clubs, shouting at the diners. Those without business here, get the hell out, or I swear I will slice you apart. Get lost, you bastards. What are you staring at? Seeking death? The small-time thugs cleared the area. Someone had assaulted Long Gu. This was unacceptable. Long Gu was the kingpin of the district, commanding nearly 200 followers, overseeing all illicit dealings in the area. Thanks to Long Ji's protection, they could indulge in a life of excess in Lina City. Without him, they would be reduced to begging. They were certainly unwilling to accept this fate, and upon hearing that Long Gu was in trouble, they rushed to his aid. Leading the charge was a tall figure, standing at 1 meter 85, brandishing a lengthy wooden club, striding confidently toward the night market stall. With a resounding crash, he smashed a table to splinters, sending the dishes flying in disarray. He glared at Yiming, sneering, "You there, did you provoke Erlonga?" Yiming instructed the middle-aged man to leave, and, noticing two skilled fighters standing beside him, chose to remain silent. As he faced the approaching throng, he addressed the tall leader. "Indeed, it was I who provoked Longo. What of it?" The tall man burst into laughter. "Huh? What of it? You dare to question me? You shall perish." He raised his wooden club, swinging it down towards Yiming with the force of a mountain crashing down upon him, intent on striking Yiming down in retribution for Longo. Chapter 57. With wrathful fury, the towering thug swung his club menacingly at Yiming, intent on ending his existence. He spat venomously. The gangsters around him beamed with triumph, relishing the imminent demise of the young man. The thug, invincible in their eyes, was believed to be capable of delivering a decisive blow that none could withstand. He was avenging Long Gu, and soon his group surged toward the stall owner and a few waitstaff, eager to unleash their wrath. "You scoundrels, you conspired with that brat. You shall all perish," they shouted as they charged forward. The stall owner, trembling yet resolute, clutched a knife in his hand, not out of fear, but a reluctance to resort to violence. He shielded the three waitstaff behind him and bellowed at the approaching thugs, "Do not push your luck. There will be consequences." The gangsters laughed derisively, lifting their weapons to strike. "What is wrong with bullying you? Old man, I intend to make you suffer." Believing that the thug would easily dispatch Yiming, they had seized the stall owner, convinced that Long Gu's vendetta would be satisfied. However, before they could reach their target, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Smack. The thug was sent sprawling several meters away, landing hard on the ground, half of his face shattered and teeth spraying blood. The other half of his face met the earth, scraping his skin raw. The thug howled in agony, unable to rise. He touched his face, bloodied and aching, and cursed, "You dare to injure me? You will pay. Brothers, kill him. Kill him now." At the sound of their leader's cries, the throng of over 100 gangsters paused momentarily, only to be consumed by a surge of rage. They encircled the lone assailant, humiliated by the severe beating their leader had taken. Among the gangsters, a shorter thug brandished a triangular blade, shouting, "Brothers, stay strong. This is the man who dares to challenge us. Let us slay him. He seeks to encroach upon our territory. Do you all agree?" The crowd erupted in frenzy. They had carved out their existence in the southwest region of Linha City, engaging in illicit enterprises such as extortion, theft, and gambling, amassing wealth that funded their extravagant lifestyles. With someone threatening their livelihood, resistance was inevitable. "You scoundrel, try to usurp our business. Let us kill him," they roared. "There is no way he can take what is ours. I refuse to allow it." To preserve their domain, they resolved to eliminate him. Kill the stall owner's family. Slay them all. The mob surged forward like a tidal wave, armed and intent on violence. Yiming picked up the thug's club, his expression unwavering as the throng approached like a relentless tide, a murderous intent radiating from him. Such cruelty was intolerable, a manifestation of pure malice. The streets had become a hunting ground for the wicked, seeking vengeance by spilling blood without a care for the consequences. It was time for retribution. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, an aura of authority enveloping him. Is this truly the spirit of Linha City, the capital of Heiyuan province? You assist the stall owner. And remember to show no mercy. The bodyguard hesitated briefly. Addressing the secretary, the middle-aged man scoffed, "What of it? With Xiaoxi around, I am quite safe." Only then did Li San prepare to charge towards the vendor. For thugs, armed with sharp blades, lunged at the vendor, who let out a long sigh, alas. So be it. With a glint of his kitchen knife, he stepped forward to confront the ruffians. Behind the vendor, a middle-aged woman cried out, "Yongjun, no." Tears streamed down her cheeks, filled with concern for her husband. One thug slashed at the vendor, and they both struck simultaneously. Their attacks met empty air. The kitchen knife gleamed like a flash of lightning. Swoosh! Two thugs felt a chill at their throats, staggered a few steps forward, and collapsed onto the ground. They clutched their throats, but the gushing blood was unstoppable. They attempted to speak, yet no words emerged. The two remaining thugs charged in, but their strikes also missed. The vendor dealt with them swiftly, dispatching each one with precision, and then retreated to shield the three women behind him. The women trembled in a huddle. The middle-aged woman barely able to utter a sound. "Yongjun, are you all right?" The vendor reassured her. "I'm fine. These scoundrels are no match for me. As long as I am here, none shall harm you." Li San, who had taken a couple of steps forward to assist, halted in astonishment, witnessing the vendor's prowess. He wielded authentic military boxing techniques, rapid, direct, and decisive, targeting vital points with an intensity that Li San could not hope to rival. This was a master of the military. Li San retreated to the leader's side, observing Yiming confront 100 thugs. The thugs were incensed, their fury reaching a boiling point, fueled by a murderous intent. They could not fathom that one man could stand against so many. An impossible feat, brothers. Let's take him down. If he doesn't let us live. He shall not survive either. Kill this bastard, avenge long ago. With weapons raised like a tidal wave, they surged towards Yiming, intent on exacting vengeance. Yiming's demeanor remained calm as he faced the oncoming tide of thugs, his own bloodlust surging. Those who bully the weak must be punished. Those who commit evil deeds must be eradicated. Those who take lives over trivial matters must be dealt with. Faced with over 100 ruffians, Yiming did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, embodying the indomitable spirit of one who defies the odds. Kill. His mental acuity expanded, allowing him to perceive every movement of those within his psychic reach. He swung his club against the thugs. Crack, crack, one by one. Each strike felled a thug to the ground. The sounds of impact echoed in the ears of the crowd as each thug was knocked down, none rising again. Yiming seemed possessed, swinging the club with fervor, each blow landing with the precision of a golfer, sending each thug flying. Like a deity of war, he surged through them. 10, 50, 80, 100 thugs were sent sprawling. The ground was littered with fallen thugs, limbs broken, groaning in agony, unable to rise. The remaining group of ruffians, trembling as they brandished their blades and firearms, dared not advance. Indeed, this young man was akin to a god of war. None among them could withstand his might. Anyone who dared approach would be swiftly toppled. They shouted in desperation, "Do you know who Brother Long is? He has powerful connections. What does your strength matter when reinforcements arrive? You will still meet your demise. Wise up and lay down your weapon. We won't hold it against you. Otherwise, when the reinforcements come, you will have no chance of escape." Their threats echoed as they directed their warnings at Yiming. He merely smiled, a smile tinged with despair. Engaging in reason with them was futile. They spoke only of strength, relying on their numbers to intimidate. After having bested over 100 of them, they now invoked law and authority. Powerful connections? So what? Those connections have yet to arrive, and you all are still doomed. With that, Yiming charged towards the throng of thugs, but at that moment, a voice rang out. "Don't move. If you do, we will open fire." A dark barrel was aimed squarely at him. Chapter 58. Reinforcements arrive, don't move, or we will shoot. The officers of the police station had their firearms trained on Yiming. He, holding his stick, remained motionless, aware that evading gunfire was not feasible. Without having mastered the first level of the Qingdi Mu Huanggong, dodging a bullet would be immensely challenging. Moreover, these officers represented authority. They could easily fabricate a charge against him, leading to a senseless demise. "I am not moving. I am not moving," Yiming shouted, concerned that the officers might open fire on the vendor and the middle-aged man. He could escape, but they would undoubtedly be trapped. Brother Long, upon spotting the arrival of the police chief, regained his vigor and shouted, "Uncle Li, you must punish these villains. I merely came for a meal, and they have injured so many of us. You must stand up for me. He must be put to death. He must." Brother Long roared, driven by rage. Were he able to stand, he would have preferred to deal with Yiming himself. Ever since his uncle became the district chief of the Southwest District in Lena City, he had been the undisputed leader there, where his word was seldom contested. Today, After merely enjoying a late-night market and a bottle of beer, he had suffered such indignation. How could Brother Long not be furious? The chief glared at Brother Long, his anger palpable. He understood the sequence of events, had it not been for Little Long's provocations. This chaos would never have unfolded. Regrettably, Little Long's uncle was the district chief, his immediate superior, leaving him with no choice but to act against his better judgment. With a click, the handcuffs were fastened around Yiming's wrist. Click, click. Yiming uttered not a word. Yet Brother Long was relentless, pointing at the middle-aged man and the vendor, bellowing, "Those two as well. They must be subdued. This man has killed 4 people. He must pay with his life. There could be no mercy, never." Brother Long was nearing madness. The officers attempted to cuff the vendor, but the vendor's wife cried out in protest, "Comrades, my husband acted in self-defense. You cannot arrest him." The officer pushed her aside and secured the vendor in handcuffs. Brother Long sneered, "Ha! This is the consequence of crossing me. Resisting me is a path to ruin. Once you're inside, there will be no escape. Having offended me, you will all die. Everyone will perish." His hatred for these individuals was palpable. Long Gu considered himself the sovereign of this territory. The women he desired were expected to submit obediently, and the money he wished for should be offered without hesitation. No one was permitted to defy him. Those who dared to do so were deserving of death. When the police arrived before the middle-aged man, intending to restrain him, Li San and Xiao Si attempted to intervene. The middle-aged man extended his hands and warned them, "It may be easy to cuff me, but releasing me will prove difficult." He looked at the 2 officers gravely and said, "Think carefully about your decision." The officers hesitated, contemplating whether to proceed with the arrest, while the station chief sneered. "Cuff him. You think you can play the big shot? You've miscalculated." He scoffed. "What kind of scoundrels have I not encountered? Cuff him." Following the chief's orders, the officers placed handcuffs on both the middle-aged man and Li San, while Xiao Si was also restrained. Long Gu reveled in his triumph, exclaiming, "Ha! Take them all to the station and deal with them harshly. I will take responsibility for whatever happens. Let me tell you, the scene and district is my domain. I am the one who decides." Long Gu vowed to annihilate Yiming. To strike against him was a death sentence. The chief of the station glared at the middle-aged man with a sinister smile. "Humph, I have encountered many troublesome individuals like you. Once you're in my custody, you will not escape unscathed." Meanwhile, the mayor of Linha City was in a state of panic. He had just received a call from the #1 boss of Heiyuan province, expressing deep dissatisfaction with the public security in Linha City. The mayor had been surrounded by over 100 thugs along the banks of the Mother River, all wielding knives and guns. Lin Guerue, the mayor, trembled as he held the phone. On the very first day of the #1 boss's tenure in Heiyuan province, he found himself encircled by a horde of thugs. If even a single mishap occurred, his political career would be over. Even in the absence of an incident, the mere scare could tarnish his reputation, potentially relegating him to the blacklist and eliminating any prospects for advancement. Fury ignited within him, a burning resentment for the thugs that made his skin crawl. He promptly called Liu Hongbo, the director of the Linha City Public Security Bureau. Upon answering, Liu Hongbo was met with the mayor's furious voice. "Liu Hongbo, what is going on with public security in Linha City? Are you merely reporting peace and safety? The #1 boss has just arrived in our city, and he is surrounded by over 100 thugs by the Mother River in the Southwest District. If he suffers even a scratch, I will remove your position." Liu Hongbo quickly contacted the Southwest District branch, and the call reached the station chief's mobile phone. "Li Shun, what on earth are you doing? The #1 boss of Heiyuan province is surrounded by more than 100 thugs by the riverbank, and you haven't received any news? The mayor has warned that if anything happens to the #1 boss, I will pay the price with my skin, and if I lose mine, I will ensure you lose yours first." The station chief, Li Shun, was taken aback. Reflecting on the director's words, he realized that the #1 boss of Heiyuan province was indeed among the 8 individuals who had been captured. The gravity of the situation dawned on him, and beads of sweat began to cascade down his cheeks. Long Gu, supported by his brothers, stood before Chief Li, holding his head high like a proud rooster. "Uncle Li, lock them all up and give them a severe beating." "Bah!" Brother Long spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged phlegm, paralyzed with rage. He was indeed a victim, yet he felt compelled to retaliate. They had committed heinous acts, injuring so many. It was imperative that they all faced justice. Brother Long pointed at Yiming, the vendor Yongjun, and a middle-aged man, proclaiming, "Let them witness your might. Let them understand that offending me, Brother Long, renders them incapable of taking a step forward." With a sinister grin directed at Yiming, he taunted, "You think you're formidable, don't you? I will end you." Before he could finish his sentence, Li Shun delivered a resounding slap to Brother Long's face. The crack echoed as Brother Long found himself sprawled on the ground, bewildered. "Uncle Li, what is this?" Li Shun followed up with a kick to Brother Long's abdomen, raining down blows upon him, exclaiming, "Uncle, uncle, you treacherous scoundrel! You've brought my ruin." Li Shun harbored a deep-seated desire to eliminate this rogue named Brother Long. Just then, the sound of sirens pierced the air, as dozens of police cars arrived at the riverbank. Shortly thereafter, the secretary and district chief of the Southwest District hurriedly appeared, each glistening with beads of sweat, utterly unaware of the unfolding chaos. The special police cordoned off the scene. Liu Hongbo, the director of the municipal bureau, disembarked from his vehicle, commanding the officers to disarm the local precinct as policemen. The officers swiftly apprehended all the delinquents. When they cuffed Brother Long, he erupted in fury, "You bastards! How dare you restrain me? You seek death. My uncle is the district chief. He will absolve all of you." Spotting his uncle, he cried out for help, "Uncle, save me. If you dare detain me, you will face dire consequences. I will have my uncle flay your skin." Brother Long screamed in desperation. Chapter 59. Brother Long's betrayal of his uncle. Brother Long remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation as the special police shackled his wrists. He protested loudly, "You all deserve to die. You blind fools. I am the victim here. Restraining me will bring you calamity. My uncle is the district chief. He will have your skins." Brother Long was clueless about the nature of the individuals present, mistakenly believing they were merely the usual officers from the Southwest District, subordinates of his uncle, who could easily resolve any situation with a single word. "Li Shun, you've truly outdone yourself, having your men apprehend me. Just wait. I will have my uncle deal with you." Brother Long snarled defiantly. Li Shun observed Brother Long, now resembling a rabid dog, and fell silent, realizing the severity of the predicament. Over the years, Brother Long had ruled the Southwest District, having often cleaned up after himself to curry favor with the district chief. This time, however, the director's call had summoned special police, a significant mobilization that had drawn too much attention. Brother Long, the fool, had unwittingly invited disaster upon his uncle. The special police urged Brother Long to comply. "Behave yourself." But Brother Long continued to resist. "You restrain me, and this is far from over. We are the victims here." It was only then that he noticed his uncle, Fang Jumin, and called out, "Uncle, save me. They are bullying us. We are the victims. Why are we being arrested?" Fang Jumin trembled with anger, appalled by his nephew's cluelessness. He had no sense of the gravity of the situation, revealing his guilt without any interrogation. Approaching his nephew, Fang Jumin raised his hand and struck Brother Long several times across the face. Brother Long was left dazed, unable to comprehend why his uncle would strike him. After all, he was the victim, wasn't he? "Uncle, why did you strike me? I have been bullied. I have been assaulted. You must enforce the law of the Ice Palace." Fang Jumin loathed this nephew deeply. "Uncle, it is you who is my uncle, not the other way around." He was about to strike Long Gu again when he was halted by the number 1 boss of Lina City. Lin Grue glared at Fang Jumin. "What are you doing?" Fang Jumin offered a bitter smile. "Boss, this fellow speaks without restraint." Lin Grue snorted coldly. "If you have restraint, then speak alongside him." The secretary of the Southwest District, the district head, members of the police station, and all personnel related to Long Gu were taken away together. The chilling handcuffs clamped down on Fang Junmin and his companions, who trembled, realizing that their political careers had reached an end. With the number 1 boss of the city speaking, was there still a chance for him? All of this was due to his own nephew's betrayal. "Move." A portion of the Southwest District personnel and over 100 small-time thugs were escorted into police vehicles. Special police attempted to apprehend Yiming and vendor Yongjun. But the number one boss of Yiming province declared, they acted in legitimate self-defense. Do not trouble them. After saying this, the number one boss turned to Lin Guirui and said, Lin Guirui, Lu Hongbo, is this the environment of Linha City under your governance? Is it such a climate that a meal can cost lives? How are the officials managing their duties? What sense of safety do the citizens of Linha City possess? A barrage of questions made the beads of sweat roll down Lin Guirui and Lu Hongbo's foreheads, yet they dared not wipe them away. I present to you 3 demands. First, a 6-month campaign to eradicate organized crime, tracing back 20 years, regardless of who it implicates. They shall be punished severely according to the law. Second, a stringent investigation into protective umbrellas and a thorough examination of the public servant ranks for any bad apples. Third, there must be a significant enhancement of the citizen satisfaction. The number one boss of Yiming province fixed his gaze upon Lin Guirui. Can you accomplish this? Lin Guirui wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Rest assured, boss. We will certainly fulfill this and provide you and the citizens of Linha City with a satisfactory response. Upon concluding his words, the number one boss approached Yiming, patting him on the shoulder. Young man, well done. Society needs individuals like you. Yiming recalled the information about the number one boss. Fu Donghua, male, 53 years old. Family history of cerebral thrombosis. Yiming grasped Fu Donghua's hand. Uncle, have you been experiencing frequent episodes of dizziness and fatigue lately, with no discernible issues upon examination? And sometimes feeling a sense of heaviness in your head? Fu Guodong was taken aback, gazing at Yiming with an increasingly unique expression. Moreover, your father suffered from cerebral thrombosis, and despite years of medication and surgery, the effects remain negligible. A year ago, it recurred, and due to his frail condition, surgery was impossible, leading to passive treatment. The bodyguard beside the number one boss immediately took notice. Kid, who are you? How do you know so much about the boss's condition? With a swift motion, a handgun was pointed at Yiming. Speak, who sent you? Yiming showed no fear, merely looking at Boss Fu. Young man, you are correct in everything you say. How did you come to know this? Fu Donghua ordered the bodyguard to lower the firearm, inquiring with a beaming smile. Good sir, I am a physician. Upon shaking your hand, I sense something. Should you harbor any doubts, allow me to predict that in the afternoon 5 days hence, you may encounter a minor ailment. Here is my contact number. As he spoke, Yiming offered his mobile number. Fu Donghua nodded. Very well, I shall keep this number. Should any matters arise, I will reach out to you. With that, Fu Donghua took his leave, and Yiming discreetly slipped away. Once seated in the returning vehicle, boss number one smiled and remarked, this young man may indeed possess exceptional skills. Let us wait a few days. Perhaps the old gentleman's ailment will truly require his expertise. A guard interjected, Boss, I find him unreliable. He appears merely 17 or 18 years of age. How can he be well-versed in traditional Chinese medicine? Even the great masters have struggled with the old gentleman's condition. Can he truly succeed? Let us revisit this in 5 days, came the reply. On the banks of the river, Lin Guirui addressed the vendors. Ladies and gentlemen, we have received orders to initiate a 6-month-long campaign against organized crime in Linha City, delving back 2 decades to rigorously investigate any protective umbrellas. We are determined to ensure a stable and happy living environment for the citizens of Linha City. With over 100 individuals taken into custody, the nefarious forces that had plagued the southwestern region for years were eradicated. The people rejoiced, exclaiming, excellent work. These scoundrels have finally been apprehended. The law is vast and unyielding, and this is the manifestation of karma. They must be punished severely. The citizens applauded the efforts in Linha City. Lu Xinxue, known as Iron Arm, watched from the sidelines, hesitant to show himself. Several of his disciples had been taken by the SWAT team. A new wave of crackdowns was about to commence. Although Lu Xinxue had not engaged in extortion or violence, he had oftentimes acted as an enforcer for others, accepting money to settle disputes. Sensing the need to lay low, he refrained from confronting Yiming and retreated into the shadows. While in a taxi, Yiming's phone rang. It was Li Lanlan calling. Her melodious voice chimed. Dr. Yi, this is Li Lanlan. I'm immensely grateful to you. Had it not been for your miraculous skills, my father's condition would not have improved so swiftly. In gratitude for your immense kindness, and to welcome you tomorrow for my father's treatment, we are organizing a banquet in your honor. I would be honored if you could attend. Might you be available? Faced with the charming invitation from the beautiful woman, Yiming found himself unable to resist and readily accepted. Chapter 60. A reunion with Yiming, unable to decline the invitation from the enchanting lady, immediately acquiesced. That night, a large-scale campaign against organized crime unfolded in Linhe City and indeed throughout the entire province of Heyuan, with many petty thugs apprehended and numerous protective umbrellas dismantled. The streets of Linhe City saw a significant reduction in the presence of colorful-haired ruffians, resulting in a marked improvement in public safety. The citizens of Linhe City lauded the effectiveness of the campaign against organized crime. These events held little relevance to Yiming. Upon returning home, he treated his sister with acupuncture, and her ailment swiftly abated, allowing her to soon return to work. Hearing her brother's words, Yiming was filled with joy and looked forward to resuming her professional duties. Yiming washed up and retired for the night, and the evening passed in silence. Early the next morning, the phone of Yiming rang. Dingling, dingling. He exhaled a long plume of gray mist, having made some progress in his Qingdi Mu Huanggong, yet still falling short of breaking through to the first level. Of course, a moment of enlightenment could very well lead to that breakthrough. He answered the call. The sweet voice of Chun Qianzhong emerged. "Hello, Dr. Yi, are you busy? I would like to ask for your assistance, if possible." As Chun Qianzhong's voice resonated, Yiming recalled the delightful sensation of her soft touch on his shoulders and arms, an indulgent pleasure indeed. Lacking resistance to women, he readily agreed. "I'm not busy. Please speak, Dr. Chun. My lease is about to expire, and I wish to purchase a home instead of renewing the contract. Could you accompany me to explore the real estate market?" "Certainly," Yiming replied. "I'll be there in half an hour." After freshening up, he drove his Audi 8 out of the landlord's community to pick up Chun Qianzhong. Once in the car, Yiming inquired where she wished to view properties. Chun Qianzhong beamed with brilliance. Yiming was her benefactor. The wealth enabling her home purchase was thanks to him. On the night of the stone gambling event, she had invested 100 million, of which he returned 10 million to her. With 10 million in a provincial capital like Linhe City, one could indeed acquire a high-end apartment. They decided to head to Binhai Community, conveniently located near the hospital, with rumors of splendid Riverview apartments at Jiangjing Mansion. The construction group was reputable, having received accolades for quality and service for several consecutive years. Yiming nodded. "Dr. Chun, are you ready? Let's depart." The Audi 8 sped forth like an arrow, the exhilarating thrust felt invigorating, the engine roaring loudly. Upon arriving at the sales office of Jiangjing Mansion, Chun Qianzhong exited first while Yiming found a place to park before joining her. As he approached the entrance, a sharp voice pierced the air. "Humph, what bad luck. Wherever I go, I encounter scum like you. Yiming, are you following me?" Following the voice, Yiming spotted Ilian, accompanied by a frail young man, bespectacled and exuding an air of scholarly demeanor. He could not help but smile wryly. It seemed he had stepped out without checking the calendar, only to run into this woman again. Miss you, just pretend you didn't see me. You take your path, and I shall take mine. Let us avoid crossing each other's waters," he thought, unwilling to engage with such a foolish woman. Ilian scoffed, disdain evident in her tone. "Yiming, what business do you have at the sales office of Jiangjing Mansion? Are you seeking employment? This place is beyond your reach. With your impoverished state, having sold yourself for 500,000 to pay for your sister's medical treatment, do you believe you can afford even a square meter here?" Yiming continued towards the sales office, choosing to ignore her senseless taunts. "Do not boast about the money you made gambling stones that day, as that wealth belongs to others, does it not? I have inquired. You assisted Zheng Fenghua, acting as his lackey. I wonder if he rewarded you at all." Ilian, having lost over 10 million in her gambling venture with Sun Yaowu, had indeed fallen into Yiming's hands. Sun Yaowu believed that Ilian had squandered her fortune, leading to her dismal defeat that fateful night. In his ire, he struck her sharply across the face and dismissed her. Enraged, Ilian found herself unable to harbor hatred for Sun Yaowu. yet her animosity turned towards Yiming. In recent days, through introductions, she had become acquainted with Jing Xiao, the affluent heir of the Yunji Huamian chain, a graduate fresh into society who fell head over heels for the frivolous woman. Their relationship intensified rapidly, with whispers of marriage already in the air, prompting them to visit the Binjiang mansion to explore potential residences. Yunji Huamian is a prominent dining enterprise in Lina City, generating annual revenues in the hundreds of millions. Jing Xiao, unencumbered by financial strain, brought his girlfriend along to view properties that pique Yu Ilian's interest. Adjusting his glasses, Jing Xiao inquired, "And who might this be?" With a cold smile, Yu Ilian responded, "My classmate. His sister is ill and hospitalized, and he has pledged a dowry of 500,000 to marry the eldest daughter of the Qinjiao group, Yu. One wonders if she is alive or has perished, as he seems to be putting on a fade by visiting Binjiang Mansion. Perhaps he is merely assisting his elder brother Zheng Fenghua in house hunting, resigned to be a sycophant." Jing Xiao chuckled, observing Yi Yiming's smug expression. "My friend, Binjiang Mansion is a luxury development. Seeking an affordable housing unit here is rather ill-advised. The recent launches in neighboring complexes are priced above 10,000 per square meter, while this place ranges from 50 to 60,000. It is not within the reach of ordinary individuals. Perhaps you should consider those other options to avoid tarnishing the ambience of Binjiang Mansion." Gaining entry to the sales office was no simple feat, and one ought to be wary of the embarrassment that could ensue from being denied entry. Yi Yiming smiled. "Jing Xiao, we are strangers, and such remarks are rather inappropriate. Wouldn't you agree? Some women, after luring one man, proceed to entice another. Beware, lest you find yourself in a predicament." Jing Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but his anger swiftly ignited. Yu Ilian, incensed, exclaimed, "Yi Yiming, you scoundrel, apologize this instant, or you shall not depart." Jing Xiao blocked Yi Yiming's path, asserting, "Words carry weight. You must apologize." Jing Xiao's frustration mounted. It was a challenge to see the woman he admired being denigrated by Yi Yiming, and he could scarcely contain his wrath. Yu Ilian's fury escalated further. "Yi Yiming, your words are pure drivel. You envy my fortune in finding an ideal partner, young and affluent, unlike you, who must suffer the indignity of being a live-in son-in-law, never even having held a woman's hand. You deserve this fate. You deserve to be a single dog tethered to a married life." Just then, Chun Qianzhe stepped out of the sales office, having overheard their exchange. Her heels clicked against the floor as she approached Yi Yiming, linking her arm with his and warmly draping her shoulder against him. With a fierce glare directed at Yu Ilian, she declared, "Yu Ilian, what nonsense are you spouting? You dare call my Mingming a single dog? You're the true single dog here. Watch your words, or I shall tear your mouth apart. If you wish to bully my Mingming, you must first seek my permission." "Mingming, let us go. We're here to view properties," she said, pulling Yi Yiming toward the sales office, continuing, "If you find a place you fancy, be sure to let me know, and we shall purchase that very one." Chapter 61. Reluctantly accepting Chun Qianzhe's draped her arm around Yi Yiming, her soft and abundant form intimately pressed against his right arm, exuding a mature allure reminiscent of a perfectly ripened peach, captivatingly fragrant and utterly appetizing. Jing Xiao found himself momentarily entranced by Chun Qianzhe's presence. She was exuberant, generous, bold, voluptuous, affluent, and commanding, drawing his gaze with an irresistible magnetism. He stared at her, utterly spellbound. Yu Ilian, observing Jing Xiao's lack of composure, felt an overwhelming urge to kick him, for he was the golden son-in-law she had painstakingly reeled in, and she dared not express her frustration. "Humph, Yi Yiming, you worthless leech, what is so remarkable about you?" Yi Yiming chuckled, addressing Yu Ilian. "You claim I rely on others? I find great comfort in it, as my beautiful doctor sister is willing to buy me a home. I could easily rely on my looks to make a living, but fate has granted me the opportunity to depend on my talents instead. I can assure you, the house my doctor sister buys for me will surpass that of any pretty boy." Yu Ilian playfully twisted Jing Xiao's arm, pouting. "Jing Xiao, he looks down on you, saying the house you purchased pales in comparison to what that woman buys. Jing Xiao's eyes sparkled with determination. He believed himself 1,000 times superior to Yi Yiming. If he could showcase his prowess before the mature doctor, winning her affection would indeed be a tremendous triumph. Who says we can't buy the largest apartment available? He declared with an air of confidence. Upon entering the sales office, they were greeted by a scale model of Binjiang Mansion, with towering buildings and villa models lining the riverbank, presenting a unique charm of living beside the flowing waters. Two sales representatives approached to assist Jing Xiao and Yi Yiming. Gentlemen, what size apartment are you interested in? Our properties at Binjiang Mansion are undoubtedly a worthwhile investment. Jing Xiao boldly inquired, what is the largest suite available at Binjiang Mansion? The sales representative's heart leapt with joy, recognizing a significant client, 220 square meters, with an additional 30 square meters complimentary. She gestured toward the buildings closest to the river, explaining, these three towers boast the best locations and largest spaces. You may choose from among them. Jing Xiao nodded in satisfaction, knowing that Binjiang Mansion, developed by a reputable construction group, was a solid investment. He took a liking to a unit on the 16th floor. The sales representative calculated the price, offering a discounted rate of 55,000 per square meter, totaling 1 million for 220 square meters. Adhering to a customer-first philosophy, she added a further discount of 100,000, bringing the price to 12 million. With a beaming smile, she asked, handsome sir, beautiful lady, how would you like to proceed? Full payment or installment plan? Jing Xiao responded grandly, let us pay in full. I'll use my card. The sales representative, trembling with excitement, took the card, overwhelmed by the strength of this client. The paperwork for the property was swiftly completed. Yilian, clutching the deed, beamed as she observed Chun Qianzhe's and Yi Yiming, curious about the type of home they would select. Chun Qianzhe's soon settled on a 120 square meter apartment, and the paperwork was completed without delay. Yulian sneered, who was boasting just now, claiming that their purchased house would undoubtedly surpass her spacious residence. We in Jingxiao acquired a grand abode of 220 square meters, while you settled for a modest one of merely 120. How embarrassing for you. You prattled on about your achievements, yet ended up with an inconspicuous little house. Truly shameful. Jing Xiao gazed at Chun Qianzhu, his face adorned with a beaming smile. My dear, those who lack substance and rely on the fortunes of others are destined for a bleak future. When seeking a partner, one should aspire to find a youthful and affluent individual. Here, take my business card. Jing Xiao cheerfully extended his card, but Chun Qianzhu did not even glance at it. Instead, she clung to Yi Yiming's arm. Yiming, shall we go check out the house? Let's thoughtfully consider the design. What do you think? Yi Yiming chuckled, caressing Chun Qianzhu's delicate hand, utterly enraptured. Certainly, let's explore our new home. Jing Xiao seethed with indignation, silently cursing Chun Qianzhu for her lack of appreciation. Yulian mocked Yi Yiming. And what of you, Yi Yiming? What does your dependence on others amount to? You can never rival me. My family, Jing Xiao, is the heir to the Yunji Huamian chain, wealthy beyond measure, while you, rural son-in-law, are unworthy of even carrying Jing Xiao's shoes. Confined to your diminutive 120 square meters, you shall never dwell in a grand abode. Yi Yiming halted his steps, unwilling to stoop to Yulian's level. Yet she persisted, relentless. How can you presume that I will never reside in a spacious house? Yulian, invigorated by the confrontation, laughed heartily. Huh, a son-in-law who sold himself for 500,000 still dreams of grandeur. Keep dreaming. You are a country bumpkin and will forever remain one, never to rise above your station. At that moment, Yi Yiming's phone rang. He answered, hello, is this Dr. Yi? This is Xiao Jing, secretary to Mr. Huang. Do you have time to come and collect the villa? Yi Yiming replied that he had already arrived. Xiao Jing stated she would be there shortly. Yi Yiming smiled and remarked, a country bumpkin will always be just that, as you accurately pointed out. Yet, it is you who lacks worldly experience. Must one pay for a house? How embarrassing. If only you can wait 10 minutes, the construction group will give me a large villa at Binjiang Mansion. Do you believe it? Upon hearing Yi Yiming's words, Yulian's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she were gazing at an extraterrestrial. Then, she burst into laughter. Huh, what a tall tale. The construction group is giving you a villa? Why not claim you're heading to the heavens instead? Why are there so few cows in the world? Have you scared them all away with your boasting? She turned to the crowd, exclaiming, "Everyone, here's my classmate, the intern doctor dismissed from the People S Hospital. He claims Binjiang Mansion will gift him a villa free of charge. Do you believe him?" Those present at the sales office, intrigued by this outrageous claim, regarded Yiming as if he were a fool, their expressions rife with disbelief. A villa from Binjiang Mansion? You must be worthy of it. Keep dreaming. A villa costs at least 1 or 200 million. Binjiang Mansion has lost its mind if they plan to give you one. The younger generation today, it seems, is utterly disconnected from reality. Whispers about Yiming circulated, with many deeming him unreliable. With a hearty laugh, Yiming proclaimed, "Ha ha, did you see that? This is the consequence of your arrogance. No one respects you. You have deceived Dr. Chun, but the public's eyes are discerning. You're nothing but a wretched fraud who should be expelled from Binjiang Mansion. This establishment cannot harbor such unreliable, uncouth country bumpkins as they diminish its stature." At that moment, a cool voice interjected silence. "Do you realize the gravity of insulting Mr. Huang's esteemed guest at Binjiang Mansion? Do you know how to write the word death? Who dares claim that Dr. Yi is boastful? Our boss has declared that, doctor. You may select any villa from Binjiang Mansion. As you can see, the villas marked with red flags have been sold. You may choose freely from the remaining options as a token of Mr. Huang's gratitude." Xiao Jing beamed as she spoke. Yiming, smiling as well, replied grandly, "Since Mr. Huang is so sincere, I cannot refuse to uphold his dignity, so I shall reluctantly accept." Chapter 62. The expulsion of Yu Ilian. Listening to Yiming's pretentious remarks, the onlookers seethed with resentment, secretly cursing. What an insufferable jerk. Mr. Huang gives him a villa, and he pretends to be reluctant about accepting it. It's infuriating. May karma strike him down. Envy and disdain filled their gazes as they fixated on Yiming, their emotions in turmoil. Even Chun Qianjue was taken aback. Disbelief etched across her face. Had Binjiang Mansion truly gifted Yiming a villa worth hundreds of millions? Was she mistaken? What had Yiming done to deserve such fortune? Yu Ilian was momentarily stunned, but her fury soon reached its peak. She could not fathom how Yiming had stumbled upon such extraordinary luck, continually stepping over her head. During her time with Sun Yaowu, Yiming casually purchased a stone worth over 100 million, leading to Sun scolding her and ultimately driving her away. After finally associating with the young master of Yunji Noodle House, selling a villa to demonstrate superiority and suppress Yiming's arrogance. She never anticipated that Binjiang Mansion would gift him a villa in the blink of an eye. Yu Ilian was on the verge of losing her composure. She could no longer contain herself. Yiming was an unrefined country bumpkin, a useless son-in-law married into the Shui family, while she was a refined young lady from Lina City. How could she continue to be overshadowed by this rustic fool? Yiming, how did you deceive Mr. Huang into gifting you a villa? Speak, Yu Ilian demanded, her anger boiling over as she pointed at him. What skills do you possess? Is it merely clinging to Dr. Chen's coattails? Xiao Jing, do not be fooled by him. He is a con artist, a man living off others. Yiming remained silent. Chun Qianjue attempted to speak, but Yiming held her back. Xiao Jing's expression grew increasingly dark. Yiming had cured Mr. Huang's ailment, for which Mr. Huang was immensely grateful, gifting Dr. a villa. Yiming was someone Mr. Huang had specifically instructed to be befriended, yet here he was being publicly interrogated at the Binjiang Mansion sales office. What kind of disrespect was this? If Mr. Huang were to learn of it, would he have a good son? She raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to Yu Ilian's face. Slap. The sound of the slap echoed sharply. The sales office staff were taken aback. Xiao Jing, exuding confidence, pointed at Yu Ilian and declared, Dr. Yi is a distinguished guest of General Huang. How dare you question or trouble him? She promptly canceled her purchase of the house. From now on, any properties developed by the construction group shall not be sold to this woman. Security was instructed to escort her out. The sales representative asked Jing Xiao and the others to vacate the premises, and they were swiftly expelled from the sales office. Bang! They were unceremoniously thrust outside. Bystanders pointed and whispered about Yu Ilian, perceiving her as a shrew, berating a guest of General Huang, and deemed it fitting that she was expelled. Creating a ruckus at the Binjiang Mansion sales office was a foolhardy endeavor. This is the consequence of overestimating oneself. Yu Ilian and Jing Xiao, their faces flushed with embarrassment, hurriedly got into their car and fled. The crowd remained oblivious to the relationship between Yiming and General Huang, eagerly awaiting the unfolding events. Yiming examined the model, gesturing toward the villa adjacent to the forest, and said, "Xiaojing, I'll take this one. Xiaojing Similet, Doktorye." This is one of the 10 finest villas in Binjiang Mansion. It spans 600 square meters and is already beautifully furnished. Do you have your ID with you? I can facilitate the transfer, and you may visit the property first. Yiming nodded in agreement. Upon entering the villa, which boasted 3 levels of 200 square meters each, the opulent decor was striking, and with a few additional appliances, it would be complete. Chen Qianzizu exclaimed, "Wow, what a gorgeous house. I want to live here. It's far superior to the one I bought." Yiming replied, "You can reside here with my sister. You two can occupy an entire floor. How does that sound?" Chen Qianzizu beamed. "Are you serious, Yiming?" He confirmed, "Why would I deceive you?" In a burst of joy, Chen Qianzizu kissed Yiming on the cheek, exclaiming, "Wonderful." Yiming touched his lips, reflecting on the fleeting nature of the kiss and wishing it had lingered a little longer, for that sensation was truly enchanting. Bang! Chen Qianzizu flung herself onto the grand bed, bouncing up and down, her exuberance becoming increasingly pronounced. Yiming, captivated by her enthusiasm, felt his composure nearly falter. "Dr. Chen, you are tempting fate." She chuckled. "Little brother, should I give you a lesson?" As she spoke, she seized Yiming's hand, attempting to embrace him. At that moment, his phone rang, playing a familiar melody. "You are on the lookout, above the moon." The tune interrupted the playful atmosphere between them. "Yiming answered. Hello, Doktorye. The appliances have arrived. Please accept the delivery. The vehicle is waiting at the entrance." Upon hearing Xiaojing's words, warmth surged through Yiming, reinforcing his appreciation for General Huang. The general's cardiovascular condition was hereditary. The previous treatment had merely alleviated symptoms without effecting a complete cure. Given General Huang's earnestness, Yiming resolved to aid him in achieving full health. Chen Qianzizu directed the arrangements for the appliances, while Yiming dialed General Huang's number. "Hello, who is this?" "General Huang, it's me, Yiming." "Ah, Dr. Yi, my dear brother, where are you? Have you taken possession of the house?" "Thank you, General Huang. I have chosen the 5th villa." "Haha, my dear brother, I am right next to you. I will return home in half an hour. Let us indulge in a couple of drinks this afternoon." After finishing the phone call, the appliances and belongings have been arranged. Everything is ready, just awaiting Dr. Ye's housewarming. Chen Qianzizu chuckled and remarked, "Dr. Yi, it feels surreal. When your sister was hospitalized, you became a son-in-law to cover the medical expenses, and now everything seems to have transformed so magically." Upon hearing Chen Qianzizu's words, Yiming felt a tremor in his heart and silently mused. Women's intuition is remarkably acute. He chuckled foolishly. "That is because I have encountered fortuitous events and obtained a golden finger." Chen Qianzizu considered Yiming's response dismissive and scoffed. "If you do not wish to elaborate, so be it. Golden finger? Do you think this is a fantastical novel written by the flowing years? Honestly, fortuitous encounters and golden fingers. Why not say, is heaven's will?" Yiming could only smile wryly, for in truth, Chen Qianzizu still did not believe him. Just then a deep voice resonated, Brother Yi." As the call echoed, General Huang arrived at Yiming's villa courtyard. Yiming and Chen Qianzizu quickly went out to greet him. General Huang grasped Yiming's hand. "Brother, I may be presumptuous in calling you brother, but if it were not for you, I would not know where I might have ended up." Yiming smiled and replied, "As you say, those destined for good fortune shall receive divine assistance. If I do not intervene, others would surely come to my aid." Upon entering the house and exchanging pleasantries, Yiming said, "Brother, your ailment is hereditary. It is not apparent when it is dormant, but it can be perilous when it manifests. When you exert yourself, your complexion pales, and you struggle for breath. Is that not so?" Huang Wenlong nodded. "Indeed, brother, what should I do?" Yiming responded, brother. 6 acupuncture sessions will completely cure you. Huang's eyes brightened instantly. That's wonderful. Thank you, dear brother. He clasped Yiming's hand tightly. Chapter 63. Save my nephew. General Huang warmly invited Yiming to visit his home. Their residences were adjacent, merely a few steps apart. Huang Wenlong said, brother, I have informed my wife to prepare a couple of dishes. Let's enjoy some drinks together, and my sister-in-law shall join us. From now on, my home shall be your home as well. Upon hearing General Huang refer to her as sister-in-law, Chen Qianzhe's heart raced, and a wave of sweetness surged within her, enveloping her entirely, causing her cheeks to flush and her allure to heighten. Of course, what delighted her even more was the return of the money for the house. It remained hers, rendering her the fortunate owner of a property. Upon reaching Huang Wenlong's home, a woman in her 30s emerged, donned in an apron, seemingly engaged in cooking. She was tall and possessed an attractive figure, appearing to be in her 20s, exuding an enchanting feminine charm. With a beaming smile, she looked at Yiming and Chen Qianzhe. You two are indeed an enviable pair, a golden boy and jade girl. The man is dashing, and the woman is beautiful. Come, have a seat, enjoy some tea and fruit. As she spoke, she guided Chen Qianzhe to sit on the sofa. Old Huang has returned home, singing praises of Dr. Yi, stating that Dr. Yi is his savior. Without Dr. Yi, he truly does not know what would have happened. In a casual conversation, Huang Wendong's wife, Situ Zhirong, went to prepare a meal, with Chen Qianzhong accompanying her to the kitchen to lend a hand. Yiming was administering acupuncture to Mr. Huang once again. Dinner was served. Huang Wendong inquired of Yiming, brother, how is my health coming along? Yiming smiled and replied, it is approximately equivalent to that of a 40-year-old. At that moment, Huang Wendong's eyes sparkled with excitement. At the age of 40, a man is in his prime. If he truly reaches such a condition, what endeavors would be beyond his grasp? Situ Zhirong interjected, Dr. Yi, my husband has relied on medication for many years. Are you suggesting that he may be able to free himself from these medications in the future? Yiming chuckled, sister-in-law, your brother-in-law manages an extensive construction group, exerting his mental and physical energies far beyond the average person. His irregular lifestyle has led to imbalances, manifesting as fatigue in his limbs and symptoms of heat and cold. I have addressed these issues comprehensively. As long as he adheres to the prescribed medications and observes the necessary precautions, within 2 months, he shall be as vibrant as a dragon. Situ Zhirong smiled, though her expression bore a hint of concern. Yiming observed, sister-in-law, your smile conceals a burden. Your spirit seems troubled. Pray, do take care of yourself. Is there something weighing on your mind? Huang Wendong sighed wryly, brother. You have indeed hit the nail on the head. Yesterday, my sister-in-law's younger sibling took her child out for a trip and was involved in an accident. Thanks to the efforts of skilled medical personnel, the child survived but is now in a coma, exceeding the expected recovery time. My sister-in-law is understandably distressed about her nephew's condition. Situ Zhirong sighed deeply. My sister has faced misfortune. Her husband disappeared years ago, leaving her to single-handedly raise her child while establishing a thriving food company. Just as the business flourished, this unfortunate incident occurred. If anything were to happen to that child, how can my sister endure it? Dr. Yi, could you possibly extend your assistance? Yiming asked. Was the accident near the intersection close to the People's Hospital? Situ Zhirong nodded. Yes, how did you know? Yiming smiled. Sister-in-law, I didn't merely read about it. I was present at the scene. Both Situ Zhirong and Huang Wendong were taken aback, their gazes towards Yiming shifting. They had heard from Situ Zhirong's sister, Situ Zhirue, that when the doctors from the People's Hospital arrived at the scene, they assessed the child and declared him lifeless. Yet, a young man intervened and miraculously revived him. Could it be that you, Dr. Yi, were the one who brought my nephew back from the brink of death? Situ Zhirong's voice trembled with emotion. Yiming nodded with a smile. Situ Zhirong rose to express her gratitude. Brother, you have saved my sister and her child. I have a humble request. Could you visit the hospital to see my nephew? Yiming recalled the charming little boy in his school uniform, no more than 7 or 8 years old. He offered a wry smile. Sister-in-law, to be candid, I had to leave the accident scene shortly after. I intended to visit the little one last night, but with so many pressing matters, I regrettably forgot. The child's injuries are not severe and should heal quickly. How could he be in coma? After we have had our meal, let us go to the hospital together, as Dr. Chun is also on duty. In the corridor on the 16th floor of the People's Hospital, a young woman in her 20s sits in a chair, her features reminiscent of Situ Girong, with skin as smooth as jade and an oval face, embodying the quintessential beauty that captivates men. She appears somewhat haggard, her hair disheveled, and her emotions are in disarray. She has been waiting in the hospital for over 30 hours, and her son, Bing Bing, has yet to awaken. The doctor has stated that if they can overcome this critical juncture, the child will be fine. If not, there is little hope. Today is an exceptionally crucial moment. Yang Jixiong stands beside Situ Zhiwei, and a fleeting, complex gaze passes through his eyes as he comforts her. Rui, do not worry. Bing Bing will surely recover. I have spoken to Director Zhang, and they assure me that they can treat Bing Bing. In truth, Yang Jixiong secretly wishes that Bing Bing would vanish at this moment. As the general manager of Dafu Jewelry Company, he has set his sights on Sanwang Food Company, Limited, as a pioneer and leader in China's frozen food industry. Sanwang Food has consistently been at the forefront of delicious and healthy frozen foods in China. Its trademark was among the first to be recognized as a famous Chinese brand, and it has been listed among the top 100 most valuable brands in China for several consecutive years. Securing Situ Zhiwei would mean that Sanwang Food is within his grasp, allowing his commercial empire to expand rapidly and fulfill his ambitions. Thus, for years, Yang Jixiong has relentlessly pursued Situ Zhiwei. Without even glancing at Yang Jixiong, Situ Zhiwei says, Manager Yang, you may leave. Dafu Jewelry Company has many matters to manage. There is no need to waste your efforts here. Yang Jixiong places his hand on Situ Zhiwei's shoulder. Rui, do not worry. With us around, Bing Bing will be safe. Whatever challenges arise, I will shoulder them with you. Situ Zhiwei brushes off Yang Jixiong's hand. Yang Jixiong, do not speak so sentimentally. We are not that close. Moreover, you need not concern yourself with my son's situation. Just then, the door to the ward opens and Director Zhang, in his 40s, steps out. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Jixiong approaches him. Director Zhang, how is Bing Bing's condition? Director Zhang sighs. Chairman Situ, the child has not yet escaped danger. Whether he can overcome this hurdle will depend on this next hour. Situ Zhiwei steps forward and grasps Director Zhang's hand. Director Zhang, you must save my Bing Bing. I implore you. As she speaks, Situ Zhiwei presents a check for 5 million. Director Zhang, I beg you to take care. Just as Director Zhang reaches for the check, a voice interrupts. Director Zhang, do not extend your hand. Startled, Director Zhang retracts his hand, noticing a young man accompanied by a couple approaching from around the corner. Chapter 64. Who are you? Director Zhang's outstretched hand trembles as it curls back. He is infuriated by the presence of this young man. If it weren't for this meddlesome individual, 5 million would have been securely in hand. Just because of a single utterance from this young man, the proverbial duck that was almost in hand has flown away. That was 5 million. Fury instantly erupted as he glared at Yiming. Who are you? Making such a ruckus? This is a hospital, my department, and I do not welcome your presence. You must leave. The department head, like a king in his realm, wielded substantial authority, causing the deputy director, attending physicians, and nurses to cower as if they were mice before a cat. Who I am is inconsequential. Patients seek treatment and pay their medical fees lawfully. Isn't it rather unscrupulous for Director Zhang to accept red envelopes from others? Yiming's expression turned chilly as he spoke. Director Zhang looked at Yiming and chuckled. Ha ha, young man, are you looking for trouble? Which of your eyes saw me accepting a bribe? I returned Chairman Situ's check. I still possess some medical ethics. Yiming smiled. Is that so? Chairman Situ's son, Bing Bing, has 2 broken ribs, but they have already healed. His skull is slightly fractured and merely requires suturing. His left arm has some fractures, and while his liver is somewhat damaged, it's not severe. Why then is he in a state of unconsciousness? How can he remain in that condition for over 30 hours? Explain yourself. Upon hearing Yiming's words, Director Zhang's heart raced erratically, and his gaze towards Yi Yiming brimmed with astonishment. The young man spoke with uncanny accuracy, causing Zheng to suspect that someone had leaked the patient's information. How could this seemingly inconspicuous young man possess such precise knowledge? Little did he know that Yi Yiming, endowed with extraordinary metaphysical abilities, had discerned the child's condition when he sent Bing's spirit back. He had already altered the case details. Having accepted Yang Jixiong's bribe and ingratiated himself with the affluent Zhuobao company, he was certainly obliged to serve Yang. Nonsense. The patient's condition is far more severe than you describe. His spleen and liver are damaged. Multiple fractures exist, particularly one rib that nearly pierced his heart. If we hadn't performed emergency measures for 4 to 5 hours, the child would have perished. Director Zheng bellowed. Why should I explain this to you? Guards, throw him out. I will not tolerate such scum coming here to stir trouble. If the child is to be treated, let it be done properly. If not, leave. Situ Zhuwei gazed at Yi Yiming in a daze, tears streaming down her cheeks. She could never forget the scene of the accident. Doctors from the People's Hospital, including renowned experts from Henan Province and Professor Zhang from the Health Department, all believed the child had no vital signs and urged her to give up. Only this young man claimed the child could be saved, and he truly did save him. Doctor, you have come. Situ Zhuwei cried, her face awash with tears. Please, save my son. Yi Yiming nodded. Chairman Situ, I have come with General Huang to treat Bing. I am fully aware of the child's symptoms and assure you, they are not as dire as Director Zheng claims. I am certain there is some foul play at work here. Director Zheng resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his fur bristling in indignation. You are speaking nonsense, casting baseless accusations. Security, throw him out. Director Zheng muttered. To accuse me is to slander the People's Hospital, and I will not abide by it. Director Zheng turned to look at Situ Zhuwei and said, Director Situ, we are fighting for your son's life. Do you trust me or this young man? Situ Zhuwei fixed her gaze on Director Zheng, her expression icy. Director Zheng, I place my faith in Dr. Yi. It is a rarity to find a physician capable of reviving the dead, and Dr. Yi Yiming's selfless dedication to saving lives starkly contrasts with your insatiable greed. Director Zheng was taken aback. Director Situ, you trust him? Pointing at Yi Yiming, he remarked, he is merely a country bumpkin, perhaps having studied medicine for only a brief period. How can you trust a young man whose experience is negligible over my seasoned expertise? Director Zheng felt an urge to berate Situ Zhuwei for her seemingly impaired judgment. He scrutinized Yi Yiming, clad in inexpensive attire, questioning his capabilities. At 17 or 18, apart from articulating the patient's symptoms, he possessed no extraordinary skills. Situ Zhuwei nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I believe in him because it was he who snatched my child from the clutches of death when all others had declared him lost. He has given me hope for my child's survival, and if he asserts that my child is fine, then I have every reason to believe him. Director Zheng's heart sank as he regarded Yi Yiming with disbelief. He had heard of the accident, the miraculous revival of Bing after Professor Zhang had pronounced him dead. Yet he had not anticipated that the miraculous young man was the very one before him. Director Zheng, Situ Zhuwei, continued, if my child suffers even the slightest issue, I will ensure you face the consequences, even if it means exhausting my resources at the Sanwang Food Company. Director Zheng's face turned ashen with anger. Director Situ, you ought to trust the hospital and its physicians, rather than a young man who is yet to fully mature. His success was merely a stroke of luck. At that moment, security arrived. Director, what is happening here? Who is causing a disturbance? Disrupting the hospital? Do you wish to be imprisoned? Uninvited guests, please exit at once. The security personnel approached aggressively. Director Zheng coldly instructed, remove him from here. He is spreading chaos. Fear gripped Director Zheng. Having accepted a bribe from Yang Jixiong to ensure Bing's gradual demise, he had orchestrated a 36-hour coma. Yi Yiming's revelations had exposed his deceit, and he realized the gravity of the situation. If not handled delicately, he risked angering the chairman of Sanwang Frozen Foods and the head of Huang's construction group, both of whom could easily ruin him. Therefore, he had to silence Yi Yiming. Remove him at once. Yi Yiming regarded the anxious Director Zheng and said, Director Zheng, It would be prudent for you to present the medical records for my review. Otherwise, you may find yourself in dire straits. Director Zheng scoffed. You wish to see the medical records? On what grounds do you demand access? This is the People's Hospital of Heyuan, not your personal domain. As the head of this department, I am disheartened to be treated unjustly while I strive to save lives. As security attempted to drag Yiming away, they found themselves unable to move him. Yiming fixed his gaze on Director Zheng and employed hypnosis. Director Zheng, how did you treat Bingbing? Speak the truth. Director Zheng's eyes closed, his expression vacant. Although Bingbing's condition was not particularly severe, young Master Yang sought to leverage the situation to eliminate him. Consequently, he instructed me to devise a means to fabricate a medical mishap, promising me a sum of 10 million should I succeed. Yang Jixiong loathed Director Zheng. Director Zheng, you speak falsely. You slander me. My love for Situ Zhiruwei extends to her child. I would never commit such an unconscionable act. Furious, he was intent on striking Director Zheng to rouse him from his folly. Chapter 65. The Enraged Situ Zhiruwei. Additional update. Just as Yang Jixiong approached Director Zheng with the intent to awaken him, he was intercepted by Situ Zhiruwei. Her gaze pierced through Yang Jixiong like ice, her fury palpable, wishing nothing more than to dispose of the shameless wretch. For 7 or 8 years, she had nurtured Bingbing as her own, ensuring he endured no hardships. Bingbing was the son of a brother who had embarked on a venture with her ex-husband. After a calamity befell that family, her ex-husband entrusted her with the child. Over the years, Situ Zhiruwei had developed a profound bond with the boy. When the accident occurred and the doctors declared him deceased, it was Dr. Ye's miraculous intervention that saved him. Who could have anticipated that Yang Jixiong's machinations would lead to Director Zheng's treachery, igniting Situ Zhiruwei's wrath? With her eyes wide and teeth gritted, her expression morphed into one of unprecedented ferocity. She glared at Yang Jixiong, seething with rage. Yang Jixiong, do you still consider yourself human? Is this what you meant when you claimed to have spoken with Director Zheng, who assured you they could save Bingbing? I never imagined you to be such a scoundrel, wishing to harm my son. Wasn't it you who said that as long as you were present, Bingbing would be safe, that we would face any challenges together? Yang Jixiong, taken aback by the ferocity of Situ Zhiruwei, who resembled a crazed lioness, retreated a few steps, attempting to evade her wrath. Ruei, it is not as you think. Director Zheng speaks deceitfully. I would never act in such a manner. Ruei, consider my love for you. How could I ever cause you harm? Situ Zhiruwei, overwhelmed by revulsion at Yang Jixiong's words, felt nausea rise within her. Silence. Yang Jixiong, I command you to cease. You hypocritical scoundrel, do not utter such words to me. You are unworthy. She pointed accusingly at Director Zheng. What he confessed while under hypnosis must be the truth. Do you still wish to deceive me? You aim to extinguish my son's life, you beast. Situ Zhiruwei's fiery spirit ignited. As the chairwoman of Sanwang Frozen Foods, a formidable woman who had single-handedly elevated the company, how could she refrain from unleashing her fury upon the perpetrator threatening her child's life? She raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to Yang Jixiong's face. The sound echoed, leaving his cheeks swollen. Ruei, you have not allowed me to finish my words. Yet, Situ Zhiruwei delivered another slap. What do you mean? What do you mean? Yang Jixiong endured 5 or 6 consecutive slaps, his face swelling to a height of 2 fingers, crimson as a freshly roasted pig's head. At that moment, Dr. Yi successfully unraveled Director Zheng's hypnosis. Director Zheng opened his eyes, feeling somewhat dazed. He looked at Yang Jixiong and asked, Young Master Yang, what has happened to you? Who struck you? Who dares to? Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Jixiong delivered a resounding slap to his face. Yang Jixiong, expending all his strength, felt that every effort and sacrifice he had made in front of Situ Zhiruwei had been utterly destroyed by Director Zheng. Henceforth, he would have no opportunity left. It's all because of your damned mouth, and you still dare to speak. Yang Jixiong, filled with resentment, struck Director Zheng several more times. What the hell? It was just a bit of hypnosis. You revealed everything. Do you know you're courting death? Sanwang Frozen Foods and the construction group are not to be trifled with. Take care of yourself. After delivering a thorough beating to Director Zheng, Yang Jixiong strode away. Huang Wenlong snorted coldly. Yang Jixiong, this matter is far from over. Dafu Jewelry Company should prepare itself. President Huang was furious. He had seen bullying before, but never to such an extent. He had encountered shamelessness, but never to such a degree. Yang Jixiong was utterly vile. If he weren't taught a lesson, he would believe no one in Linhe City could control him. As Yang Jixiong was leaving, he staggered slightly, nearly losing his balance. He realized the gravity of the situation. With President Huang involved, there would undoubtedly be significant turmoil for Dafu Jewelry Company, as they operated on different levels. He needed to inform his father immediately to devise a solution. Dean Yuangxin arrived, and upon seeing the security guard standing beside Yiming, was filled with rage. He pointed at the guard and demanded, "What are you doing? Dr. Yi is a miracle worker of this hospital. Who dares to lay a finger on him? I will have you destroyed. How could they be so blind?" He, the dean, was trying to win over Yiming, and these fools thought they could deal with him? Then, Dean Yuangxin inquired about the events that transpired. Upon hearing Situ Zhurui's account, he was shocked into a stupor. Just how brainless must Director Zhang be to commit such a profoundly foolish act? How utterly blind, not recognizing that the individuals before him were the heads of the construction group and Sanwang Frozen Foods. Did he not think to inquire before acting? If these two sought to make trouble for the hospital, it would spell serious trouble. The more he considered it, the more his anger grew. How could someone of Zhang's age be so foolish? He had dug a deep pit for both himself and the hospital, creating an insurmountable problem. His fury mounting, Dean Yuangxin unleashed a torrent of punches and kicks upon Director Zheng. He only ceased when the police officers from the station arrived. Pointing at Zheng, he exclaimed, "Damn it, can't you use your brain? Do you not realize you are courting your own demise?" Director Zheng was already terrified. How could he not understand the power of Sanwang Foods and the construction group? They were colossal enterprises in Linhe City. Crushing him would be as easy as squashing an ant. He had been blinded by the lure of 10 million. It was a staggering sum that led him to commit such a foolish act. As the cold handcuffs clamped around his wrists, Director Zheng finally felt fear. Director Situ, "President Huang, Dean, please let me go. I realize my mistake. You all know that I possess the most profound understanding of the patient's condition. I am determined to save Bing Bing and redeem myself from my transgressions. Dean, I implore you to grant me this one chance. I am indeed lost in confusion." Director Zheng appears utterly petrified, as if clinging desperately to a lifeline, pleading for mercy. "You understand the illness?" Yiming scoffed. "Take him away. Who would dare to employ such a malevolent physician?" At that moment, the door swung open, and a nurse hurriedly entered. "Director Zheng, something is amiss with the child in bed number 8. You must come quickly." Dean Yuan coldly ordered the police to delay taking Director Zheng, allowing him to accompany them into the ward. Situ Zhurui, Situ Zhurong, and Huang Wenlong called out to Yi Yiming, "Dr. Yi, you must save Bing Bing. You must bring him back to life." Especially Situ Zhurui, whose face was streaked with tears, pleaded, "Dr. Yi, I beg you." Inside the ward, Yi Yiming and his colleagues observed Bing Bing trembling uncontrollably. This reaction indicated the child's body was resisting the medication. If the symptoms failed to alleviate, it would not be long before the child could not be saved. Yi Yiming turned to Director Zheng. "Is this the life you sought to save? Are you truly the kind of doctor who values money over life? How could you bear to endanger a living child? Does your conscience not ache?" Chapter 66. Treating Bing Bing. Yiming was overwhelmed by the impulse to strike Director Zheng. It was utterly appalling. He had deliberately induced internal organ damage in Bing Bing and administered the wrong medication. It would exact a heavy toll, not only on a child of 7 or 8 who suffered an accident, but even on a robust young adult. Director Zheng, for a mere pittance, you intentionally harmed Bing Bing's liver and stomach and misapplied the medication. Does your heart not ache? Are you even human? Little Bing Bing was trembling, a manifestation of his body's inability to cope. Such violent convulsions could claim the child's life in an instant. With crocodile tears, Director Zheng lamented, "Dr. Yi, I never anticipated it would turn out this way. What can we do? How can we save the child?" Yi Yiming removed the child's shirt, sterilized the silver needles. and administered an acupuncture treatment. The 5 elements life-draining needles. With 5 needles, even an individual on the brink of death could be sustained long enough to provide a chance for rescue. The techniques were swift and deft. In the blink of an eye, 4 needles were placed. Now, for the final needle, Qilin brings auspiciousness. With the insertion of the last needle, Bingbing's rapid convulsions began to subside. Dean Yuan observed the efficacy of the acupuncture treatment. Yiming's hands moved with precision, pinching, flicking, pressing, and sweeping, as the 5 silver needles hummed with energy. Director Zheng watched in bewilderment at Yiming's method. As a surgeon, he was adept with scalpel and surgery, but he had no knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Can this truly work? He grew anxious. If the patient faltered, his responsibility would only intensify. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Dean, is acupuncture truly effective? Surgical intervention may be necessary. This approach might exacerbate the patient's condition. Dean Yuan sharply admonished him. Silence. Dr. Yi possesses the remarkable ability to heal cancer using silver needles. Can you believe that? Just because you cannot does not imply that others are incapable. Observe closely. Before long, we witnessed Bingbing drenched in perspiration. This was the result of Yiming employing the Qingdi Muhuang technique to expel the harmful substances from Bingbing's body, alleviating the child's burdens. Subsequently, Yiming traced intricate patterns in the air, resembling talismans. With a mere gesture of his hand, the drawn symbols ignited dramatically. Then, he took a bowl of water and sprinkled it over little Bingbing, akin to the pure water from the jade vase of Guanyin Bodhisattva, evenly showering the child with it. Director Zheng stood in stunned silence, bewildered by what he was witnessing. Was this the use of talismans, incantations, or sorcery? Had it not been for the presence of the hospital director, he would have been furious by now. Yiming was resorting to ancient, scientifically unproven methods, employing deceptive tactics from a bygone era in this 21st century, which was utterly intolerable for him as a surgeon and staunch materialist who dismissed such archaic witchcraft. Director, he is being reckless. If this method could indeed cure ailments, I would willingly face legal repercussions. Should the patient fail to recover, I refuse to bear any responsibility. I have a 60% certainty of healing the child, yet with his interference, the outcome is now uncertain. Before Director Yuengxin could respond, Yiming interjected. Then prepare for a lawsuit and serve a long sentence. In 15 minutes, I will present you with a lively child. Zheng, taken aback by Yiming's words, was filled with skepticism. Having practiced medicine for many years, he was a renowned surgeon in Heiyuan province, earning his reputation through his surgical prowess. It was no wonder he held a position as the director at the People's Hospital of Heiyuan amidst a pool of talented individuals. He had never witnessed nor heard of such surgical treatments and could not fathom how Yiming could heal Bingbing. Attempting to deceive him was a grave miscalculation. Dr. Yi, should the patient not recover and anything unfortunate occur, I will not be held accountable. Naturally, I will accept responsibility where it is due and face any consequences. Outside the ward, Situjue paced back and forth like an ant on a hot pan, utterly flustered. The situation had unfolded so abruptly. She never anticipated such an occurrence. A simple outing with her child turned disastrous with an accident, and now, at the hospital, she felt betrayed by the doctor. This was a scenario that seemed fit for a novel, yet it had intruded upon her life. Fear gripped Situ Zhurue as her bond with Bingbing was genuine, and she truly feared losing her child. Situ Zhurong looked at her sister with concern and urged, "Sister, do not worry. Dr. Yi will surely heal Bingbing. He has the power to bring him back to life. How could he not save the child?" Huang Wenlong added, "Sister, when Dr. Yi rescued me, the esteemed physician Mr. Bai Yinxing from Lina City had failed miserably. Dr. Yi, with a mere touch, cured me. Rest assured, with Dr. Yi's expertise, Bingbing will be just fine." With the unanimous encouragement from her sister and brother-in-law, Situ Zhurui gradually began to relax. "Heaven, please bless us and let the child recover swiftly. If there are any transgressions, I am willing to bear them in place of my child." Inside the treatment room, Bingbing lay asleep. Yiming stood vigil over the patient. Director Zheng was agitated. "Yiming, what are you doing? You are playing with lives, do you understand? In such a critical moment, you are wasting precious time. He realized that only if Bing Bing recovered would he have a chance at freedom. If anything happened to Bing Bing, he could very well languish in prison indefinitely. He was unwilling to accept this fate. Director, allow me to treat the patient. Dr. Yi is unreliable. Yiming was somewhat bewildered as well. He had never witnessed such a method of treatment. He had seen acupuncture, but had never encountered talismanic healing. Furthermore, society had placed its faith in Western medicine, dismissing traditional Chinese practices. Western medicine had established clear medical standards, delineating how to treat various ailments, unlike the myriad approaches of traditional Chinese medicine, where every practitioner might employ a different method. Since the Opium Wars, Western influence had overshadowed the East, leading many in China to lose their confidence and abandon the treasures of their ancestors. Even professionals were at a loss. Yiming belonged to this category of individuals. Dr. Yi, what is the current condition of the patient? Can you enlighten us? Yiming prayed earnestly, fearing that any misstep would result in dire consequences for the child, and the hospital would bear the blame. Yiming responded with a smile. As I mentioned earlier, in 15 minutes, the child will be well. In another 5 minutes, you will see. Yiming gazed at Yiming with a wry smile. If it weren't for Yiming's repeated miracles in the oncology department, he might have been tempted to strike him. You were just trying to intimidate us. Can you speak plainly? Healing takes time. Recovering from surgery requires time. What could be achieved in 10 minutes? Nevertheless, Yiming dared not voice his doubts and could only wait for the 10 minutes to pass. Chapter 67. A vibrant Bing Bing. Yiming had no choice but to wait. 10 minutes were manageable. On one hand, he believed Dr. Yi would not deceive him. The outcome would be revealed in 10 minutes, and there was no point in fabricating the truth. On the other hand, he sensed that Dr. Ye's words might indeed hold merit. Director Zheng could no longer remain seated. The surgery he performed on Bing Bing had caused damage not only to the injured organs, but also to 2 other internal organs, compounded by the administration of incorrect medication. Logically, the child should not survive the night, even if he understood the extent of the injuries and the implications of the wrong medication. The odds of saving Bing Bing were less than 30%. Claiming 60% was an exaggeration, and Yiming's chances of reviving the child were 0. He was filled with dread. If anything were to happen to Bing Bing, he would face devastating repercussions. The Sanwan Company and the construction group could ruin him 1,000 times over. Director, time waits for no one. If we delay any longer, not even a divine being can save the child. There's still a chance for salvation, he insisted. I speak the truth. I know Bing Bing's condition best. Yiming felt an overwhelming urge to kick Director Zheng. Cursing inwardly, you fool, if not for your malicious intentions, would we be in this predicament? Director Zheng, let us wait a few more minutes. Having come this far, we must trust Dr. Yi. Director Zheng was on the verge of madness, but found himself powerless to act. Not only was Director Zheng anxious, but also the Situzi sisters and Mr. Huang outside the ward, all of whom were fidgeting like ants on a hot stove, frequently glancing at the ward in hope of witnessing its door swing open, revealing Dr. Ye's radiant smile. They felt as though they were seated upon a furnace, with time stretching interminably, each second akin to a century. The 3 had no recourse but to wait, offering prayers for the child. 10 minutes elapsed. Yiming gently tapped little Bing Bing, exclaiming, "The little one has awakened." Zheng, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming urge to kick something. Was this how one roused a patient? It was absurd. He could not fathom how Yiming had studied medicine, displaying such a lack of respect for the patient. Furthermore, he could not believe that Yiming's superstitious practices, needling, talismans, and the like, could possibly cure the child's ailment. If such methods were effective, what need was there for skilled surgeons like themselves? These were merely ignorant tricks that should have long since vanished. To Zheng's astonishment, Bing Bing slowly opened his eyes at Yiming's touch. There was a spark of vitality within those eyes. Life has 3 treasures: essence, qi, and spirit. The child's gaze brimmed with vitality, unlike that of an ailing person. Upon seeing Yiming, Bing Bing felt an immediate sense of familiarity, as if he were a relative, and he grasped Yiming's hand, calling uncle. The affection was palpable. Yiming, beaming with joy, held Bingbing's hand, channeling the essence of the Qingdi Mu Huang Gong throughout the child's body, healing all his injuries, even mending the fracture. "Rise, young man," he encouraged. Bingbing, obedient, nodded. "All right, I'll listen to you, uncle." As he spoke, the handsome lad swiftly got to his feet, clinging affectionately to Yiming. Yiming understood that this bond stemmed from his protective presence at the accident site, allowing Bingbing's spirit to become familiar with his essence. Simultaneously, it was the efficacy of the healing arts he employed that restored Bingbing to health, infused with Yiming's own energy. Thus, the child's attachment upon awakening was entirely natural. Zheng, watching Bingbing stand and cling to Yiming, felt as if his eyes were about to pop out in disbelief. He could hardly trust what he was witnessing. It defied logic. Muscles and bones take 100 days to heal, yet in mere minutes, little Bingbing was restored. This was nothing short of legendary, bordering on the mythical. No, this cannot be real. This shattered Director Zheng's understanding and overturned his beliefs. Dean Yuan was equally bewildered, feeling as though he were caught in a dream. In just over 20 minutes, Yiming had revived a critically injured child, one whom doctors had deemed hopeless, wrongly treated, and on the brink of death, bringing him back to full health. After decades in the medical field, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. He pinched his thigh. Ouch! Dean Yuan inhaled sharply, feeling the pain. This was no dream. It was indeed real. "Doctor, ye truly saved Xiao Bingbing, and he is fully recovered. How wonderful!" Dean Yuanxin was moved to tears. The pressure from Samwang Frozen Foods Company, Limited, and the construction group was overwhelming, as they possessed the power to undermine his position. A single misstep, and he could lose everything. "Dr. Yi, I am immensely grateful to you. You have alleviated a significant burden for the hospital, and I must reward you." Yiming shot a glance at Yuanxin, retorting, "Healing the sick is a physician's fundamental duty. Is a reward necessary? I'm not a staff member of the hospital." With his wealth of hundreds of millions, Yiming was indeed unconcerned by the meager rewards offered by the People's Hospital. Dean Yuanxin chuckled awkwardly. "It is merely a token of gratitude." At that moment, the door swung open, and Xiao Bingbing emerged. C2 Zhuai, C2 Zhurong, and Huang Wenlong were momentarily stunned, unable to believe their eyes. How could Xiao Bingbing, who had suffered fractures and been victimized by the unscrupulous Director Zheng, possibly walk out? Was this merely an illusion? It wasn't until Xiao Bingbing called out, "Mom," that C2 Zhuai snapped back to reality, tears streaming down her face. Bingbing. She embraced her son, holding him close, anxiously running her hands over his body. "Does anything hurt? How do you feel?" She was worried for her child's well-being. "Mom, I'm perfectly fine. It was Uncle Dr. Yi who cured me," Xiao Bingbing replied with a smile. Only then did C2 Zhuai, C2 Zhurong, and Huang Wenlong turn their attention to Yiming. "Dr. Yi, thank you," C2 Zhuai expressed. "Your kindness is beyond words. I will not offer empty thanks. I promise to reward you handsomely later." Huang Wenlong increasingly recognized Yiming's significance. Xiao Bingbing had narrowly escaped death. How miraculous it was that Dr. Yi managed to heal him in merely half an hour. He grasped Yiming's hand and said, "Brother, thank you so much." Yiming smiled. "Mr. Huang, Director C2, you are too kind. It is a doctor's duty to save lives. No thanks are necessary." At that moment, police officers from the precinct fastened cold handcuffs around Director Zheng's wrists. "Come along, Director Zheng. There are matters you need to clarify." Terrified, Director Zheng turned to C2 Zhuai for help. "Director C, now that Bingbing is well, please let me go. I realize my mistakes. Just spare me." C2 Zhuai's expression was icy, emanating a chilling aura. Realizing his pleas were futile, Director Zheng turned to Dean Yuanxin. "Dean, I have served in this hospital for so many years. I may not have merits, but I have endured hardships. Please advocate for me." Dean Yuanxin responded with two sharp slaps. "You have tarnished the hospital's reputation. You deserve to be taken away. Do not even think of my interceding on your behalf." Director Zheng was led away. Just then, Yiming's phone rang. It was Li Lanlan calling. This evening, the Li family was hosting a banquet, inviting prominent figures from both political and business circles in Linhe City, and she particularly insisted that Yiming must attend. Yiming promptly agreed. On one hand, today marks the continuation of acupuncture treatment for old Li. On the other hand, he finds himself utterly defenseless against the allure of beauty. Li Lanlan, one of the 5 illustrious flowers of Linhe City, boasts a lineage even more resplendent than that of Xue Bingyu. To decline an invitation from such a beauty would hardly befit a man. Dean Yuan felt immensely grateful towards Yiming, Situ Zhe, Situ Zhirong, and Huang Wenlong, accompanying them to their vehicle and only wiping the beads of sweat from his brow once they had departed the hospital. Seated in his office, Yuan let out a sigh of relief, raising his teacup, increasingly haunted by a sense of dread. Had it not been for Yiming's exceptional medical intervention, he might have incurred the wrath of Sanwang Frozen Food Company and Jian Shi Construction Group, jeopardizing his position as dean. His admiration for Yiming grew exponentially. With such a formidable talent on board, the hospital was sure to soar to new heights. He resolved to ensure that Yiming would not slip away. The thought that Yiming was originally an intern at his hospital, only lost due to Ban Shuejing's meddling, ignited a fury within him. Cursed scoundrels, both Ban Shuejing and Director Zheng, would surely face his wrath. Meanwhile, in Huang Wenlong's business vehicle, little Bing Bing clung to Yiming, incessantly calling him uncle. Situ Zhuwei invited Yiming to dinner, feeling indebted for saving little Bing Bing on 2 occasions. Yiming politely declined, stating he had to attend the Li family's banquet. Huang Wenlong chuckled, exclaiming how fortuitous it was that they had also received invitations to the Li family event and suggested they attend together. Huang was astonished by Yiming's remarkable connections. Among those he had observed were Zheng Fenghua from Fenghua Jewelry and the Li family's black card. Alongside himself and his sister Situ Zhirue, it dawned on him that Yiming's network was vast, further solidifying his belief in Yiming's boundless potential. After spending some time at Huang's residence, Yiming returned to his villa. Once he had prepared himself, the time for the banquet drew near. He refrained from seeking out Huang, as Huang's wife and sister likely had much to discuss, and he felt somewhat out of place as an outsider. Moreover, he needed to return to the landlord's property, making it inconvenient for Huang to ferry him around. Thus, he opted to drive himself in his Audi A8. The banquet was held at the Tianshang Ruin Jian Hotel, an establishment owned by the Li family, surpassing even the Shangri-La in luxury. Unique in Linhe City, it stood unrivaled, situated in the heart of the city with a towering 66 floors, symbolizing good fortune. Upon entering the courtyard of Tianshang Renjian, one was greeted by artfully designed rockeries, ponds, and an array of vibrant flora. After alighting from his vehicle, Yiming made his way toward the restaurant. The entrance featured 3 distinct pathways: the VIP passage, the guest passage, and the standard passage. The VIP passage, located on the far left, was nearly devoid of patrons, reserved for the prominent figures of Linhe's political and business circles, at the very least, renowned individuals from Linhe City or the province of Heyuan. The VIP passage is traversed by prominent enterprises in the business sector of Linhe City, each boasting annual profits exceeding 100 million, or by influential figures within the political realm. Conversely, the guest passage accommodates small enterprises with annual profits below the 100 million mark or lesser-known political figures, including some minor celebrities. A throng of dozens awaits at the VIP entrance, while the guest lane is crowded with over 100 individuals. Regardless of the profession, the hierarchy resembles a pyramid, with a greater number at the base and fewer at the pinnacle. Yiming possesses a black card from the Shilai Lu Group, marking him as a VIP. Indeed, one of the most esteemed among them. Hence, it is only natural for him to traverse the high-end VIP passage. As Yiming walked past the guest lane, an incongruous voice pierced the air. Yiming, what brings you here? Turning to discern the source, he recognized Xue Bingyang, the cousin of Xue Bingyu. His brow furrowed slightly. He had no desire to engage with such a debauched individual. Accompanying Xue Bingyang were his father, Xue Zhengwen, several aunts, and Fu Yonyan along with his mother, Yiming, a group evidently waiting for someone. Though reluctant to acknowledge Xue Bingyang, Xue Zhen, being Xue Bingyu's uncle, warranted a greeting. Thus, he approached to pay his respects to the elder, aunts, and cousin. The collective expressions of disdain spoke volumes. as if proximity to Yi Yiming would somehow taint them with his supposed misfortune. Xue Bingyang cast a derisive glance at Yi Yiming. Yi Yiming, be mindful of your status. You are the son-in-law of the Xue family, a bumpkin unacquainted with the world. What are you doing here? Yi Yiming regarded Xue Bingyang with indifference, dismissing the idle chatter of this frivolous character. I am here, of course, to attend the banquet. What other purpose could there be? Their response was a collective scoff, as they mocked Yi Yiming with contempt. Yi Yiming, you must recognize your position. This is a gathering hosted by the Li family, the founders of the Xilai Lu group, the most prestigious banquet in Linhe City, attended by prominent figures. It is not a soiree for any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Indeed, Yi Yiming, you lack self-awareness. Look around. Do you see anyone here who isn't of noble status? And yet you, clad in rags from the street market, dare to aspire to such an extravagant affair. Dream on. Yi Yiming, Xue Bingyang inquired with a smirk. Do you possess an invitation from the Li family? Yi Yiming chuckled. Strange to say, I do not. Why do you ask? His response only incited more raucous laughter among the crowd. Huh, how amusing. No invitation, and yet you wish to attend the banquet. Are you dreaming? Look around. All these successful individuals hold invitations while you, a mere bumpkin without one, believe you can enter this celestial gathering? They derided Yi Yiming, insinuating he was merely attempting to test his luck. Yi Yiming shook his head inwardly, reluctant to stoop to their level. People can be so opportunistic, trampling on those they perceive as beneath them. As he turned to leave, a cool voice called out from behind, Yi Yiming. He spun around to find Xue Bingyu and her husband, Xue Jingwu, approaching. Yi Yiming quickly made his way to them, smiling as he greeted Dad Mom. As I gazed upon the icy rain, I called out, Bingyu, you have arrived. Xue Bingyu's countenance was frigid, her heart weighed down with discomfort. Despite Yi Yiming being her husband in name, she felt a profound unease as he stood there, ridiculed before so many. She attributed the mockery to his unwarranted presence, believing he had tarnished her reputation. With a stern expression, she coldly inquired, Yi Yiming, what brings you here? Are you intent on further embarrassing me? This refined setting is hardly a place for someone of your standing. What purpose do you serve by being here? Leave now and spare yourself the humiliation. Her words were piercingly hurtful. Yi Yiming felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him. His smile vanished, and his demeanor turned frigid. Chapter 69. Do not constantly seek my attention. Supplementary update. Yi Yiming's expression hardened. It is a bitter experience to feel one's warmth met with such coldness, especially when chastised in public. Anyone would be provoked. He believed himself unworthy of Xue Bingyu, a woman of such exceptional stature. Under the pressure of his grandfather, she was forced into marriage with him, which left her discontented. Their union lacked genuine intimacy and sullied her reputation, marking her with the stigma of a second marriage. It was only natural that she felt discomfort in his presence. Hence, he chose silence. However, Xue Bingyang did not relent. Yi Yiming, the birthday gift is intended for grandfather, so it should be presented to him. What do you mean by keeping it for yourself? Grandfather has shown you great kindness, fulfilling the promise made to your grandfather by marrying his daughter, one of the 5 flowers of Linhe City, Xue Bingyu, and even providing you with 500,000 as a bride price to aid in the treatment of Yi Yaqing's illness. You ought to be grateful. Yi Yiming, I know the ancient book sold for 18 million. If you do not have it, you must give me that sum, or we shall not spare you. Yi Yiming's face reflected his annoyance. Were it not for the crowd surrounding them, he would have struck Xue Bingyang. What audacity! At the birthday banquet, Xue Bingyang had relentlessly provoked and undermined him, expelling him from the Xue family, throwing the ancient book away, and attempting to facilitate Xue Bingyu's closeness with Fu Yonyan. Merely refraining from retaliating had already been a show of mercy. To demand the ancient book now? Such a notion was ludicrous. Yi Yiming chuckled. Xue Bingyang, what does that ancient book have to do with you? Why are you so loud? That book was a gift for grandfather's birthday. I brought it to honor him. It was you who discarded it outside, you who refused me entry to the celebration, you who declared that only a fool would purchase such a book. You expel me from the banquet. On what grounds do you demand either the ancient book or 18 million from me? Do you believe you have the right to ask for it? Moreover, aside from your ridicule and torment, what have you ever provided for me? Why should I give you 18 million? Have you lost your mind? Or have I misheard? Wu Shuren, upon hearing Shui Bingyang's words, widened her eyes. Bingyang, what did you say? The ancient book sold, for how much? 18 million? Wu Shuren rolled her eyes, calculating. That amount represented the total income of their family over 1 or 200 years, a sum she could never hope to possess. A singular thought filled her mind. She must obtain that 18 million. Yi Yiming, hand over that 18 million to me. I am your mother, and I will safeguard it for you. I shall bestow my daughter upon you, offering a sum of 500,000 for medical expenses. Everything you eat, where you reside is provided by the Shui family. It would be quite reasonable for me to safeguard this amount, would it not? Pray, let us discuss this matter. Am I not correct? Upon hearing Wu Shuren's words, the others urged Yi Yiming to rise. Young man, you ought to submit the majority of the funds, retaining only a modest allowance. She is your mother-in-law. She will not deceive you. One must act with integrity. You have married her daughter, received a bride price, and consumed her sustenance. Thus, the gift for longevity should rightfully be given to her. Indeed, one family resembles a singular enterprise. Once the money is handed over, it is settled. Money can never replace kinship. Yi Yiming did not even cast a glance at these individuals. To hell with you, benevolent fools. What do you understand of hardship? Those who have not suffered should not encourage others to be virtuous. He would gladly present a gift for grandfather Shui Qinshan's longevity. Yet he felt no inclination to honor this shrewish mother-in-law. What had Wu Shuren done? He looked down upon him, insulted him, urged him towards divorce, and hastily sought a suitable match for his daughter with someone like Fu Yonyan. If this woman were not the biological mother of Shui Bingyu, he would have slapped her into oblivion. Bingyu, speak a word. Whatever you wish, I shall comply. Yi Yiming relinquished the initiative to Shui Bingyu, declaring, whoever you desire me to give this to, I shall do so. Shui Bingyu stared at Yi Yiming in astonishment. In that fleeting moment, she found herself struggling to recognize him. The ancient tome purchased for 5,000 had been sold for 18 million. What a significant asset that was. In the valuable city of Linhe, such wealth could secure both a vehicle and a residence for a lifetime. She recalled Yi Yiming's actions at the accident scene, where he had saved her life and that of the child, only to be met with her ungrateful reproach. Now, this 18 million was to be at her disposal? She seemed unable to fathom the man before her. She clenched her teeth, saying nothing. 18 million was not a trifling sum for her. However, as the general manager of Qinjiao Group, she handled funds exceeding 100 million yearly and would not be daunted by such an amount. Wu Shuren grew impatient, pulling Shui Bingyu aside. Bingyu, instruct Yi Yiming to hand over the money to me. I shall safeguard it for you. Rest assured, I will not spend a single cent. Wu Shuren was eager for Shui Bingyu to acquire the 18 million, then swiftly dismiss Yi Yiming, claiming the entire sum for herself. Shui Bingyu gritted her teeth. Yi Yiming, did that book truly sell for 18 million? Why did you tell me it was merely 30,000? Yi Yiming replied at that time, I was preoccupied with saving lives and did not wish to waste time. His words were the truth. He had faced a perilous situation, besieged by over 100 ruffians by the riverbank. And now, if you are willing to accept, I shall present you with the card. If you wish to gift it to grandfather, it would be even better to explain it to him. As he spoke, Yi Yiming produced a card. Here, this is the 18 million. Shui Bingyu did not extend her hand to receive it, but Wu Shuren, without hesitation, swiftly took it. She clutched the bank card tightly, as if fearing it might fly away. Shui Bingyu cautioned, Aunt, do not be deceived. It is best to test it on the card machine. Wu Shuren nodded, and upon testing it, indeed, the sum was confirmed to be 18 million. She beamed with delight, her smile as radiant as a blossoming flower. If not for the crowd surrounding her, she would have surely exclaimed, I've struck it rich. Shui Bingyu fixed her gaze upon Yi Yiming, questioning, Yi Yiming, are you attempting to draw my attention? At her words, Yi Yiming felt as though his heart had been struck by a hammer once more. It was still the same. There was not a hint of camaraderie. He offered a bitter smile, responding, Shui Bingyu, I am not as pitiful as you might think. I did not come here with any arrangement with you, nor did I intentionally wait for you. I certainly do not require your assistance to enter the banquet. Disheartened, Yi Yiming prepared to leave, only to be met with Wu Shuren's mocking laughter. Bingyu, you have 18 million in hand now. What use is he to you? You might as well divorce him. A man who cannot contribute is hardly worth your time. Before Wu Shuren could finish, a voice interrupted. Dr. Yi, the Shui family may disregard you, but I hold you in high esteem. If Dr. Shui is willing, everything I possess is yours. As the words echoed, a tall and elegant beauty approached Yi Yiming, gracefully linking her arm with his. Dr. Yi, might you find my humble appearance appealing? Dressed in a stunning gown, the enchanting Situ Zhuwei looked at Yi Yiming with a radiant smile, exuding the innocence of a first love. Chapter 70. No entry for the Shui and Fu families. Situ Zhuwei clung to Yi Yiming's arm, her happiness reminiscent of a woman in love. The guests lining the corridor fell silent, witnessing this spectacle. The Shui family's influence was cold and ruthless, akin to Wu Shuren's words about saving money for her daughter and son-in-law. With a mere swipe of an 18 million yuan bank card, they were ready to sever ties. Such heartlessness and materialism were indeed rare. The woman holding Yi Yiming's arm was as beautiful as a fairy, swaying like a tulip in the gentle breeze. Even more captivating than Shui Bingyang, one of the 5 golden flowers. Her tender smile was enough to make hearts flutter, leaving many wishing they could take Yi Yiming's place. The onlookers, amused by the unfolding drama, chuckled. The Shui family looks down upon this son-in-law, while others cherish him. If the young man wishes to leave, let him do so. It's a pity about the 18 million. It would have been better if the money had not been revealed. The Shui family's ambitions seem so limited. They cannot achieve anything significant. Situ Zhuwei gazed at Yi Yiming with a cheerful demeanor, saying, 18 million is nothing. Consider it a divorce settlement for them. I shall grant you 100 million or 2, along with some shares. You will never face hardship. What I have is yours to share. Wu Shuren, upon hearing Situ Zhuwei's words, wore an expression of disbelief. She scoffed. What a brazen vixen. Do you not fear your own words? 1 or 200 million. Do you even comprehend the value of 100 million? Shui Bingyu's aunt chimed in, boasting without accountability. What audacity! Have you even seen 1 million in cash? Indeed, the world is vast, and many types of birds inhabit it. Just then, Huang Wenlong arrived with Situ Zhurong. Huang Wendong observed Yi Yiming and Situ Zhuwei, both adorned with bright smiles. Dr. Yi, we agreed to come together. Why did you arrive first? Is there something wrong with my sister? Situ Zhuwei replied with a smile. Nothing at all, just a few rabid dogs barking. Wu Shuren was about to speak, but Shui Bingyu interjected. Mom, please refrain from saying too much. Do you realize who these individuals are? Wu Shuren persisted. Who are they? Regardless, I'm not afraid. Shui Jingwu leaned closer to her ear and whispered, This is Mr. Huang from the construction and building group. And the one you scolded is Director Situ from Sanwang Frozen Foods. Upon hearing Shui Jingwu's words, Wu Shuren and the several aunts of Shui Bingyu turned pale, utterly stunned. They had just insulted the chairman of Sanwang Frozen Foods? Good heavens! Sanwang Frozen Foods is a publicly listed company, one of China's top enterprises, and a leading company in Heiyuan province, contributing billions in taxes annually. Had the founder never encountered wealth? Their faces burned with embarrassment, those accompanying the Shui family. Upon recognizing Mr. Huang and realizing that the elegant woman in evening attire was the director of Sanwang Foods, hurried to greet them. Hello, Mr. Huang. Hello, Director Situ. It is indeed an honor to meet you, one of them said while handing over a business card, which Mr. Huang accepted graciously. It is truly a rare occasion to meet you, Director Situ. The crowd became increasingly cordial. Huang Wendong guided Yi Yiming and the others away from the guest corridor, through the VIP corridor, and towards the super VIP passage. More individuals in the VIP corridor recognized Huang Wendong and Situ Zhuwei. After all, the guest corridor was filled with small entrepreneurs and minor politicians who had yet to reach the social circles of Mr. Huang and Director Situ. Dozens of people in the VIP corridor vied to greet Mr. Huang and Director Situ, their warmth unmistakable. Shui Bingyu, observing Yi Yiming with his arm entwined around the elegant woman in evening wear, felt a pang of envy, her thoughts fixating on one name, Situ Zhuwei. The founder of Sanwang Frozen Foods had propelled the company into one of the nation's top enterprises and was among the 5 golden flowers of Heiyuan province. Her status paled in comparison. In her mind, Yiming was an incapable person. How could he possibly earn Situ Zhirui's admiration? Xue Bingyu's ears still echoed with Situ Zhirui's words. Dr. Yi, the Xue family looks down on you, but I do not. As long as Dr. Xue is willing. Everything I possess is yours, Dr. Yi. Dr. Yi, do you find this humble, willow-like figure of mine appealing? Such declarations were surely not made in a moment of folly. No woman would willingly display such impulsiveness before the public, especially not a director who had single-handedly established San Wang Frozen Foods. Could it be that she had misjudged Yi Yiming? Perhaps he indeed possessed extraordinary qualities. The disdain with which Xue Bingyu had always regarded Yi Yiming wavered for the first time. Yet, she was soon reminded of the little boy who had been declared dead at the accident scene, the ancient antiques identified as fakes at the birthday celebration, and the precious book worth 18 million that he had purchased for 5,000. He had gained the recognition of director Sidu. Suddenly, Yi Yiming appeared somewhat different in Xue Bingyu's eyes. As she recalled the moment she arrived at the entrance for guests, Yi Yiming greeted her with a warm smile, inquiring about various matters without a hint of discomfort as he casually produced 18 million. For the first time, Xue Bingyu felt her heart race. She glanced towards the guest passage, where many onlookers regarded her family with thinly veiled mockery, turning her gaze to her mother, Fu Yunyan, Xue Bingyang, and the rest. A sudden realization washed over Xue Bingyu. Attending the banquet seemed devoid of meaning, and her earlier desire to cultivate connections for Qianjiao Company dissipated. She turned and walked away. On the upper level of the establishment, a tall and beautiful woman observed the earlier scene with a slight smirk. She commanded, "Ensure that Xue Jingwu, the Xue family, and the Fu family are barred from entering the banquet through both the guest and VIP passages." After issuing her instructions, Xue Bingyu departed, her mind lingering on the image of Situ Zhirui linking arms with Yi Yiming. In the guest passage, Wu Shuren continued to grumble, cursing Yi Yiming for his impropriety and scolding his daughter for her lack of recognition, declaring that she had left without a word. As the line progressed, it was finally the turn of the Xue and Fu families to present their invitations. Upon inspection, the security informed them, "The invitations are counterfeit. You may not enter the banquet." Fu Yunyan, Yiming, Xue Jingwu, and Xue Bingyang were all taken aback. This was absolutely impossible. "Comrade, these cannot be fake. They are genuine invitations. You must be mistaken," Fu Yunyan pleaded. The security officer collected the invitations, stating firmly, "What I say is true. They are false. You cannot enter. Will you leave on your own, or shall we escort you out?" Faced with the stern expression of the security personnel, the members of the Xue and Fu families fell silent, understanding that their entry to the banquet was futile and opting to depart quietly to avoid further humiliation. Additionally, they could not afford to offend the powerful Li family. Having left the banquet, their plans to expand their network through the event were dashed. Wu Shuren's chest heaved with frustration. "Damn it, that despicable Li family. How dare they deny us entry despite our invitations?" Fu Yunyan let out a bitter laugh, sensing that their misstep with Yi Yiming was likely the cause, though he refrained from voicing it. Looking back at the towering establishment, ablaze with lights and vibrant music, the joy within was now utterly disconnected from their experience. Chapter 71. The damned Yi Yiming excited to attend the banquet at the establishment. They returned home in disappointment. Wu Shuren was beside himself with rage. "That bastard. Every encounter with him brings misfortune. At the birthday banquet, he made us lose face, and now, because of him, we are barred from the Li family's doors. How dare he be so arrogant?" Xue Bingyu was taken aback. "Mother, you didn't gain entry to the Li family banquet?" Her face was a portrait of astonishment. It was one thing for Yi Yiming to have connections with San Wang Frozen Foods and the construction group. But how could he possibly be linked to a colossal business family like the Li family? The Li family, along with Mr. Huang, belonged to the echelon of billion-dollar tycoons, a league above San Wang Frozen Foods. Logically, Yi Yiming should have had no dealings with the Li family. Could it truly be possible that the Li family expelled the Xue and Fu families due to Yi Yiming? Wu Shuren was incensed upon hearing Xue Bingyu's voice. "You little brat, it's all your fault. Why did you leave so early, leaving me to face embarrassment?" Xue Bingyu rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "How is my presence related to your disgrace?" Shui Jingwu chuckled and said, "My dear wife, we have indeed made a significant profit. That 18 million is in your possession, is it not?" Wu Shuren was momentarily taken aback. She clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Right? I earned 18 million. With that thought, she pressed her bank card against her cheek and warned Shui Bingyu, "You little girl, this 18 million is mine to guard. You're not to touch it." Yiming is such a fool. He handed over the money without hesitation. I've never encountered someone so naive. She kissed the bank card repeatedly, feeling her spirits lift. While kissing the card, she said, "Xiao you must divorce him. A person who cannot safeguard money is a fool, a spendthrift, and should not be allowed to deceive you." With that, she beamed as she retreated to her room. Shui Jingwu reassured, "Xiao, don't take it to heart. The reason the Li family barred us and the Fu family is likely due to Huang Wenlong. He is of the same caliber as the Li family, and if he is displeased, it is understandable that we cannot gain entry." Shui Bingyu nodded, agreeing with her father's reasoning, though she felt that Yiming was a bit peculiar. Heaven and earth. The place was ablaze with light. Elegantly dressed men and women gathered in the first-floor hall for a banquet. The Li family, a commercial behemoth worth hundreds of billions, has its interests spanning supermarkets, restaurants, accommodations, logistics, and more, making it a well-known enterprise in Heiyuan province and among the top 100 companies in Huaguo. Chairman Li held this banquet as a significant event for both the political and business communities in Lina City. The purpose of the banquet was to demonstrate to the political and business circles that Chairman Li was in good health, contrary to rumors of his decline. He was robust and capable of living for another 30 or even 50 years without issue. His recovery would stabilize the shareholders of Xilai Le Group, dispelling any trepidation among employees and ensuring the company's morale remained steady. Furthermore, it served as a warning to competitors, particularly Fengyun Trading Group, which had previously caused disturbances. The head of Fengyun Trading was once part of Xilai Lu, but had ventured out independently, leveraging Xilai Li's connections to establish a large group behind it. Should they manage to outmaneuver Xilai Lu, Fengyun Trading would rise to the top of the supermarket and restaurant sectors. Nevertheless, the head of Fengyun Trading had been a subordinate of Chairman Li for many years, and Xilai Lu had provided considerable assistance in the past. It was understandable that Fengyun Trading would stir when Chairman Li was gravely ill, but now that he had recovered, they could not afford to disrespect him. This banquet was of utmost importance for the Li family, as it pertained to the safety of the group. For others in the political and business spheres, it was an excellent opportunity for networking. The banquet served as a perfect platform for communication and collaboration among various groups, companies, and merchants. Certainly, it is indeed an opportune moment for the youth to seek collaborators, partners, and individuals of interest. A man fortunate enough to catch the eye of a wealthy heiress at a soir, he may leverage such connections to ascend the social ladder, sparing himself decades of arduous toil. Similarly, a woman chosen by a second-generation elite may transcend her class and enter the realm of affluence. It is worth noting that some second-generation individuals exploit these opportunities for romantic pursuits, while certain socialites engage in strategic matchmaking. Both are commonplace features at grand gatherings, essential for attracting numerous high-profile attendees. Upon entering the soir, many approached Mr. Huang and Miss Sidu to engage in conversations about business. Yiming, discerning the dynamics, discreetly withdrew to a less conspicuous corner to enjoy a moment of solitude. Shortly thereafter, his elder brother Zheng Fenghua called, informing him of a slight delay before they would meet at the event. Yiming acquiesced, sipping his drink while awaiting his arrival. The social butterflies, upon noticing Yiming's attire, which cost less than 200 yuan and was entirely pedestrian, regarded him with indifference. Just then, Li Lanlan, clad in a flowing gown, gracefully approached with a wine glass in hand, her collarbone elegantly exposed, exuding an enchanting poise. She sauntered to Yiming, smiling as she remarked, "Dr. Yi, amidst such a crowd, why are you drinking alone? Are your standards too elevated?" Observing her ethereal presence, akin to a lotus blossom, with skin as fair as snow and a radiant smile, Yiming replied with a chuckle, "It's merely that there's no one here who knows me. I prefer not to jostle in the crowd. Wouldn't you agree?" Could it be that these individuals pale in comparison to the two beauties of Lena's city? Li Lanlan teased, positioning herself beside him with a beaming smile. I noticed someone clinging to another's arm rather unwillingly. Yi Yiming laughed. Miss Li, please refrain from jesting. Li Lanlan poured herself a glass of Lafite and offered one to Yi Yiming as well. Their glasses clinked, producing a melodious sound reminiscent of water dripping in a quiet pond or a spring flowing through a secluded valley, subtle yet delightful. I toast to you, Dr. Yi. As she poured, Yi Yiming's gaze inadvertently fell upon the necklace adorning her neck, glimmering like snow in a mountain valley, momentarily dazzling his senses. After their exchange, she leaned closer and whispered, "Do you find it beautiful?" Yi Yiming, lacking resistance to her charm, nodded vacantly, "Yes, it is lovely." Li Lanlan smiled warmly. At that moment, a young gentleman in formal attire entered, illuminated by the soft glow of lights, exuding an aura of elegance and grace. Skillfully maneuvering past the throng of socialites, he approached Li Lanlan with eager eyes. "Lanlan, what brings you here? I've been searching for you," he declared. Li Lanlan's expression cooled as she replied, "Please don't speak so intimately. We are not that familiar. The wind is pleasant, but what is your purpose in seeking me?" "Lanlan, I have admired you for some time. I implore you not to reject me, for my feelings are sincere," Feng Zhenghao professed. Li Lanlan's demeanor grew even more frosty. "Mr. Feng, I ask that you conduct yourself with decorum. Is it appropriate to express such sentiments before my boyfriend?" Chapter 72. What right do you have? It was only then that Feng Zhenghao turned his gaze toward Yi Yiming. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, a hint of derision dancing across his face. He truly looked down upon Yi Yiming. "Lanlan, let us not play games, shall we? We are all adults here." Observing Yi Yiming's attire, he could hardly believe that Li Lanlan would choose such a lowly boyfriend. One absurd joke. Yi Yiming's entire outfit cost no more than 200 yuan, genuine street vendor merchandise, clothes procured from low-cost platforms, presenting an image of a rustic bumpkin unacquainted with the broader world. Hailing from the countryside, he might have graduated from university, yet he had not entered society, never experienced its harsh realities, remaining blissfully ignorant of the world's complexities, a fool destined to face many trials in the city. Are you insulting my intelligence or your own character? That he could ever catch your eye? How would he believe it, even if you killed me? You could randomly pick anyone from the street, and they would surpass him 1,000-fold. What is this? Are you into older men chasing after younger women? Feng Zhenghao remarked. The only advantage he seems to possess is his youth. Li Lanlan chuckled, raising her glass of Lafite to her lips. She held Feng Zhenghao's disdain for superficial judgments even more firmly. Despite Yi Yiming's humble clothing, he was undeniably extraordinary. Simply based on his remarkable medical skills, he was bound to soar to great heights. With her arm draped around Yi Yiming's neck, her chest pressed against the back of his head, she radiated the bliss of a woman in love. "He is my boyfriend, and don't underestimate him. He surpasses you in every conceivable way. Do you believe it?" Feng Zhenghao burst into laughter, nearly losing his breath. "Ha ha ha! Him? Surpass me in every way? A destitute country bumpkin? Li Lanlan, how naive you must be. I am the young heir of Fengyun commerce, destined to inherit billions. He is merely a grassroots poor fellow from the countryside. He might only attend a banquet if someone brings him along. Otherwise, he wouldn't even get through the door. What advantages does he possess? With a mere word, I could bring him to his knees. Do you believe that, Li Lanlan?" Feng Zhenghao's confidence radiated, a rural lowlife, who had suffered life's hardships and seen little of the world, could easily be manipulated. Li Lanlan smiled. "Young Master Feng, I truly do not believe you." Feng Zhenghao perked up, turning to Yi Yiming. "Boy, step aside." Yi Yiming rolled his eyes, not even sparing him a glance. He also lamented Li Lanlan's choice. Why use him as a shield? It was apparent that this was the son of a prominent company in Lena's city. He felt no fear towards such privileged individuals, but saw no reason to offend them either. After all, they had no grievances against each other, right? Yet, feeling the warmth of her arm and the soft touch at the back of his head, accompanied by a delightful fragrance, was indeed a pleasure, much better than standing alone with a large man. With such a charming companion, Serving as a shield was quite acceptable. He also criticized Feng Zhenghao internally. How foolish, you know I'm a shield. Why confront me and twist my words? Aren't you just asking for trouble? Long on. Fool Zuwang. Yiming raised his glass, dismissively remarking, Who is this person? Hurry and chase him away. His incessant barking is ruining the ambience for drinking. Lan, let me tell you, if this continues, I won't be coming to the Li family anymore. I came here at your insistence, and now my ears are being assaulted. How ridiculous. Upon hearing Yiming's words, Li Lanlan laughed, her mirth causing her to tremble like a flower in the breeze. Yiming's demeanor was decidedly mischievous. His attitude conveyed several points. First, he regarded Feng Zhenghao with utter disdain, believing him unworthy of direct conversation. Second, he likened Feng to a barking dog. And third, he elevated himself to a position of importance, as though he had been sought after with great effort. This was the epitome of arrogance. As Li Lanlan poured wine for Yiming, she said, Very well, Dr. Yi, I shall heed your advice. Feng Zhenghao, overhearing her words, felt his nostrils flare with indignation. He had pursued Li Lanlan for years and had never received such tenderness from her. How dare this country bumpkin presume to take his place? He was the young master of Feng Yun Group, firmly believing in his father's words. A golden-scaled fish is no mere creature of the pond. When it encounters the storm, it transforms into a dragon. The Feng Yun Group was destined to soar, to dominate in Huagua. Even the province of Heyuan could not impede its expansion. As the second-generation heir, he stood at the pinnacle among his peers. Few in Huagua could surpass him. Dr. Yi, you are a doctor? Feng Zhenghao inquired. Yes, I said I was a doctor. You might want to check your hearing. I've mentioned it already. Should I repeat it 100 times? Yiming shot him a glance, buddy. We are here enjoying a romantic moment. Do you think you're suited to be a third wheel? Such a grown man with no sense of the situation. It's astonishing. His words nearly left Feng Zhenghao in a fit of rage. How dare anyone speak to him in such a manner? Will you practice? Feng Zhenghao pressed. I am an intern at the People's Hospital of Heyuan Province. What of it? Yiming replied with conviction. Feng Zhenghao nearly laughed out loud. What a fool Li Lanlan had brought forth, an obscure intern with no standing, and he acted so arrogantly. I have connections with department heads at the People's Hospital. I could facilitate your transition to a permanent position there. He taunted, believing that by exploiting Yiming's vulnerabilities, he could make him obedient. Yiming chuckled, Young Master Feng. Go find somewhere else to cool off. I have no need for your assistance. Feng Zhenghao was nearly beside himself with fury, gritting his teeth as he cursed Yiming under his breath. He produced a check and signed it. 200,000. If you leave the party now, this sum is yours. Yiming laughed. Young Master Feng, do you look down on me? Is this how you conduct transactions? 200,000 is merely pocket change to me. I feel embarrassed for you. Lanlan, bring me a check for 5 million quickly, Yiming said impatiently. A simple meal I indulge in costs 30 to 50,000. Do you think I care about 200,000? I finally understand why Lanlan dislikes you. Feng Zhenghao was nearly furious enough to strike Yiming. If not for Li Lanlan's presence, he would have taught him a lesson. What about 1 million? He challenged. Yiming looked at Feng Zhenghao. Are you certain? The wind nodded affirmatively. I am certain. Here, that's the money. He generously signed a check for 1 million, along with an additional 200,000 check, and handed it over to Yiming. Yiming tossed the 200,000 check back at Feng Zhenghao, smiling as he said to Li Lanlan, Lanlan, I've earned 1 million. Let us celebrate. With that, their glasses clinked together. The sound was crisp and clear. Feng Zhenghao's nose wrinkled in anger. You ungrateful brat. I've given you 1 million, and yet you don't hurry to leave? Accepting money comes with obligations. Do you understand? Chapter 73. The power of connections. Yiming remained silent, merely opening his phone to replay the recording. Young Master Feng, did you not hear the recording? It states that I borrowed 1 million and that I should leave. Yiming admonished, as if instructing a junior, with your intellect, do not pursue Lanlan. She is not interested. Feng Zhenghao nearly fainted with rage. Yiming was insufferable, accepting money without fulfilling one's promises. He was the epitome of a scoundrel. You should know your place. I am the heir of Feng Yun Group, a major enterprise in Linha City. while you're merely a lowly nobody. Are you sure you wish to challenge me? Do you want to risk dying in the streets without even knowing how? Yiming chuckled. Are you threatening me, young Master Feng? Feng Jinghao laughed with arrogance, believing that one must assert their power to achieve anything, instilling fear in opponents to reach their goals. He thought Yiming was of the same disposition. Yes, I am threatening you. With my capabilities in Lina City, squashing you is simpler than crushing an ant. He sought to gauge Yiming's reaction, hoping to instill fear and see him tremble before him. Instead, he was met with a resounding slap. The sound echoed as Feng Jinghao was sent flying 2 or 3 meters, landing on the ground. Rage ignited within him. As he stood up, ready to curse, another slap struck him. He fell again. Subsequently, Yiming pulled him aside. You brat, Feng Jinghao spat venomously, you wait. Yet another slap silenced him. Each time he opened his mouth, Yiming responded with another blow. Yiming regarded him with a smile. So, Feng Jinghao, what do you have to boast about? Aside from having a wealthy father, what else do you possess? Let me tell you, in terms of connections, strength, and wealth, I surpass you. Do you believe it? Yiming realized that Feng Jinghao, with his mushroom haircut, needed a harsh lesson to understand the world's scale. Feng Jinghao's face swelled from the blows, and his glare at Yiming was filled with murderous intent. If looks could kill, Yiming would have been reduced to a pulp. I don't believe it, Feng Jinghao retorted. Yiming laughed. If I cannot outdo you, I shall apologize to you. But what if you lose? Feng Jinghao sneered. There is no way I could lose in terms of wealth or connections. What if you did? Defeated. I shall take my leave. Yiming nodded. Very well. Let us engage in a contest. How shall we compare wealth? Feng Jinghao inquired. Yiming chuckled. From this moment forth, any transfers made and checks issued shall not be included. However, the cash I carry, my mobile phone, bank cards, checks from others, and even the jewelry I possess will count. Let us see whose pocket money prevails. What say you? Li Lan appeared flustered. She did not believe Yiming possessed significant wealth and was certain he would lose. Just days prior, he had struggled to gather 150,000 from medical expenses. How could he possibly compete with Feng Jinghao, who undoubtedly had assets in the range of 3 to 5 million? Yiming, let's not engage in such comparisons, she urged, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Feng Jinghao laughed heartily, confident in his access to 3 billion from his company, convinced of his inevitable victory. Young man, to challenge me in wealth is folly. Let us add a wager. The loser must kneel and bow in submission. Yiming replied with a smile. Let us forego that. As previously mentioned, the defeated shall simply take their leave. Feng Jinghao sneered. Are you afraid? Yiming reluctantly conceded. Very well, as you suggest. Let us establish a rule. Anyone who fails to uphold it shall incur a fine of 100 million to prevent any potential deceit. Feng Jinghao agreed. You have connections, do you not? Let us each find a witness and see whose witness holds a higher status. Agreed. The two solidified their wager and set off to find their witnesses. Yiming could only approach General Huang Wenlong, as he truly could not think of anyone with a status surpassing that of General Huang. Just as he exited the venue, he was called out. Dr. Yi. Yiming turned to see Lin Guruwei, the prominent businessman of Lina City. Yiming greeted him with a broad smile. After all, Lin Guruwei was a significant figure, and proper etiquette must be observed. Lin Guruwei took a keen interest in Yiming, having heard of the esteemed doctor from Fudonghua, a powerful figure in Hunan province, compelling him to regard Yiming with renewed respect. Opportunities are indeed unpredictable, especially since the big boss has substantial roots and is poised to ascend the heights of the political landscape in Huagua. Dr. Yi, you are too modest. Lin Guruwei beamed, exuding warmth and approachability. Yiming, smiling, replied, Esteemed businessman, I wish to trouble you with a matter. Lin Guruwei's smile widened. This is how relationships are built, through mutual assistance. As Dr. Yi suggests, I have made a wager with Feng Jinghao and require a witness. Might you spare 5 minutes to serve as our witness? Lin Guruwei's interest piqued. That Feng Jinghao? The heir of Fengyan Group? Excellent. Lin Guruwei was intrigued and wished to witness the nature of the wager between Yiming and Feng Jinghao. In a private room on the second floor, Feng Jinghao summoned Fu Xinming, the deputy secretary of Linhe City, the third-ranking official in the city, a member of the municipal standing committee, and the foremost figure after the big boss and the second boss. This was also part of the wager, to assess the breadth of their connections. Yiming boasts of his connections, does he? Feng Jinghao could hardly believe that his connections could rival his own. Even Li Lanlan harbored doubts. Unless a big boss or a second boss were present, no one could overshadow Secretary Fu. Li Lanlan was acutely aware of the stakes involved in this contest of connections and sensed that Yiming was destined to lose. At that moment, the door swung open, and Yiming stepped inside. Feng Jinghao, who happened to be watching, burst into laughter upon seeing Yiming's face. Yiming, have you brought someone? Yiming replied with a smile. Indeed, I have. Haha, and who might that be? Is there anyone whose position surpasses that of Secretary Fu? He is the first deputy secretary of Linhe City, the most prominent figure after the big boss and the second boss. Can you find anyone of higher status? Feng Jinghao boasted. In terms of connections, you have lost. Feng Jinghao, brimming with self-satisfaction, remarked, You, a country bumpkin, could hardly have found someone of high rank. I doubt you've even set foot in the municipal party committee or the city government. Yiming chuckled in response. You're correct. I have never been there. But just wait and see whom I have brought. Very well. I am eager to see who it is, Feng replied. Lin Gray entered the private room alongside Yiming. Upon seeing the guest, Secretary Fu broke into a sweat. Boss, you have come personally. Both Feng Jinghao and Li Lanlan were taken aback, unable to fathom that Yiming had summoned Linhe City's big boss. Sweat beaded on Feng Jinghao's forehead. Had he inadvertently spoken out of turn, he might have offended the big boss, jeopardizing any potential benefits from Fengyan Group. Lin Grue smiled, stating, I am here as a witness alongside Secretary Fu. Let your competition commence. Chapter 74, 700 million in pocket money. After outlining the rules of the competition, both Secretary Fu and Linhe City's big boss nodded with amusement. Secretary Fu, however, held a look of disdain, believing that Yiming was out of his depth and unaware of his own standing. He listened as Feng Jinghao introduced Yiming as a student from the traditional Chinese medicine college of Heiyuan province, an intern at the People's Hospital, a mere country bumpkin from the countryside, compared to the young master of Fengyan Group, who possesses monthly pocket money of 1 to 2 million. Could Yiming even comprehend such wealth? Lin Gure chuckled as well. His knowledge of Yiming was limited, only recognizing him as someone favored by the big boss of Heiyuan province, thus his interest in this young man. However, he doubted Yiming's ability to compete with Feng Jinghao in terms of wealth, especially since once the competition began, all transfers and exchanges would not count. It would solely depend on what each could present. Such a spontaneous gamble could not be prepared for, and no one could predict when such a contest might arise, making cheating impossible. Lin Gure simply observed with a smile, curious to see if Yiming would manage to pull off an unexpected reversal in what seemed to be a losing scenario. Li Lanlan, watching from the side, remained silent, unaware of Yiming's true circumstances. Feng Jinghao, exuding confidence, asked, Dr. Yi, shall you go first, or shall I? Yiming smiled in response. Since it was you, young Master Feng, who proposed this, naturally, you should go first. Feng Jinghao laughed heartily, his gaze toward Yiming growing increasingly smug. He believed Yiming was merely putting on a fade. Dr. Yi, I worry that upon seeing the amount of my money, you may hesitate to compete. Yiming smiled slightly. That is of little concern. With the big boss and Secretary Fu as witnesses, I have nothing to fear. If I must bow, I shall bow. If I must admit my mistakes, I shall admit them. If I must leave, I shall leave. What is there to worry about? Feng Jinghao's amusement deepened. Yiming's words revealed a hint of timidity. Otherwise, why would he mention bowing or leaving? As such, I shall commence. Speaking. He retrieved his mobile phone and accessed the records of his cards. There were a total of 4 bank cards, each endowed with varying sums, culminating in a total of 58,360,000. The staff of the establishment recorded the amount. Feng Jinghao cast a sly glance at Yiming. Scrutinizing his expression, Yiming remained unperturbed, his demeanor as tranquil as ever, exhibiting no sign of trepidation. Young Master Feng, he remarked, each person is afforded but one chance. It would be prudent to reveal your total in one go, lest you deny it upon defeat. After all, you need not conceal any excess, whatever you possess. Present it openly, it shall not intimidate me. Feng Jinghao snorted disdainfully. Very well. He produced another card, a company card devoid of a name, a confidential account. The staff recorded the sum, 234 million. The grand total amounted to 292,360,000. The staff inquired of Feng Jinghao, Young Master Feng, is this the entirety of your funds, or are there any additions? With pride, Feng Jinghao responded, that is all. He believed that nearly 300 million as pocket change sufficed. Who, in their right mind, would carry several hundred million casually? Furthermore, how many individuals in the entire Linhe city could present over 100 million in capital? Do you see, Yiming? My pocket money approaches 300 million. Do you still find it necessary to compete? Feng Jinghao reveled in his perceived victory, doubting that a mere intern doctor could amass over 100 million. Were it not for company matters, he certainly would not possess such wealth. Observing Feng Jinghao's smug demeanor, Yiming offered a slight smile. Young Master Feng, I had presumed that a tycoon's pocket change would be far greater. I see now that I overestimated. Feng Jinghao regarded Yiming with a mixture of intrigue and skepticism, unable to discern the veracity of the statement. Was it jest or earnestness? His gaze conveyed a sense of mockery, as if to say, Yiming, cease your pretense. Have you ever heard of such a sum? Even if you claim to possess it, merely knowing of such wealth would suffice. Feng Jinghao was not alone in this assessment. Even Secretary Fu shared this sentiment, his eyes towards Yiming increasingly filled with disdain. Secretary Fu believed that Yiming was overstepping, for in Linhe City, few could claim 300 million as disposable income. This fellow truly had the audacity. Yiming then produced a golden bank card. Here, this is the card I possess. And this is the extent of my pocket money. The staff processed the card, and the screen revealed 71,800 million. After repeated confirmations, it was verified as 718 million. As the figure materialized, Feng Jinghao was nearly driven to madness. His mind raced, and his heart threatened to leap from his chest. He could scarcely fathom the truth. A mere intern doctor, a provincial bumpkin who had never encountered wealth, possessed 700 million as pocket change. Absurd. Impossible. This was Feng Jinghao's immediate reaction. How could this insignificant fellow have amassed such riches? It could not possibly belong to Yiming. He could not possess such wealth. The staff pointed to the projection, saying, Master Feng, you see, the account and name belong to young Master Yi. Feng Jinghao, skeptical, could not believe that Yiming possessed such a fortune. He promptly contacted the bank president, requesting verification of Yiming's account to ascertain the legitimacy of the substantial funds. Even the prominent figures of Linhe City, such as Secretary Fu and Li Lan, were astonished. 700 million. A man clad in merchandise worth no more than 200 yuan possessed such a staggering amount of pocket money. They all felt the situation exceeded comprehension. Verging on incredulity, Li Lan was utterly flabbergasted. As the general manager of the Shilai Lu Group, she had never managed to amass 1 billion over the years. Yet Yiming astonishingly had 700 million. The esteemed figures, Secretary Fu and the big boss, awaited the call's outcome. Moments later, the voice on the line confirmed. Master Feng, the number you inquired about is a platinum account, typically reserved for clients with sufficient qualification. I can assure you that a balance exceeding 500 million is requisite to attain platinum status. Thus, the 700 million displayed on this client's card was authentic. With that, the call ended, leaving the private room enveloped in silence. No one could accept the reality before them. An unsophisticated individual adorned in inexpensive apparel wielded 700 million, shattering their preconceived notions. By all that is holy, if you possess such wealth, could you not dress better than in such shabby clothing? Are you merely pretending to be a fool? Observing the stunned crowd, Yiming chuckled. Master Feng, you have confirmed this, correct? Feng Jinghao, momentarily taken aback, nodded in affirmation. It is 700 million, yes? More than your 300 million, I believe. Feng Jinghao rolled his eyes, silently cursing Yi Yiming for his audacity. Yi Yiming, with a smile, instructed the staff, "Please announce the results." The staff declared that Yi Yiming had triumphed in the wager, boasting 700 million in pocket money. Yi Yiming turned to Feng Zhenghao, grinning. "Master Feng, you have lost. Now, in the presence of witnesses, fulfill the wager." With that, Yi Yiming's demeanor grew serious. Chapter 75, I will not submit, Master Feng, fulfill the wager. Yi Yiming's expression darkened, his voice turning cold. He handed the wager to the big boss, leaving Feng Zhenghao in a state of shock. Since the conversation with the bank president, his mind had been in turmoil, confusion swirling within him. He questioned the very fabric of justice and fairness. As the young master of Fengyan Trading Group, he had been thoroughly humiliated by a rustic, and now Yi Yiming was demanding he honor the wager, a bitter pill to swallow. It felt as though he had been slapped and then trampled upon, with the indignity of being forced to kneel before the country bumpkin. Having always perceived himself as superior, he had never experienced the humiliation of being bullied. Today, bowing before a mere villager in front of Secretary Fu and the big boss was more unbearable than death itself. Rage surged within Feng Zhenghao, his eyes reddening, his face contorting with fury as he glared at Yi Yiming, exclaiming, "You expect me to kneel and bow to you? Not a chance. I kneel to the heavens and the earth, but I will never kneel to you. I refuse to submit, and no matter what, I will not bow. Abandon such thoughts." The wind was already furious enough to spit blood, let alone bow down and admit fault. He would never consent to such humiliation. The big boss observed the situation before him in silence. Secretary Fu, with a smile, suggested, "Yi Yiming, if one can tolerate, then let it be tolerated. Feng Zhenghao has lost. Allowing him to verbally acknowledge his mistake would suffice, and it would also grant me and Secretary Lin some face. What do you think?" According to Secretary Fu's perspective, being the third in command of Linhe City, his word was weighty, and Yi Yiming would likely yield for the sake of appearances. Yi Yiming chucked it. "Since you have spoken, Secretary Fu, I cannot disregard your words. You are indeed the leader, are you not? Let us forego the bowing. We can settle this with 100 million as agreed. Surely, this is not too great a matter, is it? Secretary Fu, as a fair witness, you must ensure that the scales of justice are balanced." Secretary Fu, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words. Yi Yiming had not afforded him any courtesy. Feng Zhenghao sneered, 100 million? In your dreams. Yi Yiming smiled. Feng Zhenghao, do you believe that by refusing to honor your bet, I cannot hold you accountable? Feng Zhenghao laughed, a wretched sound. Yes, what can you do to me? Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Yiming delivered a resounding slap across his face. The sound echoed through the room, and Feng Zhenghao's head collided with the wall, blood streaming from his nostrils. This is a wager. One must accept defeat gracefully. You have lost and are bound by the terms of the bet. Do you truly believe I cannot handle you? Feng Zhenghao was livid. His face was still swollen from the previous beating, and now he had been struck again, losing face in front of the two powerful figures of Linhe City. Despite the humiliation, he gritted his teeth and declared, "You're ruthless, kid. Go ahead, hit me. You won't kill me. You'll regret it." With that, Yi Yiming delivered another slap. The sound resonated once more as Feng Zhenghao fell to the ground. Yi Yiming smiled faintly, glanced at Secretary Fu, and exited the private room. Lin Grue chuckled, recognizing that both young men were far from finished. However, as a figure of authority, he refrained from intervening. Persuasion was Secretary Fu's responsibility. His impression of Yi Yiming deepened. Li Lanlan rushed out, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Dr. Yi, I apologize." The astute and capable woman felt ill at ease, unable to anticipate such an outcome. Yi Yiming smiled gently. "It's nothing. Feng Zhenghao will come to plead with me. 100 million is non-negotiable." Li Lanlan's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept Yi Yiming's assertion. After all, he had merely slapped Feng Zhenghao. How could the latter possibly give him 100 million? Yet, Yi Yiming had never been one to speak frivolously, and Li Lanlan trusted that he possessed unknown methods. Feng Zhenghao was seething with rage, never having faced such humiliation. He loathed Li Lanlan. Had it not been for his ambition to capture the market of Shilai Le Group, he would never have pursued her. His hatred for Yiming was even more profound. This scoundrel had made him lose face to an unbearable degree. His heart screamed with fury. Kill him. I must kill that damned scoundrel. After the big boss departed, Secretary Fu offered a few words of comfort to Feng Zhenghao before taking his leave. The wind had just tidied up and stepped out of the private room, his cheeks swollen and painful with every movement. However, he remained steadfast, burdened with an important task. He took out his phone and made a call, sneering, Yiming, you possess 700 million, yet I shall ensure you have no life left to spend it. Competing with me, you are still far from being my equal. The event was about to commence. Li Shanxiao, the founder of Xilai Lu Group, emerged from the shadows. With purposeful strides, he approached the front of the gathering, raising his glass to the crowd. His face radiated with a healthy glow, a benevolent smile adorning his features. The onlookers gaped in curiosity. Ever since news of Li's illness had circulated, the stocks of Xilai Lu Group had plummeted, and rival Fengyun Trading Group had sought to undermine them. Now, witnessing Li in person, how could they not scrutinize him closely? Amidst the music, whispers floated through the air. Li's face beams with health. He does not resemble a patient at all. Indeed, it was plausible that Li had merely undergone some therapeutic treatment at the hospital and had taken time to recuperate. Those who wished ill upon Xilai Lu had spread rumors, sowing discord. Now it seemed certain that Li was in good health. Li greeted the guests, clinking glasses and engaging in lively conversation, his vigor seemingly rejuvenated. Dear friends, enjoy yourselves. I have some guests to attend to. My son, Li Xinyan, and Li Xinhua will take care of you, he announced before taking his leave. As a prominent enterprise in Linhe City, Xilai Lu was a significant taxpayer, garnering the attention of even the city's leading figures who had come in person. Naturally, Li Shanxiao needed to entertain these individuals. Wen approached a middle-aged man nearby, inquiring, Dr. Bai, how do you assess Li Shanxiao's health? Wen had never been one to harbor good intentions. The Fengyun Group had contacted several corporations, preparing to seize Xilai Lu. And with Li Shanxiao's recent discharge from the hospital and the upcoming banquet, they were eager to ascertain the truth. He had spent a considerable sum to invite the esteemed healer by Yunsheng to assess Li Shanxiao's condition closely. Bai scrutinized the totality of Li's appearance, noting that he bore the semblance of one who had recently recovered from a severe illness. Vitality apparent, yet he retained an underlying frailty, imperceptible to the average observer. Before Bai Yunsheng could finish his thoughts, he noticed a figure moving in the crowd and abandoned Wind to approach that person. Wind, caught in the flow of conversation, fell silent and looked up to see Bai navigating through the throng towards a particularly illuminated area. Enraged, Wind cursed under his breath, Damn it, Bai Yunsheng. What do you mean? Finish your statement. Reluctantly, he followed Bai, realizing he had yet to uncover the truth. As he trailed behind, he observed Bai reverently addressing Yiming. Exclaiming, Master, Wind was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how the city's revered healer would refer to Yiming as his master. Chapter 76. Is there a doctor named Yiming? Feng Zhenghao happened to witness the esteemed physician, Dr. Bai, paying his respects to Yiming, addressing him reverently as master. Feng Zhenghao's mind was in disarray, akin to paper scraps caught in the wind, his worldview shattered. It was utterly unbelievable. How could this be imagined? Has the world gone awry? The renowned healer of Linhe City, known as the god of life-saving, Dr. Bai, was bowing to a youth who had yet to reach 20. Such a notion was simply preposterous. Yiming smiled and instructed, Dr. Bai, kindly send that person away to prevent him from buzzing around you like a fly. It is not my intention to disparage you, but what sort of company are you keeping? Dismiss him and return. Dr. Bai, elated by the endorsement from Yiming, responded, Of course, master. I shall do so immediately. The acknowledgement from Yiming brought Dr. Bai immense joy. The completion of the 5 elements life-claiming needle technique fulfilled the dreams of the Bai family spanning 3 centuries, warranting Dr. Bai's respectful address of Yiming as master. Furthermore, through various channels, Dr. Bai had come to learn of his master's profound accomplishments in medicine, fostering a desire to learn more from him. Approaching Feng Zhenghao, Dr. Bai stated, Young Master Feng, Mr. Li has recovered. His prior illness was genuine, yet his current state is equally real. Apart from a slight weakness, he is devoid of any ailment. With my care, his health will be restored to that of a man a decade younger. With that, Dr. Bai dismissed Feng Jinghao. Returning to his master's side afforded him the opportunity to seek further wisdom. Meanwhile, Feng Jinghao felt a weight in his heart, with Li Shangqiu gravely ill. Those companies might take action against Xilai Lu. If Li Shangqiu were healthy, even his father would not dare to act recklessly, thus delaying the plan to eliminate Xilai Lu. Damn it! He felt as though fortune had turned against him, and nothing was going smoothly. Enraged, he stormed out of the establishment and dialed a number, the vice president of the People's Hospital in Heiyuan Province. Feng Jinghao sought to verify a matter, inquiring whether Yiming fell under the jurisdiction of the hospital and if the vice president could do something about him. Hello, Uncle. Hi, it's me, Xiao Hao. I wish to inquire about a person. Is there an intern doctor named Yiming at the hospital? As a high-ranking official, you might not have heard of him? What? He is no longer working there? His medical skills are so remarkable. After hanging up, Feng Jinghao's expression darkened further. His plan to leverage Uncle Hai's influence against Yi Yiming had collapsed. According to Uncle Hai's explanation, Yi Yiming had resigned from the hospital. However, Yi Yiming had miraculously cured 3 cancer patients in one afternoon and revived a boy previously declared dead, prompting the director to offer him a position as an attending physician upon his return. Now, Yi Yiming had become a treasure to the People's Hospital. Anyone daring to harm him would face dire consequences, including the vice president himself, who would surely be dealt with by the director if he attempted any underhanded tactics. Feng Jinghao gritted his teeth, producing a sound akin to cracking bones. Damn it, that wretched person, such exceptional medical skills? How is that possible? The wind harboring animosity towards Yi Yiming was palpable, had it not been for Yi Yiming's healing of Li Shanxiao. The Xilai Lu group would soon fall prey to the Fengyun group. With Li Shanxiao restored, the aspirations of the Fengyun group were dashed. It was all the fault of this Yi Yiming, this scoundrel. He had to be eradicated. Little did Feng know that Yi Yiming remained oblivious to this enmity. He was in a private room with his elder brother, Zheng Fenghua, who had brought him 6 jade bracelets and 6 jade necklaces. Yi Yiming, holding a jade guanyin, imbued with a peace talisman, presented it to Zheng Fenghua, saying, "Brother, you must carry this jade guanyin with you. It will ensure your safety. In a few days, I will visit your home." Zheng Fenghua donned the necklace and replied, "Rest assured, brother, I shall not remove it." As they conversed, he produced a card. "Brother, this is 80 million, your share of the commission. This is the first batch. There's more to come." Yiming pushed the card away. "Brother, you're being too kind." Zheng Fenghua embraced him and placed the card into Yi Yiming's pocket. "Do not be so formal with me. This is rightfully yours. Brothers should be clear about financial matters. Otherwise, how shall we meet in the future? You assist me, and I cannot merely accept without due acknowledgement." Zheng Fenghua recognized that his brother was no ordinary individual. He was a remarkable person, and such individuals are the hardest to befriend. His fortune favored him, allowing him to forge a brotherly bond with Yi Yiming early on, thus receiving such generous care. Otherwise, he might have perished in a car accident long ago. Therefore, he would not hesitate to share the profits with Yi Yiming. The jade stones that Yi Yiming found for him resulted in bountiful earnings. Hence, he could not withhold the rightful share of profits. If you feel embarrassed, we can easily resolve that. Tomorrow, we shall invite Rong Jun. You bring a gift, and you treat us. Let us celebrate your prosperity." Yi Yiming agreed. Since parting ways at the antique street, Yi Yiming had been exceedingly busy, while Zheng Fenghua, as the company's deputy manager, was even more occupied. They had not been in contact for days, and Yi Yiming wished to see his second brother, so he consented. "Very well, we shall visit second brother tomorrow." After reaching this agreement, Yi Yiming and Zheng Fenghua took their leave. After a brief wait, Li Lanlan arrived with Yi Yiming and Bai Yunsheng at the private room where Li Shanxiao was located. Yi Yiming commenced the initial treatment for President Li. While administering acupuncture, he instructed Bai Yunsheng, "These are the 12 silver needles, which correspond to the 12 meridians of life. By opening these meridians, we enhance the vitality of the entire body, thereby achieving health." Bai Yunsheng listened attentively, his face aglow with joy, his heart racing as he silently exclaimed, "This was truly worth it." I am genuinely fortunate. The 12 golden needles were a rare mastery. Bai Yunsheng had heard his father speak of them before, lamenting his never having seen them. How could he not be excited at the prospect of his master imparting such profound knowledge to him? Yiming inserted the 12 golden needles into Li Shanxiao's 12 acupoints, manipulating the needles with varied motions, twisting, flicking, or brushing them, each producing a subtle humming sound. Utilizing his qi to command the needles, Bai Yunsheng bore witness to the legendary technique. Li Shanxiao, observing Bai Yunsheng's intense focus on learning, felt a tumult of emotions echoing those of the young man beside him. Bai Yunsheng, a miraculous doctor in Linha City, has saved countless lives and garnered a stellar reputation. His apprenticeship under Yiming is nothing short of astonishing. Were it not for Yiming, he might have lost his life, and even if he had survived, it would have been a mere existence. Under the operations of the Fengyun Group, the Xilai Lu Corporation would have faltered, but it was Yiming who rescued him and the Xilai Lu Group. Mr. Li gazed at Yiming with increasing admiration, his thoughts drifting to his daughter, Li Lanlan. How wonderful it would be if they were to become a couple. Li Lanlan was taken aback. The esteemed Dr. Bai is a disciple of Yiming? How can that be? Dr. Bai has practiced medicine for many years. Renowned in his field, how could he possibly be under Yiming's tutelage? Lanlan felt as though the world had gone mad. After the treatment concluded, Li Shangqiu beamed as he asked his daughter to see off Dr. Yi, insisting that she treat him with utmost hospitality. He offered his earnest instructions. Chapter 77. What do you think of him? Li Lanlan was filled with gratitude. Yiming had not only saved her father, Li Shangqiu, but also the Xilai Lu Group, a colossal commercial empire. As long as her father was alive, no one dared to challenge the Xilai Lu Group. If her father were gravely ill or not present, the group would undoubtedly face relentless attacks from rival factions. The fall of the Xilai Lu Group. The leader of the industry would certainly allow other groups to seize the benefits they have long desired. This truth was indisputable. The evening's gala revealed many undercurrents, with Feng seemingly there to gather intelligence. Li Lanlan was at a loss for words to express her gratitude towards Yiming. He smiled, his gaze towards her particularly gentle. He had aided Xilai Lu, and in turn, Li Lanlan's card had also been of assistance to him. Yiming presented a jade bracelet to Mr. Li, instructing him to keep it close, as it would prove to be highly beneficial. Yiming believed that Mr. Li should not have cancer. The circumstances surrounding his illness seemed rather peculiar. Some matters should remain unspoken, as healing often requires serendipity. As the leading corporation in various sectors of Linha City, Xilai Lu had many adversaries, and it was not inconceivable that someone might resort to unscrupulous means. Besides Mr. Li, Li Lanlan was a pillar of the Xilai Lu Group, and this bracelet would safeguard her well-being. Li Lanlan donned the bracelet gracefully, fully aware that the gifts from such an extraordinary individual as Yiming carried their own significance. "Thank you, Dr. Yi," she said with her characteristic radiant smile, exuding the poise of a seasoned entrepreneur. "Is the gala not yet over? Are you leaving?" Yiming chuckled. "Mr. Li, our circles are different. There's no need for convergence. Even if I wished to blend in, it would be impossible. It would only cause discomfort for myself and others. It is time for me to depart." Li Lanlan accompanied Yiming to his car, watching as his Audi 8 gradually merged into the flow of traffic before returning to her own world. Li Shangqiu observed his daughter's smiling countenance and inquired, "Lanlan, what do you think of Dr. Yi?" Li Lanlan pondered briefly before replying, "He is wonderful. I meant, what if you were to marry him?" Mr. Li pressed further. Li Lanlan's face flushed suddenly, and she bashfully exclaimed, "Dad, what are you saying?" As she spoke, Li Lanlan gently touched the bracelet on her arm, her head bowed in modesty, a smile dancing at the corners of her lips, her heart brimming with a myriad of wishes. "Answer me, daughter." Li Shanxiao pressed on. "Dad," Li Lanlan called out once more. "All right, I understand. You are right." Li Shanxiao gazed out the window, his eyes sparkling. "My daughter, Dr. Yi has merely begun to reveal his talents, and it is evident he is no ordinary individual. He is destined to transform into a golden dragon. With his unwavering support, our Xilai Lu Group is bound to expand 1,000-fold, perhaps even 10,000-fold. Although Li Lanlan admired Yiming's prowess, She had not anticipated her father's lofty appraisal of him, prompting her to inquire, "Dad, is what you said truly the case?" Li Shanxiao nodded. At the Gambling Stone Conference, he thwarted the ambitions of young manager Yang Jixiong from Dafu Jewelry, securing over 200 million with nothing but empty hands. At the auction, he unraveled ancient schemes, netting 500 million from a Nine-Dragon Cup. He saved General Huang one long with silver needles, and heroically rescued lives by the Mother River, aiding a prominent tycoon from Yiming province. My child, the achievements doctor. He accomplished in a single week are what many can only aspire to achieve in a lifetime. Just envision what his future holds. Do not concern yourself with his status as a son-in-law to the Shui family. Such news is beyond their reach. A true hero must not be ensnared by a woman. My dear, you must seize this opportunity. With that, Li Shanxiao departed, leaving Li Lanlan gazing at the flowing lights outside, lost in contemplation. She wondered where Dr. Yi was at that moment. Meanwhile, Yiming was driving along the highway, acutely aware that two vehicles had been tailing him for several miles. The perceptive abilities of a practitioner far surpass those of ordinary individuals. The occupants of both cars exuded a murderous intent, clearly sent to take his life. Yiming realized he had crossed paths with certain young masters, such as Feng Jinghao from Fengyan Group, Yang Jixiong from Dafu Jewelry, Fu Yonyan from Fudkang Pharmacy, and Jing Xiao from Yunji Noodle House. He remained uncertain as to who had dispatched the pursuers, but it was undoubtedly one of them. Yiming parked near a lush park and strolled into its embrace. The two cars pursuing him screeched to a halt, their tires protesting against the asphalt. The doors swung open, and 8 agile figures leapt out. "Big bro," he southed, heading towards the park. "Let us go. We cannot let him escape." "Huh. This 18 million will come easy. This kid is a novice. Extinguishing him will be as effortless as crushing an ant." The 8 men moved with the precision characteristic of soldiers, hastening into the park. The soft moonlight enveloped the park, casting mottled patches of milky light through the low-hanging branches. Yiming stood amidst a thicket, a smile gracing his lips as he watched the 8 men approach. "You've come," Yiming said with a grin. "Now do tell. Who sent you?" The 8 figures halted a few meters away from him, swiftly forming an encirclement, ensuring he could not flee. Leading them was a tall man in his 40s, who sneered at Yiming. "Kid, you have quite the audacity. Knowing we are hunting you down, you still dared to stop. Have you prepared your own grave?" They were once special forces, having taken many lives, emerging from pools of blood. To them, Yiming was already a corpse. Yiming's countenance darkened. "I initially intended to ask just once, but now I shall inquire again. Who sent you here? Speak, and I shall let you leave. Otherwise, all 8 of you shall remain here." The 8 laughed heartily. "Kid, cease your theatrics. Surrender your belongings, and we will grant you a swift demise. Mark my words, you cannot escape. We, the 8 brothers, are special forces, and you, like an ant, are fit only to be crushed beneath our feet. Enough talk, kill him." At their command, all 8 brandished military daggers, propelling themselves towards Yiming like cannonballs, intent on ending his life. Yiming scoffed, stamping his foot, causing the ground to reverberate. Boom! An invisible wave of energy surged forth, ensnaring the nearby trees within a radius of several yards, while tendrils of grass and foliage entwined around the legs of the assailants. Whoosh! Branches coiled around their limbs like constricting serpents, lifting them into the air. Before each of them loomed a branch resembling a spear, exuding a chilling sharpness, seemingly poised to pierce their hearts at any moment. They struggled to break free from their arboreal bonds, but no matter how they writhed, they remained ensnared. The branches creaking ominously. Moonlight filtered through the gaps, illuminating Yiming's handsome visage as he gazed tenderly, albeit regretfully, at their leader. "Speak, who sent you here? This is the 3rd time I have asked you." The leader, a veteran of the Special Forces, chuckled. "We are professionals, hired to eliminate threats. You dream if you think we would betray our employer's secrets. We would rather die than disclose them." Yiming regarded him with a discerning eye. "Very well. You possess fortitude." He turned his back on the 8, and as he stepped beyond the thicket, he murmured softly, "If you refuse to speak the truth, then perish." The words hung in the air, resonating ominously. Through the silent communication of the Qingdi with Emperor technique, every plant in the forest became aware. Each plant swayed joyfully, rustling their leaves in fervent response to Yi Yiming's intent. Particularly, the 8 branches, resembling long spears, ruthlessly lunged toward the hearts of the 8 men. The sound of the branches slicing through the air was deafening. Whoosh! Thud! Each branch pierced a heart with deadly precision. The clearing echoed with their anguished cries. Ah, bastards! Damn it! In a synchronized motion, the branches withdrew and lunged again, targeting their throats. Thud! Their throats punctured. They found themselves unable to utter a sound. The 8 stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock, blood gushing from their hearts. Despite their backgrounds as special forces, having fought in the most perilous of places and stained their hands with the blood of enemies, they had never encountered such a bizarre method of execution. Yi Yiming did not take any action. He merely stamped his foot, and they found themselves ensnared and ultimately perished by the trees. What a bizarre method of murder. As Yi Yiming departed, they laughed at him, convinced that he would not dare to strike against them. Otherwise, their organization would not spare him. Little did they anticipate that upon emerging from the woods, they would meet their demise at the hands of the branches. Could it be that Yi Yiming was not human, but rather the Black Mountain Old Demon? In truth, they were oblivious to the fact that the Black Mountain Old Demon pales in comparison to Yi Yiming, as the demon was merely an ancient tree that had gained sentience, unlike Yi Yiming, who cultivated the Qingdi Mu Huang technique, commanding all trees and reigning as the emperor of all wood elements. Once Yi Yiming transcended to the second level of this technique, even the Black Mountain Old Demon would be subject to his control. Their throats choked, blood flowing profusely. 8 individuals harbored a singular thought. Brother, let us never trouble this person again, or our organization shall face annihilation. They wished to leave behind some information, yet their bodies hung suspended, rendering them unable to do so. Their eyes widened in disbelief and frustration. Yi Yiming drove his Audi 8 back to the landlord's residence, where he diagnosed his sister. Smiling as he said, "Sister, congratulations on your full recovery." Yi Yiqing was equally delighted. "Xiao Ming, I want to return to work." Yi Yiming rolled his eyes inwardly, contemplating the worth of a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. After all, he was a billionaire with 800 million in his pocket. Wasn't he? He did not impede his sister's aspirations. If you wish to work, then start next Monday. Enjoy the weekend first. Yi Yiqing nodded enthusiastically. All right, I will prepare well. She skipped away, exuding the joy of a child. The prospect of working and alleviating some burdens from her brother made her feel fulfilled. In a high-end club, the lighting was dim. Feng Zhenghao had his left arm draped around a stunning woman, his hands slipping into her blouse, playfully kneading a soft, dough-like substance. The woman blushed deeply, her face flushed, her allure increasing as she became increasingly unable to resist. Feng Xiaoyu, Feng Zhenghao, holding a goblet, appeared oblivious to her words. He took a sip of wine, gazing at the man in black seated opposite him. Longa? The man in black bore a resolute expression, his gaze icy. Rest assured, Feng Xiao, there will be no issues. Just then, someone burst in. Longa, it's bad news. The 8 wolves are dead. Longa sprang to his feet, seizing the newcomer by the collar, demanding in a voice filled with ire. What did you say? Big brother, the 8 wolves are dead. Where? In the small park. Let us go. Longa did not spare Feng Zhenghao a glance as he swiftly exited the club, the door closing behind him, leaving only Feng Zhenghao and the beautiful woman. She embraced him and kissed him passionately. Feng Zhenghao found himself reclining on the sofa, the room awash in a tender spring ambience. As the March breeze scattered blossoms, Feng Zhenghao adjusted his collar, tossed a stack of money aside, and exited the club, a slight smirk gracing his lips. The 8 wolves had perished at the hands of Yi Yiming, yet the wolf pack would not relent against him. The wolf pack is a clandestine organization formed by 36 elite soldiers, navigating the treacherous line between mortality and legality, engaging in morally ambiguous dealings. Each member is a formidable force, skilled enough to take on 10 adversaries single-handedly, their hands stained with blood. 8 wolves have perished, and Brother Long personally arrived at the scene. The wolf pack and Yiming are entwined in a deadly confrontation. Brother Long sped to the location of the incident, only to be struck dumb by the sight before him. 8 brothers were suspended in the air by branches, neither their clothing nor their bodies touching the ground, their hearts and throats pierced by the very limbs of the trees. The ground was soaked in their blood, their eyes filled with an unquenchable sense of injustice. As Brother Long and his comrades beheld the gruesome fate of the 8 wolves, a chill ran down their spines, nearly causing them to collapse. They had witnessed death before, claiming countless enemies on the battlefield, yet they had never encountered such a bizarre manner of demise. It was not the work of human hands. It bore the hallmarks of a deliberate hunt orchestrated by the very trees themselves. While plants do not kill, there are indeed flora capable of causing harm, such as the infamous man-eating tree, a desperate strategy employed in barren lands. In the park, the trees and greenery appeared to ensnare the 8 brothers, their branches targeting their hearts and throats. Brother Long's gaze sharpened, his heart racing as a chilling realization took form. Yiming is a practitioner of the arcane. Only a sorcerer could wield such unfathomable powers. The world teems with exceptional individuals, and within the ancient expanse of Huagua, various extraordinary figures exist. Ancient martial artists, Buddhists, Taoists, shamans, and others beyond their reach. Yiming, astonishingly, is one of them. They had encountered a formidable opponent. A torrent of thoughts surged through Brother Long's mind, tumultuous and overwhelming. Behind him, the messenger, with eyes wide in agony, exclaimed, "Brother Long, Yiming has slain my brother. We must seek vengeance upon that scoundrel. We cannot coexist." A tempest of hatred roiled within him, but before he could finish, Brother Long silenced him with a swift slap, declaring, "Enough. Let Feng handle the 10 million. We shall allocate 6 million to care for the families of our fallen brothers. Speak no more of revenge. This business is cancelled." The man stood there, bewildered. "Brother Long, why?" Brother Long coldly retorted, "Obey the order." Yes. The sun continued its ascent, casting golden rays upon the streets of Linha City, heralding the dawn of yet another beautiful morning. Yiming sat cross-legged by the window, sensing that he had reached the critical threshold of the Qingdi Muhuang skill, poised to break through to the first level at any moment. Chapter 79. Diligent Zhang Rongjuan at 5 in the afternoon. Yiming arrived punctually at Dr. Zhao Ming's clinic. This establishment was a modest practice run by Xiao Yan's father, Zhang Rongjuan's girlfriend. The sign read, "Internal medicine, surgery, gynecology, and pediatrics, specializing in various complex ailments." The clinic was spacious, boasting 7 or 8 beds, and Yiming spotted second brother clad in a doctor's coat, diligently attending to patients. He was laboriously transporting medical waste onto a 3-wheeled cart. The garbage bin was quite large, making it a challenge to load onto the vehicle. Zhang Rongjuan, his older brother, exerted himself in this task. His girlfriend, Xiao Yan, cracked sunflower seeds nearby, her face brimming with disdain. "Zhang Rongjuan, are you not ashamed? Such a big man. And you can't even lift a bin of garbage onto the cart. What are you even capable of? During your hospital internship, you barely scraped by. And the attending physician Wu Ti even give you a commendation. How do you expect to stay in Linha City? Your intelligence is lacking, your emotional quotient is deficient, and your physical strength is inadequate. What can you do? What use are you as a failure? Can you provide me with a happy life? Can you buy a house, a car, cosmetics, or luxury handbags for me? Can you take me around the world and help me live a white-collar existence?" Zhang Rongjuan, Xiao Yan stomped her foot. "Tell me, what on earth did I see in you? Why did I ever date you? I must have been blind to waste my youth on you." Zhang Rongjuan, "Speak up." You can't even muster a response. Yiming's expression darkened. He had heard about his brother's girlfriend and was genuinely happy for him. But he never expected her to be so aggressive. It was utterly outrageous. Zhang Rongjuan was struggling with a large green garbage bin, which weighed over 100 pounds. If Xiao Yan had lent a hand, they could have easily lifted it onto the cart. Instead, she stood by berating his ineptitude. Yiming quickened his pace to assist his brother in loading the waste onto the 3-wheeled cart, then helped move the other 2 bins as well. Based on Yiming's assessment, each bin weighed around 180 pounds, and it was no small feat for Zhang Rongyuan to manage even one of them. With a simple smile, Zhang Rongyuan said, "Brother, you're here. Once I transfer this medical waste to the designated disposal site, my task will be complete. Please wait for me a moment." Yiming chuckled and clapped Zhang Rongyuan on the shoulder. "Brother, what are you talking about? We're in this together. United, we can achieve great things. I'm here to help." Xiaoyan looked at Yiming, dressed in makeshift attire, her lips curling in disdain. "Oh, so this is Yiming, the one Rongyuan constantly talks about?" Yiming chose to ignore her, finding her insufferable. Her sharp tongue was a poor reflection of her character. Yet, out of respect for his brother, he replied, "Yes, it's me, sister-in-law. I'm surprised you remember my name." Xiaoyan snorted derisively. "Remember you? Of course. You still owe my Rongyuan 12,000 yuan, right? I mean, Yiming, brothers should settle their debts fairly. When will you repay what you owe?" Before Xiaoyan could finish her tirade, Zhang Rongyuan grew agitated. "Xiaoyan," he interrupted her, unwilling to let her continue. Yiming was his brother, visiting for the first time, and her incessant chatter was unwarranted. Xiaoyan, now incensed, pointed at Zhang Rongyuan. "Zhang Rongyuan, what is the matter? He can borrow money, but I can't ask about it. Is it illegal for me to inquire? This matter compels me to inquire further. My family S. Rongyuan earns a living through great difficulty, and having lent you assistance during your time of need, it is only right that you repay the debt when the time comes. Brother, what is amiss? Is your money merely blown in by the wind?" Yiming chuckled, realizing that his brother had not disclosed the 200,000 to Xiaoyan. "Sister-in-law, I will repay the money tonight. How does that sound?" Xiaoyan's expression softened slightly. "Humph, that's more like it." Yiming, having married into the affluent Shui family, which earns millions or even tens of millions annually, how much pocket money do you receive? Yiming maintained a calm demeanor. "Not much, perhaps 20 or 30,000 a month." Xiaoyan gasped in astonishment. "Oh, I see. The wealthy are indeed different. Such generous pocket money. You are truly fortunate, living off others, yet reaching the pinnacle of life, surpassing the majority of your classmates. Is your wife schwebbing you? One of the 5 beauties of the city? Is that true? Do you have a picture of her? I would love to see what she looks like." Yiming's countenance grew ever more composed, his eyes chillingly cold. "No." Xiaoyan's curiosity ignited. "Yiming, how could that be? Surely, you have at least held her hand? Do you reside in the Shui household?" Zhang Rongyuan's expression darkened. "Xiaoyan, you have gone too far." Xiaoyan scoffed. "Gone too far? How so? I am merely showing concern for your brother. Is that excessive? Yiming, you must act quickly to win her over. Otherwise, she may stray, and you will be left heartbroken." With that, Xiaoyan entered the clinic, muttering, as if entering the homes of the wealthy in Linhe City is so easy. A toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Zhang Rongyuan's veins throbbed, his eyes reddening. He was indifferent to Xiaoyan's words and insults. She was his girlfriend, after all, and he felt it necessary to endure. Yiming, however, was a different matter. He was his brother, and Xiaoyan's harshness was unwarranted. Every day, after completing his internship, he would assist at the clinic, working late into the night. What was his effort for? To win the affection of his girlfriend, of course. Now that his brother was present, Xiaoyan showed him no respect whatsoever. Such a lack of upbringing. He felt the urge to erupt, but Yiming restrained him. Xiaoyan was, after all, his brother's girlfriend, and he could not voice his discontent. "Brother, it's nothing. There's no need to be upset with your sister-in-law over trivial matters." Yiming held Zhang Rongyuan back. "Let us take out the medical waste." With that, the two of them pushed a cart together to dispose of the medical refuse. Xiaoyan, observing the two rustic individuals, spat in contempt. "Humph, a pair of country bumpkins. If it weren't for the clinic's need for someone to take out the trash, I would never give a second glance at such peasants." At that moment, a group of people entered the clinic, carrying an individual. They clamored loudly. "Zhao Ming, you bastard. Come out. We want to see how you treat your patients. Yesterday and this morning, when we came for treatment, my father was in good health. After receiving your 4 and taking your medicine, he fell into a comatose state. Zhao Ming, you quack. You must take responsibility for my father." A throng of 20 or so joined in unison. "Quack, quack, return to life." They stormed into his clinic, determined to bring retribution upon the quack. A horde of over 20 individuals rushed in, brandishing clubs and shouting for justice for the victims. Smash the clinic of the charlatan. Demand accountability. Yiming, you coward. Come out. They bellowed. Hiding within the clinic would not resolve the impending chaos. Inside, there were merely 4 souls: Dr. Yiming, 2 young nurses, and Zhao Xiaoyan. The cacophony of angry voices and accusations from outside struck terror into Dr. Zhao's heart. He hastily emerged, pleading, "Everyone, please let us discuss this calmly." Sweat beaded on his forehead. To claim he was unafraid would be a falsehood. The ramifications of medical malpractice loomed like an abyss. The potential compensation amounts unfathomable. Yiming, how can you still show your face? My father came to your clinic for a cold, received some medication, and suddenly he is incapacitated. What do you have to say for yourself? You failed to treat my father properly, and I will not let this go. Doctor. Zhao glanced at the elderly man lying on the ground, recalling the morning visit for treatment. Let me review the medical records to ascertain your father's condition. A wave of perspiration washed over him as he realized the man before him was not an innocent bystander, but rather a potential extortionist intent on squeezing money from him. The young thugs surrounding them were emboldened, and their determination to cause chaos was palpable. Dr. Zhao perused the records. The old man's name was Wang Bing. Suffering merely from a cold, nothing serious. He had been prescribed medicine. There was no reason for this sudden decline. However, as he neared the patient, an overwhelming scent of alcohol reached his nostrils. Tell me, did your father consume alcohol? Wang shoved Dr. Zhao, demanding, what are you implying? Whether my father drank or not is irrelevant. Are you attempting to evade responsibility? Unless you provide me with a definitive answer, I will have no choice but to demolish your medical practice. With that, he struck Dr. Zhao across the face, leaving his cheeks swollen and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Do you admit that you harmed him? The records are in your possession. Can you still deny it? The raucous group rallied around Wang Yi, shouting, Yiming, you scoundrel. You refuse to accept responsibility for your negligence. We will not stand for this. I detest those who lack accountability. Strike him. Strike him. The atmosphere grew tense, threatening to erupt into further chaos. Onlookers gathered along the roadside, their expressions a mix of outrage and curiosity, witnessing the unfolding spectacle. What kind of doctor is this? Only interested in collecting fees, yet refuses to acknowledge his failures. He has no conscience. Yet, one bystander mused, but can we truly judge? This young man might be nothing but a fraud himself. Indeed, let us observe how this drama unfolds, another replied. Xiaoyan, gripped by fear, resolved to call for help and hastily reached for her phone to dial the authorities. Wang Yiming approached Xiaoyan, snatched her phone, and delivered a resounding slap across her face, leaving her startled and her cheeks swollen. Damn it, my father is in trouble. And you're not rushing to provide treatment or find someone to help. Do you intend to disregard human life? Wang Yiming's fury escalated as he kicked Xiaoyan several times. Exclaiming, you scoundrel! Xiaoyan fell to the ground. Yiming, will you provide me with a definitive answer? If you fail to do so, I will demolish your clinic, ensuring you can never practice medicine again. Yes, Yiming, you must give us a response, they shouted aggressively. Yiming, growing impatient, retorted Wang Yiming. Even a response requires reason. If you keep demanding, will you sacrifice your father's life? You dare accuse me of being unfilial? Strike him. Over 20 individuals brandished sticks at Yiming. With a flurry of blows, they quickly brought him to the ground. Xiaoyan, on the verge of madness, screamed, you bastards! How dare you hit my father? I will annihilate you. I will call my boyfriend to deal with you. You all will kneel. In a frenzy, Xiaoyan shouted. Wang Yiming laughed derisively. Oh, your boyfriend sounds formidable. Why not summon him? Indeed, let us see how he intends to defeat us. Bring him forth. Let us see if he dares meddle in this matter. At that moment, a figure rushed in, pushing aside a thug. What are you doing? What's happening here? Xiaoyan, are you all right? Zhang Rongjuan, having pushed through the crowd to the clinic's entrance, witnessed his future father-in-law being assaulted and the red marks on his girlfriend Xiaoyan's face. His anger flared. After all, Xiaoyan was his girlfriend, and seeing her harmed infuriated him. What is going on here? Is there no law left? Xiaoyan was on the phone. Wolf brother, there essayed disturbance at the clinic. You need to come. A voice roared from the other end. All right, I'm on my way. Wang Yiming, eyeing Zhang Rongjuan with a sneer, remarked, So, you're Zhao Xiaoyan's boyfriend? Zhang Rongjuan nodded. Yes, I am her boyfriend. Wang Yiming spat at him. Do you think you could take us all down? You think you can handle this? A thug approached, and Zhang Rongjuan clenched his fists. Glaring, I don't know if I can handle it, but you cannot resort to violence. If there are issues, let us discuss them. What is this assault? He was about to retaliate against the thug when Yiming restrained him. The two sides clashed as the thugs demanded 500,000 in compensation from Zhao Ming for his father's treatment, insisting that if this was not settled, they would not let the matter rest. Zhao Ming stated that was impossible, as Wang Bing had been drinking and disregarded the doctor's advice, hence they would not pay. The argument intensified, with one side demanding compensation and the other refusing. The thugs erupted into chaos once more. At that moment, Zhang Rongjuan remarked, Wang Yiming, your father has reacted adversely to the cephalosporins after consuming alcohol. If you heed my advice and admit him to the hospital, we can advance 50,000 yuan as a humanitarian gesture. If you are willing, then go. If not, then so be it. Zhao Xiaoyan, overhearing Zhang Rongjuan's words, became incensed. Zhang Rongjuan, do you understand what you are saying? Do you comprehend the magnitude of 50,000 yuan? It is not your money, so you do not feel the weight of it. That is the clinic's funds, and we are the ones burdened. Zhang Rongjuan observed the hysterical Zhao Xiaoyan, his brow furrowing. Xiaoyan, what do you mean by that? I intend to provide the funds. Xiaoyan retorted angrily. Zhang Rongjuan, who do you think you are? You expect the clinic to foot the bill? You are merely a worker I brought in to clean, without any obligation to pay. What authority do you have over the clinic? You think you're my boyfriend? My actual boyfriend will arrive shortly. Just wait and see. Also, where did your 50,000 yuan come from? Tell me. Zhao Xiaoyan pointed at Yiming, demanding, you owe me 12,000. Just then, a group of people arrived. Xiaoyan, who the hell is causing a ruckus in front of the clinic? I'm losing my patience. The towering Wang who appeared, accompanied by more than 20 others. Who dares to bully my girlfriend? I will deal with him. Wang who approached Zhao Xiaoyan, embracing her, and upon noticing the handprint on her face, he became furious. Damn it! Who struck my girlfriend? Speak up. Wang Hu bellowed. Chapter 81. Bring out the money. Wang Hu, a formidable figure, shouted while holding Xiaoyan. Damn it! Who am I, woman? I'll take care of him. His imposing stature and wide-eyed glare were intimidating. The dozen or so individuals behind Wang Hu also exuded an aggressive demeanor, visibly displeased. Wang Yiming stepped forward. I did it, so what? The clinic has exacerbated a minor cold into a grave issue. My father is lying here, and the clinic refuses to treat him. What do you expect me to do? If my father dies here, I will settle the score with them. The individuals behind Wang Yiming brandished weapons, ready for a confrontation. Anyone who obstructs us will face the consequences. Those quacks deserve punishment. We can argue about it anywhere. If the old man dies, Zhao Ming will wear mourning clothes. Wang Yiming pointed at Wang Hu. You can take charge, but my father is here, lying in need of care. You must provide the funds for treatment, and first, we will take him to the hospital, then we can settle the accounts. Yes, bring the money, bring the money. Wang Hu was taken aback, not expecting the situation to unfold in this manner. He was a drifter, indulging in vices, managing small amounts of cash, but lacking substantial funds. He could fight, but handling matters was beyond him. Damn it, I will deal with issues, but you cannot hit my woman. Wang Yiming, filled with rage, brandished his knife. What do you want? Do you intend for it to be a bloody confrontation? The two sides were on the brink of battle. Dr. Zhao Ming, covering his face, stood up. Enough noise. Saving the patient is paramount. If anything were to happen, it would be troublesome. Wang Yiming quickly interjected. Yes, bring the money. Bring the money. Dr. Zhao Ming gritted his teeth. I only have 20,000 in my clinic. Wang Yiming shouted. Bring it out quickly. Find the money. He shouted, gripping Zhao Ming tightly, pressing the blade against his throat. Hurry up with the cash, or I'll kill him. As he spoke, the knife drew blood from a small cut on Zhao Ming's neck. Xiaoyan panicked and yelled at Zhang Rongjuan. Zhang Rongjuan, give me money. Quickly, I need 50,000. Zhang Rongjuan had just withdrawn 50,000, but he was reluctant to give it to her. He had intended to spend 200,000 on her. Yet she refused to acknowledge him as her boyfriend, instead choosing a petty thug, which irked him. Wang Hu glared at Zhang Rongjuan. Surround him, damn it. Give him the money. Zhang Rongjuan felt anger rising, but was restrained by Yi Yiming. Seeing Yi Yiming's expression, he reluctantly took out 50,000. Xiaoyan shouted at Yi Yiming, "You, give me 12,000, hurry." Yi Yiming coldly laughed and pulled out 20,000, which was seized by Wang Yinan's men. Only then did Wang Hu release the two hostages. Yi Yiming and Zhang Rongjuan stepped back, watching the chaos unfold. Zhang Rongjuan, agitated, exclaimed, "Old three, what are you doing? Why did you give them the money? It would have been better to feed it to the dogs." He glared at Xiaoyan with resentment. "Damn it. She treats me like a mule, and I have not a word of complaint, yet she chooses a thug instead." The fury in Zhang Rongjuan's eyes was palpable as he contemplated Xiaoyan. Yi Yiming chuckled, "Second brother, she will face her retribution. Do you really think that 70,000 is worth anything? It's merely a bone thrown for them to snatch." At that moment, a luxury car pulled up before them. "What are you all doing? The clinic is in chaos. Why aren't you helping?" Yi Yiming replied with a smile. Xiaoyan deceived second brother. "What help can we offer? Her boyfriend is a big guy, and second brother is just a free worker she tricked." Zheng Fenghua's expression turned dark. "Get in the car." "Second brother, such a fickle person is not worth your concern." As their vehicle moved slightly away, they observed the unfolding events in front of Zhao Ming's clinic. Wang Yinan shouted, pressing the knife against Zhao Ming's neck, "Money. Hurry up and bring me the cash." He gestured menacingly, "Otherwise, I'll kill him." Xiaoyan's eyes flared with anger. "You bastard. If you touch him, Wang Hu won't spare you. Release my father and we can talk." The demand for money escalated. "It must be 500,000, or I won't let this go." Xiaoyan, equally enraged, retorted, "You're insane. Why should we give you 500,000? 2,000 is a generous offer for letting my father go." A heated argument ensued. "Money now, or I'll kill Zhao Ming." Wang Yinan shouted. Wang Hu and his group were infuriated. The patient's issues had nothing to do with the clinic. Wang Yinan was merely causing trouble. Tempers flared, and a brawl erupted. "Damn you. You're here to extort us. I'll kill you. Get lost, you scoundrel. Damn it, let's finish him." The two sides clashed fiercely, neither willing to back down. All were thugs willing to fight to the death. The commotion escalated. "Stop it, damn it. There are patients here." Wang Yinan yelled in desperation. A man forcefully kicked Wang Yinan's father aside, exclaiming, "You wretched patient." Wang Yinan, incensed, shouted, "You bastards." Regardless of his father's character, he was still Wang Yinan's father. Seeing him assaulted ignited a fury within Wang Yinan. "By heavens, I will kill you," he declared, lunging at Dr. Zhao Ming with a knife. The blade plunged into Zhao Ming's abdomen, blood gushing forth. Xiaoyan, witnessing her father's injury, was struck dumb with fear. "Ah!" she screamed as she rushed forward. "Father, are you all right?" A chaotic brawl ensued among the thugs. Wang Yinan, glaring at Xiaoyan, loathed her with every fiber of his being. He struck her face, demanding, "Give me the money, you wretched woman." With a swift motion, he slashed her cheek. Hearing Xiaoyan's anguished cries, Zhang Rongjuan felt a pang of compassion. His fists clenched, tears cascaded down his cheeks. Regardless of Xiaoyan's nature, he had genuinely loved her. "Old three, save her." Yet Yi Yiming remained unmoved, his expression placid. "Second brother, let it go. Just let him be." Blood flowed profusely from Zhao Ming's wound as he looked at his daughter, filled with regret. Xiaoyan. He wished to say something, but the words eluded him. At that moment, sirens blared. Wang Yinan and Wang Hu hastily fled, though several of their group were apprehended. The injured were transported by police to a nearby hospital. Xiaoyan, still unconscious, called out, Wang Hu, Wang Hu." Zhang Rongjuan, with a heavy heart, implored, "Bring the money. You scoundrel. We need money to save him." Listening to Xiaoyan's cries shattered Zhang Rongjuan's heart. Tears flowed freely. He could scarcely believe that the woman he loved wholeheartedly had deceived him into labor, her heart belonging solely to that petty thug, Wang Hu, betrayed by Xiaoyan. He found himself counting money for her. Zhang Rongjuan felt an acute pain in his heart. Yi Yiming shouted, "Eldest brother, to Shangri-La." The luxury car roared as the three brothers sped toward Shangri-La. Along the way, Zhang Rongjuan wept bitterly, crying out Xiaoyan. After his lament, he coughed up blood. Wow. Blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 82. You must save her, Yiming. Is second brother all right? Zhang Fenghua observed Zhang Rongjuan's tragic state, his heart aching, nearly brought to tears. The three brothers, noting Zhang Rongjuan's simplicity and sincerity, felt a burning rage at his suffering inflicted by Xiaoyan. You must protect him, old three. We cannot let anything happen to second brother. Yi Yiming's expression hardened. Eldest brother, rest assured, as long as I am here, second brother will be safe. Anger harms the liver, sorrow the lungs. Second brother's ailment lies between these organs. His health can be restored, but the healing of his emotional wounds depends on him alone. We can only support him. Zhang Fenghua nodded. Indeed, it's his first love, and encountering such a scoundrel is unfortunate. We must assist him. Yi Yiming agreed. The three were bound by blood. In the luxury vehicle, Zhang Rongjuan was a mess. Blood splattered everywhere, yet Zhang Fenghua bore no resentment, solely concerned for his brother, a testament to their bond. Yi Yiming encouraged Zhang Rongjuan, second brother. You must see things clearly. A man of valor should not be troubled by the absence of a woman. Xiaoyan is not worth your sorrow. Zhang Rongjuan swallowed hard. Nodding, you are right, second brother. Zhang Rongjuan spoke softly. I am not foolish. I am aware that she has been exploiting me, treating me as a free cleaner. I have no complaints. I merely yearn for the day when my efforts will earn her acknowledgement. Who would have thought that she would secretly associate with a ruffian behind my back? It pains my heart. As he spoke, tears cascaded down Zhang Rongjuan's face once more. Zhang Fenghua interjected, My dear brother, this is a trial that every man must endure. A man who has not experienced the pangs of love will never truly mature. The vehicle arrived at Shangri-La. Yi Yiming administered acupuncture to Zhang Rongjuan, safeguarding his liver and lungs, and healing the wounds inflicted upon him by heartache. After half an hour, Zhang Rongjuan was completely restored. Even his minor ailments vanished, leaving him healthier than before. The table was set with food and drink, and the three began to indulge. As they drank, Zhang Rongjuan succumbed to inebriation. Do not mock me, he slurred. You both know? Back in school, when I was ill and you two were absent. It was Xiaoyan who took me to the infirmary, fetched me hot water, supported me while I took my medicine, and stayed by my side for 2 hours until I fell asleep. Upon waking, I discovered her scarf left behind in our dormitory, and I quietly cherished it. At that time, Xiaoyan was the purest, most beautiful girl in my heart. I believed that marrying a girl like her would be enough for a lifetime, leaving me with no regrets. Later, I gifted her the scarf and treated her to a meal, establishing a slight connection. Zhang Rongjuan recounted, his emotions palpable, as his brothers listened intently. It was a tale as old as time, a tale of an infatuated youth deeply moved by a maiden, striving desperately to win her love, to carve out a future for her, willing to endure all hardships, suffering immensely, solely to be with her, and to provide her with the best possible refuge. Alas, fragile as glass, fleeting as clouds, the finest things in life are often not resilient. Xiaoyan dismissed him, cavorting with the likes of Wang Hu, a scoundrel, leaving Zhang Rongjuan feeling utterly inferior to such a wretch, his heart shattered. Brother, I have been such a fool. I have loved the wrong person. He lamented, tears streaming anew. Brother, as Liu Bei once said, brothers are like limbs, while wives are like garments. Without letting go of the old, the new cannot come. Do not be disheartened, Zhang Fenghua encouraged. Dear brother, there are many flowers in life's meadows. Why cling to a single blossom? Try to let it go. Zhang Rongjuan wept. I understand the logic, but my heart aches terribly. I have invested all my emotions in Xiaoyan, and she has treated me thus. He raised a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. Brother, I ask one favor of you. If you would, Zhang Rongjuan implored through tear-drenched eyes. Yi Yiming offered a bittersweet smile. Brother, you are my kin. I will heed your request, whatever it may be. Yi Yiming was aware of Zhang Rongjuan's intentions, which merely revolved around aiding Xiaoyan. Brother, you are no ordinary man. Could you assist Xiaoyan in restoring her beauty? I have heard you can cure President Li's cancer. Zhang Rongjuan gazed at Yi Yiming with pleading eyes. Yi Yiming sighed. If Xiaoyan consents to my treatment, I have a 60% chance of erasing the scars from her face. Zhang Rongjuan grasped Yiming's hand tightly and implored, "Third brother, you must save her. You absolutely must." Yiming gazed at Zhang Rongjuan, tears swirling in his eyes. This earnest fool, even at such a critical moment, still thought of that woman. "Second brother, I promise you." Zhang Rongjuan rose to his feet, declaring, "Let us go to the hospital. You must assist Xiao Yan." Deep down, Zhang Rongjuan understood that he and Xiao Yan had no future together. She had wounded him deeply. Yet even so, he was willing to extend his help to her one last time, just once more. What could Yiming and Zheng Fenghua say? "Very well, to the hospital we go. Second brother, if they refuse treatment, I will not intervene. It is a doctor's principle not to enter without invitation," Yiming warned. Zhang Rongjuan nodded in agreement. The police arrived at the station. In this brawl, 6 individuals were severely injured, 7 sustained moderate injuries, and 4 were lightly hurt, while Wang Yinan and Wang, who had fled the scene. Liu Hongba, the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, ordered that the injured be treated first, insisting that no one must die. Such a significant incident would be detrimental to the evaluation of the public security system in Linha City. Sweat beaded on Liu Hongba's forehead, and his heart raced with anxiety. He felt a surge of frustration. What a cursed year! He had served as the director for 10 years. And if he did not advance this year, his career would reach a standstill. To move forward, he needed his team to excel in the public security evaluations. Recent incidents, such as the Mother River case and today's Zhao Ming clinic incident, had proven particularly adverse for him. "Is fate truly obstructing my path to promotion?" he lamented. He ordered the police car to head to the 3rd Municipal Hospital. As the police vehicle sped towards the hospital, Liu Hongba reported to his superior, Lin Guerre, while instructing his subordinates to swiftly apprehend Wang Yinan and Wang Hu, determined that no involved parties would escape. Liu Hongba understood that with proper handling, a misfortune could be transformed into a blessing. He was resolute in ensuring the situation was managed effectively. Save lives. The doctors at the 3rd hospital became engulfed in a whirlwind of activity. This hospital, renowned in Linha City, was slightly inferior to the People's Hospital. Upon the director's command, various departments, including emergency care, orthopedics, and internal medicine, sprang into action, adhering to the directive from above to minimize casualties, striving to ensure that not a single life was lost. Even the oncology department was involved, with Director Gui Wufa from the People's Hospital's cancer specialty joining the surgical team, racing against death itself. For instance, Dr. Zhao Ming had been stabbed twice, bleeding profusely and in a precarious state. The hospital was a flurry of activity as Yiming and his brothers arrived. Zhang Rongjuan sought out colleagues at the 3rd hospital to inquire about Xiao Yan's location. Someone informed him that Zhao Ming was in the surgical room of the oncology department. Zhang Rongjuan urged Yiming to hurry to the cancer specialty unit where Xiao Yan had been taken. "Let us go quickly," he insisted as he pulled Yiming toward the oncology department, where numerous surgeries were being performed simultaneously on the injured, as the emergency department's operating tables were insufficient, compelling them to utilize all available surgical rooms to attend to the patients. This is because, firstly, treating the sick and saving lives is the primary duty of the 3rd hospital, an obligation that must be fulfilled. Secondly, there are orders from superiors to exert every effort in aiding the injured. Hence, multiple operating rooms have been opened and under the bright surgical lights. The doctors are busily engaged in their tasks. Zhang Rongjuan pulled Yiming to the entrance of the oncology operating room, only to be halted by a guard. "Halt! What are you doing here? This is a restricted area for surgeries. Leave at once. Do you not understand the gravity of the situation? Who do you think can enter here? If something goes wrong, can you bear the responsibility? While the doctors are performing surgery, you should behave, or else the police will apprehend you." Just then, a police officer appeared. The incident at Zhao Ming's clinic was a significant matter in Linha City, affecting the integrity of the police system. No one was allowed to leak information while the case remained unclear. "What are you doing here? Do you not recognize this as a surgical zone? State your purpose for being here." Zhang Rongjuan replied, "Officer, I am an intern at the 3rd hospital and the boyfriend of the injured Xiaoyan. I sought my classmate's assistance to help her restore her appearance. My name is Zhang Rongjuan. And here is my intern badge from the third hospital. Zhang Rongjuan wished to validate his presence. Upon hearing his words, the doctors at the third hospital scoffed disdainfully. Huh, an intern? When has an intern ever been allowed in the operating room? How absurd. You are affiliated with the third hospital, yet you boldly intrude upon a surgical area without any awareness of professional decorum. How did you even become an intern? You asked your classmate to help your girlfriend restore her beauty while the third hospital has top-tier doctors for such tasks. Do you believe your friend is capable enough? Who is your classmate, a renowned figure in another hospital? Their mocking laughter nearly overwhelmed Zhang Rongjuan. Rage surged within him. My classmate will certainly help Xiaoyan restore her appearance. Surely. Oh, so confident. What is your classmate's name? Is he more skilled than our specialist, Dr. Ding? Indeed, Doctor. Ding just stated that the woman's face was irreparably damaged and could never return to its former state. The young nurse looked at Zhang Rongjuan, and in Yi Yiming's eyes, there was nothing but contempt. Yi Yiming calmly interjected, I am Yi Yiming, an intern at the People's Hospital, and I can fully heal the wounds on Xiaoyan's face. Upon hearing this, the nurses and doctors at the third hospital burst into even louder laughter. Ha ha, such audacity. Our esteemed director of the cosmetic surgery department cannot help patients restore their appearance. Yet you believe you can? Who do you think you are? A mere intern holds no significance. Do you think being an intern is impressive? Do you even know the esteemed Director Gue Wufa from the People's Hospital? Director Gue? Yi Yiming certainly knew him, for when Mr. Li was hospitalized, Director Gue had just returned from the United States and had botched a procedure, leaving Yi Yiming to clean up the mess. Director Gue was currently inside the third hospital performing surgery and would soon emerge. It would be prudent to greet him. Otherwise, if Director Gue did not recognize you, you might end up embarrassed. With a scoff, one would hardly believe that he was acquainted with Director Gue, appearing so handsome, yet harboring a mind full of deceit. I can guarantee that Director Gue certainly does not recognize him. At that moment, the operating room door swung open. Zhao Ming was wheeled out, gravely injured, having been the first to receive emergency treatment. The surgery was complete. After Zhao Ming was brought out, Director Gue emerged as well, announcing the next patient for surgery. A nurse called out to Director Gue, Director Gue, the intern doctors at your hospital claim to know you. Do you recognize him? He asserts he can treat the disfigured faces of young women without leaving scars, but we are skeptical. Director Gue cast a brief glance at the individuals outside the operating room, preparing to enter, yet he failed to recognize Yi Yiming. An intern? What can an intern possibly do? This is sheer nonsense. The nurses erupted in laughter. Haha, did you hear that? No more boasting. The director doesn't recognize you. How ridiculous to think he could treat patients when he can't even enter the operating room. Yi Yiming called out, Director Zheng, it's Yi Yiming. Upon hearing Yi Yiming's voice, Director Zheng halted, realizing he hadn't recognized him moments before. With a beaming smile, Director Zheng approached Yi Yiming. Dr. Yi, what brings you here? Director Zheng was exceedingly courteous, holding deep admiration for Yi Yiming, especially regarding the treatment of President Li, an experience he had scrutinized repeatedly, unable to grasp its intricacies. He had longed to consult Yi Yiming about cancer treatment, but alas, he lacked the means to contact him since Yi Yiming no longer worked at the hospital. The girl whose half-face had been disfigured was my second brother's girlfriend. He insisted I restore her beauty, hence my presence here. Has Xiaoyan undergone surgery? Director Zheng was taken aback, astonished that Yi Yiming was knowledgeable about treating disfigurement. Doctor, Yi, you could treat disfigurement? Not a master, but after my treatment, if one doesn't scrutinize her face closely, they might not even perceive the scars from the knife. Yi Yiming confidently asserted. Director Zheng's eyes widened. Had it not been for Yi Yiming's miraculous cancer treatments, he might have slapped him across the face for such audacity. Unbelievable. To think that post-surgery, it would be unnoticeable? I'd wager he wouldn't believe it, even if it were the best cosmetic surgeon claiming so. Dr. Yi, that is implausible. Yi Yiming smiled. What is impossible about it? Director Zheng, is there anything more challenging than treating cancer? If cancer can be cured, then how much easier is it to address superficial wounds? Director Zheng trembled slightly. If what Yi Yiming claimed were true, it could signify a revolutionary breakthrough. Dr. Yi, as long as you are confident, You shall perform this surgery. What say you? Very well. I shall undertake this surgery. Yi Yiming replied, following Director Zheng into the operating room. Observing Yi Yiming entering the operating room alongside Director Gui, the doctors and nurses from the third hospital, who had previously mocked Yi Yiming and his brother Zhang Rongjuan, were utterly taken aback by Director Guy's enthusiastic demeanor. The once haughty Director Gui, before the leaders of the third hospital, now appeared submissive before Yi Yiming. Recalling their earlier remarks stung like a slap across the face, leaving their cheeks flushed with humiliation. They could never have anticipated that Director Gui would genuinely invite Yi Yiming inside. What on earth is happening in this world? Interns have become so skilled that they require the director's flattery, yet they remain skeptical of Yi Yiming's ability to heal the patient's injuries. Chapter 84. The astonished Director Ding. Yi Yiming entered the operating room, and Director Ding hurriedly arrived, having received a call about a girl with facial injuries requiring surgery. He hadn't even had time for dinner before rushing over. Upon his arrival, Director Zhang from the oncology department greeted him with a smile, full of apologies, acknowledging that Gui Wufa's approach was rather unorthodox. You are an expert in cancer treatment, but when it comes to cosmetic surgery, Gui Wufa cannot compete with you, Director Ding. Each discipline has its own specialization. Cosmetic surgery and cancer treatment are not on the same track. What involvement do you have in this matter? Moreover, if you could perform the procedure yourself, why invite a novice? Isn't that a jest? Aren't you risking the reputation of our hospital? He dared not show any disdain toward Director Gui, fearing he might need him in the future, as Gui Wufa is indeed a recognized expert in oncology. Noticing a change in Director Zhang's demeanor, Director Ding inquired with a smile, "What seems to be the issue, Director Zhang?" "The situation is this, Director Ding. Please do not be upset. The surgery was originally meant for you, but Director Gui insisted on having a young intern take the stage." Director Zhang waved his hand dismissively. "What does it matter if it's a young intern?" Understanding the situation, Director Ding's temper flared. How outrageous! This is the third hospital, not their people's hospital. How can they conduct themselves in such a manner? What gives them the right to take charge here? With that, he brushed past Director Zhang and headed straight for the operating room. As the surgery was about to commence, the operating room door swung open. Director Ding entered and was met with the sight of a young man in his 20s poised to take the stage with a silver needle. This sight amused him to the point of irritation. Pointing at Yi Yiming, he exclaimed, "What are you doing? This is a surgery meant to treat the injured, not a jest with their lives. Who has ever seen silver needles used for treatment? If it were a minor ailment, like a herniated disc, acupuncture might suffice. But can it treat a girl's face that has been slashed by a knife?" Upon seeing Director Ding's arrival, Director Gui quickly interjected, "Director Ding, please calm down. This is our hospital's miracle worker, Yi Yiming. He believes that silver needles can provide treatment, thus it should be feasible." Director Ding smirked, his laughter dripping with sarcasm. "Your hospital's miracle worker? Is there an issue with this?" Director Gui nodded earnestly. "Yes, is there a problem? Can Professor Zhang of your hospital truly be considered a miracle worker?" Director Ding scoffed. "Professor Zhang is an expert from the provincial health department, someone who cares for high-ranking officials, yet he would not dare to claim the title of miracle worker. How can a mere young man be dubbed as such? How can he bear such a title at his age? Has Gui Wufa lost his senses?" Yi Yiming chuckled. "Director Ding, how can one be called a miracle worker?" Director Ding, visibly displeased, furrowed his brow. "Is this a conversation for you to interject?" Yi Yiming replied with a smile. "Director Ding, am I not seeking your guidance? A divine healer must possess extraordinary medical skills, surpassing many others, having saved countless lives. Only then can one be deemed a true divine healer. For instance, Professor Zhang might be considered as such, as well as the folk healer by Yunshin." Yi Yiming chuckled and remarked, "Director Ding, Professor Zhang holds me in the highest regard. Bai Yunsheng is my disciple, and I refined his 5 elements life-claiming needle." Upon hearing Yi Yiming's words, Director Gui's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not accept Yi Yiming's claim and inwardly cursed him and his ancestors. What nonsense! Can't you refrain from boasting? Bai Yunsheng is your disciple? What a joke! Director Ding felt an impulse to slap Yi Yiming, thinking, "Young man, choose your words wisely." Yi Yiming smiled. "Director Ding, How well do you know by Yinsheng? Director Ding paused. Of course, I know him well. Then, why not call him and find out? After dialing by Yunsheng's number, Director Ding fell silent, trembling slightly. Bai Yunsheng indeed acknowledged Yi Yiming as his teacher, and he had genuinely paid his respects. Director Ding's thoughts became disarrayed, casting doubt upon reality. Bai Yunsheng was the renowned folk healer of Linhe City, often asked, where can one find a Linhe divine healer? His Tongxin Tang pharmacy was famous. Yet he had become Yi Yiming's apprentice. Director Ding, may I proceed with the surgery? Director Ding remained silent, observing how Yi Yiming would treat the disfiguring injury. Yi Yiming meticulously cleaned and disinfected the wound, repeating the process 3 times. Then, he began to acupuncture the points surrounding Xiaoyan's injury. His fingers danced over the silver needles, whether twisting, flicking, pressing, or applying pressure, causing all 12 silver needles to vibrate incessantly. Subsequently, Yi Yiming drew various symbols in the air, resembling arcane scribbles that Director Ding and the others could not comprehend. Once completed, Yi Yiming produced a piece of talisman paper and imprinted the drawn symbols onto it, revealing vibrant crimson patterns. With a casual gesture, he ignited the talisman paper, which was then tossed into a bowl of water, leaving the water pristine, without a trace of ash or residue. Yi Yiming sprinkled the clear water over Xiaoyan's wound. Director Ding and Director Gue watched Yi Yiming's actions, perplexed and unable to grasp their significance. As Western medicine practitioners, they lacked an understanding of traditional Chinese medical principles. Particularly, Director Ding wore a disdainful expression, muttering, "Humph, mere tricks, this is not true medicine. If a few needles could heal a wound, that would indeed be miraculous. Let us see how you explain it if things go awry." He believed it would ultimately fall to him to rectify any aftermath, further diminishing his regard for Yi Yiming. At that moment, Xiaoyan began to feel an itch at her wound. It felt warm, and she sensed the flesh seemingly growing, a sensation she could hardly believe. Such experiences belong to the realm of fantasy, utterly impossible in reality. Meanwhile, the attending physician preparing to intervene stared in astonishment at Xiaoyan's injury. Witnessing the flesh visibly expanding at a rate observable to the naked eye, akin to the rapid growth of bamboo shoots, they exchanged glances, their faces filled with disbelief. This is impossible. Indeed, how could one heal so swiftly? What sorcery is this? The doctors could not help but murmur among themselves. Director Ding and Director Gay also focused intently on the wound, their astonishment surpassing that of the other physicians. It was an almost incomprehensible miracle. How could flesh regenerate at such an astonishing rate? What could possibly explain this? Before long, the wound had completely healed. Yi Yiming's silver needles still trembled, and the talisman-infused water continued to cascade down. Director Ding's voice quivered. It's truly healed. My heavens, had I not witnessed it myself, I would never have believed such a miracle existed. Chapter 85. Let me gaze upon you. Once more Director Ding stood in a stupor, his soul somewhat shattered, his worldview entirely overturned. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he saw that Xiaoyan's wound was almost healed, devoid of scars, merely fresh flesh of a lighter hue. Trembling with excitement, Director Ding exclaimed, "A miracle! This is indeed a miracle! In such a brief span of time, it has healed completely. My heavens! What wondrous medical art is this? Dr. Yi, what is this technique?" Yi Yiming raised an eyebrow slightly. This is known as Zhuyu Shu, referred to in ancient times as witchcraft, and also as talismanic art. Director Ding, parched and wide-eyed, exclaimed, "Is this truly part of medicine?" Yi Yiming nodded. "Certainly, it is part of medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine, through 5 millennia of heritage, enabled cranial surgeries during the era of Hua Ta, and facilitated the detoxification of Guan Yu through bone-scraping techniques. It is not as ineffectual as you suggest, but this defies science." Director Ding blurted out, bewildered. Yi Yiming smiled. "Science? Do you consider Western medicine to be scientific?" A glance at history would reveal that Western medicine has often been powerless against epidemics. Countless times, it has nearly led to the extinction of humanity. In contrast, Chinese medicine has saved innumerable lives during countless plagues. How can that not be deemed scientific? As he spoke, Yi Yiming removed the silver needles from Xiaoyan's face. Director Ding observed the wound, now vanished, leaving only a faint trace of fresh flesh. He deduced that Xiaoyan would be fully recovered within 4 to 5 days. Director Ding administers some medication and ensures she takes care of herself for a few days. There will be no trace left behind, Yi Yiming instructed as he removed his mask. Xiaoyan stared at Yi Yiming in astonishment. Is this the brother of Zhang Rongjuan? His medical skills are so remarkable. In less than an hour, he restored her appearance. Is it even possible? Why, Dr. Yi? She felt a twinge of embarrassment. Today's events had profoundly educated her. Thank you, Yi Yiming replied coolly. Do not thank me. If not for my brother's pleading, I would not have intervened. Xiaoyan paused, her eyes dimming as she recognized Zhang Rongjuan's wounded heart. Where is Rongjuan? Yi Yiming replied. He is outside the operating room. Xiaoyan felt a whirlwind of emotions, unsure of what to say. Zhang Rongjuan was truly devoted, having treated her like a mere cleaner or servant without a hint of complaint. Remaining diligent in his work, carrying the weight of her actions, she encountered Wang Hu at a bar and soon became his woman, leaving her with a profound sense of guilt towards Zhang Rongjuan. Now, with her father gravely injured and possibly facing medical malpractice charges, it seemed inevitable that Wang Hu would be imprisoned, shattering everything. Dr. Yi, can Rongjuan ever forgive me? Xiaoyan felt utterly lost. I realize my mistakes. I truly do. Yi Yiming, with an impassive expression, replied, I cannot provide you with an answer. You should consult my elder brother. With a creak, the door of the operating room swung open, and Yi Yiming emerged alongside Zhang Rongjuan and Zheng Fenghua. Is everything all right? Xiaoyan asked anxiously as she stepped out. Her eyes reddened upon seeing Zhang Rongjuan. Rongjuan, his gaze mirrored her sorrow. He loved her deeply and had once vowed to care for her for a lifetime. Yet she had never truly cherished him, using him as a mere pawn while cavorting with delinquents. Zhang Rongjuan's heart ached. Rongjuan, I was wrong. I promise I won't repeat my mistakes. Can you forgive me? Xiaoyan pleaded earnestly. Zhang Rongjuan, with a bitter smile, shook his head. You're not to blame. Nor am I. The true fault lies in our misaligned fates. We are not meant to walk the same path. Our parting is inevitable. With those words, he turned away. As he walked away, Xiaoyan's tears flowed freely. Rongjuan, I know I was wrong. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me just once? She sobbed. Zhang Rongjuan trembled, tears streaming down his cheeks, his heart tumultuous with longing to embrace Xiaoyan and confess, I love you. Yet he refrained. Exiting the building, he allowed his tears to fall, letting the turmoil within him rise, all while ignoring Xiaoyan's desperate calls, resolutely refusing to look back. He understood that the truest heart, once unappreciated, would seldom learn to value him again. A woman who made such a mistake once might very well repeat it in the future. He was willing to endure the agony of heartbreak once, but he would not subject himself to that torment repeatedly. Rongjuan, please come back. Just look at me once more. I am sincere, Xiaoyan cried out. He paused, slowly turning to face her. Seeing her tear-streaked face, sitting helplessly on the ground, tugged at his heart. He felt an urge to comfort her, yet his feet remained rooted to the spot. I've looked at you, he finally said, before walking away. Yi Yiming and Zheng Fenghua hurriedly followed. At that moment, police officers intercepted Zhang Rongjuan and Yi Yiming. Are you Zhang Rongjuan and Yi Yiming? They inquired. The two nodded affirmatively. You are under arrest. As they spoke, the officers produced their detention orders. Zheng Fenghua protested vehemently, unwilling to see his brother taken away. What are you doing? On what grounds are you arresting him? The officer shot a glance at Zheng Fenghua. Because they're implicated in the case. Do not obstruct our duties, or we will have to take you in as well. Yi Yiming, taken aback, asked, Officer, surely there has been a mistake. We haven't committed any crime. Why are we being detained? The officer scoffed. Committed no crime? You are in far deeper than you realize. The police officer produced handcuffs and promptly secured them on Yi Yiming and Zhang Rongjuan. Come along, they urged, pushing and shoving the two men. Yi Yiming, with a cold smile, remarked, Comrade police, it's easy to put on these handcuffs, but if you wish to remove them, it will prove quite challenging. The officers laughed heartily. Remove them? In your dreams. Do you expect to be set free? Come on, kid. You'll have your share of trouble. Zhang Fenghua. Anxious, dial the number. Lawyer Zhang. I'm at the 3rd hospital. The police intend to take my brothers away. Please come. I intend to sue the police station. It was infuriating. If his brother had committed a crime, so be it, but he hadn't done anything wrong. Why should he be apprehended? Comrade police, it would be wise to release my 2 brothers. Otherwise, I shall pursue legal action against you all the way to the Supreme Court, and you will face the consequences. The police merely chuckled. Face consequences? They instigated trouble and caused injury. Shouldn't they be detained? Can you alter the law? The lawyer arrived promptly. After negotiations, the officers agreed to release Yiming and Zhang Rongjuan. These 2 were indeed troublesome. If they took action against Fenghua's company, he would surely pursue legal recourse against them to the highest court, something they could not afford. As the officer who had handcuffed Yiming prepared to remove them, Yiming grinned. Remove them? I already mentioned that while it is easy to put them on, it is difficult to take them off. Now that you wish to do so, I refuse. Yiming was determined to uncover the underlying intricacies of this matter. Chapter 86. Stuck in a bind, the notion of removing the handcuffs was out of the question. Yiming was incensed. Such a significant incident surely warranted an investigation by the police station. This was a straightforward matter, and the truth could not possibly elude them. They presented their detention orders for both himself and his brother, and despite the evidence, they sought to misrepresent the facts. It was evident, even to the simplest of minds, why they were being implicated in this situation. The truth was singular. These local ruffians had connections with the police station, having offered lavish gifts. The police sought to find scapegoats, with Zhang Rongjuan and himself being the perfect candidates. Coming from rural backgrounds, lacking influence, and being mere interns in the medical field, they were easy to deceive. Perhaps there were other ulterior motives at play. Upon discovering that their elder brother, Zhang Fenghua, was the general manager of Fenghua Jewelry Company and had legal representation, it would be far more challenging to manipulate the situation. It was not as simple as they might have hoped. Could they truly dictate what was an offense and what was not? Was the law truly a jest? Yet, they insisted on taking him to the police station for detention. The 2 officers were at a loss. Having consulted their superior, they escorted Yiming and Zhang Rongjuan to the station. The superintendent, a rotund man with a face full of bluster, glared at Yiming. Kid, confess your role in this incident. With a resounding thud, the hefty superintendent slammed his hand onto the table, causing it to tremble precariously. The sheer ferocity of his demeanor left Zhang Rongjuan trembling in fear. It was utterly terrifying. Yiming glanced at the superintendent. What role do you believe we played? The rotund director scoffed. You arrogant brat. How dare you instruct Wang Yinan to bring the patient to Dr. Zhao Ming's clinic to stir up trouble and demand 500,000 in medical fees? Speak the truth. Yiming chuckled, realizing that the director's connection with Wang Yinan was precisely as he had anticipated. Speak honestly, and you may receive leniency. Otherwise, you shall languish in prison. Yiming and Zhang Rongjuan remained silent, while the director glared at them, accusing them of wrongdoing. In a fit of rage, he shouted, You impertinent fools! Do you think that your silence will spare you? Guards, search them thoroughly and confine them to a detention room. The director's jowls quivered in anger as he asserted, I refuse to believe I cannot handle the 2 of you. Items belonging to Yiming, including several cards, a mobile phone, the key to a villa in Binjiangfu, and car keys, were confiscated, while Zhang Rongjuan had little more than his phone. In the detention room, Yiming and Zhang Rongjuan were bound to chairs beneath a high-wattage heating lamp, which emitted oppressive heat, reaching nearly 39 degrees Celsius. The officers who had apprehended them sneered. You brats better endure this form of torture. Your detention lasts 7 days, and you must hold out without speaking. They continued, We've dealt with all kinds of criminals. Handling the 2 of you is akin to swatting a mere ant. With that, they slammed the door shut. After a short while, Yiming activated the Qingdi Muhuang skill, causing his chair to subtly shift, inching forward and away from the oppressive glare of the lamp. Soon after, Zhang Rongjuan's chair followed suit, escaping the lamp's reach. What are you up to, 3rd brother? Yiming grinned. 2nd brother, I mean no harm. If they do not provoke me, I shall not seek trouble. If this matter falls upon us, it will be far from over. Zhang Rongjuan felt a twinge of fear, recognizing that they were mere civilians pitted against authority, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Third brother, I can't shake the feeling that your plan is untrustworthy. We are but commoners. Can we truly succeed? Yiming laughed, reassuring him, do not fret, second brother. I just consulted the fates and foresee our safety. Zhang Rongjuan rolled his eyes inwardly, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. Third brother, why do you sound so enigmatic like some charlatan? Yiming merely smiled in response. In building number 1 of Heiyuan province, the influential boss, Fu Donghua, was working when he suddenly experienced a wave of dizziness. Thud! His head struck the desk, audible even to the secretary outside. She opened the door to find her boss slumped over the desk, momentarily stunned, before quickly calling the health doctor to attend to him. The boss was unwell. A grave situation had arisen. If anything were to happen, the entire province would be shaken. She recalled a few days prior by the river, when that disheveled young doctor had predicted, allow me to make a forecast. In the afternoon, 5 days hence, you will encounter a minor issue. Here is my number. At that time, the young man had left a phone number on the boss's desk. The secretary, holding Yiming's phone number, dialed it. The police station's office was brightly lit. The portly director sat in his executive chair, looking at his 2 trusted aides, and inquired, have they retrieved their belongings? The officers nodded respectfully, replying, Director, as per your instructions, everything has been collected. As they spoke, the officers prepared to place the items on the director's desk. The director smirked. Have they been provided warmth? The officers chuckled. Indeed. How long do you think they can endure? The director, with a gleam in his eyes, asked, Director, both are students, delicate and tender. They won't last long before yielding. Once they capitulate, we will possess the evidence, and Fenghua Jewelry Company will have to respond accordingly. The director's fingers drummed on the table. It will depend on Fenghua Jewelry's stance. The director appeared confident in having Yiming and his companions at his mercy. Having navigated the police force for many years, he had encountered myriad individuals and situations. The portly director intended to extract a considerable concession from Fenghua Jewelry to resolve the matter. Otherwise, they would remain oblivious to the gravity of their situation. Suddenly, the director's gaze fell upon a card on the table, and he was taken aback. It was a gold card. He weighed it in his hand. It was pure gold. His judgment was not mistaken. He recognized it as a business card belonging to Li Lanlan, the general manager of Shilai Lu Group. Next, he spotted a black card encrusted with diamonds. This was the supreme card of Shilai Lu Group, which he had seen in the possession of a high-ranking official. In the entire Linhe city, the number of individuals holding such black cards was fewer than 10, all esteemed VIPs of Shilai Lu Group. Then, he noticed a black bank card as well, another VIP black card. His hands trembled slightly. The supreme black card from the bank was not something just anyone could acquire. Without over 100 million in assets, one could not obtain such a card. Could it be that this young man had over 100 million in the bank? Unthinkable. He picked up the key and noticed a small tag that read Benhai Mansion. The director's hand shook again. A premonition struck him. This was becoming troublesome. At that moment, Yiming's old phone rang, an incoming call. Upon seeing the number, the director trembled. This was the phone number of the top boss from Heiyuan province. Chapter 87. Terrified, Yiming's phone rang. Staring at the displayed number, the portly director was taken aback. The call was from a number of the top boss in Heiyuan province. Did Yiming have a connection to this influential figure? Even a slight association would be monumental. He reluctantly answered the call. Hello. Who is this? Is this Dr. Yi? This is Xiaofang. A few days ago, I was with you at the night market by the Mother River. You suspected that the big boss might have some health issues. It turns out there is indeed a problem now. Could you come over? I can send the big boss's car to pick you up. The director's eyes widened in disbelief, unsure how to respond. Fortunately, one of the officers, quick-witted, suggested, Director, hurry to the detention room and let Yiming answer. The rotund director nodded, assuring, do not panic. I am not Dr. Yi. He left his phone with me and is next door. I shall fetch him immediately. With that, the director hurried into the detention room, concealing the phone, and called out, Dr. Yi, the big boss is looking for you. Could you possibly? Yiming glanced at the portly director, but uttered not a word. The director's heart sank. He recognized that this young man was not one to be trifled with. Doctor Yi, this matter is our fault. I apologize and hope you can release me. Yet, Yiming remained silent, not even casting a glance towards the director. Zhang Rongjuan stood in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the sudden shift. Just moments ago, the director had been as formidable as an ironclad warrior, and now he appeared subservient, almost like a sycophant. What had caused this dramatic transformation? What secret did his younger brother harbor? No wonder he seemed so self-assured. He must have had a plan all along. The director, left with no choice, brought the phone closer to Yiming's ear, his expression pleading. Yiming answered the call from the secretary of the big boss from Heiyuan province. Hello, this is Yiming. Dr. Yi, the big boss has fallen ill. Can you assist with this matter? Yiming replied, his face devoid of emotion. Sister Fong, I am powerless. I am currently detained at the police station and cannot leave. Please seek assistance elsewhere. The director trembled as if struck by lightning upon hearing Yiming's words, his expression one of sheer horror. Yiming had lodged a complaint with the big boss of Heiyuan province. The big boss required Yiming's medical expertise. The director had arrested Yiming, believing he was from a rural background and lacked connections, only to discover that this young man had powerful allies. This had escalated far beyond his expectations. What is happening? Xiao Fong inquired. I do not know. I have committed no offense. They forcibly detained my brother and me, subjecting us to severe coercion, demanding we confess to crimes we did not commit. Do not worry about me. I stand firm in my integrity, he replied. Xiao Fong's face darkened, shocked by the unfolding events. She dialed the number of Lin Ruegua, the big boss of Lina City. The director's complexion turned pale, fear etched across his features. This single phone call could spell the end of his political career. He had buried himself in a quagmire of corruption that would not withstand scrutiny should the investigation proceed. It will be sufficient to condemn him to a decade or more in prison. Dr. Yi, could you please retract what you just said? We have misunderstood, truly. It is a misunderstanding. We bear no grievances against one another. You cannot condemn me so harshly. Dr. Yi, I implore you, spare me this once, and I shall never err again. The director, once arrogant, now groveled before Yiming. The officer who had apprehended Yiming looked equally perplexed. They had inquired about Zhang Rongjuan's and Yiming's connections, discovering they were merely country boys without any significant backing. How had such a monumental blunder occurred? As law enforcement officers, they had misused their authority time and again, and should this situation come to light, they too would face dire consequences. Dr. Yi, I beseech you to show mercy. We truly recognize our mistakes. We have failed to recognize your importance and have indeed apprehended the wrong individual. Yiming observed them with a cold gaze. Have you apprehended the wrong individual? The three nodded like chicks pecking a grain. Yes, we have indeed caught the wrong person. Did you mean this, knitted? No, you have not made a mistake. You claimed I committed a grave offense and that I would languish in prison. I am not the one who incited Wang Yinan to kill his father or extort Dr. Zhao Ming's clinic, am I? You cannot release our people. Why are you now pleading with me? The corpulent director and the two officers were on the verge of tears. Long Yun was slapping their faces. They had resorted to such desperate pleas and were still met with resistance. Did they truly consider them soft targets? The local magistrate was not as influential as the current situation. Yiming remained in their grasp. Dr. Yi, will you not grant us a sliver of mercy? One officer implored. Indeed, one should not be so resolute. Leave a line for future encounters. Would you not agree? Another added, Dr. Yi, should you provoke us further, you shall not relish the consequences. Their expressions shifted ominously. With their pleas falling on deaf ears, they resorted to intimidation. They had nothing to lose. Regardless of the circumstances, you remain a criminal, a suspect, and still within our control. If you refuse to comply with our demands, you shall face the repercussions. They prepared to deal with Yiming harshly. Zhang Rongjuan watched in bewilderment as their demeanor changed quicker than turning a page. He glanced at Yiming, who maintained a tranquil expression which offered him some reassurance. Yiming scoffed. What will you do if I refuse your demands? Two officers approached, wielding their batons. Kid, we shall not be courteous any longer. The portly director chuckled. Allow me to fortify your situation so you cannot retract your statement. Then we will create a few problems for you, and everything will be resolved. Indeed, though troublesome, It is better than being driven to your demise. He gritted his teeth. Dr. Yi, what say you? Yiming broke free from his restraints with a sudden force. The ropes and handcuffs fell away with a resounding crash. He delivered a resounding slap to the two officers. The sound echoed as they were sent flying, crashing against the wall and losing consciousness. The portly director fumed. Yiming, you have assaulted an officer. You shall bear legal consequences for this. Yiming retaliated with a resounding slap that sent the director sprawling. I shall bear the consequence of your foolishness. As the director attempted to protest, Yiming struck him once more. Are you truly capable of bringing about my end? I recorded every word you uttered. He kicked the director, sending him crashing against the wall, dazed and disoriented. Just then, an alarm blared. A squad of police arrived at the station, led by Lu Hongbai, the chief of the Linha City Bureau. Lu Hongbai, seethed at the sight of the rotund director, cursed the situation. Despite countless reminders to act justly and impartially, look where we are now, with the provincial chief personally intervening. You have brought this upon me. Lu Hongbai felt an overwhelming urge to strike the director. Chapter 88. The Arrest of the Portly Director. Lu Hongbai was consumed by the desire to reprimand the director, who had hindered his progress and drawn the ire of the provincial chief. It is evident that this is an obstruction to one's own promotion. How is it that one constantly encounters such scoundrels? Lu Hongbai entered the detention room and was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. Yiming presented a video to Lu Hongbai, which had just been recorded. The more he watched, the darker Lu Hongbai's expression became. What heinous acts had that rotund man committed? Framing and slandering, coercing under duress, and after being driven to desperation, he sought to eliminate Yiming. Lu Hongbai kicked the fat man fiercely. Take him away. Seal the records. The municipal bureau must conduct a thorough investigation. With that, the portly director was rendered speechless, fully aware that it was over for him. Everything was finished. What hope remained after being apprehended by the municipal bureau's chief? The two police officers also appeared ashen-faced, complicit in the wrongdoing, with many matters having passed through their hands, now awaiting the stern hand of justice. Lu Hongbai untied Zhang Rongjuan. He needed to discuss the matter of the big boss with Yiming. Just then, a vehicle drove into the police station. Zhang Fenghua arrived with the team. The apprehension of his brother felt like a cat gnawing at his heart. He had to extricate his brother from the police station. Searching for a way, he brought in someone capable of gaining leverage over the station chief to rescue his brother. Upon entering the courtyard and surveying the situation, Zhang Fenghua was momentarily taken aback. The chief of the municipal bureau was present, conversing politely with Yiming. He invited Yiming to take a seat in the police car and go to the main office. Yiming exchanged a few brief words with Zhang Fenghua before getting into the police vehicle and departing. Zhang Fenghua couldn't help but smile wryly. Reflecting on his brother's impressive capabilities, he had resolved the situation without his assistance. The police car sped towards the People's Hospital. Inside the cardiology department, the doctors were bustling about. The foremost big boss of Heiyuan province had arrived. Who would dare to disregard him? It was imperative to exert every effort in treating the esteemed patient. Professor Zhang and several experts from the health department were present, and they were all bewildered upon reviewing the examination results. There was nothing wrong with the big boss. Everything appeared normal. This was utterly absurd. If there were no ailments, how could the big boss have fainted? Yet, the test results were undeniably accurate. Dean Yuwangson observed and remarked, "Esteemed experts, since no ailment has been identified, we must propose a treatment plan. Otherwise, how shall we account to the big boss? Indeed, how shall we proceed with treatment?" The experts began to express their opinions. Professor Zhang stated, "Ladies and gentlemen, blindly administering medication without discernible symptoms may be detrimental to the big boss's health. Since someone alerted the big boss a few days ago, it may be prudent to wait for that individual to arrive before proceeding." Some experts disagreed. Wait? Wait until when? We can pursue conservative treatment. A few days prior, concerns have been raised regarding the high-ranking official's health. Such claims were utter nonsense, mere quackery. I absolutely do not believe in such things. At that moment, Yiming arrived. Dean Yuwangson quickly stood. "Dr. Yi, you have arrived. We have been eagerly awaiting you." Professor Zhang also rose. "Dr. Yi, We have been counting on you. The experts from the health department looked at Yiming, noting his youth with a hint of disdain. The practice of medicine necessitates the accumulation of experience. What can a mere youth of 18 or 19 truly accomplish? Moreover, do Professor Zhang and Director Yuanxin truly need to exhibit such deference toward a young individual? Yiming nodded, having met both Yuanxin and Professor Zhang, as well as several esteemed elders. Let me see the patient in person. At that moment, an expert from the health department stood up, stating, I heard that you diagnosed the big boss's illness 5 days ago. Is there a problem? Yiming inwided. The individual scoffed. Is there a problem? It is a significant issue. You diagnosed the big boss's illness. Yet why did you not administer treatment? Moreover, how did you ascertain that the big boss was unwell? Through observation, Yiming replied. His answer elicited laughter from many. Haha, observation? What a ludicrous response. This ancient art has been lost for centuries. How could you possibly practice it? Another chimed in. Indeed, what is your age and standing? Yiming chuckled. Are you here to treat the big boss or to conduct an interrogation? Let me tell you, I am 19, an intern doctor at the People's Hospital. An intern doctor daring to speak of observation. How amusing. An elder dismissed him disdainfully. Yiming glanced at the elder. Congratulations, sir, on marrying a wife 15 or 16 years your junior. You must have spent at least half a month in marital bliss, yet even with traditional remedies, both your energy and blood are depleted. If this continues for 5 more days, you shall require hospitalization. You now find yourself frequently dizzy and disoriented. The elder's beard bristled in anger, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Yiming, yet the young man's words rang true. Another elder, appearing to be in his 60s, interjected, Young man, have you investigated Wang Lao? Yiming cast him a sidelong glance. You have a hereditary ailment. Your father passed away at 65. And you too shall face a critical juncture at that age. Your wife died in a car accident, and your excessive sorrow has harmed your lungs, leading to improper treatment, which has left your lungs still afflicted. The elder was left speechless, unable to fathom the truth in Yiming's words. I am merely a doctor, dedicated to healing, Yiming asserted. What harm is there in my examination? If you refuse me, I shall leave. With that, Yiming turned to depart, frustrated at being hindered by a group of elderly men when his sole purpose was to assist the patient. At that moment, Xiao Fong emerged, pulling Yiming back. Dr. Yi, the big leader has awakened and wishes to speak with you. Yiming followed Xiao Fong into the ward, accompanied by the elderly doctors from the health department. The big boss sat up in bed, smiling at Yiming. Young man, you are indeed correct. Why is it that my illness could not be detected? With a smile, Yiming replied, in truth, as long as the examination instruments are directed towards the Tianrong acupoint, the issue can be discerned. The skeptical doctors attempted to interject, but the big boss silenced them. Conduct another examination. The result confirmed Yiming's assertion. Indeed, there were issues with some blood vessels, though not critically severe. The big boss looked at Yiming and asked, Dr. Yi, if you were to treat me, how would you proceed? Yiming remarked, Esteemed sir, your esteemed head of the family has a history of thrombosis, which complicates treatment. Furthermore, due to your years of relentless toil, you suffer from certain minor ailments. I will require a complete course of treatment, consisting of 8 sessions, each lasting half an hour, ensuring your full recovery and rejuvenating your bodily functions by a decade. The elder physicians interjected vehemently, Sir, do not heed his fanciful claims. Such notions are utterly impossible. In my many years as a physician, I have never encountered such preposterous assertions. Indeed, he is merely boasting, and he may inadvertently harm your health. Indeed, sir, you must not listen to him. The elder doctors implored the esteemed gentleman, urging him to disregard Yiming's words. Chapter 89, 12 Silver Needles. The esteemed gentleman cast a glance at the aged doctors, as if a bolt of lightning had struck their hearts. The realization dawned upon them, and they fell silent. The esteemed gentleman nodded at Yiming. Dr. Yi, proceed. Yiming acknowledged with a nod, producing a box of silver needles, each measuring a remarkable 7 inches in length. 7 inches, or 21 centimeters. The slender needles swayed delicately, seemingly struggling to bear their own weight. The seasoned physicians were taken aback, their gazes towards Yiming transforming entirely. The length of the silver needles not only indicated size, but also signified the intricacies involved in wielding such instruments. As the length increased, the difficulty of acupuncture escalated exponentially. While some among them could manage needles up to 5 inches, none could claim mastery over 7-inch needles. Observing the needles in Yiming's grasp, their hearts quivered in disbelief. This young man wields 7-inch needles? Impossible. It takes decades of rigorous training to master such a skill. He was merely seeking attention. In Huagua, the number of individuals capable of using 7-inch needles was exceedingly rare, certainly not including this youth. Yiming paid no mind to their murmurs. Firmly standing upon the principles of yin and yang and the 8 trigrams, with the silver needles poised to pinpoint the acupoints. With a swift motion, he pierced one of the acupoints. The entirety of the 7-inch needle was inserted, leaving only the handle exposed. The physicians inhaled sharply, their eyes widening in astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer shock. Skill surpasses status, and artistry eclipses the ordinary. The proficiency with which he executed this single needle was enough to impress all present. The dexterity in identifying acupoints with the silver needles exceeding their wildest imaginations. Indeed, this needlework is extraordinary. Yes, the fluidity of his technique, the ability to control 7-inch needles, is remarkable. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the new generation, as the world continuously renews itself. Yiming, grounded in the principles of yin and yang, maneuvered the needles with the grace of a shooting star. With a flurry of swift motions, 12 silver needles pierced the esteemed gentleman's 12 major acupoints. Observing Yiming's gestures as he manipulated the needles, twisting, flicking, and brushing them with finesse, each needle began to oscillate at a specific frequency, emitting a resonant hum. Dr. Wang's eyes widened in astonishment, riveted on the silver needles, and after a prolonged moment, he exclaimed with fervor, using qi to guide the needles. This is the long-lost technique of qi manipulation. My heavens, I have finally witnessed the art of using qi to maneuver needles once more. This is indeed a rare occurrence. A physician gazed intently at the 12 silver needles adorning the body of the esteemed boss, pondering aloud. Could this be the long-lost 12 silver thread needles? Renowned for their ability to expel toxins from a body and invigorate one's energy? Is this the legendary acupuncture technique capable of alleviating countless ailments? How astonishing! The doctors could hardly contain their excitement. They had encountered several miraculous acupuncture methods before, yet the techniques of qi manipulation and the 12 silver thread needles, both treasures lost to time for centuries, were now resurrected before their very eyes. 2 elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioners were moved to tears, unable to restrain their emotions. Heaven has bestowed its grace upon us. To witness such unparalleled medical artistry is a privilege. It is a sorrow that my master did not have the opportunity to see this technique in his lifetime. We ought not to burden this young man. He embodies the hope for the future of traditional Chinese medicine, and we should offer him our unwavering support. Indeed, with such extraordinary youth among them, the resurgence of traditional Chinese medicine was merely a matter of time. As the silver needles danced, the esteemed boss, Fu Donghua, felt a warm, invigorating energy coursing through his body, gently tugging at him. The sensations were akin to the gentle caress of sunlight being drawn into his very being, enveloping him in warmth and comfort. He felt as if he were in a spring garden, basking in the sunlight and admiring the vibrant falling petals, a truly breathtaking sight. Witnesses observed the oily substances emerging from each point where the silver needles were inserted, indicative of the toxins being expelled from within. After half an hour, Yiming withdrew the needles and meticulously cleansed the accumulated impurities from Fu Donghua's acupoints, completing the treatment. The esteemed boss felt an unparalleled sense of relief, as if every part of his body had been rejuvenated. "Thank you, Dr. Yi. I feel as though I have regained several years of youth," he praised, and the other doctors echoed his sentiments, their admiration genuine. Dr. Yi is indeed a miraculous healer. The technique of qi manipulation is legendary, and for him to wield, it is nothing short of extraordinary. Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. With Dr. Yi among us, the dawn of traditional Chinese medicine is imminent. As Yiming performed the acupuncture, he harmonized with the principles of yin and yang, subtly aligning with the natural order, a true display of mastery. Yiming similite modesty. Dear seniors, please refrain from praising me. I am unworthy of such acclaim. To heal and save lives is my utmost satisfaction. Upon conducting a follow-up examination, the esteemed boss found that his previously blocked vessels had opened without causing any harm to their walls. He insisted on treating Yiming to a meal. But Yiming graciously declined, suggesting instead, perhaps during our next acupuncture session, I shall join you for a drink. With that, Yiming departed in a police vehicle, leaving behind a burgeoning legend of his prowess at the People's Hospital. Upon arriving at the police station, Director Lu Hongbai was present and grasped Yiming's hand, providing an update on the ongoing cases. Wang Yinan had caused his father's demise through intoxication and violence. Wang, who had led a group armed with weapons, resulting in injuries to several individuals. Various local thugs had also committed acts of violence. Director Lu noted, the wrongdoings committed by the overweight chief over the years are numerous. The evidence we have amassed could easily warrant a sentence of 10 to 8 years. 2 junior officers, having acted as accomplices, would also face time in prison. Lu Hongbai remarked, was it you who helped us uncover these nefarious elements? Last time, you spearheaded the campaign against organized crime in Linhe City, and this time, the municipal leaders are prepared to delve deeper into the protective networks. We are profoundly grateful to you. Yiming smiled. Director Lu, I appreciate your kindness, but I do not require any rewards. I find you quite admirable and have resolved to alleviate some of your concerns. Lu Hongbai chuckled, haha, my brother. What worries could I possibly have? Yiming's lips curled slightly. Director Lu, you are being modest. Your anxieties are twofold and deeply rooted. The first is your desire for a son, and the second is your wish to advance further in your career. Upon hearing Yiming's words, Lu Hongbai immediately dismissed those around him and bowed. Please, Dr. Yi, enlighten me. Lu Hongbai did not regard Yiming as an ordinary individual. From the incident by the Mother River, he had taken note of this young man, and today, having resolved the condition that had stumped numerous experts from the Health Bureau, Lu Hongbai held him in even higher esteem. His wife had not conceived since giving birth to their daughter 13 years ago, and the longing for a son weighed heavily upon him. In this tumultuous period for Linhe City, with age pressing upon him, he feared that if he missed this opportunity, it might never arise again. Yiming smiled. Regarding the matter of a son, 2 elements are essential. First, approach the task with utmost integrity, withstand the pressures, and execute it well. This is a righteous endeavor that will enhance your merits. Second, in 2 or 3 days, I shall prepare some medicine for you and recommend 3 acupuncture sessions. Within a year, you shall undoubtedly have a son. Dr. Yi, what about my future? Lu Hongbai, recognizing Yiming's extraordinary nature, humbly sought guidance. Chapter 90. Do not engage in futile endeavors. Yiming responded with a smile. Director Lu, if you wish to secure a promising future, refrain from engaging in endeavors devoid of potential. The agreements established between the influential figures of Heiyuan Province and Linhe City were intended for the long-term stability of the province and the city, as well as for the welfare of the people. If you are hesitant to take decisive action, what future can you anticipate? The magnates assess not only capability, but also sincerity. A sudden clarity dawned upon Lu Hongbai. During this period, the documents pertaining to the special campaign against organized crime had been disseminated. However, some local branches and police stations merely paid lip service without genuinely implementing them. If he could effectively launch this initiative in Linhe City, the magnates would certainly take note, and it would serve the public good. Thank you, Dr. Yi, for your assistance. Lu Hongbai expressed his gratitude to Yiming. After exchanging a few more words and contact numbers, Yiming departed from the police station. Lu Hongbai felt invigorated, determined to execute the campaign against organized crime. Let us return to the city bureau and make arrangements. He was not a man prone to indecision. When he undertook a task, he did so with resolute efficiency. As Yiming exited the police station, he received a phone call from Sidu Jirue. Dr. Yi, could you come to my villa? Bing Bing seems to be frightened by something. We sought medical help earlier, but it proved ineffective. He is burning with fever, and I am at my wit's end, hence my call for your assistance. Can you come? Yi Yiming found it impossible to decline Situ Jirue's plea for help. Her beautiful visage resurfaced in his mind. If Xue Bingyu embodied the IC corporate leader, Chun Qianzhe represented the mature woman, and Li Lanlan was the refined lady of society. Then Situ Jirue was the wise and charming neighborly sister. Approaching 30, her every gesture radiated a natural feminine allure, elegant, gracious, and cultured. Director Situ, I shall arrive shortly. Yi Yiming navigated his Audi 8 amidst the shimmering neon lights of Linha City, making his way towards the affluent villa district. The Fuguijia Villa community, akin to the Binjiangfu villas, is an upscale enclave, exclusively inhabited by the wealthy, devoid of the impoverished. After a series of checks and a phone call, Yi Yiming parked his vehicle in the designated spot before Situ Jirue. Awaiting at the entrance, Situ Jirue donned casual attire, her natural beauty unadorned, resembling a delicate water lily. Shy yet enchanting in the gentle evening breeze. Dr. Yi, I must trouble you once more. Her voice resonated with melodious grace, akin to the soothing sounds of flowing water. In the dimly lit night, amidst the hazy glow, Situ Jirue stood at the entrance, a vision of beauty rivaling the most exquisite flowers, momentarily rendering Yi Yiming entranced. He gazed at her, momentarily spellbound. Situ Jirue chuckled and gently grasped his hand. Dr. Yi. Snapping back to reality, Yi Yiming stole a glance at her neck. As luminous as jade beneath her cascading black hair, his heart racing like a tumultuous tide. Embarrassed, he chuckled. I lost my composure, my apologies. Situ Jirue cast him a playful glance, her eyes brimming with myriad emotions. Humph. I've seen Bing Bing. Yi Yiming proceeded to examine Bing Bing, who was indeed frightened. Thanks to the jade guanine he provided, Bing Bing's spirit was restored. Yet the child had witnessed something terrifying that had left him utterly shaken. Yi Yiming channeled his Qin Tian Wood Emperor technique into Bing Bing's body, reassuring him, Bing Bing, you are a brave boy. There's nothing to fear. How about we catch some monsters together tonight? Finding solace in Yi Yiming's words, Bing Bing clung to his leg, his cheek pressed against him. All right, I'll listen to you, uncle. Situ Jirue, observing them, inquired. When I called, I heard an alarm. Where were you? Yi Yiming offered a wry smile. I was at the police station. Situ Jirue paused. What happened? He recounted the incident involving his brother, Zhang Rongjuan, leaving her in stunned silence. Are you all right? Noticing her concern, Yi Yiming felt a warmth in his heart, reassuring her, I'm fine, truly. Situ Jirue remarked, You haven't had dinner, have you? Allow me to prepare something for you. Without waiting for his response, she headed to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Yi Yiming entertained Bing Bing with games, both immersed in joyful play. In the brightly lit office of Building 1 at the Heiyuan provincial compound, the big boss sat in his chair, smoking, and asked his secretary, Xiao Fang, What do you think of Yi Yiming? Xiao Fang opened a folder containing information about Yi Yiming. Ever since the big boss took notice of him, Xiao Fang had been well prepared. Yi Yiming hailed from a county in Heiyuan province. His grandfather was a venerable traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, renowned for saving countless lives and held in high regard locally. He passed away a few years ago, leaving Yi Yiming and his sister, Yi Yiqing, to rely on each other. Yi Yiming had an aunt, yet she was quite self-serving and did not maintain contact with him. Yi Yiming's father remains elusive, shrouded in mystery, having never appeared since his birth. Similarly, his mother has also been absent, leaving no trace. Furthermore, Yi Yiming's sister may not be his biological sibling, as she could possibly be adopted. 6 months ago, Yi Yiqing was diagnosed with cancer and admitted to the People's Hospital. Lacking the financial means to save his sister, Yi Yiming entered the family of Xue Qianshan, becoming the son-in-law of Xue Qianshan. However, Xue Bingyu, one of the 5 beauties of Lingyi City, looks down upon Yi Yiming. Suddenly, Yi Yiming rises to prominence, saving his sister Yi Yiqing, an elderly woman named Zheng Guorong, and treating Li Shangqiu. He encounters you by the Mother River, offering you his healing touch, and creates a stir at the police station. Xiao Fang diligently gathers all pertinent information about Yi Yiming. Upon receiving the report, Fu Dongwu nods in approval. Excellent. Yi Yiming is indeed a promising talent, and his medical skills are quite remarkable. Please call the Fu family and have my father come to Lingyi. Let Yi Yiming examine him and see if he can cure his ailment. Xiao Fan departs. Fu Dongwu smiles and says, Young man, I anticipate even more surprises from you. A delightful array of dishes is soon presented. Cold shredded bamboo shoots, onions with black fungus, sauced beef, and saltwater chicken. Situ Zhuwei swiftly brings forth these 4 dishes, each a feast for the senses. With a cheerful demeanor, she inquires of Yi Yiming, Little brother, what would you like to drink? Yi Yiming is momentarily taken aback, feeling a bit insulted by the remark. 20. That's extraordinarily generous, he thinks. With a slight shift in the atmosphere, he quickly responds, How about some sour soup made from tomatoes? A hint of hawthorn would be delightful as well. It's appetizing. Bing Bing should join me. Bing Bing, having won a small victory, nods enthusiastically. Yes, Mom, I want sour soup. The two of them enjoy their meal with great delight. After dining, Yi Yiming sits cross-legged in Bing Bing's room, awaiting the revelation of the terrifying scene that Bing Bing witnessed the previous night. Situ Zhuwei also remains in the room, eager to uncover the source of her child's fright, wishing to intimidate her son. Bing Bing soon drifts off to sleep. Situ Zhuwei, unable to stifle her yawns, suggests, Dr. Yi, why don't you lie down too? It must be tiring to sit there. Upon hearing her words, Yi Yiming's eyes brighten as if illuminated by a radiant light. Really? Chapter 91. Puppetry. Situ Zhuwei's cheeks flush crimson. She comprehends Yi Yiming's implication. Being adults, the suggestion of sharing a bed carries an undeniable intimacy, especially with a youthful and vigorous young man alongside a stunningly beautiful woman. However, Yi Yiming misinterprets her intentions. Situ Zhuwei feels grateful for Yi Yiming's protective presence over her and her child. They rest on the bed, while Yi Yiming sits cross-legged on the sofa, feeling somewhat embarrassed and offering her the space. Unexpectedly, Yi Yiming's reaction surprises her, and she refrains from speaking further. Ignoring the tension, Yi Yiming promptly climbs onto the bed. Lying at Situ Zhuwei's feet, basking in the warmth of the bed and inhaling the delightful fragrance, feeling that this journey was far from in vain. He gently touched Situ Zhuwei's foot and sensed that she was somewhat internally chilly. Sister Situ, you seem to be feeling a bit cold inside. Allow me to massage you, and it will pass. As her foot was held, Situ Zhuwei's cheeks flushed deeper. Feeling shy, she refrained from resisting and merely gritted her teeth in silence. Yi Yiming began to massage her foot, focusing on the acupoints along the gallbladder meridian, applying pressure on points such as Zuqiao Yin and Dihu Hui. The Qingdi Mu Huang Gong technique gradually infused warmth into the acupoints. Situ Zhuwei felt warm currents gently flowing through her foot, akin to delicate threads that traveled from her toes up to her ankles, calves, and thighs, moving toward her spine. It felt as if the gentle sunlight of March had penetrated her body, warm, bright, and exceedingly comfortable. She broke into a light sweat, her body feeling much more relaxed. As Yi Yiming continued to massage along the gallbladder meridian, Situ Zhuwei found herself in a state of inner conflict. On one hand, the massage felt heavenly, and she wished for it to continue. On the other hand, he had already moved past her calves and was approaching her thighs. Although she was a married woman, she had never experienced such intimate touches before. Anxiety swelled within her, and suddenly, she was drenched in sweat. Yi Yiming ceased his massage, leaving Situ Zhuwei with an air of anticipation, wondering why he had stopped. It seemed as though he could read her thoughts. Sister Situ, the internal chill has been dispelled, and your minor ailment has vanished. Yi Yiming lay down beside her, no longer touching her feet. At that moment, Situ Zhuwei surprisingly wished for him to resume touching her feet, yet she dared not voice it. Just then, a fierce wind howled outside, branches swayed, and dust swirled. The sound of branches striking each other was chilling. A massive black shadow loomed by the window, its grotesque form casting a ghastly silhouette, breathing heavily, its footsteps thundering, shaking the ground. Situ Zhuwei was struck with terror. She could not fathom that the strange apparition her son had witnessed the previous night was something so eerie. Her body involuntarily trembled. It was natural to fear an unknown force that surpassed the natural order. An adrenaline surged through her, rendering her body increasingly rigid. Grasping Yi Yiming's leg, she asked, "Dr. Yi, what is happening?" Yi Yiming glanced at the swaying apparition outside, sneering, "It's merely an illusion." As he spoke, he sat up and lightly tapped her brow. Illusion. Situ then saw a 3-inch tall puppet wobbling across the ground outside. The very creature that had appeared monstrous to her. The tiny puppet staggered forward toward the villa's entrance. It felt like a play, a dream. She found it somewhat amusing that she had been frightened by such a diminutive marionette. She truly should not have been. Yi Yiming pointed at the brow of her son, Bing Bing, saying, "Illusion." Bing Bing awoke, staring wide-eyed at the puppet outside, utterly astonished. He could not believe that this was the enormous, ghostly figure that had terrified him the night before. It was merely a puppet. "Uncle, is this what I saw last night? It doesn't look the same," Bing Bing inquired with his large, round eyes. Yi Yiming slightly thinned the illusion, and Bing Bing heard a chilling wind howling fiercely, accompanied by a deafening roar. The ghostly creature towered over him, standing more than 10 feet tall, and he widened his eyes in realization of its terrifying presence. Yet, with Yi Yiming by his side, he felt no fear. "Bing Bing, all of this is an illusion, and I shall break it for you," Yi Yiming declared, leaping from the window. With a thud, he landed in the courtyard. The colossal ghost, towering over 2 meters, charged at Yi Yiming, swinging a massive blade with lethal intent. The long knife sliced through the air, carving an elegant arc as it aimed to cleave Yi Yiming in two. With a deft turn of his body, Yi Yiming evaded the lethal strike, slipping between the ghost's legs. His hand struck the creature's leg. Bang! The ghost stumbled, nearly toppling over. In a frenzy, the creature swung its blade with increasing ferocity, attempting to strike Yi Yiming down. He nimbly dodged left and right, narrowly escaping the ghost's monstrous attacks. However, for the perspective of Situ and Bing Bing, the scene appeared quite differently. They saw Yi Yiming engaged in playful combat with a puppet, which wielded its long knife in a futile attempt to strike the enormous Yi Yiming. Bing Bing's youthful spirit was ignited by the spectacle before him, dispelling his fear as he clapped his hands, cheering, "Roar! Roar! Defeat it! Defeat it!" Situ watched the battle unfold with bated breath.